Since I bought a dragon-shaped wood carving from a street stall, after going home, my body surprisingly started having strange changes every day. First day, my chest grew a piece of golden scales. Second day, my pupils also turned golden, my eyesight got huge improvement, even tiny bugs 20 meters away, I could see them crystal clear. Third day, my body strength greatly increased, with bare hands I could lift up a small car. Fourth day, my food amount strangely increased, originally in the morning I could only eat 4 buns, today I ate a full 20. However, on the 6th day, someone came to my home who made me feel surprised. The person who came was my boss Lu Ruyan. She was very beautiful, her whole body gave off the smart beauty of a mature woman. When she got close to me, I felt my body getting somewhat hot. This feeling made me a bit shocked, because before, Lu Ruyan and I had many close contacts, but not once was like today. Lu Ruyan didn't notice my changes, she was now attracted by my eyes, continuing to get close to me. The colored contacts you're wearing are so pretty. Few days ago I saw this online, thought it was quite interesting, so I bought a pair, wearing them to try and see. After I explained, I quietly stepped back one step, pulling away the distance with Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you backing away, feeling shy? I shook my head, I'm worried I won't be able to control myself later. Seeing me shake my head, Lu Ruyan started looking around my house. I followed behind Lu Ruyan. From another angle I could see different scenery, especially the professional tight skirt worn on Lu Ruyan's body, like a ripe fruit, making the flames in my heart burn even stronger. Finally, just when I was about to lose control of myself, Lu Ruyan finished visiting the house. Alright then, I'll go back first. Good, Sister Lu walked slowly. Lu Ruyan frowned looking at me. Do you really want me to leave quickly? No. I squeezed out a bit of smile on my face. Lu Ruyan snorted, turned around and left without looking back. Seeing this, I heavily breathed out, the strange feeling in my body gradually faded, but there was still a nameless fire wanting to burst out. So I immediately came outside the neighborhood, running wildly fast along the road. Under this wild running, I felt the nameless fire in my body quickly fading away. But just when I finished waiting for a red light, preparing to run again, I saw on the main road, a red small car ranked first started moving forward. And at this time, a sports car from the side suddenly rushed over. The next second, bang, a huge crash sound. The red small car was flipped over several times by the sports car, and that sports car's front was smashed to pieces, finally crashed into the green belt before stopping. This sudden car accident made me freeze for a moment. My sight fell on the red small car. That red small car was very familiar, it was the car Lu Ruyan often drove. Seeing this, my face changed, I hurriedly ran toward the red small car. Inside the car, Lu Ruyan's head had fresh blood flowing out, her chest was moving up and down, she looked like she had fainted. Let me do it, I'm a doctor. At this time, a clear voice came from behind. Hearing it was a doctor, I hurriedly made room. Then, a woman crawled into the car. After checking around, her face gradually became ugly. Her thigh's main artery got cut, now we must stop the bleeding, quickly get her out of the car. Hearing this, I hurriedly grabbed the door handle with both hands, then pulled hard. The car door that was already deformed from the crash was pulled open by me. The people around who wanted to help saw this scene, immediately whitened their eyes. However, this wasn't over yet. They saw me after pulling open the car door, grabbed with both hands the steel plate blocking beside Lu Ruyan. The steel plate thickness was 5 centimeters, the steel was high-strength steel, extremely hard, however I forcefully bent it and pulled it out. The blocking thing was moved away, I carried Lu Ruyan out of the car, the female doctor immediately stopped the bleeding. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruyan was taken away by ambulance. I looked at the cuts on my hands scratched by the steel plate, was preparing to go home and bandage them. That female doctor walked over, said, "Your hand also seems injured, let me treat it for you." After saying this, from who knows where took out iodine and gauze, treating my wound. After treating it, I thanked her and went home. After getting home, I felt my palm was a bit itchy, unwrapped the gauze, I immediately froze, I saw the wound now had already formed a scab, looked completely not like a new wound. My face showed surprise, this self-healing ability was too strong, I was becoming less and less like a human. At the same time, online appeared videos about me saving people. In the video, I opened the deformed car door, bent the blocking plate, this scene shocked all netizens. The video quickly got on hot search. However, I didn't know what happened online. At this time, I had already lain in bed resting early. This night, I had a dream. In the dream I became a 100-Zhenglong 5-clawed golden dragon, going to heaven and sea with unlimited power. When I woke up, it was already the next day. The first thing after getting up was to check my body condition. I saw at the chest position grew a piece of golden scales, and beside those scales, the skin was somewhat white, inside something was vaguely about to come out. I got close to the mirror to look carefully, then, I saw clearly under the skin was a piece of scales that hadn't grown out yet. It's over, the second piece of scales is about to grow out. I sighed. Soon, time reached afternoon, I lay on the sofa scrolling through short videos. Now a day had passed, online the video about me saving people was still fermenting. Among them, most people were discussing how strong my power really was. Quite a few fitness bloggers started testing whether human power could really bend 5-centimeter thick steel plates. The result was obvious, human power absolutely couldn't do it, so netizens all thought my bending steel plates was fake, or there was a problem with the materials of the car Lu Ruyan sat in. After watching those bloggers' tests, I was also curious about how strong my power really was now. So I immediately came to a boxing gym. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the power tester with the guidance of the staff. The tester was not large, shaped like a rectangle, and was hung on the wall. Looking at the tester, Su Yang asked, This machine won't be broken, will it? The staff nearby was taken aback, then quickly smiled and said, Sir, this machine was imported from abroad. Both the accuracy of the test results and the resistance to impact are world-leading. Normally, it shouldn't be broken. After hearing this, Su Yang thought for a moment, then asked, What if it does break? Will I have to pay for it? The staff shook their head with a smile, saying, No, sir, you don't need to worry. Su Yang felt relieved. He then put on the boxing gloves prepared by the staff and moved his wrist around. Looking at the tester hanging on the wall, Su Yang took a deep breath and suddenly threw a punch. He didn't use all his strength, probably about 1/3 of his power. Bang! The muffled sound echoed. The gloved fist hit the tester. In the next second, the tester's red light flashed, and the screen displayed numbers. The numbers quickly increased. 50 kilograms. 80 kilograms. 150 kilograms. The final number reached 200 kilograms. Looking at the number, the staff next to him widened their eyes, their expression as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yang wasn't very familiar with this. He looked at the displayed number, then moved his wrist again. A few seconds later, Su Yang threw another punch. This time, he used 2/3 of his strength. Bang! The sound was louder than the first one. It was like muffled thunder, directly striking the staff's heart. The numbers on the tester quickly soared. 200 kilograms. 250 kilograms. 350 kilograms. The final number stopped at 350 kilograms. Holy shit! The staff couldn't help but curse. He understood better than Su Yang what 350 kilograms meant. 350 kilograms was nearly 800 pounds. And the world's most famous boxer's maximum punch power is 800 pounds, also known as the heaviest punch in the world. However, the young man in front of him, who didn't look very strong, actually punched with 800 pounds of force. Had he been seeing things, or was there something wrong with the machine? Sir, please wait a moment. The staff hurriedly called out to Su Yang, who was about to throw another punch. Then, under Su Yang's puzzled gaze, the staff carefully checked the tester. After confirming that there was no issue, the staff signaled that Su Yang could proceed with the test. Su Yang nodded, then took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and swung his fist at the tester with all his strength. Bang! The wall behind the tester seemed to shake. The tester emitted a buzzing sound, unable to bear the pressure, and the numbers skyrocketed. The staff next to him looked in terror as the numbers climbed. 380 kilograms. 420 kilograms. 600 kilograms. 650 kilograms. The number finally locked at 650 kilograms. Looking at the 650 kilograms number, the staff was completely stunned and couldn't speak. Can a person really generate this kind of power? Yes, sir, you. He looked at Su Yang, stammering, wanting to ask something. Su Yang didn't wait for the staff to finish and simply said thank you, then quickly turned and left. After leaving the boxing gym, Su Yang went straight home. Time passed quickly. In the next few days, Su Yang stayed at home. Every morning, he would check his body. On the 3rd day, the second scale on his chest grew out. On the 4th day, Su Yang noticed that his appetite had increased again. One meal with 20 big buns no longer satisfied him. Now he needed to eat at least 30 steamed buns in one meal, and besides that, Su Yang also found himself craving meat. He wanted to eat meat. So, on the 4th day at noon, Su Yang went to a self-service restaurant. An all-you-can-eat buffet costing 88 yuan per person. Su Yang let himself go. No matter if it was synthetic meat or not, Su Yang ate it all. He ate until the staff at the restaurant looked at him in fear, and only then did Su Yang leave the buffet restaurant, fully satisfied. At night, Su Yang went to that buffet restaurant again. As soon as he entered the fast food place, the staff recognized him. Yes, sir, you're here again? The young waitress forced a smile and said. Su Yang gave a hum, then took out his phone and scanned the code to pay directly. After paying, under the waitress's nervous gaze, he took a plate full of meat slices and walked to his seat. He kept eating for 2 hours. When Su Yang was full and ready to leave, the waitress came over with a middle-aged man. Hello, sir, I am the owner of this restaurant. The middle-aged man smiled and said. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then politely said, Hello, is there something? The owner looked around, made sure no one was watching, then quietly pulled a red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Su Yang's pocket. Then he whispered, Brother, I'm doing business too. You ate 1/3 of all the meat I prepared today. Look, there's another buffet place right across the street. How about you try them next time? Hearing the owner's words, Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put his hand in his pocket, touched the envelope to feel its thickness, then smiled and agreed. Okay, then I'll try the one across the street tomorrow. All right, sir. Su Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. Watching Su Yang's back as he walked away, the owner let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, "What kind of stomach does this guy have?" Very soon, another day passed. It was now the 5th day since Su Yang tested his strength. After getting up in the morning, Su Yang, like usual, first went to the bathroom to check his body condition. First, the scales on his chest had grown into 2 pieces, and the third one was faintly appearing under the skin, probably would grow out in 2 or 3 more days. Besides that, Su Yang found that his appearance seemed to have changed. He looked like he had become more handsome. Chapter 6, Strange Energy. A choice. Even before his body mutated, Su Yang was already quite handsome, but during puberty, he didn't take good care of himself. When he had pimples on his face, he squeezed them, which left some acne scars. But now, looking at himself in the mirror, his skin was white and smooth, even better than a woman's skin, like he was using a beauty camera. Also, Su Yang noticed that his facial features had slightly changed. Of course, the change was not big, just like a simple optimization. Are dragons very handsome? This question suddenly popped into Su Yang's mind. And at that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Su Yang took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Su Taohong. Su Yang answered the phone, and Su Taohong's voice came, "Su Yang, are you free today? I got discharged from the hospital and want to treat you to a meal." "You got discharged so soon?" Su Yang asked in surprise. Su Taohong responded with a hum and said, "It wasn't a big deal, just bleeding last time. The wounded area has rested for almost a week. As long as I don't do any intense activities, it's fine." After hearing that, Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll come to find you now." Okay. The call ended. Su Yang tidied up a bit and then went out. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at Su Taohong's neighborhood. After registering at the entrance, Su Yang entered and came to Su Taohong's door. He reached out and knocked on the door. The door opened from the inside, and Su Taohong appeared in Su Yang's sight, wearing a white dress, light makeup on her face, and her hair tied into a high ponytail. Looking at the clearly well-dressed Su Taohong in front of him, Su Yang's eyes lit up, and that nameless heat he had felt earlier in his heart surged again. "You're here, let's go," Su Taohong said with a smile on her face. As she spoke, she walked out of the house and closed the door behind her. After closing the door, Su Taohong naturally reached out and held Su Yang's arm. When that white arm linked with Su Yang's, the icy cool sensation of her skin didn't lessen the burning, nameless heat inside him. On the contrary, it was like pouring a bucket of oil into a fire, making it burn even hotter. He suppressed the heat inside and quickly pulled his arm away from Su Taohong's hand. Seeing Su Yang pull back his arm, a trace of disappointment appeared in Su Taohong's beautiful eyes, but she quickly hid it. The two of them descended the stairs, one in front of the other. Once outside the community, the two of them took a taxi. After getting into the car, Su Taohong asked, "What do you want to eat?" Without thinking, Su Yang immediately said, "A buffet." Su Taohong was stunned for a moment, then she rolled her beautiful eyes at Su Yang, saying, "Do you look down on me? How can I take you to a buffet?" Su Yang laughed and said, "Sister Su, I just want to eat a buffet." Hearing this, Su Taohong helplessly smiled and said, "All right then." Half an hour later, Su Yang and Su Taohong arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant. This restaurant was the most expensive seafood buffet in Chang Mountain City, priced at 888 per person. After paying, they were led to a table by the waiter, and the waiter handed them a tablet to place their orders. Since they had paid, the dishes on the tablet could be ordered freely, with no limit on the number of times. To be honest, it was the first time Su Yang had eaten such a high-end seafood buffet in all these years. He took the tablet and excitedly began ordering. Black tiger shrimp, wagyu beef, oysters, abalone, crabs, and tuna sashimi, all of them came one by one. When these dishes arrived, Su Yang immediately put the wagyu beef into the pot and started cooking it, while also taking a steamed oyster, opening the shell, and eating it in one bite. The moment the oyster entered his mouth, Su Yang felt as if a surge of energy had entered his body. The energy flowed through him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Su Taohong, sitting opposite, looked at Su Yang with a smile on her face. After seeing Su Yang eat the oyster, she picked up another oyster, helped him open the shell, and then placed the oyster meat in his bowl. "Thank you." Su Yang said thank you, then continued eating. That energy surged into his body again, making him feel warm all over. "Don't mention thanks to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived that car accident last time," Su Taohong said at that moment. As she spoke, she picked up some wagyu beef from the pot and placed it in Su Yang's bowl. "Come, eat some of this." Su Yang quickly said, "Sister Su, I can do it myself." Su Taohong smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not hungry. Today, I'm here to serve you." When she finished saying this, Su Taohong's face suddenly turned slightly red. She felt that the word serve sounded a bit inappropriate. Su Yang didn't notice Su Taohong's flushed face. He picked up the wagyu beef from his bowl with chopsticks, dipped it in some sauce, and put it in his mouth. This time, there was no strange energy, which made Su Yang a little puzzled. Why did eating the oyster give that feeling, but eating beef didn't? With this question in his mind, Su Yang tasted all the other dishes on the table. Finally, he realized that as long as it was from the sea, it would carry that strange energy to some extent, but beef or lamb didn't. Among the seafood, each type of energy was different. The one with the most energy was the tuna sashimi, followed by the oyster. Could it be because the tuna sashimi is raw? Su Yang had a guess in his mind. So, in the following time, Su Yang, in order to test it, ordered several types of sashimi and tried them all. In the end, as he had guessed, the raw meat contained the most energy, while the cooked seafood contained about 1/3 less energy than raw meat. After reaching this conclusion, Su Yang felt conflicted inside. Although he didn't know what this energy was. But it definitely has a huge effect on his body, and may even speed up the process of his body's transformation. So the question arises. Do I need this energy or not? Should I suppress the transformation speed or accelerate the process? Do I want to turn into a dragon? Actually, on the first day the scales appeared, Su Yang's heart was full of confusion and anxiety. But after so many days, Su Yang began to love the feeling of his body growing stronger every day. Perhaps some may think he is a pervert, but the truth is, that's just how it is. He couldn't help but secretly feel some anticipation, wondering what his future transformation would look like. Would it be like the dream he had that day, where he turned into a golden dragon, over 100 feet long, soaring freely through the heavens and the earth? Chapter 7, Breathing Underwater. An unexpected discovery. While Su Yang was lost in his thoughts, Su Taohong, sitting across from him, suddenly said, "You look handsome today." Her voice pulled Su Yang out of his internal struggle. He smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I've been off work for a few days, just taking a good rest." "By the way, Su Jia, did the person who hit you contact you?" Su Yang suddenly thought of something and asked. Su Taohong nodded and said, "Yes, they contacted me. Their family paid for the medical bills, and they gave compensation for various losses." Su Yang said, "That's good. When will you come back to work?" Su Taohong asked. Su Yang thought for a moment and then, with a hint of apology in his voice, said, "Su Jia, I might have to resign." Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong froze for a moment and quickly asked, "Why?" Su Yang hesitated for a few seconds, then thought of a reason and said, "I've been resting during this time, and I've realized that I've been working for these past few years. Although you've taken good care of me, there's always been an uncomfortable feeling. I want to go on a trip for a while and relax." Su Yang's words left Su Taohong silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, she pursed her lips and said, "There's no need to resign. You can relax as long as you want. As long as my company is still here, there will always be a place for you in the company." After speaking, Su Taohong seemed to remember something. She took out her phone and said, "Traveling also costs money. Although you've always been by yourself, you spend money so freely. I'll transfer some to you." Su Yang immediately tried to refuse, but Su Taohong continued, "Don't refuse. Just consider it as an advance on your salary or a loan from me. You can pay me back when you have money in the future." After speaking, Su Taohong had already found Su Yang's WeChat and transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Once the transfer was complete, Su Taohong put her phone aside, picked up her chopsticks, and put some vegetables into Su Yang's bowl with a smile. "Here, eat your vegetables. When do you plan to go on the trip?" "Maybe in the next couple of days." "Where are you planning to go?" "To Nanhai City, I want to see the sea." "Oh." The meal lasted for about 2 hours. During this time, most of what Su Yang ate were sashimi. Yes. He chose sashimi, chose to accelerate his body's transformation. Because suppressing his body's transformation using only his own strength was impossible, unless he sought help from the country using its power. But Su Yang was afraid of being locked in a lab and subjected to various blood tests and studies, so he wouldn't tell the country the cause of his body's changes. In the end, the result was always transformation, so why should he suppress it? After finishing the meal, Su Yang sent Su Taohong back home. Then he took a taxi back to his own house. On the way, Su Yang looked at his phone and saw that Su Taohong had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Looking at the payment request in the chat history, Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then clicked to accept the payment and replied to Su Taohong with a simple thank you. Soon, Su Taohong replied, "No need to thank me, cute face." Looking at the cute face emoji, Su Yang couldn't help but picture Su Taohong's delicate, charming face in his mind. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. Half an hour later, Su Yang took a taxi back home. He opened the door and entered the room, heading straight to the bedroom to start packing. During dinner, Su Yang didn't lie to Su Taohong, he really planned to go to the beach. Soon, he finished packing and took out his phone to book a flight to Nanhai City for the next day. The next day. As usual, Su Yang's first task upon waking up was to go to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the bathroom mirror, Su Yang was stunned. There were 5 more scales on his chest in the mirror, and the gold in his eyes had increased. 3 scales had grown overnight. Su Yang was shocked inside. He carefully examined the scales on his chest, and after finding no abnormalities, he grabbed his luggage and went out the door. He arrived at the airport and boarded a plane to Nanhai City. By the time he arrived in Nanhai City, it was already past 8 o'clock at night. He took a taxi to a guesthouse hotel near the beach and checked in, waiting until the next morning. The next morning, Su Yang, along with other hotel guests, went to the beach. Nanhai City is one of the most popular tourist cities in the Summer Kingdom. Every year, millions of people visit Nanhai City for tourism. Although it wasn't the peak tourist season, there were still quite a few tourists at the beach. They wore swimsuits and swim trunks, swimming in the shallow water, children playing in the sand on the beach, laughing and frolicking. Far in the distance, flocks of seagulls circled together above the sea, and the sea breeze carried the salty taste of the ocean. Su Yang walked to the edge of the sea and slowly stepped into it. Soon, the sea reached his chest. The scales on his chest, upon touching the seawater, seemed to come alive, rhythmically opening and closing, like breathing scallops. This discovery made Su Yang feel amazed. He held his breath and then realized that he could actually breathe underwater using the scales. The scales could breathe underwater. Su Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. After a long time, the shock on his face turned into excitement and thrill. Su Yang then dove into the water, swimming deeper into the ocean. 5 minutes later. Su Yang was already 100 meters away from the shore. In those 5 minutes, he hadn't surfaced but had stayed submerged in the water. Because he was more than 100 meters from the shore, the marine life here was undisturbed by humans, swimming leisurely on the ocean floor. A few pomfret fish swam close to Su Yang. When he reached out to touch them, they quickly darted away, as if fleeing. Su Yang paid no attention to the pomfret fish and continued swimming deeper. The deeper he swam, the more fish he saw. There were grouper fish, parrotfish, cod, sea bass, and many more species of fish everywhere. They kept their distance from Su Yang. Su Yang didn't bother with them but instead stopped swimming to let himself sink slowly. When he had sunk about 30 meters, Su Yang started feeling a bit of difficulty breathing. He didn't continue sinking but kept himself at a depth of around 30 meters. He swam like this for over an hour. Just as Su Yang was about to rise to the surface, a golden fish appeared in his sight. Seeing this golden fish, Su Yang widened his eyes. He recognized the fish. This fish was known as the golden yellow fish, also called the soft gold of the sea. A few years ago, a fisherman accidentally caught a golden yellow fish weighing over 8 pounds and sold it for nearly $70,000. And Su Yang, looking at the golden yellow fish not far away, saw that it was nearly a meter long, weighing around 10 to 12 pounds. Holding a wild golden yellow fish weighing over 10 pounds. Su Yang was moved. He quietly swam toward the golden yellow fish. The big yellow fish didn't notice that Su Yang had approached it, still leisurely swimming around. When Su Yang was less than a meter away from the big yellow fish, he suddenly accelerated and reached out to grab the fish. Chapter 8, Further Improvement. Body Transformation. Half an hour later. By the beach. It was nearly noon, and many people near the sea were preparing to go back to eat. At this moment, someone noticed a figure in the sea, holding something strange, quickly swimming towards the shore. The strange object was shining with golden light, it looked like gold. He stopped, curious, and waited as the figure got closer and closer to the beach. When the figure was less than 30 meters from the shore, he exclaimed, "Holy sh**t." His exclamation made other tourists look over, and they followed his gaze toward the beach. They saw a young man wearing a short shirt and shorts swimming from the shallow water, holding a lively big fish in his arms. The big fish was golden all over, and in the sunlight, it seemed to sparkle with golden light. Holy sh**t. A big yellow fish. Someone who recognized the fish shouted. Big yellow fish? Where? Holy sh**t. It's so big. Wild big yellow fish. Holy sh**t. Exclamations of holy sh**t rang out around them, and soon, they all started walking quickly towards Su Yang. After Su Yang reached the shore, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of people. Bro, is this a big yellow fish? Holy sh**t, this fish is huge. Bro, are you selling this big yellow fish? Where did you catch it? I'll offer you 10,000. Bro, how about selling me this fish? Hearing the crowd's questions, Su Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, I was lucky to catch this fish, just over there in the shallow water. I'm not selling it, I'm keeping it to eat myself. After saying this, Su Yang immediately threw the 1-meter-long big yellow fish over his shoulder and started walking toward a nearby guesthouse hotel. On the way to the guesthouse hotel, Su Yang, carrying the big yellow fish, attracted even more attention. Moreover, since Nanhai City had many fishermen and seafood merchants, many people on the way asked if he was selling the big yellow fish. They started from 30,000, then went up to 50,000, and finally reached 80,000. 80,000. Su Yang was a bit tempted, but after thinking about it, he chose to refuse. Known as the soft gold of the ocean, Su Yang was curious about how much energy he would gain by eating this fish. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the guesthouse hotel and found the hotel owner, asking him to help process the fish. After it was processed, Su Yang took the fish back to his room. He closed the door. Su Yang placed the fish on the coffee table. The fish had been cleaned very well, and the hotel had even specially frozen it and treated it to remove the fishy smell. Su Yang took out a fruit knife from his luggage and cut off a piece of fish to eat. The next second, that strange energy surged again. The energy moved through his body, and wherever it passed, he felt warm. Soon, Su Yang noticed that the scales on his chest were glowing faintly with golden light. If he looked into a mirror at that moment, he would see not only the scales on his chest but also his eyes emitting golden waves of light. This energy was even stronger than the salmon sashimi. Su Yang's face showed excitement, and he couldn't wait to keep eating. The 1-meter-long big yellow fish, after being processed, still had about 7 jin of meat left. Su Yang finished the 7 jin of meat in less than half an hour. After finishing eating, Su Yang felt like his body was burning. His body emitted white smoke, and soon, the room was filled with mist. In this state, Su Yang felt a little exhausted. He walked to the bed and lay down. Less than a minute later, he fell asleep. He slept for a long time. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Then Su Yang realized his body was sticky, covered with dark brown mucus that gave off a faint fishy and stinky smell. Su Yang quickly rushed into the bathroom and took a shower. After the shower, Su Yang found that his body had changed in a shocking way. His skin had become whiter, the muscles on his body were very defined, 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, strong but not exaggerated chest muscles. Besides that, the scales on his chest had grown from 5 pieces to 10 pieces, almost covering the left half of his chest. His eyes were still golden, and the shape of his pupils had changed too. The pupils became narrower and stretched upward, a bit like vertical pupils. Just not fully changed yet. These eyes. Su Yang frowned slightly. Before, his eyes had a faint golden color, and others thought he was wearing colored contacts, but now the pupils had changed too. He had to find a way to hide them. Luckily, he had already prepared for this. Su Yang walked out of the bathroom, then took out a pair of sunglasses from his suitcase. He put on the sunglasses, perfectly covering his mutated pupils. After doing all this, Su Yang continued to check his body. Besides the increase of scales and the pupil mutation, Su Yang found his physical condition had also improved. He seemed to have grown taller too, about 2 centimeters. He was 1.78 meters before, now his bare height was 1.80 meters. After checking his body, Su Yang walked out of the room and left the hotel. Just like yesterday, Su Yang headed toward the beach. When he arrived at the beach, Su Yang found there were a lot more people than yesterday, and in the distance, there were also many people wearing diving suits. Why are there so many people today? Su Yang was a bit confused. At this time, a tourist nearby heard his confusion and kindly explained, yesterday a guy caught a big yellow croaker here that weighed about 10 jin, the news spread, so today many people came to try their luck. Hearing the tourist's explanation, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He said thank you to the tourist, then stepped toward the sea. When he reached the seawater, Su Yang dived in with a powerful stroke. In the water, Su Yang swam quickly. Because there were a lot more divers today, Su Yang deliberately avoided the human activity area and swam toward a farther place. He kept swimming like this for more than an hour before there were no signs of humans around. But to be safe, Su Yang still carefully checked the surroundings, and after making sure no one was around, Su Yang began to dive, testing how deep he could go. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 40 meters. 50 meters. When Su Yang dove to 60 meters, he felt a bit of difficulty breathing. Yesterday, he had only been able to dive a little more than 30 meters. This time he reached over 60 meters, which made Su Yang very excited. He started swimming at the depth of over 60 meters. Because of the greater depth, there were more fish here. All kinds of expensive fish could be seen everywhere. Various kinds of groupers, even squids and others. Chapter 9, Saving the Dolphin. Looking at the fish around him, Su Yang suddenly felt a bit hungry. His gaze landed on one of the biggest groupers, and Su Yang didn't notice that at this moment, his golden eyes, the pupils became even thinner, as if they had completely turned into vertical slits. At the same time, an indescribable energy locked onto that grouper. That grouper seemed to feel danger, but it didn't run, instead it stood still without moving. A few seconds later. That grouper closed its eyes, and actually fainted. Su Yang. Looking at the fainted grouper, Su Yang was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Kicking his legs, Su Yang swam over to the grouper, reaching out to touch the fainted fish. That grouper slowly started sinking toward the bottom of the water. Su Yang grabbed the falling grouper in one hand. He then applied a little more force, and the grouper fish died completely. After killing the grouper fish, Su Yang became somewhat conflicted. This fish had not been processed yet, the scales and internal organs were still there, and it hadn't gone through the descending process, so eating it raw like this. Su Yang felt a bit repulsed. However, at that moment, his stomach growled in protest. Su Yang could only simply scrape off some scales from the grouper, then pinching his nose, he took a bite of the fish. The seawater and fish flesh entered Su Yang's mouth at the same time. Su Yang's face changed, and he quickly spat everything out of his mouth. It tasted absolutely disgusting. Looking at the grouper in his hand, which he had bitten into, he felt it was a bit of a waste to throw it away. It seemed that next time he came, he needed to prepare a net bag to specifically put these fish in. Right. He also needed to learn how to process these fish, so he wouldn't have to keep asking others for help every time he caught one. Because of hunger, Su Yang didn't stay in the sea for long and instead turned around to swim back. By noon, Su Yang returned to the hotel. He first went to a supermarket beside the hotel and bought a net bag and a nice cigarette, then took the cigarette and found the hotel chef, asking him to teach him how to handle the fish and make sashimi. After an hour of learning, Su Yang learned how to process the fish. Then, looking at the time, it was already a little past 1 in the afternoon, so he found a restaurant, ate a big meal, and after finishing, he returned to the hotel to rest. The next day, around 4 a.m., Su Yang climbed out of bed. He first checked his body, and after confirming there was no change from the day before, he grabbed the net bag and went out. Before leaving the hotel, Su Yang had paid for 7 days' worth of room charges in advance the day before. After paying, Su Yang headed straight to the beach. Because it was still early, when Su Yang arrived at the beach, there were almost no people on the shore. Su Yang didn't hesitate much and directly went into the water, swimming toward the distance. Perhaps because of the previous mutation, Su Yang swam quickly in the water. If viewed from above, Su Yang would appear like a sharp sword, cutting through the wind and waves, splitting the azure sea into 2 halves. In just 10 minutes, Su Yang had swum nearly 5 nautical miles. 5 nautical miles is nearly 9,000 meters. A normal person would never be able to swim that fast in just 10 minutes. Next, Su Yang swam for more than half an hour, and when the distant South Sea city appeared as small as a sesame seed in his eyes, Su Yang finally stopped. He began to dive. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 40 meters. When Su Yang reached a depth of 60 meters, the ocean floor became dark, but Su Yang could still clearly see everything within 30 meters around him, including some plankton, various fish, and so on. At that moment, a large figure swam toward Su Yang. When he saw the figure, Su Yang was first stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. A dolphin. That figure was a dolphin. The dolphin seemed to be small, about 1 meter long, with a chubby body, a round head, and a pair of round eyes looking at Su Yang curiously. After swimming up to Su Yang, the little dolphin swam around him twice, then bumped Su Yang's arm with its head, not afraid of people at all. Looking at the cute dolphin, Su Yang smiled, reaching out and rubbing its head. The little dolphin happily flicked its tail. At this moment, the little dolphin suddenly swam toward the distance. After swimming for a dozen meters, the dolphin stopped, saw that Su Yang hadn't followed, and turned back to nudge Su Yang with its head. It wanted me to follow it? Su Yang guessed the little dolphin's idea and started kicking his legs, swimming after the dolphin toward the distance. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Su Yang saw not far away a large adult dolphin, its body entangled by a fishing net, unable to move at all. Because it was trapped by the fishing net and unable to surface to breathe, the large dolphin remained still, as if it had stopped breathing. At this moment, the small dolphin beside Su Yang nudged his arm with its head. Su Yang immediately increased his speed and swam towards the trapped dolphin. After reaching the dolphin's side, Su Yang grabbed the fishing net with both hands, then took out the dagger from his leg and began cutting the fishing net. At this moment, the large dolphin, trapped in the net, seemed to sense something. It suddenly shook its head and then opened its mouth to bite at the hand holding the dagger. Dolphins have teeth. And their teeth are sharp. When they face danger, they will use their teeth to attack. The sudden attack from the large dolphin caught Su Yang off guard. By the time he reacted, his arm had already been bitten. A slight pain surged. A trace of faint blood seeped out. At this moment, the small dolphin hurriedly swam to the large dolphin's side and nudged its head against the large dolphin's head. The large dolphin released its bite on Su Yang's arm. After the arm was released, Su Yang continued to cut the fishing net with the dagger. As he cut, the spot on his arm where he had been bitten had already healed. He didn't notice the faint blood that had flowed out earlier, which was red with a hint of gold.
The small dolphin surrounding Su Yang seemed to sense something.
It opened its mouth and began sucking the blood from the seawater.
Soon, Su Yang cut off all the fishing net from the large dolphin.
The freed dolphin immediately surfaced to breathe. After taking a breath, it swam to Su Yang's side and, like the small dolphin, rubbed its round, chubby head affectionately against Su Yang's body, seemingly expressing its gratitude.
Chapter 10, Golden Blood. The dolphin's evolution.
Looking at the large dolphin rubbing its head against him, Su Yang reached out and patted its head. At this moment, he noticed that the spot where the large dolphin had bitten him had already formed a scab.
The wound healed so quickly? Su Yang's expression changed slightly. He carefully observed the wound. It was a series of tiny bite marks. The scab had darkened, and if he lightly scraped it, the scab would fall off, revealing the intact skin underneath. Then Su Yang noticed that the small dolphin was swallowing and spitting out something.
Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly surfaced. Once his head emerged from the water, he looked around and saw an island in the distance.
Su Yang quickly swam toward the island.
The two dolphins, one large and one small, followed closely behind him. When Su Yang reached the island, the two dolphins swam around the shore, showing no intention of leaving.
Su Yang ignored the two dolphins. He found a spot to sit down, then took out his dagger and drew it across his finger. The first cut. A faint white line appeared on his finger, but no blood flowed out. This time, Su Yang used more force. The wound was red, mixed with faint golden blood that flowed out. Su Yang's face showed a look of surprise. He observed the blood closely. After a while, Su Yang dipped his finger into the golden liquid and brought it to his mouth to taste. Besides a faint fishy taste, there was no other flavor. Then Su Yang dipped his finger into the golden liquid again and smeared it on a nearby coconut tree. After doing this, he began to observe. Soon, ants climbing on the coconut tree discovered the golden liquid. They gathered around the liquid and frantically licked it with their mandibles. However, after licking for a while, the ants became motionless, as if they had died. Seeing this, Su Yang gently poked the ants with his finger. The ants fell from the tree to the ground and remained motionless. Is there poison in his blood? Su Yang felt a little confused. Then he looked again at the two dolphins still lingering on the sea surface not far away. If there's poison, why are they fine? And they seem to really enjoy it? Su Yang felt puzzled. He wanted to try again, but at that moment, he realized the wound had already healed. Su Yang picked up the dagger again and made another cut on his finger. Then he placed his finger in the seawater. Fresh blood flowed into the sea. The two dolphins, not far away, hurried over, excitedly drinking the blood in the seawater. Su Yang curiously watched this scene. After a moment, Su Yang stood up. He looked around and began observing the island he was on. The island didn't look big, its length seemed to be just over 300 meters, and there were no signs of any buildings or human activity, except for some rocks and coconut trees. While Su Yang was observing the island, he didn't notice that the ant he had touched earlier on the ground suddenly moved. Its claws began to twitch violently, and then it quickly crawled away at a speed ants didn't have, disappearing into a small hole in the ground. Soon, it was night. Su Yang didn't return to the guesthouse hotel, but stayed on the island. He went into the sea and caught quite a few fish, and now he was sitting on a rock, processing the fish. Below the rock, the two dolphins, one big and one small, swam in circles, occasionally opening their mouths to catch parts of the fish that Su Yang was processing. After finishing all the fish, Su Yang ate some sashimi, feeling the energy flowing rapidly through his body. The energy flowed throughout his body, then gathered in his chest, and finally disappeared. Soon, after finishing the fish, Su Yang found a higher spot, then lay there staring at the starry sky, lost in thought. Before he knew it, Su Yang fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. In the distance, the two dolphins, one big and one small, leapt out of the water, seemingly playing and laughing. Su Yang stretched his body, then walked to the shore and jumped straight into the sea. The moment he touched the water, the scales on his chest slowly opened and closed, and a faint golden glow appeared in his eyes. The two dolphins sensed Su Yang entering the water and swam up to his side, circling him, bumping their heads against his body. Su Yang smiled and patted their heads. Then he noticed something, looking at the two dolphins in surprise. Compared to yesterday, the two dolphins had clearly grown a bit. Especially the small one, whose length had originally been about 1 meter, but now it had grown to about 1 meter 30. Could it be related to the golden blood inside me? A guess emerged in Su Yang's mind. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang pulled out the dagger from his waist and made a cut on his finger. Instantly, fresh blood and golden liquid flowed out. The two dolphins, who had gathered around, eagerly swam over, happily sucking the golden liquid from Su Yang's finger. After a moment, Su Yang's wound began to scab over, and the two dolphins made strange sounds, a little disappointed. Su Yang ignored the greedy dolphins and began searching for food on the seafloor. Oysters, sea urchins, grouper. After busying himself for more than half an hour, Su Yang found quite a lot of food. He brought the food to the shore and sat on the rock, starting to eat. After finishing his breakfast, Su Yang dove back into the sea. Time passed quickly. In the following days, Su Yang remained on the small island. Every day, he would feed the two dolphins some golden liquid, and under Su Yang's feeding, the dolphins. The bodies of the two dolphins had changed greatly. The small dolphin, which was only 1 meter long at first, had grown to 2 meters. And the big dolphin had grown to 4 meters in length. 4 meters. That was the maximum length a dolphin could reach. Besides the growth of their bodies, Su Yang also found that the intelligence of the two dolphins had improved. Su Yang could give them simple commands to complete some tasks. For example, telling them to bring things back, or to stay still in one place. Compared to the changes in the two dolphins, Su Yang had not changed much these days. The 10 scales on his chest were still the same, no increase, and his physical strength and other aspects had not improved much either. The only change was that Su Yang could feel something was forming in his chest, where energy gathered and disappeared every time. But he had no way to look inside his body, and there were no machines on the island, so he couldn't know what exactly was forming. On the 7th day of staying on the island, Su Yang left the island and swam in the water toward Nanhai City. After swimming for half a day, when Su Yang was about to reach the shallow waters of Nanhai City, he looked at the two dolphins still following him and said, "From now on, don't come looking for me. I hope we can meet again someday." After speaking, Su Yang touched the heads of the two dolphins, then swam toward the shallows. In place. The two dolphins looked in the direction where Su Yang left, circling in place and making dolphin sounds only dolphins could make, with a sense of sadness in their voices. Chapter 11, The Mutation Begins. Human beings could not hear dolphin sounds, but because of his body mutation, Su Yang could hear them, and he could feel the sorrow in their voices. Su Yang did not look back, and kept swimming toward the shore. After eating his blood, the two dolphins had clearly mutated, and Su Yang didn't know what they would become in the future, or if they would break the limits of dolphin life. No matter what, Su Yang had decided not to feed them blood anymore. Because Su Yang felt his body hadn't evolved these days, maybe it was related to using his golden blood to feed the dolphins. Also, if these two dolphins were discovered by humans, it would be a disaster for them. Never underestimate humans. They have the strongest suspicion and curiosity among all creatures. Once they found the dolphins were different, they would not hesitate to do tests and experiments on them. Very soon, Su Yang swam to the shallows and then came up onto the beach. There were many tourists on the beach, and seeing these tourists, Su Yang felt a kind of warmth. After all, he had stayed on the deserted island for 7 days, with only the two dolphins for company. After staying on the beach for a while, Su Yang left and returned to the guesthouse hotel. Back in his room, Su Yang changed his clothes. Then he took his phone out of the suitcase. The phone screen showed dozens of missed calls, text messages, and WeChat messages. Su Yang opened and looked. Most of them were from Su Taohong, and a few were spam messages. Su Yang called Su Taohong back. Soon the call connected, and Su Taohong's voice came from the phone. "Su Yang, you scared me to death. I almost reported to the police." Hearing Su Taohong's words, Su Yang was stunned at first. Before he could speak, Su Taohong continued, "I called you so many times and you didn't answer. I thought something bad happened to you." After hearing that, Su Yang laughed and said, "Sister Su, I went out to sea fishing on a boat these days and forgot my phone in the hotel." "How could you forget your phone?" "Alright, forget it. Where are you now?" "I'm in Nanhai City." "Oh." Su Taohong answered softly. She fell silent for a few seconds and then asked, "When will you be back?" Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "I want to stay a few more days in the South China Sea." "What's up, Su Jie? Is there something you need?" "If there's nothing, why would I call you?" "That's not what I meant. I thought you might be dealing with some problem." "What problem could I have? It's just..." At this point, Su Taohong fell silent again. The words that followed were hard for her to say. Because she wasn't sure if Su Yang had any feelings for her. If she said it, and they both felt awkward, they might not even be able to stay friends. Listening to Su Taohong remain silent, Su Yang also understood what she wanted to say next. If it were before, Su Yang would have unhesitatingly chosen to break the ice. After all, Su Taohong was beautiful, had a good personality, and was even a boss. How many people would wish to have a girlfriend like that? But Su Yang's body had undergone a mutation, and he didn't dare get involved with Su Taohong. What if they started a relationship and something happened? What would they do if she got pregnant? Have a bunch of dragon babies? Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a shiver down his spine. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. The two of them held their phones to their ears, quietly waiting for the other to speak. After a moment, it was Su Yang who spoke first. "Su Jia, I have some things to do. I'll hang up for now." A look of disappointment appeared on Su Taohong's beautiful face. A few seconds later, Su Taohong softly responded with an Beep beep. She hung up the phone. Su Yang put down his phone and sighed. At the same time, on the island where Su Yang had stayed for 7 days, at the base of a coconut tree, several enormous ants were gnawing on a fallen coconut on the ground. These ants were nearly 10 centimeters long, with their large mandibles moving back and forth, making a creaking sound as they bit into the hard coconut shell. After breaking through the coconut, they began eating the coconut meat inside. Soon, the ants finished all the coconut meat, including the coconut water. After eating, the ants stood still inside the coconut shell, motionless, as if they had lost all life. After a long time, suddenly, a crack appeared on the back of one of the ants, and soon, another ant crawled out from within. After crawling out, the ant began growing at a visible speed, rapidly growing to more than 20 centimeters in just a few seconds. It continued growing until it reached 30 centimeters, then it finally stopped. Then the ant started looking around, seemingly searching for food. The next day, Su Yang went to the supermarket early in the morning for a shopping spree. He bought several power banks, along with some daily necessities, including drinking water, underwear, socks, and toothbrushes. Then he went to an outdoor store and bought a compass, flint, and other supplies. After buying these items, Su Yang returned to the hotel with his belongings. At noon, Su Yang took a large bag of luggage to the hotel front desk and checked out. After checking out and leaving the hotel, Su Yang headed for the beach. He found a secluded spot, and slowly, with his luggage, he waded into the sea and swam out to the distance. This scene was spotted by a bored tourist who was observing the surroundings with binoculars from afar. When he saw Su Yang dragging his luggage into the water, he was stunned at first, then observed for a long time, but never saw Su Yang come up. He hurriedly reported what he had seen to the lifeguard on the beach. The lifeguard, upon hearing this, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and organized a search team. However, after searching for a long time, they couldn't find Su Yang's figure. Meanwhile, while they were searching for Su Yang, he was already swimming several miles into the sea, dragging his luggage. This time, he specifically swam to international waters and found a deserted island to stay on for a while. In the waters of Nanhai City, Su Yang swam from there to Monkey Island, and then swam further to the Pacific Ocean. It took him 3 full days. During these 3 days, he didn't stop once. Finally, he found an island in the Pacific that looked pretty good. After landing on the island, Su Yang first processed some fish he had caught along the way during these days and had a big meal. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Yang began exploring the island. The island wasn't large, about the size of 2 football fields. There were signs of human activity at the island's edge, with some trash floating on the sea and left on the beach. Not far away, under a few coconut trees, there were coconuts that had fallen and ripened. Next to one of the coconuts, a hermit crab was resting. The sea breeze brushed against Su Yang's face, and the salty smell of the sea made him squint his eyes. After soaking in the sea for 3 days, Su Yang had gotten used to this smell. Chapter 12, Huge Ants. They have been discovered. After observing the island for a while, Su Yang took out all the things he had prepared in his suitcase. The waterproofed items were carefully wrapped, including fire starters, a compass, electronic gadgets, etc. There were also a fruit knife, a simple net, a small sleeping bag, some clothes, and underwear. After packing everything, Su Yang began to build a temporary shelter. The island had many trees, and Su Yang broke some of them to make a simple little hut, placing all his belongings inside. After finishing this, Su Yang took off his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear. The golden scales on his chest were completely exposed to the outside, glowing with a golden halo under the sunlight. Su Yang walked to the beach, then jumped into the sea with a leap. The water around the island was mostly 3 to 4 meters deep, not very deep. Su Yang dove to the seabed, and not far away, he saw an abalone sticking to a rock. He swam over, reached out, and directly pried the abalone off, putting it into his net. Then Su Yang continued searching for edible seafood in the area. Half an hour later, Su Yang came ashore carrying a full net of seafood. He had previously learned from the hotel chef how to process seafood, and now, Su Yang took his fruit knife and began preparing them. Once finished, Su Yang didn't cook the seafood, he started eating it raw. To be honest, the taste wasn't particularly great, but the energy it contained was substantial. The energy flowed through Su Yang's body, seemingly transforming it, and after traveling around, it finally returned to his chest area. In this way, Su Yang quickly finished the whole net of seafood. With nothing else to do, he lay down on the beach and closed his eyes to rest. When nighttime came, Su Yang woke up, feeling a bit hungry, and dove back into the water to search for more seafood. And so, days passed one after another. Every day, Su Yang switched between eating and sleeping. With the intake of a large amount of food, his energy grew quickly, and his evolution was progressing. 1 month later.
Next to the reef by the island, Su Yang, bare-chested, had golden scales completely covering his chest. At this moment, he was holding a giant rock, weighing at least 4 tons, doing squats with it. 101. 102. 103. 104. 200. After reaching 200, Su Yang threw the giant stone aside, then picked up the sashimi placed nearby and began eating it in large bites. After finishing about 10 or more kilograms of sashimi, Su Yang sat down on the ground, digesting the energy inside his body. During this month, Su Yang's chest had grown 32 scales. Additionally, his pupils had completely turned into golden vertical slits. His height also increased from 1 meter 80 to 1 meter 85. His facial features became more handsome, his hair grew longer, turning into shoulder-length hair. His body also became stronger, the muscle lines on his body were very clear, full of strength and explosive power. These were only surface changes, while in other aspects, including physical strength, reflexes, and endurance, there were also great improvements. After staying on the island for a month, Su Yang left the island. He continued to explore other islands around the Atlantic Ocean. During the exploration, Su Yang would also explore the seafloor. He could now dive more than 1,300 meters deep, a depth enough to handle most of the seafloor. And during the seafloor exploration, Su Yang discovered many things. For example, sunken ships, rare sea creatures, and giant whorl snails. That whorl snail reached an astonishing length of 1 meter. It was the biggest whorl snail Su Yang had ever seen. Su Yang did not hesitate and chose to eat this whorl snail, and among all the creatures he had eaten so far, this one gave him the most energy. Besides, Su Yang also found a bead inside this whorl snail. That bead was very beautiful, its surface was yellowish, a bit like a cooked egg yolk, about the size of an egg. Su Yang had checked before and learned that this bead was called mellow pearl, the most precious kind among all pearls, and also the hardest to form. Many people called it dragon pearl or flame pearl. Once someone bought 3 coconut snails online and unexpectedly found a mellow pearl of about 4 grams inside, and then a jeweler offered her 100,000 for it. But the one Su Yang got was even bigger. Its price must be at least several million. As for how much money this bead could sell for, Su Yang actually did not care. What he mainly cared about was whether this bead could help his evolution. However, after he did all kinds of experiments, he finally concluded. There was no such energy in this bead, it could not help his evolution in any way. So Su Yang planned to sell the bead after he finished exploring. At the same time, on an island about 30 nautical miles from Nanhai City, several giant ants were crazily gnawing at coconut trees. These ants were over 1 meter in size, with 2 huge pincers by their mouths like sharp blades. The coconut tree trunks were chewed into countless bits like paper in front of them. At this time, a fishing boat was sailing towards this side not far away. On the boat were fishermen from Nanhai City. When they reached a distance of more than 100 meters from the island, they stopped. Then the fishermen on the boat prepared to go into the sea to fish. What is that? At this time, one of the fishermen saw some figures on the island from the corner of his eye. What thing? The fisherman beside him asked in confusion. Look, it's over there. The fisherman pointed in a direction on the island. Because the distance was far, they could only vaguely see a few moving figures, and could not see clearly what they were. There is a telescope in the cabin, go get it. Okay. The fisherman ran off quickly. Soon, he came back to the deck with the telescope in hand. He looked at the island through the telescope, and when he saw the figures, he was so scared that the telescope fell from his hand to the ground. Monster. Monster? What monster? The fisherman beside him picked up the telescope and also looked at the few figures on the island. Then a shocked expression appeared on his face. Half an hour later, the sea police patrolling the South Sea waters of Xia country received the alarm and arrived near the island. They stopped 50 meters from the island, holding telescopes in their hands, looking at the few ants on the island, with the same expression as the fisherman before. Chapter 13, 8,880,000. 3 days later. South Sea area. Su Yang swam from the Pacific Ocean into the South Sea area. As soon as he arrived here, he heard 2 familiar voices not far away. Immediately, 2 huge figures swam towards the side. Su Yang focused his gaze and was momentarily stunned, then surprise appeared on his face. The 2 figures were 2 giant dolphins. Their size had exceeded the limits of dolphin size. One dolphin was over 8 meters long, round and plump, looking like a big fat pig, while the other was slightly smaller, around 5 meters, its body appearing slender and proportionate. The 2 dolphins swam up to Su Yang, happily rubbing their big heads against him. Seeing these 2 dolphins, Su Yang recognized them. These were the 2 dolphins from before. He couldn't believe how much they had grown in just over a month. While his heart was filled with shock, Su Yang also felt a bit happy. After leaving the 2 dolphins last time, he didn't expect to see them again now.
have you two been here all along? Su Yang rubbed the heads of the two dolphins. The two dolphins swirled around Su Yang in circles. At this moment, one of the smaller dolphins nudged with its head and then swam off in one direction. Su Yang understood that the little dolphin wanted him to follow it. He swam behind the little dolphin, while the larger dolphin followed behind him. The two dolphins and Su Yang swam in the same direction.
After swimming for about 20 minutes, the leading little dolphin stopped, its head poking out of the water, its sharp little mouth calling out towards a distant island.
Su Yang looked towards the island and immediately frowned.
He saw several armed helicopters from the summer country hovering above the island, while around the island's waters, there were over a dozen patrol boats, big and small. Because of his evolution, Su Yang's vision had improved tremendously, allowing him to see dozens of people on the island dressed in what looked like protective suits, scanning or digging with instruments. In addition, there were some soldiers standing guard with weapons.
What's going on? Why such a big show? Su Yang was filled with confusion.
He had somewhat forgotten that the island was the one he had previously stayed on. After observing for a while but still finding nothing, Su Yang patted the heads of the two dolphins and then swam off into the distance. After about half an hour of swimming, Su Yang was close to reaching the shallow waters of South Sea City. He first put on his clothes in the water, covering the scales on his chest, and then put on his sunglasses.
After finishing all this, Su Yang waved goodbye to the two dolphins.
Soon, Su Yang returned to the shallow waters. Without anyone noticing, he walked up onto the beach, heading towards the distant guesthouse hotel. At the guesthouse hotel where he had previously stayed, he took out money to book a room. When he returned to the room, Su Yang lay on the soft bed and had a great sleep. In the month he spent on the island, he had a sleeping bag, but nothing compared to the comfort of a hotel bed. He slept until the next day. When Su Yang woke up, he first took care of his hygiene and then went out of the hotel. He took a taxi to the largest jewelry store in South Sea City and asked a staff member, "Do you buy Meilu pearls?"
Meilu pearls?
The staff member was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted and nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Su Yang took out a Meilu pearl the size of an egg from his pocket. Seeing the pearl Su Yang took out, the staff member's eyes widened. After several seconds, the staff member hurriedly said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get the boss." Saying this, he quickly left.
While waiting, Su Yang looked at the jewelry and gold displayed in the counter. After about 10 minutes, the staff member hurried back with the boss.
"Hello, sir, are you looking to sell Meilu pearls?" The boss was a man in his 50s.
He first sized up Su Yang, then politely asked. Su Yang gave a sound of acknowledgement. Then Merlot was taken out again.
Seeing the egg-sized Merlot, the boss gasped, his eyes glued to the Merlot. He cautiously reached out his hand and said, "Can I hold it to have a look?"
"Sure." Su Yang handed the Merlot to the boss.
After receiving it, the boss examined it carefully, then took out his phone and made a call. Before long, another person arrived at the store. That person came over and followed the boss to look at the Merlot.
After a moment, the person nodded and said, "It is Merlot." Hearing the person's words, the boss handed the Merlot back to Su Yang and asked, "Sir, where did you get this Merlot?"
Su Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Found it inside a sea snail."
The boss awkwardly laughed and then asked, "So how much do you plan to sell it for?" Su Yang replied, "How much can you offer?"
The boss hesitated for a moment, then held out 5 fingers and said, 5 million. Hearing the price quoted by the boss, Su Yang was surprised in his heart, but frowned on his face as if he wasn't very satisfied and said, "Too low." He knew the value of the Merlot. Because this kind of bead is not a pearl, it is very difficult to produce and hard to farm artificially, its price is extremely high.
"Sir, then you name a number," the boss said.
Su Yang thought for a moment, revealing a contemplative look and said, 10 million. The boss immediately frowned and said, 10 million is too much.
"Here's the deal.
I'll give you 6,666,000, this number is lucky."
"Add a bit more, 6 million something is too low." 7 million.
"How about this, a firm price of 8,888,000.
Hearing Su Yang's offer, the boss appeared thoughtful, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." The price was set. 8,888,000.
The two signed the contract on the spot, and the boss transferred the money into Su Yang's account.
After the money arrived, Su Yang handed the Merlot to the boss.
Then he prepared to leave the shop. But just as he was about to walk out the door, Su Yang thought of something and turned back into the store. He searched around the counter and finally chose a jade dragon pendant.
"How much is this?"
Sir, this is 38,008, if you want it, I'll give you a discount, take it for 20,000.
Okay. Su Yang directly transferred 20,000 to the other party and then left with the pendant.
After leaving the jewelry store, Su Yang went to a mall and bought himself a few sets of clothes, and then bought some other daily necessities.
By the afternoon, Su Yang returned to the hotel room with heavy bags. The next day, Su Yang booked a flight ticket and took a plane to Qingshan City. When he arrived in Qingshan City, Su Yang took a taxi back to his home. After being empty for about 2 months, Su Yang returned home and first cleaned the whole house. After cleaning, Su Yang took out his phone and called Su Taohong. Chapter 14: A Dinner with Su Taohong. At Su Taohong's house. At this moment, Su Taohong was sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged, boredly watching the TV in front of her. The TV was playing a certain urban romance drama, and as she watched the male and female leads throwing out love, Su Taohong felt envious yet sour in her heart. Ding-ling-ling. Her phone rang at this moment. She picked up the phone that was placed beside the sofa and checked the caller. The moment she saw the caller ID, she immediately straightened up, her face showing a happy expression. Without any hesitation, Su Taohong answered the call. Su Yang. Su Taohong called out with a smile on her lips. On the other end of the phone, Su Yang said, "Sister Su, I'm back. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together." Okay, I'm free. Still that seafood restaurant? Let's change to another one. I'll send you the address later. Can't wait. After hanging up the phone, Su Taohong put down her phone, excitedly jumped off the sofa, and went to her bedroom to change clothes. After a moment, she wore a black long-sleeve shirt, with lace embellishment at the collar, and tight jeans that wrapped around her rounded hips, showcasing a charming curve. Her hair was specially styled into large waves, casually scattered behind her waist. A delicate face painted with light makeup, adding a hint of charm. Standing in front of the mirror, Su Taohong examined herself, satisfied as she stepped out the door. Half an hour later, Su Taohong arrived at the address sent by Su Yang. The address was a Western restaurant. As she entered the restaurant, guided by a waiter, Su Taohong came to a private room and saw Su Yang sitting at the dining table, wearing sunglasses. Upon seeing Su Yang, Su Taohong's face showed surprise. After not seeing him for 2 months, Su Yang's hair had grown to shoulder length. He hadn't done much with the long hair, yet it didn't look messy, instead, it gave him a unique aura. "Why has your hair grown so long?" Su Taohong exclaimed. Su Yang laughed, "My hair grows fast. I haven't cut it in these 2 months, so it turned out like this." As he spoke, Su Yang stood up, walked to the chair across from him, and helped Su Taohong pull the chair out. Seeing Su Yang's action, Su Taohong's cheeks turned slightly red as she walked to the chair and sat down. After sitting down, Su Taohong looked at Su Yang's face and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Why are you wearing sunglasses?" Su Yang explained, "I got a case of red eye disease, it looks a bit scary." Upon hearing that Su Yang had red eye disease, concern immediately appeared on Su Taohong's face. She reached out, wanting to take Su Yang's sunglasses off, but Su Yang dodged. "Let me see." Su Taohong frowned slightly. Su Yang said, "It's nothing serious, Su sister. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Su Taohong insisted, "That's not acceptable, let me see." As she said this, Su Taohong reached out again. At that moment, Su Yang took a box from his pocket. Seeing Su Yang take out the box, Su Taohong's outstretched hand froze in place. Su Yang, what is this?" Su Taohong felt her heart race, her cheeks flushed. Su Yang smiled as he opened the box, revealing a jade pendant inside. "Su sister, this is a gift for you, to thank you for your care over the years." Su Yang had a serious smile on his face. Su Taohong looked at the dragon-shaped jade pendant in the box, feeling a bit disappointed in her heart. The gifts that men give to women are quite significant. Platinum, diamonds, or gold necklaces given to female friends mean affection, signaling a desire to pursue. But jade products usually represent friendship. "Thank you." Su Taohong forced a smile, reaching out to take the box, carefully examining the pendant inside. After looking for a few seconds, Su Taohong raised her head to look at Su Yang, saying, "Help me put this on." Su Yang hesitated for a moment and then agreed with an He stood up, walked behind Su Taohong, and took the pendant she handed over. Su Yang lifted Su Taohong's long, wavy hair, revealing her fair neck. A faint fragrance wafted over, making Su Yang's heart rate quicken slightly as he caught the scent of Su Taohong. The feeling that had long been absent washed over him again. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang suppressed a certain thought in his heart and put the pendant around Su Taohong's neck. His fingers accidentally brushed against the skin of Su Taohong's neck. The next second, the fair skin of Su Taohong visibly flushed with a hint of crimson, creating an impulse to want to pounce and nibble. Done. Having fastened the pendant, Su Yang returned to his seat. The Su Taohong opposite him looked at Su Yang with a slightly flushed face. "Come on, order. What do you want to eat? Tonight, it's my treat." At this moment, Su Yang handed the menu to Su Taohong. Su Taohong took the menu and asked with a smile, "Struck it rich?" Su Yang laughed, "Yeah, I got lucky and earned a bit of money." Did you find a new job?" Su Taohong put down the menu in her hand and looked at Su Yang with curiosity. Su Yang shook his head, saying, "No.
I was just diving in Nanhai the other day and caught a pretty expensive fish, which a rich boss bought."
Su Taohong responded with an "oh," and then picked up the menu again to start ordering. Soon, Su Taohong ordered some dishes, and Su Yang picked up the menu to order some as well. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Su Taohong asked Su Yang about his recent matters in Nanhai. After chatting for a while, Su Taohong asked, "Are you planning to return to work this time?" Su Yang shook his head and said, "No."
He fell silent for a few seconds and then said, "Sister Su, actually, I came back this time to say goodbye to you."
Su Taohong's body suddenly shuddered. Before she could ask, Su Yang continued, "I'm only staying for a few days, and then I have to leave again. This time I might be gone for a longer time." "How much longer?" Su Taohong asked nervously. Su Yang said, "Maybe a few months, or maybe years. Or maybe never come back again." Su Yang didn't say the last sentence out loud, but Su Taohong across from him guessed it.
She clenched her hands together, the fingers turning a bit pale from the force. An indescribable sadness made her nose sting.
A few seconds later, tears couldn't be controlled and fell down.
I need to use the restroom," Su Taohong said as she stood up and quickly left the private room.
Watching Su Taohong leave, Su Yang sighed. 10 minutes later.
Su Taohong returned to the private room with slightly red-rimmed eyes. She sat back in her seat, looking at Su Yang across from her, suddenly smiling gently and said, "I suddenly want a drink, accompany me for some drinks."
Su Yang nodded and said, "Okay."
Soon, the drinks were brought in by the waiter.
Su Taohong and Su Yang each took a glass and started drinking. During this time, Su Taohong talked about some funny things at the company and recalled old events with Su Yang.
Before they knew it, Su Taohong's face was flushed with drunkenness, her eyes becoming hazy.
Chapter 15, Your Body Can't Handle It.
Seeing Su Taohong like this, Su Yang said, "Sister Su, you've drunk quite a bit.
Let me take you home."
Su Taohong, with her dazed eyes, looked at Su Yang and gently hummed in response. Then, Su Yang stood up and came to Su Taohong's side, helping her leave the private room. Soon they walked out of the restaurant, hailed a taxi, and headed towards Su Taohong's home.
Along the way, Su Taohong leaned against Su Yang's shoulder, the fragrance of her and the smell of alcohol mingling, stimulating Su Yang.
Originally, Su Yang already felt a different kind of sensation from being close to Su Taohong, and now, stimulated by their closeness, especially with Su Taohong's soft body gradually leaning into his embrace as the car moved, intensified his feelings even more. With this stimulation, time passed second by second.
Su Yang dared not move. He was desperately suppressing his inner impulse. Half an hour later.
Finally, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Su Taohong's community. After paying, Su Yang helped the nearly asleep Su Taohong out of the car. After the taxi left, Su Taohong suddenly threw her hands around Su Yang's neck, her red lips slightly parted and said, Su Yang, carry me up." Su Yang was stunned. "Carry me." Su Taohong nestled closer into Su Yang's arms, her head bobbing slightly as if she were a little girl acting cute.
"Sister Su, you are drunk," Su Yang said.
Su Yang did not want to carry Su Taohong, he was just worried that if he did, he would truly lose control, since he had several tons of strength now, and if something went wrong, Su Taohong's body would not be able to handle it.
"I don't care. I just want you to carry me,"
Su Taohong said, looking a bit spoiled, as her body twisted in Su Yang's embrace. With no choice, Su Yang bent down and carried Su Taohong up. Once in Su Yang's arms, Su Taohong buried her head in his chest, showing a silly smile. She looked different from how Su Yang had ever seen her.
Your chest is so hard."
At this moment, Su Taohong murmured with a slight frown.
Su Yang didn't say anything. Carrying Su Taohong into the community. 5 minutes later. Su Yang carried Su Taohong to her door. "Sister Su, we have arrived," Su Yang said to Su Taohong in his arms.
Su Taohong hummed softly, reluctantly getting down from Su Yang's arms, then using her fingerprint to unlock the door. Once the door opened, Su Yang helped Su Taohong enter the house. As he helped Su Taohong to the sofa, she suddenly leaped into his arms, and Su Yang then felt his lips warm. In the next second, Su Yang's eyes widened, the feeling he had suppressed all the way felt like being poured a bucket of gasoline, instantly igniting. He desperately tried to suppress himself. However, his consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Just as Su Yang was about to give in, he suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain in his tongue brought his awareness back a lot. He released Su Taohong and said to her, "Sister Su,
you can't handle this right now." Su Taohong, with seductive eyes, said, "I want to try."
Hearing Su Taohong say this, Su Yang no longer hesitated and moved directly closer.
Half an hour later.
Looking at the already unconscious Su Taohong, Su Yang revealed a bitter smile.
The heat inside him had not dissipated yet. Su Yang quickly got dressed and left Su Taohong's house. After leaving Su Taohong's house, Su Yang ran wildly to try to eliminate the strange feeling inside him. But that unnamed fire could not be released at all. Finally, he hurriedly called a taxi and urgently said, "Driver, out of the city." The driver was taken aback, stepping on the gas while asking, "Where to out of the city?" "You need to give me a specific place." Su Yang hurriedly replied, "Just out of the city." The driver opened his mouth to say something but hesitated. However, seeing Su Yang's expression in the rearview mirror, he closed his mouth again. Along the way, the traffic lights seemed to be against Su Yang, passing 6 or 7 lights, each requiring a wait. During this waiting time, Su Yang felt his body gradually becoming scorching, as if burned by fire. Time passed little by little. When Su Yang was about to give in, the car drove onto the bridge. Su Yang didn't care that the car hadn't stopped, he directly opened the door and jumped out. Damn! The driver couldn't help but curse at the scene. He saw Su Yang stumble 2 steps after jumping out but did not fall to the ground. After steadying himself, he quickly ran to the edge of the bridge and then, in the stunned gaze of the driver, leaped down. Splash! The surface of the water splashed up a big spray. The driver hurriedly stopped the car and ran to the spot where Su Yang had jumped. He looked at the rippling waves on the water's surface, trembling as he took out his phone to call. "Hello. I'm calling the police, someone jumped into the river." 10 minutes later. The police car arrived on the bridge, and the driver was vividly recounting the whole process. A police officer stood beside him, solemnly listening while taking notes with a notebook and pen. Not far away, another officer was leading several members of the recovery team to carry out the search. How old was the person? He was wearing sunglasses, couldn't see his face clearly, probably around his 20s. By the way, he got into the car at the Happy Community. The driver said. The officer nodded and asked, "Is there anything else?" The driver thought for a moment and then shook his head. Seeing the driver shake his head, the officer saluted and said, "All right, thank you. We'll take it from here." On the other side. In the river water. At this moment, Su Yang lay still at the bottom of the river, surrounded by countless small bubbles, like boiling water, as the creatures in the water avoided him. A faint golden light rose from him, and the scales on his chest seemed to have life, opening and closing. At that moment, a trickle of blood emerged from the roots of the scales, merging with the river water, and the surrounding creatures seemed to sense something. It became crazy. They surrounded Su Yang, crazily sucking up the blood. More and more aquatic creatures gathered, and a large number of aquatic creatures combined, causing the surface of the river to splash. On the shore. The rescue team that was retrieving Su Yang noticed the side, their faces showing confusion, wanting to row a boat over here. At the same time, the still Su Yang at the bottom of the water suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Su Yang looked around, then quickly swam towards the distance. On the other side. At a certain experimental base in Xia country. Several helicopters landed on the helipad outside the laboratory. Outside the helipad, fully armed soldiers and several researchers in white lab coats walked quickly over after the helicopter landed. When they reached the helicopter, the people on board got down while pulling several large boxes. Inside the large boxes, several terrifying-looking ants were crazily biting at the boxes. The boxes were made of special metal, and the ants' large pincers made a harsh sound against the metal, leaving marks on it. Seeing these ants, the researchers showed a look of shock on their faces. Chapter 16, The Change of Su Taohong. They had never seen such big ants. Each one was about a meter long, and the hairs on those ants looked like steel needles, covered all over their bodies, looking extremely terrifying. Hurry! Take them inside. At this time, the leading researcher commanded. Yes. The nearby people nodded and immediately walked to the boxes, carefully pushing them towards the laboratory. On the other side. Outside the city of Qingshan, by the moat. Su Yang crawled up from the riverbank. After getting up, Su Yang looked around and, after confirming that no one had noticed, left quickly. Half an hour later, Su Yang returned to his residence. He first changed his clothes, and while changing, Su Yang checked his body. After checking, apart from feeling a bit weak and some pain in his scales, everything else seemed fine. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Su Yang began to seriously contemplate what was going on. Could it really be as the internet says? Dragon nature is inherently lustful? If that's true, would he have to avoid contact with women for his whole life? He could suppress it once or twice, but if he kept suppressing it, would it have any effect on his body? Besides, he had already had some experiences with Su Taohong, would that have any impact on her? Thinking of the possibility that Su Taohong's body might also undergo some changes, Su Yang couldn't help but slap himself. He was not Lu Xiaohui, but he also couldn't bear to hurt those close to him. At the same time. In Happy Community, at Su Taohong's home. After Su Yang left, Su Taohong slept until the next day before waking up. Struggling to crawl out of bed, Su Taohong called Su Yang's name but got no response. Then she leaned against the wall, turned around the room, and finally picked up her phone to call Su Yang. The call didn't go through. Su Taohong frowned slightly, she turned and returned to her bed, falling back asleep. After falling asleep, Su Taohong's body underwent a change, a sticky substance appeared on her skin, and she frowned as if dreaming of something. She continued sleeping until the morning of the third day. Su Taohong woke up. Opening her eyes, Su Taohong immediately smelled an unpleasant odor. She looked down at herself and saw many dirty things on her clothes and body. What is this? She muttered to herself, quickly standing up and heading towards the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, she took off her clothes and rinsed off her body. The sticky dirt was washed away, revealing her smooth, fair skin. Upon seeing her skin, Su Taohong was instantly stunned. She found that her skin was much better than before, as white as jade and as smooth as a baby's skin. Ha! A look of confusion appeared on her face as Su Taohong observed closely. She confirmed that her skin really was different from before. What's going on? Su Taohong's face was filled with confusion. The next day, Su Taohong heard a knock on the door outside. She walked to the door and opened it, seeing two police officers standing outside. Hello, we are from the East District Police Station, and we would like to ask you something. Saying this, one officer took out a photo from his pocket. The background of the photo was a capture from the community entrance surveillance camera, showing a person wearing sunglasses standing there. Do you know this person? The police officer handed the photo to Su Taohong, asking. Su Taohong glanced at it and immediately recognized the person in the photo as Su Yang. A look of tension appeared on her face, and she asked, Doctor, what happened to him? Do you know him? The police officer asked. Su Taohong hurriedly nodded. The police officer said, he took a taxi from here yesterday, and when he passed the city moat, he jumped off the bridge. We have been searching for him all day, but we have not found him yet. The policeman's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Taohong stunned. After a few seconds, her tears fell uncontrollably as she ran outside. Half an hour later, Su Taohong arrived at the place where Su Yang jumped off the bridge with the police. At this moment, Su Taohong was still in tears, her eyes watching the river below the bridge. There were a few boats on the river searching for him. But today the river looked strange, many small fish were jumping on the surface, while splashes of water rolled as if there were large predators hunting those small fish beneath the water. Ma'am, can you provide the age and details of the person who jumped into the river yesterday? At this moment, the police officer looked at Su Taohong and asked. Su Taohong nodded with difficulty, wiping her tears, and spoke Su Yang's name and the details she knew in a somewhat hoarse voice. The police quickly found Su Yang's information. After learning the information, they immediately sent someone to Su Yang's home. After all, since someone jumped into the river, they had to find out whether he was alive or dead. Soon, the police arrived at Su Yang's house, knocking on the door. The door opened quickly, and Su Yang, wearing sunglasses, stood in the room looking at the few police officers outside. Can I help you? Su Yang asked in confusion. The police frowned as they looked at Su Yang, then inquired about the incident of jumping into the river yesterday. Su Yang was taken aback, then an apologetic expression appeared on his face as he said, I'm sorry, something happened yesterday, and I acted impulsively. The police frowned and said, no matter what happens, you shouldn't jump into the river. Fortunately, you are fine, what if something went wrong? As he spoke, he noticed the sunglasses on Su Yang's face and said, why are you wearing sunglasses at home? Su Yang replied, my eyes are sick, I have been wearing sunglasses for the past few days. Hearing Su Yang's explanation, the police nodded, then scolded him a bit before finally leaving. Once the police left, Su Yang closed the door and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. After a moment, he stood up and packed his things to leave home. After leaving home, Su Yang went to a mobile phone store to buy a new phone and reissue a new SIM card. His phone and SIM card were damaged when he jumped into the river the day before. After getting the new SIM card, Su Yang called Su Taohong. When the call connected, Su Taohong's choked voice came through immediately, Su Yang, where are you? You didn't answer my calls, you scared me to death. Su Yang said, my phone was broken. Su Taohong said, the police came to find me earlier. Then, Su Taohong recounted what the police had asked her. After hearing this, Su Yang's face showed a complex expression. Clearly, he had attracted the officials' attention, and without knowing their attitude, he felt uneasy. Su Yang did not dare to be honest with the officials, so the only way out was to leave this place. Just a few days ago, he had some events with Su Taohong. Su Yang felt very guilty towards Su Taohong. The days ahead are still long, there must be a way to solve this. While thinking this, Su Yang spoke to Su Taohong on the other end of the phone, Sister Su, I need to go out for a while these days, there are some matters. I will come back to find you when I am done. After speaking, Su Yang hung up the phone. A day later, Su Yang took a flight and returned to Nanhai City again. Upon arriving in Nanhai City, Su Yang did not go to a hotel, but went directly to the seaside, then jumped into the sea in an empty place. As he jumped into the water, Su Yang felt as if he was a fish in water, moving swiftly like a sword slicing through the sea. After swimming for half a day, Su Yang reached an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. Upon reaching the island, he looked at the surrounding sea. Except for himself, there was no one else. Although it was a bit lonely, Su Yang suddenly felt that this kind of life suited him. Chapter 17, The Beginning of Revival. Taking off his clothes, exposing the scales on his chest, Su Yang went to the shore and jumped into the sea. After diving to the bottom of the sea, Su Yang looked at the corals and the small fish that swam leisurely next to them. A smile could not help but appear on Su Yang's face. He began to swim freely in the sea, unrestrained and carefree. Just like that, Su Yang started his solo island life again. During the day, he mostly stayed in the sea, and at night, he tried various methods on the island to exercise his body. Su Yang discovered that every time he exhausted himself from exercising and then ate, it seemed to help him evolve faster. 3 days later, a patch of scales grew on Su Yang's right chest, and he felt 2 small hard lumps forming on both sides of his head. These little lumps felt hard, as if something was growing. Su Yang roughly speculated that it should be dragon horns. He was about to grow dragon horns. Su Yang felt a bit complicated in his heart. He was both excited and scared because if he grew dragon horns, it would be very difficult for him to return to the human world. His eyes could turn into yellow vertical pupils, and he could wear sunglasses to hide them, but what about dragon horns? Wear a hat. Furthermore, after growing dragon horns, where would the next evolution happen? Would his hands turn into dragon claws? Feeling lost about the future, Su Yang continued his path of evolution. Shanghai City. Outside the city, in the moat. For some unknown reason these days, many fishermen have caught big fish here. 5-pound crucians. 60 to 70-pound carps. Even over 100-pound big black fish. These fish are extremely delicious, attracting many people to come specifically to fish daily, and even many hotel owners come here to buy fish. At a fishing spot, a middle-aged fisherman had one hand on the fishing rod, eyes fixed on the fish float in the water. At this moment, the float suddenly moved slightly, then before the fisherman could react, it plunged underwater. Whoa! Got a catch! The fisherman shouted excitedly, then he gripped the end of the rod tightly and lifted it. Creaking. The fishing line squeaked as it was pulled tight. A powerful force came from the water. The fisherman, unwilling to let go of the rod, fell directly into the water. Other nearby anglers saw this scene and gathered around. Whoa! This fish is definitely not small. It can pull someone into the water. It must weigh at least 40 or 50 pounds. Quick, hold on to the rod. Don't let the fish escape. The onlookers exclaimed. And the person who fell into the water still held on to the rod tightly, unwilling to let go. At that moment, the taut fishing line suddenly relaxed. Just when everyone thought the fish had gotten away, a pitch-black figure shot suddenly up from the surface of the water. It was an enormous black fish. It was over 2 meters long. It sprang out of the water, opening its sharp teeth, like a fierce beast pouncing on the person in the water. Splash! The person let out a scream, and then was dragged into the depths. A few seconds later, a large amount of fresh blood bubbled up from the bottom. Seeing this scene, everyone on the shore showed expressions of horror. Damn! The black fish is eating people. Call the police. Just call the police. 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene and took statements from the eyewitnesses. Half an hour later, a jeep was followed by more than a dozen military vehicles arriving at the scene. The door of the jeep opened. A man in his 40s got out. At this moment, the police officer in charge at the scene walked up to the man and saluted. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Let us handle this, please gather everyone present here today, do not let anyone leave." "Understood, boss," the policeman said. After arranging this, the middle-aged man made a gesture to the more than a dozen military vehicles behind him. The back of the front military vehicles opened, and armed soldiers got out. They immediately began to secure the scene. The military vehicles behind them unloaded people in protective suits who carried various instruments to the riverside to begin testing. 10 minutes later, a person in a protective suit brought a testing report to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the testing report, glanced at it, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was immediately answered. The middle-aged man said, "I've arrived at the scene, and I have completed a preliminary test of the water. The water contains trace amounts of a special substance that completely matches the substances in the laboratory." On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds before saying, "Compile all the matters related to that river during this time. The appearance of the special substance there must have a reason." Yes. The call ended. Soon, 3 days passed. On the side of the city moat in Qingshan City, the entire moat, which was more than 30 kilometers long, had been completely sealed. Countless boats were fishing for various kinds of fish in the river. On a clearing by the shore, more than a dozen large tents were set up. Inside the large tent, researchers wearing white coats were conducting tests. They tested everything caught from the water, including all fish, mud from the bottom, plankton, and even water plants. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been leading the team walked in from outside. The researchers in the tent called out when they saw him, "Team Leader Liao." How is the progress of the testing?" Team Leader Liao asked with a hum. The researchers looked dejected and replied, "We still cannot determine how that substance came to be or how it formed. However, we have another point: if those evolved fish are eaten by people, then the person might also be affected." Hearing this, Team Leader Liao's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, a subordinate's urgent voice came from outside, "Team Leader Liao." Soon, a subordinate rushed in and said to Team Leader Liao, "Team Leader, the police have sorted out what has happened in the moat during this period. This is the compiled document." Saying this, the subordinate handed the document to Team Leader Liao. Team Leader Liao, expressionless, took the document and began to read through it. After a moment, he pulled out a few sheets from a pile of documents and handed them to the subordinate, saying, "Investigate these matters closely." "Yes." The subordinate nodded, took the document, and turned to leave. But as soon as he turned around, Team Leader Liao called out to him. "By the way, there's one more thing: tell the police to find all the citizens who have caught fish from the moat during this period." "Yes." The subordinate quickly left. After the subordinate left, Team Leader Liao stayed in the tent for a while before exiting the tent. Leaving the tent, Team Leader Liao arrived at the riverside. He gazed at the boats that were catching fish on the river surface. There were many boats, almost filling the riverway. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from not far away. Team Leader Liao instinctively looked over and saw a huge black shadow leaping across the water, its head crashing into one of the boats. Hiss! Team Leader Liao took a step back in surprise. Although that shadow was only out of the water for a brief moment, he clearly saw its face. It was a black fish over 3 meters long. The black fish, also known as the black eel, is a common carnivorous fish in the country, feeding on other fish, frogs, insects, and small animals. This type of fish usually maxes out at about 1 meter, but this one had reached over 3. Those special substances had actually caused these fish to evolve to such an extent in such a short time. Team Leader Liao felt a chill down his spine at that moment. At that moment, across the river, after the black fish jumped to attack the boat, it sank to the bottom. But before long, the black fish jumped up again, attacking the boat once more. As it leaped, the people on the boat were already prepared. Several soldiers with crossbows aimed at the black fish and pulled the trigger. Clang! The crossbow arrow hit the black fish, making a metallic clashing sound, then the arrow bounced off. Seeing this, the people on the boat, including Team Leader Liao on the shore, were wide-eyed. Ah! The attacked black fish opened its big mouth and bit down on a crew member's shoulder, dragging him into the water. The crew member could only let out a cry of despair before being pulled underwater. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles rose to the surface, followed by the water turning red with blood, clearly indicating that the crew member who was dragged down was gone. Seeing the crew member being killed, Team Leader Liao frowned, picked up the walkie-talkie from his waist, and said, "If the crossbows can't penetrate, use guns." "Yes." The walkie-talkie responded. Soon, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed across the river. Listening to the gunfire, Team Leader Liao looked over there. He saw the more than 3-meter-long big black fish floating dead on the river surface. The big black fish's body was shot to pieces, and bright red blood stained the entire river surface. In the next second, the river seemed to boil, with countless fish and shrimp surfacing, frantically feeding on the blood. Seeing this scene, Team Leader Liao's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Hurry! We can't let those fish consume the blood." However, it was already too late. On the other side, on a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, Su Yang stood by the sea, looking at his reflection on the water surface, his face revealing a strange expression. He noticed he had a pair of cute little horns on his head. The small horns were somewhat thick, mostly white, looking a bit like miniature deer antlers. These little deer horns paired with Su Yang's increasingly handsome face made him look like someone out of an anime. Su Yang reached up to touch the deer horns on his head. They felt quite strange, a bit soft, with a slightly furry surface. Why did it not look fierce at all? Su Yang found it increasingly awkward. Finally, he turned around and left the seaside. For the next few days, Su Yang continued as planned on the island, spending most of the day underwater searching for food to absorb energy, while at night he worked hard to exercise and promote evolution. Day after day, time passed. As time went on, Su Yang's evolution speed increased, the scales on his chest were growing at a rate of 1 new scale per day, and his height began to rise rapidly, starting from 1 meter 78, growing to 1 meter 85 after the mutation, and during this time reaching 1 meter 95. In addition to these, Su Yang's strength, endurance, and reflexes also improved. And the dragon horns just sprouted from his head. The dragon horn showed no change, still mini and adorable, lacking any hint of power. 15th day. On the 15th day on the island, Su Yang had run out of fresh water. Su Yang decided to return to Nanhai City for supplies. Wearing a hooded outfit, Su Yang headed to Nanhai City. In just half a day, Su Yang swam from the Pacific Ocean to Nanhai City. He found an unoccupied spot to land, and after his clothes dried, Su Yang made his way to the downtown area of Nanhai City. Meanwhile, at a guesthouse hotel by the beach in Nanhai City, a group of people arrived here. They came to the hotel front desk, and the leader took out a photo to show the front desk lady, asking, "Hello, police, do you recognize this person?" The front desk lady glanced at the photo, and upon seeing the person in it, immediately nodded, "I've seen him, he stayed at our hotel before." The person in the photo was Su Yang, and the front desk lady had a deep impression of him. Because Su Yang was handsome, and before, he had caught a big yellow fish and brought it to the hotel for the chef to prepare. Hearing the front desk lady's words, the person holding the photo nodded to the others behind him, and one of them quickly turned and left. Half an hour later, many people arrived at the hotel. They quietly took over the hotel and sealed it off, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Then they began to review the hotel's surveillance footage from the past few months. Soon, they found Su Yang's figure in the surveillance from 2 months ago. Seeing Su Yang appear in the footage, the leader took out his phone to report, "The target did come to Nanhai 2 months ago, we checked the hotel surveillance and found nothing unusual about the target." On the other side, in the command tent by the moat in Qingshan City, Team leader Liao heard the report on the phone, understood, continue the investigation. Yes. The call ended. Team leader Liao put down the phone, then picked up a stack of documents on the table, which contained all the information about Su Yang, including birth records, school records, and so on. During this time, through investigation, they had basically locked onto the fact that the reason for the evolution of organisms in the moat was highly likely related to Su Yang. Because shortly after Su Yang jumped into the river, the salvage team noticed something strange on the river's surface, and then within a few days, the fish in the moat evolved. Additionally, Su Yang had been to Nanhai before, and the giant ants they initially discovered were found on an uninhabited island in Nanhai. Right. And also, there was Su Taohong, who had had several encounters with Su Yang. Thinking of this, team leader Liao showed a thoughtful expression on his face. During this time, he had sent people to secretly investigate and track Su Taohong. Then they made a shocking discovery. Chapter 19, The Huge Ribbon Fish. In their tracking investigation, they found that every day Su Taohong underwent some kind of change. Her appearance became even more beautiful. Furthermore, her physical abilities seemed to have improved as well. Like a few days ago, one of their members who was tracking Su Taohong found that she could unexpectedly lift things weighing about 60 pounds. 60 pounds wasn't a big deal. However, according to what they knew, Su Taohong was just an ordinary woman. She didn't exercise and spent every day at the company, and her physique didn't appear strong, yet she could easily lift around 60 pounds and looked very relaxed doing it. This was quite strange. But upon discovering Su Taohong's changes, they did not intend to disturb her, because from their investigation, Su Yang and Su Taohong had a very good relationship, and they were now uncertain about what had happened to Su Yang. So, if they startled the snake among the grass, it is very likely to go wrong. On the other side, in Su Taohong's home. During this time, Su Taohong has not returned to the company but stayed at home. The reason is her recent changes. At first, her skin turning white did not bother Su Taohong, but the following changes made her scared like Su Yang at the beginning. Her physical fitness began to improve, in terms of strength and other aspects. She secretly tested herself, now she can jump 2 meters high, and with all her strength, she can lift over 200 pounds. The main point is that this enhancement has not stopped, and she gets stronger every day. What could be the reason? Su Taohong couldn't figure it out. However, many strange things have appeared online recently, and most of these events happened in Qingshan City. First was the incident of the moat being sealed off some time ago. The military sent a large number of soldiers to seal off the moat, and this news had already circulated online. Residents living on the outskirts of the moat could see armed helicopters patrolling the sky above every day. Additionally, there were some videos circulating online. The people in those videos had physical abilities beyond ordinary humans, just like her now. They could easily lift heavy objects. Some were very fast, even reaching the current Olympic record for the 100 meters. Some could hold their breath underwater for 10 minutes. Even a few days ago, there was a report about a thief being caught while stealing. In a panic, the thief jumped from the 5th floor, and the main point is that he landed without any injury. These videos and reports sparked intense discussion online. Some netizens said that a certain laboratory in the country accidentally leaked a special substance, causing genetic enhancements in humans. Others suggested that this is a sign of spiritual energy revival, while some believed it was the awakening of supernatural powers. Su Taohong did not engage in these online discussions, although her body had also changed like those in the videos. What she was worried about was where Su Yang had gone. Since the last time Su Yang called her saying he would be away for a while, she had called him countless times during this period, but not once could she get through. His phone had been off. She had also gone to Su Yang's house many times, each time finding the door tightly locked, and no matter how much she knocked, there was no response. This filled her heart with worry. Nanhai City. Su Yang is now at a mall in Nanhai City. At 1.95 m, he wore a hooded coat and was walking in the mall. Many passers-by couldn't help but glance at Su Yang. After all, at nearly 2 meters tall, who could resist taking a second look? Su Yang ignored the curious looks from those around him and walked directly into a men's clothing store. Moments later, he came out carrying several large bags. The bags were filled with clothes, about a dozen outfits. Su Yang planned to buy more items this time and then find a deserted island to stay for a while. After buying the clothes, Su Yang also purchased a large amount of bottled water and daily necessities. After buying these items, Su Yang did not stay in Nanhai City but swam towards the Pacific Ocean with his things. Around 3 a.m., Su Yang returned to the island in the Pacific Ocean. He had spent the whole day traveling, which drained his energy. Upon returning to the island, Su Yang didn't delay but jumped directly into the sea to find food to satisfy his hunger. After jumping into the sea, Su Yang did not search for food around the island this time but headed to the deeper ocean. The seabed at night is very different from that during the day because there is no sunlight. Su Yang had only dived for a dozen meters, and the water was already pitch black. But fortunately, Su Yang's vision was amazing, and it seemed that he had evolved a night vision ability, so day or night made no difference to him. He continued to dive. 50 meters. 100 meters. 150 meters. When Su Yang dived to 400 meters, he saw many glowing marine creatures in the water. These creatures were beautiful, each with different shapes, as if he had entered another world. While admiring the underwater scenery, Su Yang continued to search for food. At that moment, a terrifying creature silently approached Su Yang. At a distance of less than 10 meters from him, the creature suddenly wrapped its tail around Su Yang, while opening its mouth to reveal sharp and dense teeth aimed at Su Yang's neck. Just as it was about to bite Su Yang, he grabbed the creature's dorsal fin with both hands and carefully examined the creature attacking him. Upon seeing the creature's appearance, a hint of surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. This creature was a ribbon fish. However, it was different from the ribbon fish Su Yang had seen before. This one was alarmingly long, roughly estimated to be at least 8 meters long, and its head had 6 long fin rays over 2 meters long. After being grabbed by Su Yang, the 6 fin rays on its head wrapped around Su Yang's whole body and began to constrict, trying to choke him to death. But Su Yang did not hold back either. One hand still held onto the ribbonfish's dorsal fin while the other formed a fist and struck towards the ribbonfish's head. The resistance of the water was immense. Furthermore, Su Yang was now over 400 meters deep, and even with his extraordinary strength, he could not deliver even 1/3 of his power with the punch. His fist hit the ribbonfish's head. The ribbonfish shook its head and then exerted more force. The tail and fin rays constricting around Su Yang's body tightened further. Su Yang felt his body being squeezed tighter and tighter, but the creature's strength was still far from enough. Continuing to swing his fists towards the ribbonfish's head, within just a few seconds, Su Yang had thrown dozens of punches. Although the resistance of the water had cancelled out most of his power, even so, the head of the enormous ribbonfish was still left bloodied and battered. It realized that this strange creature in front of it was not something it could mess with, so it loosened its tail and tried to escape, but how could Su Yang let it go easily? Chapter 20, Evolution Again. Seeing the ribbonfish wanting to escape, Su Yang immediately performed a somersault and wrapped his whole body around the ribbonfish. The ribbonfish was long and slender, looking like a silver ribbon. As Su Yang embraced the ribbonfish, it struggled fiercely, while the ribbonfish tightly coiled around Su Yang's body, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yang was wrapped up. Though wrapped up, Su Yang showed no sign of panic. Instead, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. While swinging his fists, the pressure of the seawater weakened his strength, but his own power was not something the seawater could diminish. So Su Yang grabbed the ribbonfish's body with both hands while using his arms to break free with all his might. The ribbonfish's body, which was coiled around him, was slowly torn apart by Su Yang's strength. The pain made the ribbonfish struggle wildly, shaking violently in the water, causing other fish to scatter in fright. Watching the struggling ribbonfish, Su Yang continued to increase his strength, tearing at the ribbonfish's body. Feeling its life threatened, the ribbonfish now abandoned its escape. It wanted to fight to the death. Its mouth opened wide, sharp teeth lunging towards Su Yang. Su Yang used one hand to block the ribbonfish's mouth while the other hand grabbed the torn flesh of the ribbonfish, pulling its meat away. This struggle lasted a full 5 minutes. During this time,
Su Yang's arm was bitten twice by the ribbonfish, but due to his increased strength, the fish's teeth caused him no harm, they didn't even break the skin. The confrontation between a man and a fish scared away many small fish, but it attracted some large carnivorous fish. They circled around, not daring to come closer. Suddenly, a few massive figures swam over from a distance. These were several sharks nearly 4 meters long. They swayed their tails, surrounding the area between Su Yang and the ribbonfish, their small eyes fixed on the fight, seeming to wait for the right moment to strike. After more than a minute, the shark suddenly accelerated, charging towards Su Yang, and at the same time, other predatory fish rushed in as well. Their behavior was quite unusual, but perhaps due to the blood in Su Yang's body, these sharks and other fish instinctively wanted to attack. Su Yang quickly dodged the first shark that rushed towards him, and as he moved aside, he forcefully tore, ripping the ribbonfish's head clean off. In the next second, Su Yang dropped the ribbonfish head and grabbed a passing shark's fin, pulling with all his might. In an instant, the shark's fin was torn off, and blood stained the entire area. This scene drove the remaining fish into a frenzy, and they lunged at Su Yang all at once. Su Yang quickly dodged an attacking shark, trying to ascend to the surface. But at that moment, another shark attacked from his other side. Its sharpened, tightly packed teeth bit towards Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly tried to evade, but his arm was bitten. After being bitten, Su Yang yanked with all his strength. His arm was pulled free, along with several of the shark's teeth. The teeth were still embedded in his arm, but with a gentle touch, they fell off. Next, Su Yang grabbed both sides of the shark's mouth, pulling outward with force. The shark's mouth was torn apart, and then Su Yang ripped its head from its body in 2 pieces. After dealing with this shark, his golden vertical pupils looked at the other attacking fish. A flash of battle intent crossed his gaze, and then Su Yang charged forward. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Unscathed, Su Yang dragged a shark's corpse towards the island. Once on the beach, Su Yang directly lay down on the sand, breathing heavily. This was his first battle since evolving. The fight felt frustrating, as the resistance in the water prevented him from unleashing his full strength and speed. After resting for a while, Su Yang tore a chunk of flesh from the nearby shark corpse and started chewing it. However, after a few bites, he spit it out. A pungent taste, it was very unpleasant. He hurriedly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from his luggage to rinse his mouth. Lying back down to rest again, about half an hour passed. Su Yang stood up and jumped back into the sea. This time, Su Yang didn't swim far but searched for food around the island. After finding enough, Su Yang brought the food back to the shore and began to eat. Satiated, fatigue overtook Su Yang and he unknowingly fell asleep. While he slept, a faint glow appeared around his body, and his height slowly increased, while the scales on his chest also grew. Originally, there were only a few scales on his right chest, but within less than an hour, they increased to over 30. Also, his height grew from 195 centimeters to 230 centimeters. The next day, early in the morning, Su Yang woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed the changes in his body. His entire upper body was now completely covered in scales, and his height had reached 250 centimeters. 250 centimeters tall. This height already exceeded that of an average person. To know, the tallest human in history reached a height of 2 meters 70, and now the tallest person today is only 2 meters 40. But now, Su Yang's height has reached the astonishing 2 meters 50. If you add the pair of dragon horns on his head, his dragon horns have also grown, originally only the length of a pinky finger, but now they are nearly 20 centimeters long. They once looked somewhat cute, but now they have gained a bit of majesty. Feeling the changes in his body after one night, Su Yang pondered what reason allowed him to evolve so rapidly overnight. Could it be because of last night's battle? Did last night's fight prompt his evolution? A guess surged in his mind. Su Yang eagerly jumped into the water, wanting to find some sharks or giant creatures to test himself. However, after searching for a long time underwater, Su Yang did not discover any sharks, which left him disappointed as he returned to the island. In the following days, Su Yang's evolution speed returned to normal. Every day he would search around the island for fierce fish to battle, but he searched high and low and found nothing. And so, another week passed, and Su Yang decided to leave this island, heading deeper into the Pacific Ocean. He packed up his things and then jumped into the sea, swimming towards the distance. Along the way, Su Yang mostly swam at the bottom of the sea. With the increase in power, Su Yang could dive deeper, allowing him to see many things people dream of their whole lives. Countless years of sunken ships. Treasures in the wrecks. Some extremely rare fish species. And so Su Yang swam for what felt like an eternity. One day, as Su Yang passed a deep crack in the ocean floor, he suddenly stopped. Because Su Yang felt a faint energy coming from deep within the crack. That energy made Su Yang's body tingle, as if his instincts wanted to acquire that power. Feeling the response from his body, Su Yang thought for a moment and swam towards the great crack. Chapter 21, Height 3 meters 50.
The crack was very long, and no end was in sight. Its width reached 100 meters. Looking down from above toward the crack, even with his evolved vision, Su Yang could only see complete darkness. As he swam toward the great crack, Su Yang felt his heartbeat quickening. He had a feeling. He sensed that something dangerous lay deep within that crack, yet the faint energy radiating from it had a deadly allure to his body. He wanted to obtain that energy. Soon, he reached the edge of the great crack, standing beside it and glancing into its depths. A few bubbles rose from the deepest part of the crack. Su Yang paused for a moment and then swam into the depths of the crack. His recent evolution had allowed Su Yang to swim to a depth of about 1,700 meters. He swam at a cautious pace, often stopping to observe his surroundings. And so he swam for more than half an hour. Su Yang felt his breathing becoming difficult, while the pressure of the seawater caused pain all over his body. Frowning, Su Yang continued to swim deeper. After swimming for nearly 5 more minutes, Su Yang had plunged down over 1,500 meters, with just over 200 meters left to the limit. The pressure of the seawater now caused a faint trickle of blood to seep from the corner of Su Yang's mouth. Su Yang hesitated for a moment but then swam another 100 meters down. After descending another 100 meters, Su Yang finally saw the bottom of the great crack, and also spotted a strange flower growing there. That flower was very beautiful, with petals and leaves radiating a soft glow. The glow illuminated a 10-meter radius around the flower. Next to the flower, a pair of lantern-sized eyes glimmered with red light. Seeing the eyes of that creature, Su Yang's heart trembled. There was a strangely shaped and incredibly long sea snake. Its total length reached an astonishing 30 meters, with a body almost 3 meters thick, coiling around the edges of a flower, wrapping the flower inside. A pair of large eyes glowed red, with vertical pupils staring coldly at Su Yang. Its tongue flicked out. And those terrifying fangs. Seeing the giant snake in its entirety, Su Yang did not hesitate at all and turned to swim towards the huge crack above. There was no other choice. He had already descended to a depth of over 1,600 meters, nearing his limit. The pressure and resistance of the seawater prevented him from exerting half of his strength. As the giant snake saw Su Yang fleeing, it immediately gave chase without hesitation. The more than 30-meter-long body swayed in the water, moving incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Su Yang. Its mouth opened, and the tongue shot out, wrapping around Su Yang's waist, trying to swallow him whole. Su Yang grasped the snake's tongue with both hands and pulled with all his might. The searing pain caused the giant snake's body to thrash violently, and the tongue that had wrapped around Su Yang's waist retracted. The snake's tail whipped towards Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly raised his hands to shield his chest. In the next second, the snake's tail struck Su Yang's chest, and he instantly felt like he had been hit by a train, his whole body flying backward, crashing to the very bottom of the huge crack in the blink of an eye. And coincidentally, the glowing flower was right next to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang got up and quickly rushed toward the flower. He grabbed the flower and pulled it off forcefully. The giant snake, seeing Su Yang actually pluck the flower, immediately surged towards him like a madman. Seeing the rushing giant snake, Su Yang stuffed the flower into his pocket, then pushed off with his legs, launching himself like a torpedo straight at the giant snake. Bang! Man and snake collided, unable to make a sound underwater, but a wave of energy radiated from the point of impact, shaking the surroundings. After the collision, Su Yang flew backward 3 meters. And the giant snake's lower jaw gushed blood, clearly injured in a critical spot. Steadying himself, a wild glint flashed in Su Yang's golden vertical pupils. The pressure at a depth of 1,700 meters made Su Yang's bones creak under the strain, the pain causing him to grit his teeth. However, he looked at the giant snake across from him, which was not in much better shape, and once again surged towards the giant snake with all his might. Bang! Man and snake collided once more. Su Yang's fist struck the previously injured area on the giant snake with all his strength, while the giant snake opened its huge mouth trying to bite Su Yang, but was narrowly avoided every time. And so it went. They battled for a full half hour. Su Yang still had abundant energy, while the giant snake was on the brink of death from the beating. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Su Yang would not let it go. He clawed at the giant snake's head with one hand while the other continued to rain down blows on its body. A torrent of blood spilled from the snake's wounds. And within the pool of blood, Su Yang's chest scales began to rapidly open and close, as if absorbing the energy contained in the snake's blood. 5 minutes later, the giant snake lay motionless at the bottom of the huge crack. Covered in blood, Su Yang stood beside the giant snake's corpse. He looked at the snake's body, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a few seconds, Su Yang crouched down and then opened his mouth to bite the snake's body. A piece of snake meat went into his mouth. In the next second, Su Yang felt a huge surge of energy enter his body. His eyes instantly brightened. He hugged the massive snake body and began to bite and devour it wildly. The giant snake, over 30 meters long,
was certainly too much for Su Yang to eat. So he decided to stay and rest in place after filling his stomach, waiting to eat again when he got hungry. As he ate wildly, Su Yang's body quickly changed. Without the time to waste, Su Yang calculated his meals by the number he consumed. Every 3 meals of snake meat made Su Yang grow 10 centimeters taller, and his physical fitness improved by 1/10. After eating nearly 30 meals of snake meat, Su Yang finally finished the 30-meter giant snake. After finishing the meal, his height grew from 2.5 meters to 3.5 meters, completely surpassing the limits of a human. In addition, his physical fitness also doubled compared to before. Once he finished all the snake meat, Su Yang left the big crack and surfaced to the ocean. After reaching the surface of the sea, Su Yang found an uninhabited island and stepped ashore. Once on the island, Su Yang took out the mysterious flower. Holding the flower, Su Yang could feel the powerful energy contained within it. Should I eat it? Su Yang hesitated for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang made his decision and opened his mouth to swallow the flower whole. The next second, Su Yang let out a muffled grunt, and beads of sweat instantly burst out. He clutched his stomach, curling up in pain. Chapter 22, Truly Became a Dragon. At this moment, Su Yang felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Ripped into countless pieces, then reassembled, tearing apart again. At the same time, a scorching heat surged from his chest, as if a fire was burning his heart. In the midst of this pain, cracks appeared on Su Yang's body, with large amounts of blood pouring out, instantly dyeing the surrounding rocks gold. His body elongated, while scales quickly grew on him. The shape of his hands mutated, sprouting some fuzz, and his fingers elongated. The pain increased. Unable to withstand the pain any longer, Su Yang fainted. Even as he fainted, his body continued to change rapidly. His legs also transformed, with a tail sprouting from his backside. His head and facial features gradually deformed. Everything looked quite terrifying. A few seconds later, Su Yang woke up in pain. However, after just a few seconds, he fainted again. This repeated countless times, fainting from the pain, waking up from the pain. Until the feeling of pain lessened, Su Yang finally stopped falling into unconsciousness, his body having completely transformed. He wanted to stand up, but as soon as he got up, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking down at his feet, Su Yang's eyes widened in shock. His feet were no longer there, in their place were a pair of claws, golden in color, covered in gold scales, each claw having 5 prongs, and the tips were black and sharp. Besides the claws, Su Yang also saw a long, slender tail. The tail was also covered in scales, with long white fur at the back on the tip. Gore! Su Yang instinctively muttered something, but the words that came out were strange sounds. This sound was deeper than that of a tiger or lion, carrying an unfathomable pressure. A dragon's roar? A thought surged in Su Yang's mind. He hurriedly looked at his hands. His hands, like his legs, had also turned into golden claws. Then he staggered to the seaside, looking at his reflection in the water. Su Yang couldn't help but gasp. The reflection in the sea showed a strange creature. It looked like a camel's head, but with a pair of pure white deer antlers, large eyes with golden vertical pupils, long whiskers on both sides of the mouth, and white fur on the chin and neck. Su Yang had seen pictures of dragons online. At this moment, the creature reflected in the sea was almost identical to those pictures of dragons online. A dragon. He had completely evolved into a dragon. Su Yang's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had truly become the legendary Eastern dragon, but this also meant he had lost his connection to humanity. Staring at his reflection in the water, Su Yang fell into a daze. A long time passed. He sighed, then began to continue examining his body. After a moment, Su Yang had gained an understanding of his new body. His current length was 5 meters 4, and compared to those legendary dragons that span hundreds or thousands of meters, this was a significant difference, but Su Yang could still evolve. Given enough time, lengths of 100 meters or 1,000 meters would be no problem. In addition to his length, Su Yang's physical strength was also terrifying. He used his claws to scratch at his body, and only a shallow scratch appeared on the scales. Furthermore, Su Yang discovered that he could control the energy within him. He could use the energy inside to grab objects from a distance or attack others. Lastly, Su Yang found out that he could not fly. A dragon that could not fly made Su Yang a bit disappointed. After checking his body, Su Yang did not stay on the island but directly entered the sea. His long body swam quickly in the ocean, and when passing some fish, they were so scared they froze in place. Feeling a bit hungry due to the evolution, Su Yang opened his big mouth and started eating the fish around him. After eating and drinking enough, Su Yang found that his length had increased by about 10 centimeters. If eating one meal could increase 10 centimeters, then based on 3 meals a day, he could grow 3 meters in 10 days, 30 meters in 100 days, and 300 meters in 1,000 days. 1,000 days was just 3 years. Thinking of this, Su Yang began to feel excited. Meanwhile, At the airport in Qingshan City,
Su Taohong stood at the ticket check-in point with her suitcase.
The changes in her body during this period, along with Su Yang's disappearance, made Su Taohong feel very depressed.
So she decided to travel abroad for a bit.
Holding her ticket, after checking in, she boarded the plane. Once on the plane and finding her seat, she just sat down when her peripheral view caught a glimpse of a few passengers entering the plane from the boarding gate.
Seeing these passengers, Su Taohong's brows furrowed slightly.
Due to the changes in her body, her memory had greatly improved. She recognized these people. During this time, she had often seen these individuals appearing around her.
Was she being followed? Su Taohong's heart suddenly tightened.
Although her physical fitness had improved, her mindset remained the same as before. A woman being followed by several people, and even onto the plane. It would be false to say she wasn't scared. So when the flight attendant passed by Su Taohong, she grabbed the flight attendant's arm and quietly whispered something.
The flight attendant, upon hearing Su Taohong's words, showed a serious expression and nodded before quickly leaving. Moments later,
the flight attendant brought several air marshals into the cabin, and they headed straight for the few people who were following Su Taohong. Before the air marshals could speak, one of them took out a document and handed it to the marshals. The air marshal took the document, glanced at it, his expression changed suddenly, and then he returned the document to the person and turned to leave. Not far away, sitting in her seat, Su Taohong revealed a puzzled look.
What was going on? At that moment, the announcement for the plane's imminent departure came through.
5 minutes later, the plane took off, leaving Qingshan City, flying towards the Pacific Ocean.
2 hours later,
the plane reached the airspace over the Pacific Ocean. Looking down at the blue sea, from above it could be seen that the surface of the ocean formed a curve.
This sight is magical. Buzzing.
At this moment, the plane suddenly shook a few times. A few seconds later, the voice of the flight attendant came over the intercom. Dear passengers, the plane is about to enter severe turbulence, please fasten your seatbelts.
Dear passengers. The flight attendant repeated 3 times in a row.
While she was speaking, the light outside the plane darkened. Immediately after, the plane began to shake violently.
Chapter 23, Plane Crash.
The violent shaking of the plane caused screams from the passengers in the cabin.
The flight attendant sitting at the entrance hurriedly spoke to comfort them.
However, as she comforted them, the plane shook even more, and the oxygen masks automatically dropped down.
Boom! A loud noise.
The plane jolted suddenly. This loud noise scared the passengers into a frenzy of screams.
Some started to cry. Woo woo! I don't want to die. It's over. It's over. The plane is going to crash. Listening to these voices, Su Taohong also appeared panic-stricken.
She hurriedly put on the dropped oxygen mask, then took deep breaths to ease her panic. At this moment, she saw the few people who had been following her staggering over, despite the turbulence. A look of caution appeared on Su Taohong's face. Miss Su, I am from the Security Bureau of Xiagua, and the situation is urgent.
Please rest assured that we have no ill intentions towards you.
The leading man said quickly.
The Security Bureau of Xiagua? Su Taohong was taken aback.
She is just an ordinary citizen, who has never been to a police station, and now a person from such a legendary department appeared before her, making Su Taohong feel confused. The plane is now having problems. If there is a crash or other emergencies later, please follow our instructions.
Rest assured, we are protecting your safety.
The leader continued.
Su Taohong instinctively nodded.
Just then, a loud noise came from the front of the plane, followed by a terrifying scene. The lights inside the plane flickered, and then uncontrollably began to dive downwards.
It's over.
This thought flashed through everyone's mind. Crying, screaming, and explosion noises echoed throughout the cabin. In just a few seconds, the plane had fallen a kilometer. The ocean below grew larger and larger. Seeing this scene, everyone in the cabin closed their eyes.
Boom!
A few seconds later, the plane crashed into the sea. At the moment of hitting the water, the tremendous impact knocked many passengers out cold, and seawater rushed into the cabin. The plane disintegrated after 2 seconds and slowly sank.
Due to her physical evolution, Su Taohong only sustained minor injuries.
She quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and looked around. Although there were many passengers injured and unconscious, even some dead, there were still a few awake, including those from the Security Bureau of Xiagua who were also conscious.
Hurry! Everyone look for something that can float on the sea and escape the cabin.
The leader of the Security Bureau shouted urgently. Hearing his words, the conscious people quickly reacted and began searching for floating tools.
Some were rescuing the injured. 5 minutes later,
the plane completely sank to the bottom of the sea, while over 50 people floated on the surface. This plane originally had more than 100 people on board, but now only a little over 50 were still alive. Among these 50 people, half were injured. They lay on floating objects, some crying loudly, while others looked around in confusion. Surviving the crash did not bring them joy, instead, their hearts were filled with despair. Because the sea around them stretched endlessly, with no islands or ships in sight. And they had no fresh water or food. Death was just a matter of time for them. Woo woo. Mommy. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Phone. Who still has a cell phone on them? Call. Quickly contact the mainland. At that moment, some people took out their phones from their pockets. However, some people's phones were completely ruined due to water damage, and a very few others had phones that, while still intact, had no signal. Su Taohong, on the other hand, silently watched the remaining survivors present. At this moment, she felt that death was just a matter of time. Her only regret was not finding Su Yang. How wonderful it would be if she could see Su Yang once more. Miss Su, are you not injured? A voice came to her ear at that moment. Su Taohong looked over, and the one speaking was the leader of the National Security Bureau of Xia Country. I'm fine. Su Taohong shook her head. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, You have been following me these days, why? The person hesitated for a moment and then said, Miss Su, I'm sorry, we cannot tell you due to orders from above, but please rest assured, we have no intention of harming you. After hearing this, Su Taohong fell silent again. By the way, Miss Su, my name is Zheng Guoping. We are equipped with GPS devices. If our GPS loses connection or shows anomalies, headquarters will send someone to rescue us. However, rescue takes time. For now, we need to unite and survive. Okay. Su Taohong nodded. Seeing Su Taohong nod, Zheng Guoping said a few words to his subordinates beside him. The subordinates, upon receiving the order, immediately began to calm the emotions of the survivors. Once the crowd was settled, the security bureau team used ropes to tie up all floating debris and then directed the survivors to come up from the water. An hour later, the debris was tied together to form a large makeshift boat, and everyone stood on the boat. The boat was drifting with the waves at that moment. And so they drifted for a day before spotting an island not far away on the sea. They controlled their makeshift boat toward the island with various tools in hand. After more than 3 hours, they finally reached the small island. Upon stepping onto the solid ground of the island, the survivors burst into happy tears, some lay on the ground shouting loudly, while others simply fell asleep. Seeing this scene, several members of the National Security Bureau exchanged glances, and then they began organizing some men to explore the situation of the island, while asking Su Taohong to organize the women to sort and count the supplies they had salvaged from the plane crash. Thus, the more than 50 people worked busily with clear roles. But they did not notice that behind the forest on the island, pairs of eyes were watching them. Meanwhile, in the National Security Department of Xia Country, an emergency meeting was underway. The meeting was about the plane crash in Xia Country. The incident had already been reported by the media, causing an uproar. The passengers and crew on board, over 100 people, had captured the hearts of countless people as to whether they were alive or dead. And most importantly, there was an important person on board the plane. Su Taohong. According to recent investigations by the National Security Department, it has been determined that the giant ants on the islands in the Nanhai city waters and the incident at the moat of Qingshan City are all related to Su Yang. And Su Yang had a close relationship with Su Taohong. Su Taohong's body had also undergone changes, and how all this was connected could only be known by finding Su Yang. Currently, the only one likely to know Su Yang's whereabouts was Su Taohong. But she was on that ill-fated plane. In the conference room. Where was Zhang Guoji's last GPS location? The head of the National Security Bureau furrowed his brow and inquired. At this position. A person opened the large screen in front of the conference room, displaying a map with a red dot marked on it. We have contacted the Naval Escort Fleet and requested them to head to the area where the target appeared, and it is expected to take another 5 days to arrive. 5 days. The director of the National Security Bureau of Xiagwa's expression turned ugly. Chapter 24, The Crisis of the Uninhabited Island. 5 days. A person can't survive 3 days without water, yet they will take 5 days to arrive. In the past, did someone collect corpses? Which country's navy is closest to that place? The director of the Security Bureau was silent for 2 seconds and asked. The subordinate hesitated and said, It's the free country. The expression of the Security Bureau director became even more grim. The free country has always had conflicts with Xiagwa. If they were to request help, it is very likely they would do nothing but shoot bullets and then tell you they couldn't find anything. Send a transport plane over. Taking a deep breath, the Security Bureau director said. Yes. The subordinate quickly nodded. By the way, how is Qingshan City doing? The Security Bureau director asked. The The subordinate said, because of the blood of that black fish last time, about 90% of the fish in the city's moat have mutated. The moat connects to a large river outside the city, and that river connects to the Yangtze River. Currently, we cannot determine whether those mutated fish have entered the Yangtze River. At this point, the subordinate paused and continued, also, those who ate the fish from the moat have all experienced changes in their bodies. Most people's bodies have strengthened, and a very small number of them seem to have gained some special abilities. Have those people been controlled? The Security Bureau director asked. The subordinate replied, most have been controlled, but a few are still hiding. We must find everyone. This matter must not be made public. If the masses find out, it will be troublesome. Yes. In fact, online in Xiagua, the recent events regarding Qingshan City's moat have created quite a stir. After all, helicopters patrol over the moat every day, and a large number of soldiers are on guard and patrolling. It is impossible to keep the news contained. Besides, those who previously ate the moat fish have strengthened their bodies. Most people, after becoming stronger, subconsciously want to show off, so they filmed a lot of videos and posted them online. Although those videos were blocked by the National Cybersecurity Department, some still spread out. Now, rumors of spiritual awakening or the end of the world are circulating within the country. On the other side, on a lonely island in the Pacific. Here at night, after a busy day, the survivors gathered together. Zheng Guoping and other members of the Security Bureau organized some male survivors to arrange for night patrols. This island is very large, they only checked the surrounding situation today, and it is still unknown whether there is anything else on this island, so night patrols are essential. In addition to arranging patrol teams, they also set up hunting teams specifically responsible for catching some fish in the shallow sea. Women and children were arranged in the logistics team, responsible for picking up branches, wild fruits, and so on nearby. The logistics team is led by Su Taohong. At this moment, Su Taohong sat on the beach with her arms around her knees, staring blankly at the stars in the sky. The sea breeze blew, bringing a somewhat damp and salty sea smell into her nostrils. From the island behind came the calls of unknown insects. Everything felt like a dream. Just a few days ago, she was still in Qingshan City, and now she found herself on a deserted island in the Pacific. Additionally, there are the changes in her body and the Security Bureau personnel tracking her. A series of doubts flashed through her heart. At this moment, a sudden, piercing scream came from a distance. This scream startled Su Taohong. And not just her, other survivors nearby were also frightened and stood up at the sound of the scream. What happened? What was that sound just now? Who screamed? What's going on? Everyone eagerly inquired. Zheng Guoping and other patrol members quickly ran towards the direction of the voice. Su Taohong saw the crowd rushing over and thought for a moment before following. Soon, everyone arrived at a forest behind the beach. When they saw the scene in the woods, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with terror. In a clearing of the forest, a corpse with only half a body lay quietly on the ground, while the surrounding ground was stained red with blood, and internal organs scattered everywhere. The other half of the body was missing, but there were dragging bloodstains near the corpse. Ah! Someone couldn't help but let out a cry. Ugh! Someone else couldn't stop themselves from vomiting. Su Taohong also couldn't hold it in and threw up. Zheng Guoping, who was used to seeing big scenes, walked up to the corpse with a solemn expression and examined it carefully. There were bite marks at the point of dismemberment, and one leg had several deep claw marks. Clearly, this was an attack by some kind of beast. Hiss. At that moment, a strange sound came from deep within the forest. The sound was similar to a snake flicking its tongue. Hearing this sound, Zheng Guoping looked warily towards the direction of the sound. Hiss. The sound continued and grew closer. A few seconds later, a gigantic lizard, over 3 meters long, slowly crawled out from a patch of bushes, flicking its long tongue. The lizard had red blood lingering around its mouth, and its long tongue reached out to lick the blood, exposing its sharp and dense teeth. Giant lizard? Seeing the giant lizard, everyone couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, when the giant lizard spotted Su Taohong and the others, its eyes narrowed, and it suddenly accelerated towards them. The sudden speed of the giant lizard frightened everyone except Zheng Guoping and other security members, who turned to flee. Zheng Guoping and his team, holding the simple wooden spears they made during the day, aimed and stabbed at the rushing giant lizard. The wooden spear immediately pierced into the body of the giant lizard. The giant lizard instantly writhed in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Guoping and his team pulled out the spears and stabbed several more times. In the end, the giant lizard stopped struggling and fell silent. Seeing the giant lizard dead, Zheng Guoping and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They wanted to step forward to check. However, at that moment, more hissing sounds came from deep within the distant forest. A few seconds later, dozens of giant lizards crawled out from the forest. And behind these dozens of giant lizards, there was an even bigger one.
This giant lizard was over 8 or 9 meters long, and just lying on the ground was about the same height as a person. Seeing this giant lizard, Zhang Guoping and the others' faces turned pale. At the same time, 100 nautical miles east of the island, a golden eastern dragon was swimming swiftly in the sea, occasionally using its claws to catch fish and toss them into its mouth. Chapter 25, Su Taohong's Outburst. This eastern dragon was the only dragon in the world, Su Yang. For the past few days, he had been swimming in the sea, eating well, and sleeping in the water, waking up to eat again. After binge eating for several days, his body length increased by 1 meter, reaching a total of 7 meters. 7 meters long, equivalent to the height of a 3-story building. In addition to the increase in length, Su Yang's claws and scales had also become much sharper and thicker, and he discovered that he had gained the ability of internal sight. He could see inside his own body. And during the internal sight, he saw a golden bead in the center of his chest. The bead looked about the size of a goose egg, with some blood vessels attached to it, connecting to his heart. And when he absorbed energy flows around the body and eventually gathers around the golden bead, where it is absorbed by the bead. When the energy is used, it surges out from inside the bead. Su Yang calls this bead the dragon pearl. After crazily eating for half an hour, Su Yang felt the fullness of energy inside him and stopped eating. He surfaced from the ocean, and the dragon head poked out to look around. Then he saw a huge island not far away. With his exceptional eyesight, Su Yang also saw dozens of Asians running on the island, both men and women, with looks of terror on their faces, and among them was someone Su Yang recognized. Su Taohong. What is Su Taohong doing here? Su Yang was puzzled in his heart. He kept watching, and then saw a dozen giant lizards crawling towards these people from behind, one of which was extraordinarily long, far exceeding the normal length of giant lizards. Su Yang was astonished. At this moment, he even doubted if that giant lizard was also a product of human evolution. But despite his surprise, what mattered most was that Su Taohong was being chased by those giant lizards. Without thinking much, Su Yang submerged back into the sea and swam towards the island. He quickly reached the shallow beach of the island. Su Yang went ashore and then hid to observe secretly. After all, he had already turned into a dragon, and if these people were not in life-threatening situations, he would not reveal himself. At the same time, from behind came the hissing sound of the giant lizard's scales. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong and others, including Zhang Guoping, did not dare to look back. Because their bodies had been strengthened, Su Taohong was somewhat better, but the others, due to drifting on the sea for the past few days, were already weak, and after running for a short while, they were almost exhausted. One person in the crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up but was stepped on by someone escaping from behind. Ah! A scream rang out. 2 seconds later, a giant lizard crawled in front of that person, then opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit into the person's shoulder. After biting down on the person's shoulder, the giant lizard raised its neck and tore at it. The person let out a heartbreaking scream. At this moment, several other giant lizards crawled over, each biting into other parts of the person's body and began to tear. With a ripping sound, that person was torn into several sections. Blood and innards scattered all over, while several nearby giant lizards chewed with their big mouths. Some of the surviving runners in front glanced back and, terrified, ran even faster, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. However, their stamina couldn't compare to that of the giant lizards. The distance between them was gradually closing, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Very quickly. 2 minutes later, the last surviving person was caught by the giant lizard. The giant lizard pounced on that survivor, then opened its large mouth and bit into the survivor's head. The sound was like a watermelon being crushed. Hearing that sound, everyone felt despair in their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoping and others from the safety department of Xia country, hearing the sound of the head being crushed by the giant lizard, showed signs of struggle on their faces. Finally, Zhang Guoping gritted his teeth, stopped and loudly said, "You all go ahead, I will hold them off for a while." Upon hearing Zhang Guoping's words, the other members of the safety department also stopped. Su Taohong, who was running with the crowd, also stopped. She turned to look at Zhang Guoping and the others, her face filled with worry. Although her body had been enhanced beyond normal humans, she had never encountered these situations before, and psychologically she was still an ordinary person. "Forget it. Let's fight." She pursed her lips and ran towards Zhang Guoping and the others. Not far away, those giant lizards had already charged over. As they charged, Zhang Guoping and the others thrust their spears at the lizards' eyes or mouths, aiming at their weak points. However, these giant lizards were very clever, directly giving up the attack and choosing to dodge instead. After dodging, they charged back again. Zhang Guoping and the others waved their spears, preventing these giant lizards from getting close. "Give me." At this moment, Su Taohong ran to Zhang Guoping's side and said. Zhang Guoping was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the spear in his hand was taken away by Su Taohong, and then he saw Su Taohong stab the nearest giant lizard with the spear. Her speed was incredible. Faster than anyone Zhang Guoping had ever seen. Her movements were like lightning. Puff! In the next second, the spear accurately pierced the eye of the giant lizard. The giant lizard rolled in pain and struggled, while Su Taohong firmly held the end of the spear. The whole scene looked like the giant lizard was skewered like a bug on a stick, appearing both horrifying and somewhat comical. A few seconds later, the giant lizard stopped struggling. Su Taohong pulled out the spear and then stabbed at another giant lizard. However, this time the giant lizard dodged the spear as it struck, while its claws covered in bacteria reached out towards Su Taohong. Su Taohong panicked and dodged backward. At this moment, several other giant lizards surrounded her. Su Taohong began to dodge awkwardly. She had not learned any fighting skills or had any combat experience. The first giant lizard she killed was just luck. Now, confronted by several giant lizards attacking at once, she completely exposed her shortcomings. Though her body was strong, her lack of combat experience meant she was just a brute with great strength but no skills. Seeing Su Taohong being attacked, Zhang Guoping and his group rushed to help. In the blink of an eye, several people were fighting against a few giant lizards. Not far away, Su Yang hid in the shadows, watching the battle unfold, his vertical eyes showing confusion. Why was Su Taohong so powerful? Filled with doubts, Su Yang also had a guess. Just now, when Su Taohong charged in with the spear, he almost followed her out, but upon seeing her explosive speed and her reactions to the giant lizards, he stopped dead in his tracks. He realized that Su Taohong's displayed strength surpassed that of normal humans. Recalling their earlier intimate encounter, which didn't involve any bloodshed. Could it be that something other than blood could evolve someone? With this thought in mind, Su Yang's expression immediately became strange. Chapter 26, Appearance. Faith. As this speculation welled up in his heart and continued to develop, Su Yang felt that things had become quite serious. Ah! Just as Su Yang was speculating, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Hearing the scream, Su Yang quickly looked over. He saw one male fighting a giant lizard, who, exhausted, had been clawed in the chest by the giant lizard. Blood sprayed from the wound, exposing white bones. Seeing the scene, Su Yang wanted to help. But after thinking it over, he decided to wait a little longer. As long as Su Taohong was not in danger, he would not care about the others. In Su Yang's observation, the battle continued. Those fleeing survivors had disappeared, leaving only the giant lizards and Su Taohong and others. At first, Su Taohong was dodging in panic, but as time passed, she could retaliate with one or two strikes while evading. Her strength was immense, the spear in her hand pierced the giant lizards. Each stab could puncture a bloody hole, and the injured giant lizards became even more frenzied. Boom! When Su Taohong stabbed another giant lizard, the spear broke in the middle, leaving a half-broken spear still lodged in the giant lizard's body. The sudden breaking of the spear caused Su Taohong to stumble forward, unable to withdraw her strength. At that moment, a giant lizard on the side raised its claw, reaching for Su Taohong. Su Taohong instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. The next second, several horrific wounds appeared on Su Taohong's arm. Blood flowed from the wounds, and the pain made Su Taohong stifle a groan. But this was not over. At that moment, a massive figure burst out from the forest. It was the giant lizard they had seen earlier, about 7 to 8 meters long. Though the giant lizard was huge, it was faster than the smaller lizards and appeared in front of Su Taohong in the blink of an eye. A bloody mouth opened wide, sharp teeth dripping with saliva. That mouth lunged towards Su Taohong's head. This sudden scene left Zhang Guoping and the others stunned, while Su Taohong, faced with the lizard lunging at her, had no time to dodge. Instinctively closing her eyes, the figure of Su Yang flashed in her mind. Bang! A loud noise suddenly rang in her ears. Su Taohong opened her eyes, and her whole being froze in place. She saw the giant lizard that had just lunged at her being knocked away by a strange creature. That creature had a slim body, the same length as the lizard, and was golden in color, covered in golden scales. It had limbs with claws that looked like eagle talons. On its large head were a pair of white deer antlers, with long fur around its neck and 2 fleshy whiskers on either side of its mouth. A dragon? This was a dragon. Su Taohong's mouth gaped slightly, and she stood there dumbfounded, staring at the dragon that had suddenly appeared before her. Not just her, at that moment, Zhang Guoping and the others were also frozen, gazing at this legendary Eastern dragon. They were stunned, but the lizard that had been knocked away reacted quickly. It looked at the suddenly appearing strange creature, sticking out its long tongue and hissing. Then, its 4 limbs moved, charging toward the strange creature. Looking at the charging lizard, Su Yang's golden vertical pupils revealed disdain. Though he and the lizard were about 7 meters long, their strengths were worlds apart. Before transforming into a dragon, Su Yang had fought 30-meter-long sea snakes at a depth of 1,700 meters. Now, battling a 7-meter-long lizard on land was like crushing an ant. With a thought, the dragon pearl within him emitted energy, floating around Su Yang and forming an invisible blade. As the lizard charged, the blade shot towards it fiercely. Poof! A muffled sound. The running lizard was still rushing towards Su Yang, but its head was suddenly severed from its neck and flew into the air, then fell to the ground. Blood spurted from the severed neck like a fountain. The giant body ran forward for several meters before slowly collapsing to the ground. Seeing this sudden scene, Su Taohong and the officials of the Xiaodhua Security Bureau were all left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the remaining lizards turned to flee. But how could Su Yang let them escape? Rushing quickly to the lizards, the golden dragon claws like eagle talons swiftly seized one lizard's head and squeezed slightly. The lizard's head exploded. The dragon's tail whipped against one lizard's body, sending it flying more than 10 meters away, crashing against a reef and not moving again. These lizards were treated like little chicks, casually slaughtered by Su Yang. Not far away, Su Taohong and Zhang Guoping watched in shock as the legendary Eastern dragon slaughtered the lizards with ease. They felt the strength of this dragon at that moment. The 7-meter-long lizard was slain with ease, while the others had no power to resist in the dragon's presence. At that moment, a few figures appeared at the edge of the nearby forest. It was those surviving escapees who, after running for a while and finding no more noise behind them, quietly came to check. At this moment, they also saw the dragon brutally killing the giant lizard. As the totem of the Xia people, the dragon holds a high status in the hearts of every Xia person. Now, seeing the legendary divine dragon, those survivors were stunned in place. They stood there foolishly, gazing at the golden divine dragon. Only after the divine dragon killed all the giant lizards, turned, and vanished into the depths of the forest did they snap back to reality. Dragon! Dragon! Holy crap! It's really a dragon! Bodhisattva bless! Jade Emperor has shown his power! Exclamations erupted. Many people knelt on the ground, bowing towards the direction the dragon had left. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Su Yang felt a faint, elusive energy enter his body, and then he felt his spirit shake, as if something had exploded deep in his mind. Immediately, his body grew rapidly, and in just a few seconds, he went from 7 meters tall to 9 meters. Su Yang closed his eyes, standing still. 5 minutes passed, and Su Yang opened his eyes. Joy appeared in his gaze. In those 5 minutes, he felt as if he had received some kind of inheritance, learning many things. For example, the dragon ball inside him was actually the source of the dragon's power, and the scales that had grown on his chest were the dragon's reverse scales. Also, the fleeting, weak energy was actually the power of faith. This power only appeared in those who believed in him and then entered Su Yang's body. This power could provide him with immense benefits. Chapter 27, First Contact. Feeling this power, Su Yang was incredibly excited. This power of faith was more special and stronger than the power he gained from eating fish in the sea. Additionally, after entering his body, this energy first roamed around him and finally settled around the dragon ball on his chest. However, it didn't merge into the dragon ball but circled around it instead. After studying this energy for a while, Su Yang didn't leave the island but began to wander around it. He was curious how that giant lizard, over 7 meters long, had grown so big. Was there some secret on this island? As Su Yang searched the island. On the beach, Su Taohong and Zhang Guoping sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Not far away, survivors hurried over and helped Su Taohong and the others to find a clean spot to sit down. After sitting down, they began to discuss the events that had just happened. Dragon! It's really a dragon. I didn't expect there to really be a dragon, it saved us. Wow. So dragons really exist, I thought they only existed in legends. Not far away, the safety bureau's Zhang Guoping and others sat together. They exchanged glances as they listened to the survivors' voices nearby. Captain, was that really a dragon? One team member asked hesitantly. Although he had seen the entire battle, he still found it hard to believe. That was the legendary divine dragon. Zhang Guoping opened his mouth, wanting to answer the team member's question, but he just couldn't find the words. He also felt like he was dreaming. I don't know. Eventually, Zhang Guoping shook his head. After he said that, he fell silent for a few seconds and then added, "This matter is not for us to think about. If we survived and if we are successfully rescued, then this matter should be discussed at a higher level." Captain, will we survive? We will. Zhang Guoping said without thinking. After saying this, he glanced at Su Taohong, who was sitting not far away. The importance of Su Taohong was self-evident. The Xia side would definitely do everything possible to rescue her. Alright, quickly reassure the survivors, and handle the remaining matters. Yes. Just a moment of rest, the team members began to get busy again. On Su Taohong's side. Su Taohong's arm wound had already been bandaged, and she sat alone by the stone, staring blankly at the direction where the dragon had disappeared. At that moment of danger, the appearance of the dragon gave Su Taohong a strange sense of familiarity. This familiarity was not superficial, but something that arose from within her heart. It was as if this dragon knew her. And she also knew that dragon. While she was lost in thought, she accidentally touched the wound. The pain made her brow furrow slightly. Her gaze fell on her injured arm. The bandage on her arm was already soaked red with blood. Su Taohong showed a look of confusion, because since her body had been enhanced, she had conducted experiments during this time. If she got injured, it would not take long for the bleeding to stop automatically. And now, although the wound was much larger than the wounds she had created during her experiments, it shouldn't still be bleeding. She stretched out her other hand to open the bandage covering the wound, and as she looked at the blood still seeping out, Su Taohong's expression changed. The skin around the wound looked unusually red and swollen, and the blood oozing out was somewhat black. It looked like it was infected. One must know that the teeth and claws of the giant lizard carry hundreds of types of bacteria. If not treated professionally, it could easily lead to infection and even death. Only now, on the island, there were no medical conditions, professional treatment was completely impossible. Thinking of this, Su Taohong revealed a bitter smile. She had thought that surviving the giant lizard's attack would be the end, but unexpectedly, this was the result. Ms. Su. At that moment, Zheng Guoping walked over quickly. As soon as he arrived, he glanced at the wound on Su Taohong's arm, and instantly, his face turned ugly. The wound is infected. Su Taohong looked at Zheng Guoping with a bitter smile on her face. Zheng Guoping hurriedly squatted down to examine the wound closely. Looking at the blackened blood and the painfully swollen wound, Zheng Guoping quickly said, "It's a bacterial infection, we need to see if the bacteria have entered the body. Let me treat the wound first." As he spoke, he stood up and quickly walked away. After a moment, he returned with a small knife, then treated Su Taohong's wound. Once the treatment was done and the wound was rebandaged, Zheng Guoping told Su Taohong to find a place to rest. Soon, night fell. Su Taohong had a fever and fell into a coma. Clearly, the bacteria had entered her body. Looking at the unconscious Su Taohong, Zheng Guoping and the others surrounded her, their faces full of worry. At that moment, from the forest behind the beach came a rustling sound. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over, and they saw the dragon that had killed the giant lizard earlier today slowly walking out of the forest. Everyone's eyes widened, breath held, as they watched the dragon approach them closer. A pair of golden vertical pupils fixed on them, with a powerful dragon head and towering dragon horns pointed at the sky. Although the dragon did not make any attacking actions, merely walking slowly towards them, an indescribable feeling made their legs tremble uncontrollably. After a moment, the dragon reached the front of Su Taohong. It lowered its head to look at her lying there with closed eyes and a wrinkled brow. Su Yang's eyes softened a bit. He lifted his paw and then scratched at his other paw. Instantly, a small wound appeared on the claw. Su Yang placed his paw near Su Taohong's mouth. A drop of golden blood flowed out from the wound and dripped into Su Taohong's mouth. Zheng Guoping and the others watched this scene nervously. They did not know what this dragon intended to do, but judging from the current situation, it seemed to show no intention of harming them. So they didn't dare to do anything, only able to watch quietly. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. After about 10 drops of blood dripped into Su Taohong's mouth, the wound on Su Yang's claw had healed automatically. He looked at Su Taohong again. Su Taohong was still the same as before. This made Su Yang feel somewhat uneasy inside. His blood had the ability to heal wounds in living beings. As for what would happen to Su Taohong after consuming his blood, Su Yang couldn't think too much about it. After considering for a moment, Su Yang directly sat down next to Su Taohong, coiling his dragon body and tail around her, enveloping her in the middle. Then Su Yang lay there motionless. Seeing Su Yang's actions, Zheng Guoping and the others exchanged puzzled glances, reading confusion on each other's faces. This dragon seems to be protecting Su Taohong? Chapter 28, What kind of dragon are you talking about? Captain, am I seeing things? One of the team members beside Zheng Guoping whispered. Zheng Guoping remained silent for a few seconds, then gently nodded and said softly, "It seems like it is protecting Miss Su. Then just now, I saw this dragon feeding Miss Su its blood. Is it saving her? I don't know, but it should be, right? Dragon blood, I heard dragon blood is very nourishing. Captain, if I were injured, would he give me blood too? Why don't you try?" The team member showed a look of hesitation on his face. Lying beside Su Taohong, Su Yang listened to their conversation and couldn't help but glance at the two. When Su Yang looked over, the two suddenly tensed up, closed their mouths, and looked at Su Yang with caution. Su Yang withdrew his gaze and then drooped his eyelids, seeming to rest. Seeing Su Yang's appearance, Zheng Guoping and the team member breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, other survivors gathered around. They widened their eyes, staring at Su Yang lying there. Some survivors who had knelt on the ground earlier to give Su Yang their faith immediately ran to his side and knelt down, starting to bow their heads. "God, please, save us. Pacific Dragon King, please help us leave here. Listening to these people's pleas, Su Yang opened his eyes, his golden pupils scanning the crowd. Under Su Yang's gaze, some people were so frightened that they backed away repeatedly, while others, mimicking those who were kneeling, also knelt down, bowing, worshipping and pleading for help. These voices made Su Yang somewhat irritated. He opened his mouth and let out an angry dragon roar towards the surrounding survivors. The dragon's roar seemed to penetrate their souls, shaking their minds into blankness, as if they had lost the ability to think. After a few seconds, they finally woke up from the intimidation of the dragon's roar and hurriedly fled the scene. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Yang lay down again, resting his head on his claws, closing his eyes to replenish his energy. Time passed minute by minute. Su Taohong, lying in the middle of Su Yang, began to undergo changes after drinking 10 drops of his blood. Her complexion was visibly improving, while the bleeding from her wounds began to stop and slowly scab over. In less than an hour, her wounds had almost healed. At the same time, Su Taohong had a dream. In the dream, she was injured and on the verge of death, and then Su Yang suddenly appeared beside her and embraced her. She felt warm all over, without any coldness, just like being in a cozy quilt at home. When she woke up, it was already the second day. Opening her eyes, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above, shining down on her. Looking around, Su Taohong saw Zheng Guoping organizing the survivors to collect supplies not far away. I didn't die. Sitting up, Su Taohong glanced at her arm's wound. Looking at the scabbed over wound, Su Taohong was slightly taken aback. Miss Su, you're awake. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. Su Taohong turned her head and saw Zheng Guoping standing next to her, though she didn't know when he arrived. Su Taohong softly replied. Then she stood up from the ground, first looking around, and then noticing Zheng Guoping beside her, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Su Taohong asked with confusion. Zheng Guoping hesitated for a few seconds and then spoke, do you remember what happened last night? Su Taohong furrowed her brows slightly, showing a look of contemplation on her face. Last night, after she got infected, she passed out from a high fever, and when she woke up, it was already this morning. She completely could not recall what happened last night. I don't remember, what happened? Su Taohong asked. Zheng Guoping hesitated again and then recounted what happened yesterday. This morning, that dragon had already left. Hearing Zheng Guoping's account, Su Taohong's eyes widened in disbelief. The dragon from last night actually protected her for an entire night and even dripped blood into her mouth? Subconsciously, she pursed her lips, finding no taste in her mouth. Miss Su, do you know anything about that dragon? Zheng Guoping asked at this time. He felt that the dragon must have a connection with Su Taohong, otherwise, it wouldn't save her and guard her through the night, only leaving after she recovered. Without thinking, Su Taohong shook her head and said, It's my first time seeing it, I don't know that dragon at all. Before encountering that dragon, I always thought dragons were something made up by ancient people. Hearing Su Taohong's words, Zheng Guoping opened his mouth to ask something else, but just then, a strange sound came from the sky above them. Zheng Guoping instinctively looked up, and then saw 2 fighter jets flying low over the island. In that moment, Zheng Guoping's eyes widened. That was the most advanced fighter jet of Xia country. Why are fighter jets here? Zheng Guoping quickly realized that these fighter jets had come to search for them. Quick! Find wood to ignite. Zheng Guoping shouted loudly to the survivors not far away. Soon, everyone began to gather wood and some flammable materials. After everything was ready, they lit the fire, stacking the wood and finally covering it with a layer of green leaves. Thick white smoke billowed from the fire, drifting up into the sky. The 2 fighter jets from Xia country turned around to patrol again, and upon turning back, they saw the signal released by the survivors. Eagle Nest, Eagle 1 has spotted a target, repeat. Eagle 1 has spotted a target. Eagle Nest received, please report target location. Target coordinates, 48089.3. Eagle Nest received, Eagles 1 and 2 stay around the target and provide information at any time. Roger. 1 hour later. A dozen helicopters from Xia country arrived over the island. They quickly landed on the island, and soldiers fully armed along with accompanying military doctors got off the planes. Seeing the soldiers from Xia country, the survivors were filled with joy, crying tears of relief. 2 hours later. Everyone boarded the helicopters and left the island. On the island. Su Yan looked at the distant helicopters for a long time, then turned to walk into the depths of the forest. 1 day later. Su Taohong and the survivors returned to Xia country. Upon returning to Xia country, Zheng Guoping and the others immediately contacted their superiors. His superior was Team Leader Liao, who was responsible for the moat incident. Team Leader Liao, we discovered a dragon on the island. When Zheng Guoping met Team Leader Liao, the first thing he said left Liao stunned. He was silent for a few seconds and then asked in a deep voice, What dragon are you talking about? Chapter 29, Aftermath.
Zhang Guoping spoke earnestly, "It's the dragon from our totem in Xia country."
Team leader Liao fell silent again.
As one of the leaders of the most mysterious department in Xia country, he had seen many unbelievable things, but upon hearing Zhang Guoping's words, he still took a long time to respond.
"Are you talking about the dragon in the myths and legends of our Xia country?" Liao Team asked uncertainly once more. Zhang Guoping nodded seriously.
Seeing Zhang Guoping nod, Liao Team's expression changed, then he said in a deep voice, "Tell me more in detail."
"Yes." Next, Zhang Guoping explained everything in detail.
When he finished speaking, Liao Team frowned and said, "So, every survivor saw that dragon?"
"Yes."
"Have you controlled those survivors?"
"I don't know, after coming back, I just came here to report to you."
At this point, Zhang Guoping's voice lowered a few notches. He realized some things as well.
Liao Team hurriedly said, "Quick!
Notify and bring all survivors back, and control them."
"Yes." Zhang Guoping quickly left.
However, by this time, it was already too late. These survivors met their families at the airport after returning home, then they left the airport by car. During the ride, the survivors shared what had happened on the island, including that legendary dragon.
Half a day later, a news article about the existence of dragons appeared online.
However, this news article was quickly deleted, but many netizens had already shared it, sparking a lot of discussions. Regarding these discussions online, while the Xia country's cybersecurity ministry could delete posts and ban accounts, offline discussions could not be stopped. So soon, rumors about the dragon spread again.
In the meeting room of the security department,
the director of the security department and Liao Team sat at the front of the conference table, while Zhang Guoping and others sat below them.
"Have all those survivors been settled?" Liao Team asked. "They have been settled, including Su Taohong," Zhang Guoping said. Hearing Zhang Guoping's words, Liao Team nodded, then he fell silent for a few seconds and said, "You said earlier that the dragon protected Su Taohong?"
"Yes, Liao Team, when we first encountered those giant lizards, the dragon did not appear, until Su Taohong was in danger that the dragon showed up. Later, when Su Taohong fainted from a bacterial infection, the dragon appeared again and dripped 10 drops of dragon blood into Su Taohong's mouth, guarding her through the night." Zhang Guoping's words made Liao Team and the director of the security department exchange glances and then fall into thought.
Everything was simply too bizarre. Unexplainable evolution. A suddenly appearing dragon. What is the relationship between that dragon and Su Taohong? Why would the dragon protect Su Taohong? Su Taohong must be kept under close protection.
Recently, things happening here may have caught the attention of other countries, and it won't be long before they discover Su Taohong's situation.
We can't let her have any mishaps.
After a long time, Liao Team said in a deep voice. Liao Team's words made the director beside him nod. Then he added, "Be a bit nicer to Su Taohong, try to meet some of her requests as much as possible."
"Yes." Zhang Guoping quickly replied. But then he thought of something and asked, "What if Su Taohong inquires about it, what should we say?"
"Just tell her the truth."
"Understood." An hour later, in a hotel room,
there was a knock at the door from outside.
Hearing the sound, Su Taohong walked to the door and opened it.
After opening the door, she saw Zhang Guoping standing outside.
"Mr. Zhang." "Miss Su, I'm sorry to disturb you. I just finished talking with my leader. Because the event is quite special, we need you to stay here a few more days," Zhang Guoping said with a very good attitude. Listening to Zhang Guoping, Su Taohong was not surprised.
She merely nodded lightly. After all, encountering such an event, it was impossible to just leave. The Xia country definitely needed to investigate and handle the follow-up matters.
"By the way, can you tell me why you have been following me all this time?" Su Taohong asked after thinking of something. Zhang Guoping nodded and said, "All right, Miss Su, we are actually following you because..." "Come in and talk." Su Taohong interrupted Zhang Guoping's words. Zhang Guoping nodded and entered the room. Once inside, Zhang Guoping told her everything in detail. Half an hour later, Zhang Guoping left Su Taohong's room. Inside the room, Su Taohong sat on the sofa, her face full of confusion. Zhang Guoping had told her everything. It turned out that all of this was very likely related to Su Yang, including the changes in her body and the moat incident. The missing Su Yang, the changes in her body, and the dragon that appeared. Suddenly, Su Taohong thought of something. She remembered that once she had seen Su Yang's eyes were golden. At that time, she thought Su Yang was wearing colored contact lenses. Now, looking back, Su Taohong felt that Su Yang's eyes looked very similar to the eyes of that dragon. Both had golden eyes, just the pupils were different. A guess surged in her heart but was quickly dismissed by Su Taohong. On the other side, on the island in the Pacific Ocean, Su Yang was quickly moving through the forest. That 7-meter-long giant lizard he killed must have grown so long for some reason. There must be some secret on this island. While weaving through, Su Yang's super-strong perception searched around. After searching for about half a day, Su Yang discovered an entrance in the middle of the island. The entrance was surrounded by piles of various animal bones, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. The smell was just like that of the giant lizard. Is this the giant lizard's nest? Su Yang wondered. Then, he took steps toward the cave. Upon entering the cave, Su Yang found that it extended downward, with no signs of artificial structure. It appeared to be naturally formed. He continued to explore downward, and after walking about 300 to 400 meters, Su Yang felt a strange smell pervading the air. Then, not far away, there was a hissing sound. Su Yang focused his eyes and flashed a look of surprise. He saw more than 10 giant lizards crawling around the corner. Each giant lizard was 7 to 8 meters long, their skins covered in disgusting slime and lumps, looking mutated. With a thought, Su Yang summoned energy from within himself and condensed it into several invisible blades aimed at those dozen giant lizards. Puff! The bodies of those giant lizards were sliced into several pieces, like tofu. After dealing with these giant lizards, Su Yang continued to walk deeper inside. All along the way, Su Yang encountered quite a few such giant lizards. They were not very strong, but each one was huge and ugly. After walking down about 1,000 meters, Su Yang stopped. He saw some strange ores appearing on the walls around him. Su Yang walked closer to examine the ores carefully, and then his pupils contracted, a shocked expression appearing on a dragon's face. Uranium! It turned out to be uranium ore. Seeing this ore, Su Yang's doubts vanished. Chapter 30, The Secret of the Island. Before becoming a dragon, Su Yang would often read novels, especially those of a certain type where animals were polluted by uranium, leading to mutations. He never expected to encounter this in real life. These 7 to 8 meter long giant lizards, along with the slime and lumps on them, were clearly mutations caused by uranium. Confirming the reason for the mutation of the giant lizards, Su Yang continued to explore downward. Along the way, Su Yang killed many more giant lizards. Although he killed these giant lizards, Su Yang did not consume their bodies. The reason was, it was too disgusting. After walking about 1,000 more meters, Su Yang reached the deepest part of the cave. The deepest part was a vast flat area, covered with giant lizards. Most of these giant lizards were 7 to 8 meters long, with some even around 10 meters. One of the largest gigantic lizards reached an astonishing length of about 16 meters. The giant lizard was covered in sores, looking both disgusting and terrifying. As if sensing something, the giant lizard turned its gaze towards Su Yang. Upon seeing Su Yang, it stuck out its tongue, while the scales on its body emitted a hissing sound. At the moment the sound rang out, all the surrounding giant lizards looked towards Su Yang, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards him quickly. Watching the approaching giant lizards, Su Yang gathered energy and transformed it into blade-like attacks on these charging creatures. Puff, puff. One by one, the giant lizard heads flew into the air. The bodies of those giant lizards, propelled by inertia, fell to the ground motionless after a few meters. However, because there were too many giant lizards, many still charged forward. Su Yang let out a fearsome dragon roar, which caused the movements of those giant lizards to pause momentarily. By the time they reacted, Su Yang had already charged in front of them. His sharp dragon claws grabbed their bodies, and with a strong squeeze, the giant lizards were crushed into meat paste. The dragon tail lashed out at one of the giant lizards that was pouncing towards him. As the dragon tail struck the body of that giant lizard, a muffled bang echoed, and the lizard was directly snapped into the air. At that moment, the giant lizard over 10 meters long came rushing over. Su Yang, who was only over 7 meters tall, seemed relatively small in front of it. The lizard's slimy, large mouth bit towards the tail of Su Yang. Su Yang hurriedly dodged while using his dragon claws to grab at the giant lizard's head. When Su Yang's dragon claws touched the lizard's head, a sharp pain made him retract his claws. He quickly fell back. Su Yang raised his pained claw to take a look. He saw faint traces of corrosion on his claw. This giant lizard had mutated quite severely. Su Yang became serious. He channeled energy within him, transforming it into blades that slashed at the giant lizard. When the blades struck the giant lizard, deep wounds appeared on its body. The wounds were very deep, exposing bone. In pain, the giant lizard rolled on the ground, splattering its slime everywhere. Su Yang hurriedly dodged, but some of the slime dripped onto his scales, and that patch of scales was actually corroded away. Furious, Su Yang let out another dragon roar. He summoned all his strength and suddenly swung his dragon tail, striking that giant lizard. Bang! With a loud noise, the giant lizard was directly flung away, crashing hard against the cave wall. The whole cave shook slightly for a few moments. The giant lizard shook its head, trying to get up, but Su Yang did not give it a chance. He continued to use energy to form blades that slashed at the giant lizard, and in less than 2 seconds, hundreds of blades struck its body. Only when Su Yang's energy was depleted did he finally stop. Looking at the giant lizard that was now a bloody mess and silent against the wall, Su Yang did not linger. He killed the other surrounding giant lizards and then left the cave. Meanwhile, on the side of the Free Country. During this time, the events of the Moat incident in Xia Country and their dispatching of fighter jets and helicopters to a certain island in the Pacific have been investigated by the Free Country. Their fleet was closest to that island, so upon learning of this, they immediately set out towards it. In just one day, the fleet had arrived near the island, and the fleet commander dispatched soldiers to land on the island. Once on the island, the soldiers began searching. Soon they discovered the cave in the middle of the island. After donning protective gear, they entered the depths of the cave, and along the way, they discovered many giant lizard corpses and the uranium ores on the walls. Upon seeing those 7 to 8 meter long giant lizard bodies, exclamations of surprise escaped them. However, when they reached the deepest part of the cave, after seeing the bodies lying all over the ground, they were even more shocked. After the shock, the commanding officer quickly reported the situation to the fleet commander. The commander immediately ordered them to bring those bodies back. While collecting those bodies, they discovered a patch of golden unknown creature scales. The scales were large, about the size of 2 palms, golden in color, with shallow patterns and some signs of corrosion on the surface. At first, they only regarded these 2 scales as ordinary unknown objects and collected them, bringing them back to the fleet. After collecting the bodies, the fleet commander ordered some soldiers to stay on the island, while he took another group of soldiers, along with the bodies, back to the Free Nation. Not long after they left, the fleet from Summer Country arrived near the island. On the deck of the warship, the captain used binoculars to look at the Free Nation soldiers near the island's shallow water, and his face turned ugly. They were one step too late. On the other side, in the Pacific Ocean, a whaling ship from Cherry Blossom was sailing on the sea. The radar on the ship was searching for targets. The crew lounged on the deck, singing songs from Cherry Blossom and chatting about the latest works of their teachers. Beep beep. At that moment, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Hearing the sound, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Because after years of hunting whales, the whales in the ocean had become fewer and fewer, and they hadn't spotted a single one for a month. Now they finally found one. Quick! Hurry up! Get to your positions! The first mate shouted loudly. Before the first mate finished speaking, everyone quickly stood up and grabbed the whaling harpoons beside them, rushing to their positions. In the cabin, the captain sat next to the radar, watching the display with an excited expression. The radar showed 2 targets. These 2 targets were together. They never expected that after a month of no success, they would find 2 at once. Drop the bait. Get the whales to surface. The captain ordered immediately. Aye. The first mate quickly nodded. Soon the bait was thrown into the water. And after the bait was dropped, in the waters a mile away, 2 huge dolphins sensed something and swam towards the whaling ship. Chapter 31, The Dolphins Were Discovered. These 2 dolphins were actually the same ones that Su Yang had encountered in the South China Sea. Having absorbed Su Yang's blood, their bodies had undergone immense enhancement during this time. The larger dolphin now measured an astonishing 20 meters in length, and its weight reached over 90 tons. The smaller dolphin measured 15 meters in length and weighed over 50 tons. The 2 dolphins quickly swam toward the whaling ship. Soon, they arrived a few hundred meters away from the whaling ship. At that moment, the smaller dolphin dove and leaped out of the water. Its 10-meter body leaping out of the water looked extremely striking, and the distant whaling ship immediately spotted the small dolphin. When the crew saw the dolphin's 10-meter body, they were all stunned. They widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Oh my God! What kind of monster is this? How can there be such a big dolphin? Am I seeing things? So big. Amid the crowd's exclamations, the larger dolphin also leaped out of the water. Its more than 20-meter body was even more shocking than the smaller dolphin. The crew on the whaling ship were seasoned hunters, having caught whales numbering in the double or even triple digits. For such large fish, they were already accustomed to seeing them, but this was their first time seeing dolphins this big. Quick! Quick! Capture these 2 dolphins! At this moment, the first mate shouted excitedly. The crew reacted after hearing the sound. Such a huge dolphin was simply unheard of. If they could capture these 2 dolphins and send them to the Cherry Blossom exhibition, they would definitely make a lot of money. Even if they couldn't capture them alive, just getting the dolphin's corpse would allow them to make a specimen. As they fantasized about the events following the capture of the 2 dolphins, greed showed on the faces of the crew members, and they raised their harpoons towards the approaching dolphins. When the smaller dolphin swam beside the whaling ship, the crew members unhesitatingly threw their harpoons, and the harpoon gun on the ship also pulled the trigger. Whoosh!
The harpoon shot out, flying straight toward the dolphin.
Seemingly sensing danger, the small dolphin suddenly accelerated and then leaped out of the water. The harpoon barely grazed the dolphin's body, leaving a deep wound. Boom! The dolphin fell into the sea. In an instant, a pool of blood appeared on the surface, and the dolphin vanished from sight. Under the ship. At that moment, the captain, who was monitoring the radar, shouted loudly. Bang! The next second, a muffled sound came from beneath the whaling ship, and the ship shook violently. Damn it, that dolphin is ramming the ship, someone shouted in terror. Everyone's face changed at once. Bang! There was another muffled sound. The ship shook again. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the captain watched the radar display, where the coordinate of the small dolphin was still beneath the ship, while another large target was rapidly approaching the ship. Something else is coming. Southwest direction, the captain shouted. Everyone looked towards the southwest direction together. As they looked over, the more than 20-meter-long large dolphin surfaced. Seeing this even larger dolphin, one of the crew members operating the harpoon gun instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The harpoon flew out. The large dolphin tried to dodge, but perhaps due to its massive size, its movement was slower than that of the small dolphin. The harpoon directly struck the large dolphin's tail and firmly anchored to it. The large dolphin rolled rapidly in the water due to the pain, then swam quickly toward the distance. The line connected to the harpoon stretched tight, pulling the entire whaling ship along. On the deck, the crew members saw that the harpoon had struck the large dolphin and erupted in excited cheers. Then they fired their harpoons at the large dolphin. In just a few seconds, the large dolphin had 2 more harpoons in it, and blood flowed from its body, quickly turning the surrounding seawater red. The fish in the sea seemed attracted, frantically feeding on the blood flowing from the dolphin. Beneath the ship, the small dolphin saw the large dolphin in danger and crashed into the ship more quickly and more frantically. Each impact shook the whaling ship, while at the same time, its body was also scarred from the collisions. Once. Twice. 3 times. After countless impacts, a crack appeared under the ship, and a large amount of seawater surged into the cabin through the crack. The crew members inside, who had originally been excited about capturing the large dolphin, now showed horror as they realized the ship was leaking water. They hurriedly ran to the bottom of the ship, trying every possible way to repair the crack. However, the crack, under the pressure of the seawater and with the dolphin's continuous ramming, grew larger and larger, and the crew realized the ship was likely to sink. Captain! The crack at the bottom cannot be repaired, we are going to sink, the first mate hurried into the cabin and said to the captain. Hearing this, the captain's face turned pale. But then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, send out an international distress signal to see if there are any navies nearby. Aye. The first mate turned to leave. Wait. The captain quickly called out to the first mate. Then he showed a mad look and said, also send out our discovery of the giant dolphin. So, whether it's for the dolphins or others, as long as those who receive our message will come right away. Hi. The assistant quickly left. Soon, the whaling ship sent out a distress signal, including the discovery of a 20-meter-long dolphin, via radio to other ships in the surrounding waters. Many ships immediately changed course upon receiving the news and sped towards the whaling ship, including the Sakura self-defense forces who happened to be nearby. Nani? A 20-meter-long dolphin? What a joke! The commander of the self-defense forces widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Whether it's true or not, since it's our Sakura ship that encountered danger, we must go for rescue. Head to the signal point now. Hi. The Sakura self-defense forces set sail towards the signal point. After sailing for about half an hour, they arrived at the scene of the incident. Then they saw thousands of fish frantically jumping on the water's surface, feeding on blood. Not far away, there was a ship that was almost sinking, with some crew members wearing life jackets waving towards them. Seeing this scene, the battleship of the self-defense forces quickly dispatched a rescue boat to save the crew members. But just as they were launching the rescue boat, they saw a 10-meter-long dolphin leap out of the water, slamming into one of the crew members. Bang! The crew member was struck and sank into the sea, disappearing from sight. Chapter 32, Save the Dolphin, Kill the Sakura Soldier. Seeing the dolphin leap out of the water, the Sakura soldiers on the ship widened their eyes. Amaterasu. It's really true. What a big dolphin. How can there be such a big dolphin? Commander. What do we do? Capture that dolphin. Hi. The soldiers immediately began to act. As soldiers of the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, in addition to firearms, they also have many non-lethal weapons, such as tranquilizer guns. Taking out the tranquilizer guns, the soldiers observed the surface of the sea. A few seconds later, the dolphin appeared again. And the soldiers on the battleship raised their tranquilizer guns and aimed at the dolphin to shoot. In the blink of an eye, the dolphin had been struck by more than a dozen tranquilizer bullets.
However, the dosage was minimal for the gigantic dolphin, measuring more than 10 meters long. It continued to frantically kill the crew members who had fallen into the water. Soon, the crew members were all killed without exception. On the battleship, the Sakura soldiers looked on in anger. Those were their Sakura people, to be slaughtered by the dolphin like this. Baka! Open fire! The captain of the battleship shouted in rage. He had initially wanted to capture the dolphin alive with tranquilizers and then present it to higher-ups or research departments for biological research, but now he only wanted to kill the dolphin. Hearing the captain's order, the soldiers took out their firearms and pulled the trigger at the dolphin swimming towards them. Gunfire erupted. Blood splattered from the dolphin as it was struck by bullets. The pain made the dolphin dive down immediately, swimming quickly towards the distance. Meanwhile, the battleship opened its radar for immediate pursuit. On the other side, Su Yang was feeding in the sea. As his body grew larger, his daily food intake was rapidly increasing. Now, he needed at least 3 tons of food daily to fill his belly. However, due to the intimidation he exuded, Su Yang quickly captured and devoured 3 tons of food. After filling his stomach, Su Yang prepared to continue wandering. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. That was the call of a dolphin? The sound was filled with anger and urgency. Su Yang paused for a moment. Because of the encounter with the 2 dolphins before, Su Yang had a good feeling towards dolphins. He hesitated for a moment, then swam towards the direction of the sound. 10 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at the location of the sound. Upon arrival, Su Yang saw a huge dolphin not far away, with several harpoons stuck in its body. When the dolphin saw Su Yang, its round eyes showed a look of confusion. It sensed a very kind feeling from Su Yang, just like that previous human. But this creature it had never seen before was definitely not a human. Although the dolphin was highly intelligent, and had evolved beyond the limits of regular dolphins due to Su Yang's blood, it still couldn't figure out what was happening. While it was puzzled, Su Yang swam to its side. He raised his claw and grabbed the harpoon on its tail, noticing that there were cherry blossom characters on the harpoon. Made by the cherry blossom people? The dolphin instinctively wanted to escape, but that familiar feeling made it stop, quietly watching Su Yang. After gripping the harpoon, Su Yang pulled hard. The harpoon was pulled out, taking a bit of flesh from the dolphin's tail with it. The dolphin rolled over in pain. Su Yang pressed down on the dolphin with one claw, then squeezed a few drops of golden blood from his claw into the dolphin's mouth. Upon seeing the golden blood and sensing the familiar energy within it, the dolphin could confirm that the creature before it was that previous human. It made a joyful sound, then swirled around Su Yang, rubbing its big head against his. But then it seemed to remember something, emitting a few urgent sounds. Listening to the dolphin's voice, Su Yang motioned for it to lead the way. The dolphin called out again, then quickly swam in a certain direction while Su Yang followed behind. After about 20 minutes of swimming, Su Yang spotted a dolphin of more than 10 meters fleeing desperately in the distance, with several speedboats chasing it. Those speedboats were filled with soldiers holding guns. Seeing the scene, Su Yang showed no hesitation, suddenly accelerating towards the speedboats. The cherry blossom soldiers chasing the dolphin in the speedboats had no idea that Su Yang was rapidly approaching beneath the water. As they got closer to the dolphin, the soldiers on the speedboats burst into laughter. At that moment, one soldier casually glanced down. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a golden figure rapidly approaching the speedboat from beneath the surface. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Then his pupils constricted, and a look of shock spread across his face. Before he could speak, bang! With a loud noise, the speedboat beneath him flew up, while a golden dragon leaped out of the water, its mouth open to bite the speedboat. Boom! The dragon's mouth closed. The speedboat exploded with a sound. The soldiers in the other speedboats froze at the sight. They stared at the wreckage of the speedboat turned into countless fragments, the blood-stained sea, and that golden creature. A dragon! One soldier exclaimed in disbelief. In their shock, the dragon quickly swam over the surface of the sea, reaching another speedboat in the blink of an eye. It raised its dragon claw and suddenly smashed down on the speedboat. The soldiers on the speedboat had no time to react before being turned into mush, with the speedboat sinking directly. Then the dragon's tail swung towards another speedboat. That long, golden dragon tail was extremely fast, making a tearing sound. Bang! Another loud bang. Another speedboat was sunk. Seeing this scene, the remaining soldiers on the other speedboats finally reacted. They raised their guns and shot at Su Yang. Bang! Bang! The bullets hit Su Yang, making sounds of metal colliding. These bullets couldn't hurt Su Yang at all. Yet Su Yang, like a wolf among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtered in the midst of the speedboats. In less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen speedboats were sunk, and all the soldiers on those boats met the same fate.
After killing these soldiers, Su Yang sank to the seafloor and swam towards the little dolphin. However, he did not know that this scene was being watched by many countries using satellites. But even if they knew, Su Yang didn't care. Because after saving Su Taohong from the deserted island, Su Yang knew he could no longer hide. So now, he had nothing to hide. Chapter 33 Preparing for Summer Country. 5 minutes later. In the sea. Su Yang stopped the little dolphin. Like treating a big dolphin, Su Yang dropped a few drops of blood to feed the little dolphin, then helped to treat its wounds. The little dolphin recognized Su Yang, it rubbed its head against him, making cheerful sounds. Su Yang smiled and patted the little dolphin's head with his dragon claw. He carefully looked at the two dolphins, one big and one small. It hadn't been long, yet these two had grown so much. This time to treat them, he fed them a few drops of blood again. He wondered what changes they would undergo after this. While thinking this, the big dolphin called out twice. Surprised, Su Yang asked, "Do you want to follow me?" The two dolphins quickly nodded. Seeing them nod, Su Yang thought for a moment and agreed. Having encountered these two dolphins several times meant they were fated to be together. Now that they were injured, it was fine for them to stay with him for a while. After explaining a few things to the two dolphins, Su Yang swam towards the distance, and the two dolphins excitedly followed. On the other side. The news of the Sakura Self-Defense Force's speedboat being attacked quickly reached headquarters. The headquarters immediately contacted the Self-Defense Force's speedboat, and upon learning that they had spotted a giant dolphin, they quickly deployed satellites to check the coordinates of the incident. Through satellite records, Sakura headquarters saw Su Yang effortlessly destroy more than a dozen speedboats, leaving everyone there stunned. As a neighbor of the summer country, they immediately recognized what creature was destroying the speedboats. But did dragons only exist in legends? Not just Sakura. The free country and summer country also saw the scene of Su Yang destroying the speedboats through satellite surveillance. In the security department meeting room of summer country, Team Leader Liao, the head of the security department, and several high-ranking officials sat at the conference table while the big screen in front was looping footage of Su Yang destroying the Sakura speedboats. Watching Su Yang's overwhelming power, everyone fell silent. Although they had previously learned about the dragon from survivors on the plane and from Zhang Guoping, seeing the footage now was still hard for them to accept. Everyone. The mode incident and Su Taohong's body enhancement, I believe, are very likely related to this dragon. At this moment, Team Leader Liao spoke up. Hearing Team Leader Liao's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Though they had no evidence yet, it was clear that the recent events were directly or indirectly related to the suddenly appearing dragon. Team Leader Liao then stood up and walked to the front, stating, "Currently, we can confirm that the dragon knows Su Taohong, otherwise, it would not have protected her on the deserted island." Secondly, Su Yang's identity. Where is the missing Su Yang, and what is his connection to the dragon? Finally, what do we do next? At this point, Team Leader Liao paused, then continued, "During this time, the fish from the moat in Qingshan City have entered the Yangtze River and other large water areas. According to our investigation, many people have been affected after mistakenly consuming the evolved fish, and their bodies have also undergone evolution. Currently, the situation is still under control, but only temporarily. It won't be long before more people who have mistakenly eaten those fish will emerge, and even more will gain evolution. Now we must think of a way to solve this problem. Oh, and one more thing. Zhang Guoping previously mentioned that the isolated island was reached first by the ships of the free country, and they have sent soldiers to station on the island. It is estimated that they have made some discoveries there." Liao's series of statements made everyone present frown and ponder. Half an hour later, after a discussion, the group made several decisions. Establish a special department specifically responsible for handling such events, and recruit the currently evolved people as department members. Prepare to announce this matter publicly at any time, and additionally, collect the evolved fish and select outstanding personnel from the military or police to actively transform these individuals and cultivate special forces. Continue investigating the relationship between Su Yang, Long, and Su Taohong, and try to build a good relationship with Su Taohong as much as possible. After the meeting ended, the summer country immediately took action. They organized a large number of personnel to investigate those who had gained evolution after eating the fish, and only after an initial screening could they determine whether to recruit. In addition, all military and police forces in summer country also began internal screenings. Everything was progressing rapidly. In a certain neighborhood of summer country, Zhang Dong was currently in his rented room. He was holding a martial arts manual he had found online, focusing intently on it. Not long ago, he caught a 2-pound crucian carp while fishing in the Yangtze River. After eating the fish, he noticed his body had become stronger within a few days. However, he did not know that it was due to eating the fish and thought that he had accidentally opened the legendary Ran and Du Meridians, so he had been studying the martial arts manual, fantasizing about becoming a martial arts hero one day, flying over rooftops and walls. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Zhang Dong put down the book and walked to the door to open it. There stood 2 men in suits and 1 police officer in uniform. "Who are you?" Zhang Dong asked with confusion. One of the men took out an ID from his pocket and said, "Hello, Summer Country Security Bureau." Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Dong instantly became nervous. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Is there something wrong?" The man said, "We need your cooperation on a matter. Please come with us." I. Zhang Dong wanted to say something, but seeing the expressionless faces of the security personnel in front of him, he simply nodded. Similar incidents were happening in many places across Summer Country. In just 2 days, hundreds of people who had gained physical enhancement were summoned. They were sent to a certain military camp for closed training. On the side of the free country, the military ship transporting the giant lizard corpses arrived at the military port of the free country. Upon arrival, the military immediately dispatched personnel to send those corpses and the golden scales to a research institute for study. After 2 days of research, they found that the bodies of these giant lizards were so huge because of uranium. However, they were puzzled by the golden scales. They discovered that the hardness of the golden scales was very high, exceeding that of any biological scales. In addition, there was an element inside that they had never seen before. Chapter 34, We Can Fly. While researching these elements, they unexpectedly found that this element was quite similar to the elements found in those fish brought back by their agents from Summer Country. Yes. The incident at the city mode in Xia Country, their agents over there learned about it, and through some channels obtained some fish, which were sent to Liberty Country for research. After the research, they discovered that this energy could enhance a person's body. And they have secretly cultivated some enhanced individuals. Only their highest-ups know about this matter. Of course, the above is not the key point. The key point is that they saw through satellites the incident where Su Yang attacked the Cherry Blossom speedboat. Watching Su Yang leap out of the water, his entire body covered in golden scales, they could say it looked exactly like the scales they had obtained. So, this means that the scales are from the legendary dragon of Xia Country. Also, those fish were created by this dragon. So now the task is to consider whether they can catch that eastern dragon. Immediately, they dispatched warships and several submarines with radars to the Pacific, to the location where Su Yang last appeared. In fact, it wasn't just Liberty Country, other countries that saw the satellite surveillance also dispatched warships to the area. In an instant, the international waters of the Pacific became quite lively. Time flies. A week later. On an island in the Pacific. Su Yang lay on the beach of the island soaking up the sun. The sunlight shone on his scales, reflecting a bright glow. Su Yang squinted his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his body, as the sea breeze brushed by, gently stirring his hair. Not far away, a big and a small dolphin were happily swimming on the surface of the sea, occasionally leaping high out of the water, then landing with a splash. Over the past week, because they consumed Su Yang's blood, the 2 dolphins not only healed from their injuries but also grew significantly bigger. The big dolphin had grown to 30 meters, and the small dolphin reached 20 meters. Moreover, both dolphins' intelligence had increased, allowing for some simple communication, though this communication was inaudible to humans, existing in sound waves beyond human hearing. Only Su Yang and a few other beings could hear. Squeak. At this moment, the small dolphin swam over with a grouper fish over a meter long in its mouth, then tossed it towards Su Yang. The grouper nearly hit Su Yang on the head. Su Yang opened his eyes and looked at the small dolphin, which seemed to be showing off, spinning in circles in the water. Seeing the small dolphin's appearance, a human-like smile appeared on Su Yang's dragon face. "I always call you Little Dolphin like this, let's give you a name, from now on, you'll be called Little Tuan." Su Yang spoke in human language. The small dolphin became even more excited upon hearing Su Yang's words. At this moment, the big dolphin also swam to the shore. Su Yang continued, "Then you can be called Little Yuan." The big dolphin also became happy. After giving the 2 dolphins their names, Su Yang looked down at the grouper fish beside him. The surface of the grouper was covered with some sand. Even though he had transformed into a dragon, Su Yang was still quite particular about food. With a thought, he made the fish float up, then tossed it into the sea to clean and prepare it before finally putting it into his mouth. Feeling the energy surge into his body, Su Yang squinted his eyes again in pleasure. And at that moment, suddenly, he felt a surge of power of faith entering his body. Su Yang opened his eyes again, filled with astonishment, wondering why there was an inexplicable power of faith entering him. Carefully sensing the extra power of faith within him. In some mysterious way, Su Yang seemed to feel that this power of faith somehow came from the direction of Xia Country. Vague images floated in his mind. In the images, there were several people from Xia Country, the survivors from the deserted island, and at this moment, they were kneeling in front of a dragon-shaped statue. With serious devotion. Seeing this scene in his mind, Su Yang roughly guessed the reason. Su Yang felt joy in his heart. During this time, he had been eating seafood, and as his body and strength grew, the energy from those seafood was becoming less and less. It would not be long before those seafood would no longer satisfy him. But now there was a way to increase his power of faith, so the problem of gaining energy to evolve was solved. He closed his eyes and continued to feel this power of faith within his body. He did not know how long it had been. Su Yang's body slowly floated up. Not far away on the sea surface, two dolphins, Little Group and Little Round, saw this scene, their round eyes full of curiosity. Under their gaze, Su Yang rose higher and higher off the ground. From 10 meters to 20 meters, then he directly floated into the air. Floating in midair, Su Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the island beneath him and the sea, his vertical pupils filled with excitement. He could fly. While studying the power of faith, Su Yang had tried to fill his body with this power, unexpectedly leading to him flying. Could it be that those legendary dragons flew this way too? A conjecture surged in Su Yang's mind. But soon, he cast this conjecture aside. Flying. How many people's childhood fantasies disappeared as they grew up? But at this moment, feeling the wind blowing around him, the clouds he could almost touch, and the island beneath him, Su Yang felt a surge of emotions welling up. Excitement. Thrill. Various emotions poured in. Unable to contain himself, Su Yang let out a long dragon's roar, then quickly moved through the air. The sky, to him, looked like the sea, and he could roam freely. Rolling, pausing, soaring, all actions needed just a single thought. After flying in the sky for over an hour, Su Yang finally descended, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Once down, Su Yang felt a wave of hunger. He dove into the sea and began to eat voraciously. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Yang did not return to the shore but swam towards the direction of the Atlantic Ocean with Little Group and Little Round. Along the way, Su Yang noticed many warships on the surface of the Pacific Ocean. There were ships from various countries. In addition, there were quite a few submarines. Since submarines and warships were equipped with radar, Su Yang, along with Little Group and Little Round, tried to avoid these warships as much as possible. Thus, they swam for about 20 days, until Su Yang and Little Round and Little Group finally arrived at the Atlantic Ocean. As the second largest ocean in this world, the fish here were no less than those in the Pacific, especially the tuna. The tuna in the Atlantic Ocean was extremely delicious, and after tasting it for the first time, Su Yang instantly fell in love with this food. Chapter 35, Changes Begin in the Pacific. Although the tuna was tasty, the energy it provided to Su Yang was no different from that of other fish. Previously, when Su Yang was full, he could grow 1 meter in 3 days, but as his strength increased, he needed more energy, and the original 3 days turned into 7 days. Although 7 days felt a bit longer, Su Yang could still accept it. Soon, a month passed. During this month, Su Yang had been wandering around the Atlantic Ocean with Little Group and Little Round. In this month, Su Yang's size grew to 15 meters, and the dragon ball in his chest had grown quite a bit compared to a month ago, surrounded by a layer of power of faith. That power of faith was slowly nourishing the dragon ball. The sizes of Little Group and Little Round had not increased, but their heads seemed to have grown a size larger. Their heads were already big, and now they looked cuter yet slightly odd. Additionally, their intelligence had also improved quite a bit compared to before. Su Yang began to try to teach these two guys to talk. That's right. Teach them to speak human language. After all, there wasn't much to do on this side of the Atlantic. Every day was just eating, exploring, and sunbathing. Teaching them to talk was also a way to pass the time. Su Yang actually treated this matter as a way to kill time, but one day, Little Tuan suddenly blurted out a word, Su. When Su Yang heard this word, he was shocked for a long time. He never expected that he actually taught them something. Since one of them could say Su, then the others would surely learn too. So from that day on, Su Yang began to take teaching these two guys to talk seriously. On the other side, in the Pacific Ocean, almost all the military ships from countries around the world were in the Pacific Ocean, along with many large fishing vessels. As for why there were so many fishing boats and warships, the reason dates back to a month ago. A month ago, countries like Freedom Nation, Summer Country, and Sakura Nation discovered dragons through satellite monitoring and sent naval ships and submarines here. Once they arrived, they started searching with radar. However, after several days of searching, they found no trace of the dragons but discovered something else. They realized that some fish in the ocean had actually evolved. And those who ate the fish had their physical qualities enhanced. After discovering this, they immediately began to investigate, and at the same time sent ships from their countries to catch fish. After a week of investigation, they found the reason. It turned out that a month ago, a whaling ship from Sakura Nation severely wounded 2 dolphins with harpoons, and the blood flowing from the dolphins allowed other fish in the ocean to absorb it, resulting in their evolution. And out of instinct, those fish began to hunt other fish.
In a state of hunting and counter-hunting, more and more fish evolved, and this evolutionary energy spread like a virulent contagious disease, increasing daily by several times, even by hundreds. In just a month's time, despite countries spending vast resources to capture these fish, the area of the fish's evolutionary spread had expanded over half of the Pacific Ocean. And at such a speed, perhaps in just half a year, all fish in the world's oceans would evolve. What would that look like? Countries dared not imagine what would happen then. However, they had to be prepared in advance. So, led by Summer Country and Freedom Nation, countries held a global conference in the Pacific. On the flight deck of Summer Country's aircraft carrier, a huge conference table was set up, surrounded by representatives from various countries. Among them, the representative from Freedom Nation said seriously, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concerns the survival of humanity. According to our research and analysis, these evolved fish, after their evolution, not only have increased size and physical quality but also have become extremely fierce. If one day these creatures evolve to a certain level, will they attack humans? Keep in mind that the ocean occupies 70% of our planet. By then, will we, as humans, still dare to go into the sea?" The words of the Freedom Nation representative left everyone in silence. In fact, without the Freedom Nation representative saying it, they had already analyzed this point, but no one had thought of how to solve the problem. Could they eliminate all marine life? Well, that was simply impossible. So what should they do? Ladies and gentlemen. At this time, the representative from Summer Country spoke. Everyone turned to look at the Summer Country representative. With a calm expression, the Summer Country representative said, as the representative from Freedom Nation stated, "This is now a matter of life and death for humanity. I suggest establishing a global united front alliance and immediately starting a complete ban on the seas. Build a defense along the coastline to prevent possible dangers in the future." I disagree. I oppose a complete ban on the sea. As soon as the voice fell, the representative from Cherry Blossom Country shouted loudly. After speaking, the representative from Cherry Blossom Country looked angrily at the representative from Summer Country. They should know that Cherry Blossom Country is so small, just a little island. If the sea is banned, how much loss would it cause them? I also oppose it. The representative from Monkey Country spoke up at this time as well. Soon, other countries also voiced their opposition. Seeing this scene, the representative from Summer Country shrugged and said nothing more. The meeting continued for a whole day, and in the end, nothing was discussed. The representatives returned to their warships. Quickly, 3 days went by again. On this day, the first sea creature attack on humans occurred in the Pacific Ocean. The attack party was a fishing boat from Monkey Country, which was attacked by an evolved shark while they were fishing. The shark was a bull shark that had grown to 7 meters long. Its strength and speed had greatly improved. With just a few collisions, the fishing boat was overturned, and all the personnel on the boat fell into the water, where they were bitten to death by the shark one by one. This incident seemed like a signal. Soon after, the attacks became more and more frequent. Originally only one incident every few days gradually turned into one a day, and finally became several a day, even dozens. The frequent occurrence of attack incidents made countries increasingly worried. At the same time, news of what was happening in the Pacific began to spread online. After all, with warships from various countries gathered in so many fishing boats, it was basically impossible to block the news. Pacific Ocean creatures mutated, the future of humanity is in jeopardy. Evolution of creatures. Humans may no longer be at the top of the pyramid. Where should humanity go from here? Various posts and news with such titles began to emerge online. This time, the cybersecurity departments of various countries did not take any action, as if they were tacitly allowing this matter to spread online. Chapter 36, Roaming and Discovering. In fact, all countries wanted to test the public's reaction. They knew that the events in the Pacific could not be stopped, and even the evolution of creatures in global seas was only a matter of time. Publicly acknowledging it was also just a matter of time. By disclosing it early, it could instead be convenient for them. Now, utilizing the internet to gauge public reactions, even if their response was not good, the authorities could later label it as a rumor. If their response was within their tolerance, they could then smoothly announce this matter. Online. Discussions about what was happening across the Pacific grew more and more. Responses from the public in various countries varied. The most intense reactions were from the citizens of Free Country. In terms of thought and action, they perfectly embodied what freedom means. The Ocean Protection Association gathered many marine protection enthusiasts to organize a march. The Human Rights Protection Association joined the march as well. In fact, they didn't even know what they were marching for. Being joyful and lively was enough. On the Summer Country side, compared to Free Country or other nations, Summer Country seemed to take it all in stride. Perhaps it was due to the recent Green Mountain River protection incident. The fish in the river had already spread to water areas across the country, and many people had gained enhancements from eating the fish. Thus, it seemed they had long been aware of the happenings in the Pacific. Quickly, another half-month passed. In this half-month, the creatures in the Pacific Ocean had almost all evolved. As evolution progressed, these creatures grew stronger and gained higher intelligence, and incidents of them attacking ships became increasingly frequent. The attacked vessels were basically all unprotected private fishing boats. In response to this situation, the Summer Nation was the first to take action. They implemented a comprehensive ban on the sea. All civilian ships were prohibited from going to sea. At the same time, they built defenses in all coastal cities within the nation. In the plan of the Summer Nation, they aimed to build walls as high as 100 meters in all coastal cities. This plan sounded shocking and required countless manpower, resources, and a lot of time. But better safe than sorry. Who can guarantee that the creatures in the ocean won't evolve to come ashore one day? On the other side of the Atlantic. In a month and a half, Su Yang had grown to 22 meters in size. Although compared to Little Tuan and Little Yuan, Su Yang was still somewhat smaller, his strength was far greater than those two dolphins. Near a certain island. Having finished a hearty meal, Su Yang lay on the island's rocks, soaking up the sun. His long body curled up, and the whiskers on his dragon head danced freely with the sea breeze. Not far away, Little Tuan and Little Yuan were playing and splashing in the sea. In this month and a half, the two of them had grown larger heads, looking less and less like dolphins. At first, Su Yang was a bit worried, but after observing for a while and finding that they weren't showing any signs of trouble, he felt relieved. Su. At this moment, the little dolphin Little Tuan swam to the shore, calling out to Su. Su Yang opened his eyes and looked at it. The little dolphin opened its mouth and said, "Su play." The little dolphin's speech was still not very smooth, only able to say some simple words. Hearing Little Tuan's words, Su Yang said, "You all play first." Little Tuan nodded its big head in disappointment and then turned to swim away into the distance. Watching the little dolphin swim further away, Su Yang thought for a moment and then stood up. Stretching his body, all his bones crackled. Then Su Yang concentrated, his front paws suddenly pushed hard, and his whole body soared into the sky. His 22-meter-long body swam in the air, and his golden scales shining under the sunlight looked like a ray of golden light from below. After flying over the island for more than half an hour, Su Yang landed. To be honest, he was a bit bored. Even though it had only been a month and a half, every day faced with the blue sea and two dolphins was somewhat monotonous. Now that he could fly, he wanted to wander around. Thinking in his heart, he then made a decision. Then Su Yang called Little Tuan and Little Yuan over, gave these two dolphins some instructions, and under their reluctant gazes, Su Yang soared into the air again and flew off into the distance. On the surface of the sea, Little Tuan and Little Yuan kept watching the direction Su Yang had left, until his figure completely disappeared into the far sky. They finally dove into the water. Half a day later, Su Yang flew over the Pacific Ocean. Upon arriving over the Pacific Ocean, Su Yang felt a bit hungry, so he came down from the sky and plunged into the sea to hunt for food. As soon as he entered the water, Su Yang noticed something unusual. The fish in the sea had evolved. Their body sizes were generally several times larger and extremely fierce. What happened? They all evolved? Su Yang was surprised, then began to think about why these fish evolved. After thinking for a while, Su Yang finally concluded that the reason lay with Little Yuan and Little Tuan, because when the whaling ship attacked them, they were seriously injured, and after their blood was consumed by other fish, it led to evolution. After almost piecing together the reason, Su Yang began to catch these fish. After catching a pomfret and swallowing it, Su Yang found that the energy contained in the evolved fish was much greater than those that hadn't evolved. His vertical pupils showed excitement. He couldn't wait to start eating wildly. After a hearty meal, Su Yang's body length grew by more than 30 centimeters. Such a growth speed made Su Yang very excited. At this growth rate, 3 meals a day, he could grow a whole meter in just one day. That's 3 times better than the first 3 days when he grew a meter. Feeling his body growing, Su Yang decided to pause his plans of traveling the world and stay on this side of the Pacific for now. After making this decision, Su Yang began to wander around the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. During his wandering, Su Yang discovered that these creatures on the ocean floor had truly changed completely after evolving. Giant lobsters over 2 or 3 meters long. Sharks over 10 meters long. He even saw clownfish that were more than a meter long and weighed dozens of pounds. Not only did these fish grow in size, but their temperaments also became very aggressive. Besides that, their intelligence increased quite a bit. Su Yang observed some fish using tactics while fighting stronger fish. Some fish even use stones or other things on the ocean floor as weapons. With these discoveries, besides feeling surprised, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If evolution keeps continuing, what level would these fish evolve to after 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years? Su Yang was a bit afraid to think about it. Chapter 37, Conflict. Regarding the evolution of all creatures in the Pacific, Su Yang felt some worry, but it was not something he could stop.
In the following time, Su Yang stayed in the Pacific Ocean. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Half a month passed, and Su Yang's size grew another 15 meters, making him 37 meters long. In addition to his size increase, other aspects improved as well. Especially the Dragon Ball inside his body. Su Yang could feel that the Dragon Ball had grown larger by a circle, and the energy inside him had more than doubled. This rapid growth made Su Yang's heart race with excitement. He continued to stay in the Pacific. Time passed again, and after his size grew to 50 meters, Su Yang's growth speed immediately slowed down. Originally, he could grow a meter in 1 day, but now it took 10 days to grow just 1 meter. Moreover, Su Yang discovered that he could only gain energy by eating evolved fish, and the energy was still very scarce. So after his growth speed slowed down, Su Yang planned to leave the Pacific and continue his world-traveling journey. However, when he was preparing to leave, a small accident occurred. At the bottom of the Pacific, a submarine from the free country was preparing to withdraw from the Pacific Ocean. Because during this time, the evolved creatures in the Pacific were becoming stronger and stronger, their submarine had to leave for safety and return to the free country harbor. However, during their withdrawal, the sonar system unexpectedly detected a target. Through the sonar system's echo, they judged the size of the target. The target shape was elongated, measuring between 35 meters long. In the submarine's control room, the captain listened to his subordinate's report, thought for a moment, and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about, it might just be an evolved ribbon fish." Upon hearing this, the subordinate hesitated and said, "But Captain, if it really is a ribbon fish, we've been here for 2 months and have never seen such a long ribbon fish, if we could catch it." As the subordinate said this, the captain raised an eyebrow. It should be noted that the larger or more evolved a creature is, the more powerful energy humans can gain by consuming its flesh. Currently, there is already a black market in the free country for selling evolved Atlantic fish. 1 pound of evolved fish meat can sell for anywhere from several hundred to $1,000, if it's those giant creatures, the price is even higher. For a ribbon fish over 30 meters long, it would cost at least $1 million. In short, whether selling it or keeping it for oneself, there are absolute benefits. Thinking of this, the captain smiled and commanded, "Proceed to the target location, lock on the target, and be ready for torpedo missile attack at any time." "Yes." The subordinate saluted and quickly turned to leave. 10 minutes later, the submarine was 500 meters away from the target. 500 meters away, Su Yang, who had just finished a big meal, was preparing to take a short rest before leaving the Pacific Ocean. But just as he found a flat rock at the seabed to lie down on, an uneasy feeling surged in his heart. Looking around, he didn't see anything unusual, which made Su Yang feel a bit puzzled. To be safe, Su Yang decided to leave the spot and get ready to leave the Pacific Ocean. On the submarine side, the soldiers of the free country checked the radar and reported to the captain after the target left. After learning that the target had departed, the captain ordered an attack without hesitation. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long missile shot out from the submarine's launch tube. The missile's speed gradually increased, and in less than dozens of meters, its speed had reached over 100 miles per hour, and it was still climbing. In just a few seconds, the missile was only over 300 meters away from Su Yang. Just as Su Yang was preparing to swim up, the uneasy feeling surged again. He turned his head to look in the direction the missile was coming from, and when he saw the missile getting closer, his pupils slightly contracted, and he quickly dodged to the side. The missile brushed past Su Yang and crashed into a reef more than 30 meters ahead. In an instant, the reef exploded. The fragments of the reef hit Su Yang's body, feeling like just a tickle to him. Although the missile did not cause him any harm, it made Su Yang feel a bit irritated. Perhaps because of becoming a dragon, Su Yang's mindset had subtly changed. Becoming the only dragon on this planet, a creature that only exists in myths and legends. Capable of anything, ascending to the heavens and diving into the sea. It was good that he hadn't provoked them, yet they dared to come and provoke him. A cold light flashed in Su Yang's vertical pupils. He turned his direction and swam rapidly toward where the missile was shot from. Inside the submarine. After launching the missile, everyone was waiting for good news, but when the missile exploded and the target was still there on the radar, everyone was stunned, and then they saw the target swimming rapidly toward them. "Continue launching." The captain frowned slightly. "Yes." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more missiles shot out from the launch tube. Su Yang, swimming over from the distance, sensed something and sent out 2 water blades made of seawater toward the 2 missiles. The 2 missiles exploded halfway. The shockwave shook the submarine a few times. Everyone's expression changed drastically inside the submarine. The target is even closer to us. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. As the soldiers beside the radar reported, many people turned their attention to the direction the target was coming. Then they clearly saw the target. "Oh my God. God. What is that?" Monster! That's definitely not an evolved ribbon fish. Exclamations erupted. They saw that the target was not an evolved ribbon fish at all, but a completely golden creature. The creature had a huge head, with a pair of majestic antlers that looked like deer horns, a long body, golden scales, and two pairs of claws like eagle talons on its belly. What kind of creature is this? As they expressed astonishment, that mysterious creature was getting closer to them. Then the creature's head crashed directly into the submarine. Boom! A dull sound echoed inside the submarine. The lights inside flickered a few times. Some instruments emitted short alarm sounds. Hearing the alarm from the instruments, everyone inside the submarine panicked. God! What kind of monster is this? Hurry! Ascend! Send a signal to the Liberty Third warship. The captain shouted anxiously. The surrounding subordinates immediately took action upon hearing him. They quickly operated the submarine to ascend, while also contacting the warship from the Liberty Nation on the surface. During their ascent, Su Yang crashed into the submarine again twice. The submarine shook violently, and everyone inside staggered, with many getting injured. Just as their submarine ascended to 300 meters from the surface, Su Yang struck the submarine again. The next second, cracks appeared at the point of impact. Seawater surged into the submarine through the cracks, while the water pressure expanded the cracks. Sir! The submarine has been breached. A subordinate, looking terrified, rushed to report to the captain. Hearing the subordinate's report, the captain's face turned a bit pale. He hurriedly looked at a soldier beside him and asked, "Have you reported to the Liberty Third warship?" The soldier replied, "Yes, the third warship has dispatched a helicopter to our location and is expected to arrive in 3 minutes." The captain breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Chapter 38, Slaughter and 3 Drops of Blood. Of course, it was just a slight sigh of relief. After all, there were still 300 meters to the surface, and the submarine was taking on water. If that creature continued to ram the submarine, it's hard to imagine what would happen. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the submarine shook violently again. Shit! The cracks are getting bigger. A soldier's terrified cry came from nearby. Hearing this, the captain crossed himself on his chest. He had no solution at this moment, only praying that the submarine could withstand the creature's attacks before it reached the surface. In the water, Su Yang watched the growing cracks he had caused. Rationality gradually returned. However, even with his rationality restored, Su Yang still needed to eliminate this submarine. He turned around, aimed at the previous impact point, and charged for another ram. At the same time, Su Yang unleashed energy to create countless water blades attacking the direction of the crack. The water blades scratched the surface of the submarine, leaving deep marks. Boom! Another violent impact. This time, Su Yang's dragon horn penetrated directly into the submarine. As it penetrated the submarine, Su Yang shook his head with all his might. This submarine was a conventional type, approximately 50 meters long, weighing over 600 tons. Yet at this moment, under Su Yang's power, the 600-ton submarine felt weightless. The people inside the submarine were thrown around, with many injured from the impacts. And most seriously, the cracks widened further, as countless sea waters rushed into the submarine. Within a few seconds, the water reached the depth of everyone's calves. Oh! God! We're out of power! A soldier exclaimed. Hearing this shout, the captain's body trembled. He regretted why he had provoked this monster. It was all because of his greed. How many meters to the surface? The captain asked tremulously. 270 meters. 270 meters. At such a depth, even for professionals wearing safety gear, it would be hard to dive this deep, let alone for them. So if the submarine was completely crushed by the seabed pressure, they would all be crushed into a bloody pulp by the seawater pressure. Crack! A harsh sound rang out. It was the sound of Su Yang's dragon horn being pulled out of the submarine. And as Su Yang withdrew his dragon horn, more seawater surged into the submarine through the gap. Everyone inside had faces ashen with fear. In just 10 seconds, the sea had risen to their thighs. In 30 seconds, it had reached their chests. Feeling the water flood over their chests, breathing became difficult. Despair reflected in the eyes of everyone in the submarine. 1 minute later, the submarine, which had been floating over 200 meters from the surface, slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone inside the submarine was lifeless. In the sea, Su Yang watched the sinking submarine, his eyes devoid of emotion. He looked up at the surface of the sea above and then swam upward with his tail. On the surface of the sea. Upon receiving the signal from the submarine, the third warship of the free country immediately dispatched an armed helicopter to the coordinates. Upon reaching the coordinates, the helicopter hovered above. The observer looked down at the sea surface below and then checked the time. 5 minutes have passed, they still haven't surfaced. The observer frowned.
Hearing this, the helicopter pilot immediately began calling the third warship.
Eagle, I've arrived at the coordinate location, but I haven't found the target. Just as he finished speaking, the observer suddenly let out a cry. Oh! God!
Hearing the sound, the helicopter pilot looked down and widened his eyes in shock. He saw a creature he had never seen before flying out from the surface of the sea. That huge and mighty head was aimed directly at their helicopter, its vast mouth open, sharp and dense teeth glinting ominously. Instinctively, he jerked the controls, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. After evading, the helicopter pilot hurriedly reported, "Report.
Eagle has discovered an unknown creature. Requesting support. Requesting support. Received."
A voice came through the headphones. Hearing that voice, the helicopter pilot's attention was fully captured by the creature. He saw the creature hovering in midair, flying without wings, its body like a snake, covered in golden scales, with a head that looked imposing and radiated an indescribable aura of pressure.
A deep, soul-stirring sound emanated from the creature's mouth.
The helicopter pilot was momentarily dazed, and by the time he came to his senses, the creature had already appeared in front of the helicopter, its tail striking the helicopter directly.
Boom! A deafening explosion.
The tail struck the helicopter's ammunition, instantly causing the helicopter to be blasted apart in midair. The violent explosion made Su Yang stagger back a few meters, and his tail bore several new wounds. Blood dripped from the wounds, falling into the sea. In the next second, the sea seemed to boil, countless fish crazily rushing towards the few droplets of golden blood. They fought frantically for those drops of blood. One drop was swallowed by a great white shark, over 10 meters long.
Another drop was claimed by a sea turtle.
And a drop was won by a sea snake. Just these 3 drops had stopped the bleeding from Su Yang's tail wounds. At the same time, a few more helicopters flew toward this direction.
On the helicopter.
From a distance, they spotted Su Yang flying in the sky. Like the previous pilot, they first showed shocked expressions, then reported the situation and began image transmission. In just a few seconds, the third warship of the free country received the images. Seeing the 30-meter-long golden dragon coiled in the sky in the images, everyone on the warship was overjoyed.
They had finally found the dragon.
The reason they first came to the Pacific was to find this dragon. Later, due to the evolution of fish in the Pacific, they shifted their focus to those fish, but unexpectedly encountered the dragon this time.
Order. Attack the target.
Regardless of life or death. The highest commander of the warship immediately issued the command. In his view, since they had found the target, it didn't matter whether it was alive or dead, as long as they could capture it. Furthermore, there were military ships from various countries around the Pacific Ocean, and this battle couldn't be prolonged, any error could lead to trouble. Thinking of this, the highest commander of the warship said again, "Send a message to the Liberty aircraft carrier, requesting fighter jet assistance."
Yes.
Immediately, the warship requested fighter jet assistance from the Liberty aircraft carrier. Soon, 2 F-35 fighter jets took off from the carrier's deck, heading towards the coordinates.
In the air.
Upon receiving the attack order from the warship, the 2 helicopters immediately locked onto the airborne Su Yang and pressed the fire button.
Whoosh, whoosh.
4 missiles shot directly towards Su Yang.
Seeing the incoming missiles, Su Yang focused his mind, and several wind blades appeared, slicing towards the approaching missiles. Boom! The missiles exploded mid-air, transforming into 4 fireballs.
The fireballs blocked the view of the 2 helicopter pilots. When their sight cleared, they showed expressions of terror. The Eastern Dragon had already flown in front of them. 2 dragon claws reached for the helicopter's cockpit. Crash! The glass shattered. The claws grabbed the 2 pilots in the cockpit. With little effort, the claws had crushed the chests of the 2 pilots. Finally, Su Yang closed his claws tightly.
Boom! The 2 helicopters collided and exploded. Chapter 39, Clash Head-On. Destroy the aircraft carrier.
Having dealt with the 2 helicopters, Su Yang hovered in the air. He looked at the blood on his dragon claws. His heart was calm and untroubled. Ever since he killed those soldiers from the Sakura Nation to save dolphins, Su Yang had made peace with killing. He was not a senseless killer nor a do-gooder. Those who provoked him would not be spared. After all, having become a dragon from myth, Su Yang naturally would act as he pleased. With a thought, the blood on his claws disappeared. Then he prepared to leave.
But just then, a sonic boom came from afar.
Following the sound, Su Yang saw 2 black dots rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him.
Fighter jets. Su Yang's pupils contracted. In the next second, missiles hanging under the fighter jets launched. Boom!
Before Su Yang could react, the missile hit him, an explosion erupted, and a wave of intense pain coursed through his body. The pain made Su Yang emit an angry roar.
With a thought, countless wind blades appeared in the air, shooting towards the two fighter jets. However, the fighter jets were extremely fast, the wind blades completely missed the two jets. After circling around, the fighter jets flew towards Su Yang again. Seeing the two fighter jets approaching, Su Yang quickly flew away. However, although he was fast, he still lagged behind the fighter jets. Soon, the two jets caught up with Su Yang and locked onto him. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, it was 4 missiles. Su Yang immediately created several wind blades to intercept the missiles aimed at him. But the missiles were incredibly fast. The speed of the wind blades could not keep up with the missiles. After several failed interceptions, the missiles reached Su Yang's tail. Su Yang quickly dove to evade the missiles, but the missiles unexpectedly turned in mid-air, adjusting their angles to charge at him again. A grave look appeared in Su Yang's eyes. This was the first time he encountered a crisis since becoming a dragon. The giant serpent he had encountered underwater, although it posed a threat, was nothing compared to this. After all, the speed of the fighter jets was extremely fast. He couldn't catch up, and he couldn't shake them off. Boom! The missile hit Su Yang's tail, and the pain from the impact sent him off balance in mid-air. It fell as if plunging, directly crashing into the sea surface. The ocean surface splashed up huge waves. In the air, 2 fighter jets circled, checking the situation on the sea surface. Target hit, fell into the sea. No target detected on the surface, end of report. Received. End of report. Continue searching for target. Received, end of report. The 2 fighter jets did not leave, continuing to search in the sky. Under the sea. Su Yang had already descended to a depth of 500 meters. Previously, both his chest and tail were hit by missiles, causing minor injuries. A trickle of blood flowed out, attracting countless fish. Su Yang created numerous water blades around him, slashing at the fish that wanted to suck his blood. He knew his blood was very beneficial to these fish. Su Yang did not want to create anything terrifying. After not knowing how many fish he had killed, Su Yang's wounds quickly stopped bleeding. He looked at the scabbed over areas, his dragon face showing a shade of anger. He did not surface, but directly swam deeper into the sea. Half an hour later. The third warship of the Free Nation arrived at the location where Su Yang fell into the sea. They immediately turned on the radar to scan for the fallen Su Yang while contacting their aircraft carrier to send it here. Time passed minute by minute. The radar kept searching, but apart from some larger fish, no target was found. Nearly half a day passed. The aircraft carrier of the Free Nation also arrived here. And just as they arrived, a target appeared on the radar. Target found. The target is rapidly approaching us. Target is 1,000 meters away. 800 meters. 700 meters. 500 meters. As the distance between Su Yang and them closed, the soldiers on the warship pulled their gunbolts, aiming their guns at the direction Su Yang was coming from. At the same time, all kinds of ship artillery on the warship adjusted direction. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Beneath the distant sea surface, a golden flash seemed to pass by. Seeing this, the highest commander of the warship immediately ordered to open fire. Tap tap tap. Boom. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by the sound of ship cannons firing. The location where the golden flash had been was splashed by countless water droplets. In the next second, a figure flew out of the sea surface. Leaping out of the water was Su Yang. After leaping out of the water, he flew towards the warship at full speed. The soldiers on the deck of the warship pulled the trigger at him. Bullets hit him, producing clanging sounds, causing him no harm. The artillery on the warship tried to adjust to aim at Su Yang, but his speed was too fast, completely ungraspable. 2 seconds later, Su Yang directly flew onto the deck of the warship. His dragon tail swept towards the soldiers on the deck. Like cutting wheat, where the dragon tail swept, no one survived. At the same time, Su Yang created countless wind blades cutting towards the surrounding soldiers. Screams echoed on the deck. In just a few seconds, the deck was already filled with corpses, screams resounding everywhere. Inside the cabin, the highest commander of the warship saw this scene, his face revealing a gloomy expression. He immediately ordered to have the aircraft carrier send fighter jets over. In fact, without his order, the person in charge on the nearby aircraft carrier saw the scene and already commanded the fighter jets to take off. And on the warship, when Su Yang saw the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier deck preparing to taxi for takeoff, a sneer appeared on his face. His body soared again into the air, directly towards the aircraft carrier. Upon arriving at the aircraft carrier, Su Yang grabbed hold of a taxiing fighter jet with one claw. Then suddenly exerted force. The fighter jet let out a screeching sound as it was gripped by his sharp claws. Then it caught fire. Holding the fighter jet, he forcefully threw it towards other surrounding fighter jets. The missiles on the fighter jets collided with the fuselage. A violent explosion erupted. Boom! The explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing other nearby fighter jets to explode as well. In an instant, flames shot up on the aircraft carrier's deck, and explosions rang out continuously. Countless soldiers and logistics personnel on the deck were injured or killed, with cries and screams everywhere. Su Yang darted through the flames, slaughtering the surviving soldiers. He needed to eliminate these fighter jets, after all, only they posed a threat to him. The naval cannons couldn't track his movements, so they didn't threaten him at all. Not far away on a warship. The highest commander of the warship saw Su Yang crazily killing soldiers on the aircraft carrier. Anger mixed with fear appeared on his face. He never expected this creature to have such high intelligence. This was something he hadn't considered. And it was this oversight that brought them to destruction. Retreat! Taking a deep breath, the highest commander of the warship ordered. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. Soon the warship turned around, preparing to leave the area. Su Yang on the aircraft carrier noticed the scene but chose not to chase them. Instead, he continued to destroy the carrier. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Yang felt that while he moved through the flames, the fire burned around him. The scorching flames initially made him uncomfortable, but now he not only adapted to the temperature of the flames but his body seemed to absorb the energy of these flames. While destroying, he felt the energy within the flames. Gradually, more shallow red patterns appeared on his golden scales. At the same time, the hair on his dragon head started turning red. More red energy surrounded the dragon pearl inside him. Su Yang tried to control this red energy. In the next second, several huge fireballs appeared around him. The fireballs emitted extreme heat, and the air around them felt as if it had been sucked away. Looking at these fireballs, Su Yang concentrated. The fireballs smashed directly onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Boom! There were several intense explosions. The entire aircraft carrier shook violently. Thick smoke billowed like a mushroom cloud. On the fleeing warship not far away, the highest commander of the warship was sweating cold bullets when he saw this scene. It was over. Chapter 40, Riding with the Airplanes. Such a fierce explosion was like a small nuclear bomb. This aircraft carrier was completely finished. It might even sink. Thinking that an aircraft carrier could sink because of his decision made the highest commander of the warship tremble uncontrollably. He regretted why he had provoked that thing. Yet, there is no remedy for regret in this world. On the aircraft carrier. After releasing the fireballs, the energy inside Su Yang vanished, and the red patterns on his body faded slightly. He concentrated again, continuing to destroy the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier was over 300 meters long, and Su Yang's 30-meter-long body seemed somewhat small next to it. Yet, Su Yang's destructive power was astonishing. His claws easily pierced the metal plates of the carrier, pulling back with force to create a massive breach. Following that, Su Yang continued to wreak havoc. Soon the aircraft carrier was heavily damaged, taking on water and slowly beginning to sink. The surviving soldiers on the carrier tried to escape on lifeboats, but Su Yang shattered all those lifeboats with a single swipe of his claw. And so, half an hour passed, and the aircraft carrier completely sank beneath the sea. The surface of the water was littered with the bodies of soldiers from the Free Nation, and blood stained the surrounding sea, while countless sea creatures came to feast on those bodies. Watching this scene, Su Yang soared into the air, chasing after the direction the warship had fled. Not long after Su Yang left, several helicopters flew in from a distance. The helicopters bore the flag of the Summer Nation. They arrived at the place where Su Yang had just fought. The helicopter pilot looked at the horrifying scene below and immediately reported the situation upwards. On the side of the Summer Country's warship. Upon receiving the report from the helicopter, the Summer Country's warship quickly accessed satellite surveillance, and then saw the entire battle scene. Watching the footage of Su Yang recklessly destroying the aircraft carrier, the incredible destructive power left everyone watching in shock. This is a bit too exaggerated, right? A military officer stammered. The others around fell silent. At this moment, the highest commander spoke seriously. What you all see today is strictly forbidden to discuss with anyone. The people around straightened their bodies and replied seriously, yes. On the other side, Su Yang chased in the direction of the warship. His speed was fast, and the maximum speed of the warship was only 23 knots, so it didn't take long for Su Yang to catch up to the warship. Hovering in the air, looking at the warship sailing below. There were still some places on the warship's deck emitting smoke, remnants of Su Yang's earlier destruction. He opened his mouth wide and let out a dragon roar. This dragon roar startled all the soldiers on the warship, their bodies trembling, their expressions filled with terror as they looked up toward the sky. They gazed at the massive creature hovering in the sky. With its enormous head, cold golden vertical pupils, and long whiskers swaying in the wind, golden scales radiated light. God, save me! Mom! Help me, sob sob. Sounds of pain and pleas for mercy echoed on the warship's deck. Su Yang ignored these voices, suddenly raised his head, and then dove downwards. His speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of golden lightning striking directly onto the warship. Boom! A violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion caused some soldiers on the deck to bleed from their orifices, falling to the ground and screaming in agony. Inside the ship's cabin, the highest commander of the warship looked at this scene with a pale face. The echoes of the screams rang in his ears, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he painfully closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, the warship sank, and not a single soldier on board survived. After dealing with the warship, Su Yang dived into the ocean and disappeared. Half a day later, news about the free country's warship and aircraft carrier being attacked and sank spread across nations. Except for a few countries that knew the reason for the sinking of the free country's warship, most countries still didn't understand what happened. And the few countries that understood the real situation immediately ordered their warships in the Pacific not to anger that creature if encountered. So, for a period of time afterward, the warships of various countries in the Pacific became much more obedient compared to before. Their actions to capture those evolved creatures in the ocean also decreased somewhat. Time flew by. Quickly, a week had passed. On this day, on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, Su Yang leaped out from the sea, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. At an altitude of 7,000 meters. A passenger plane flying from the summer country to the free country was in mid-flight. Inside the passenger cabin, a 7-year-old summer country girl sat in a window seat, her big eyes curiously gazing at the clouds outside. At that moment, she noticed a flash of golden light in the clouds. The little girl widened her eyes and saw the golden light clearly. Immediately, the little girl exclaimed, "Mom! A dragon! A dragon!" Hearing the sound, not only did her mother, who was sitting next to her, look over, but even the other passengers around unconsciously turned to look outside. Then, they all widened their eyes just like the little girl. They saw a golden eastern dragon flying alongside the plane. That dragon's body was long, its golden scales exuded nobility. The enormous dragon head was full of majesty. As if sensing the gaze from the people on the plane, the dragon's head also turned to look at the passengers on the aircraft. Its pair of golden vertical pupils were also momentarily stunned. Then the golden dragon plunged into the clouds and disappeared from sight. On the airplane, the passengers were stunned for a long time, then discussions started to rise around them. Everyone was talking about the dragon they had just seen. A day later, news about the dragon appeared online. The news reported that someone spotted the legendary dragon in the sky while on a plane. After this news appeared online, many people left comments below. However, most comments were filled with mockery, clearly doubting the claim. Soon, the post about the dragon's appearance was deleted. 2 days later, in the sky of southwest summer country, Su Yang arrived here. After flying for 2 days, Su Yang felt a bit tired. He lowered his altitude and took a look below. Below was a dense forest. Su Yang thought for a moment, then continued to lower his height, landing directly in the forest. His 30-meter-long body crashed into the forest, knocking over a few trees and startling nearby birds. With dragon claws touching the ground, Su Yang felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. Though the sea is rich in resources, being in the ocean often felt a bit uncomfortable. Staying on land occasionally was quite nice. After landing, Su Yang began to search for food. Food on the ground was less abundant than in the sea. After searching the forest for a long time, he found a herd of antelope. After hunting a few antelope, Su Yang looked at the carcasses, showing a conflicted expression. Though he had eaten raw things in the sea, eating land animals raw still made him feel uneasy. Chapter 41, Iron-Eating Beast. Fate. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yang decided to roast the few antelope. With a thought, a few blades of wind appeared, automatically processing the antelope carcasses. Once done, a fireball appeared beside Su Yang, hovering next to the carcasses. Time passed little by little. Under the fireball, the antelope carcasses gradually changed color, then a faint meat aroma wafted through the air. Inhaling the meat aroma, Su Yang felt even hungrier. Having eaten raw sushi for so long, now smelling the scent of cooked meat, Su Yang couldn't help but want to swallow it whole. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the surface of the antelope meat was roasted to a golden yellow. Su Yang grabbed one with his claw, not caring if it was hot, and took a big bite. Chewing heartily. Though he didn't add any seasonings, Su Yang still felt very happy eating it. Just at that moment, a slight rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Hearing the noise, Su Yang turned to look. A few seconds later, a round figure came running out from the woods. It was a panda. That's right. It was the national treasure of summer country. In ancient times, it was also known as the iron-eating beast. This panda looked small, appearing to be only a few months old. It walked unsteadily, its black and white fur covered in dirt. A pair of round, black eyes stared at Su Yang. Or rather, at the antelope meat beside Su Yang. It was quite bold, seemingly unafraid of Su Yang. After running out from the woods, it stumbled directly toward Su Yang. Watching the approaching panda, Su Yang's eyes revealed curiosity. There isn't a single person in Summer Country who doesn't love giant pandas, as this fellow is known as a national treasure. With a cute and clumsy appearance and a round shape, it looked nothing like a bear. Before becoming a dragon, Su Yang had once gone to the zoo with Su Taohong to see giant pandas, but back then, it was through a fence and glass. Seeing them from afar, this was the first time seeing one so close. Quickly, the panda scampered to Su Yang's side and reached out its paw directly toward the antelope meat. Su Yang wasn't afraid of getting burned, but this little guy didn't have Su Yang's physique. As soon as its paw touched the antelope meat, it instantly withdrew its paw with a yelp, feeling the heat. Let out a cry like a whale. Looking at the little creature, a smile appeared in Su Yang's eyes. He let out a dragon's roar. The little panda, hearing the roar, was so scared that it shrank its head down, hugging its head with both paws. A few seconds later, it put down its paws, looking at Su Yang with fear in its eyes, and when it saw that Su Yang wasn't doing anything, it turned around and stumbled away. After the little panda left, Su Yang picked up the antelope meat and continued eating. Before long, several pieces of antelope were eaten by Su Yang. The hunger disappeared, but Su Yang didn't leave. Instead, he wandered around in the forest. The forest was vast, and there were no traces of human activity within. While wandering, Su Yang discovered many wild animals. The most famous were the golden monkeys and giant pandas. Just after a day of exploring, Su Yang saw 5 giant pandas, but these pandas were not like the first one. When they saw Su Yang, they ran away far or were scared and climbed up trees. Besides golden monkeys and giant pandas, Su Yang also saw a snow leopard. The snow leopard glanced at Su Yang from a distance and then ran away in fear. After all, with a body more than 30 meters long, no animal dared to approach. Soon, time passed little by little. Su Yang stayed in the forest for 3 days. On the 4th day, Su Yang prepared to leave this forest. But just as he was about to fly away, a somewhat familiar sound came from not far away. Wail. The sound was a bit childish. Hearing the sound, Su Yang immediately thought of the little panda he met a few days ago. Wail. The cry rang out again, this time with a sense of urgency. Su Yang hesitated for a moment but decided to go and take a look. Following the sound, Su Yang quickly found the panda. He saw that the little panda was curled up with its head down beside a rock, while several monkeys on the trunks of nearby big trees were throwing some fruits or stones at the little panda. The little panda cried out in pain. Compared to a few days ago, the little panda looked a bit thinner, its fur pressed against its body, and there was some blood oozing from its back, looking very pitiful. Seeing the little creature's condition, Su Yang let out a dragon's roar. The few monkeys, hearing the sound, were so scared that they fell from the trees, then got up and chattered as they ran away. And the little panda by the rock stayed still, holding its head, not making a sound, as if it were dead. Su Yang walked over and nudged the little panda with his paw. When nudged, the little panda fell to the ground, motionless. Dead? Su Yang was a bit surprised. He looked the little panda over and saw its chest still rising and falling, making him feel a mix of surprise and amusement. Would this little guy be scared faint? Finding it somewhat funny. At the same time, Su Yang had a thought, and his paw gained a wound. A few drops of golden blood oozed from the wound. Having met twice, Su Yang felt a connection with the little panda, so he dripped a few drops of blood for it, leaving the future to its own fate. The golden blood dropped into the little creature's mouth. Still unconscious, the little panda instinctively licked its lips. The next second, the little panda's fur changed at a visible speed. Its fur became shinier, and the wound on its back stopped bleeding. After seeing this, Su Yang withdrew his paw and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, the little panda, lying there motionless, woke up. It let out a wail, its eyes looking around in confusion. Then it examined its own body. Seeing the change in its body, the little panda's eyes revealed a human-like expression of curiosity. Then it shook its fur. He turned and quickly ran away from the spot. 2 days later, having left the forest, Su Yang arrived at the Himalayan mountains in the southwest of Summer Country. Here, as the highest mountain range in the world, the highest peak is also located here. At this moment, Su Yang flew high in the mountains. The thin air and cold wind made Su Yang's hair flutter. Below the clouds were peaks covered in snow. Among them, one of the highest peaks caught Su Yang's attention. That peak was the Himalayan peak, the highest in the world, with an elevation of over 8,000 meters. Su Yang remembered when chatting with Su Taohong, she had said she hoped to one day take the time to challenge herself and see if she could climb the Himalayan peak. At that time, Su Taohong even invited Su Yang. And Su Yang didn't take it seriously and directly agreed. And now, things have changed, and Su Yang felt a complex emotion in his heart. Chapter 42, Mysterious Cave. The iron-eating beast strikes. Silently sighing in his heart, Su Yang moved his body and flew towards the Himalayan peak. Soon, Su Yang reached the Himalayan peak. He first looked around the peak and, not seeing anyone, descended to the summit. The top of the Himalayan mountain wasn't large. Su Yang's claws directly dug into the rocky surface like cutting tofu to secure his body. Looking around, the feeling was that all the mountains looked small. At this moment, Su Yang felt a faint energy coming from the foot of the mountain. A trace of doubt appeared in Su Yang's eyes, and then he released his claws and flew towards the foot of the mountain. At the same time, hundreds of meters away, a climbing team was making their way towards the Himalayan mountain. At this time, someone looked up and saw a golden divine dragon descending from the sky on the Himalayan mountain. This scene stunned him, leaving him frozen in place. Meanwhile, the others in front continued on their way without a clue. Whoa! Only when he shouted did the people ahead stop and turn to look at him. What's wrong? Someone asked. That person pointed to the Himalayan mountain and stammered, "I. Dragon! Dragon!" Everyone followed his finger and looked over, only to see nothing over there. Another side. Su Yang quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Following the direction of the energy, Su Yang soon found an open area. Standing still, he quietly felt it. He sensed that the energy was emanating from beneath his feet. Su Yang began to dig into the rocky surface beneath him with his claws. Before long, he had dug more than 3 meters deep, and a bottomless crack appeared before him. The crack was not large but just enough for Su Yang to squeeze through. Looking at the dark crack, Su Yang thought for a moment and decided to go in. Entering the crack, his vision gradually turned dark, and the crack became narrower. After digging about 200 meters, Su Yang had to use his claws to widen the crack while continuing to go deeper. After digging a few hundred meters, when Su Yang expanded the crack in front of him, his vision suddenly opened up. He found himself in a huge open area. Surrounding him, the rock walls were covered in countless glowing stones. Those stones resembled mica, but mica only reflects light when there is illumination, while these stones on the rock walls were glowing on their own. And Su Yang discovered that the energy was emanating from these stones. Extending his claws, he dug out a glowing stone from the rock wall, holding it curiously in front of him. However, the next second, when Su Yang held the stone in his hand, the energy within surged into his body. This force was very violent, bursting in Su Yang's body. Su Yang let out a painful dragon roar. Seconds later, the force merged into the dragon pearl in Su Yang's chest. Su Yang checked the dragon pearl, and surprise appeared on his face. He found that the dragon pearl had actually grown larger. This energy is so strong. Su Yang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the glowing stones on the rock wall. There are many stones, at least a few hundred. The energy contained in one stone is this much, if I absorb all these stones. Thinking of this, Su Yang picked up the second stone and began to absorb it. Soon, the second stone was completely absorbed, and it turned into an ordinary-looking stone. Casually tossing the stone aside, Su Yang picked up the third stone and continued to absorb it. Thus, Su Yang repeated the action. When he absorbed the 10th stone, Su Yang felt that the energy in his body was somewhat saturated. He did not leave the cave. Instead, he lay down inside the cave and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed, and he did not know how long it was. When Su Yang woke up, he picked up the stone again and started to absorb it. Days passed one by one. During the following time, Su Yang stayed in the cave. A month later, in the Chuan province of the summer country, in the forest, the sound of birds chirping, the cries of monkeys rang out. Not far away, a large, clumsy panda was hitting the monkeys in the trees with a stick. The panda was very large, exceeding the normal size of a panda. Standing up, it was over 3 meters tall. After hitting the monkeys for a while, the panda excitedly let out 2 loud calls, then dropped the stick and turned to leave. Behind it, the beaten monkeys made frantic squeaking sounds. They recognized this panda. A month ago, this panda was still small, and because it had stolen their food, they beat it with stones. They didn't know how, but in this month, the panda had grown so big. After growing up, this panda came to beat them up from time to time. As for the panda, it also didn't know why it had grown so big in this month. Although its intelligence had increased a bit during this time, it still couldn't understand some things. Naturally clumsy, it would throw thoughts aside when it couldn't figure things out. After teaching the monkeys that had bullied it a lesson, the panda wandered around the forest aimlessly. Now, its size and strength could be described as being able to walk through the forest with ease. It roamed without any purpose. Without realizing it, it walked to the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the panda smelled a familiar scent. It had smelled this scent before.
When it was hungry earlier, it had encountered a very big creature, and that creature's food had emitted this kind of smell.
It had taken it, but it was too hot. The panda turned to leave.
But the scent kept it completely rooted to the spot.
Unknowingly, it followed the scent in search.
Soon, it arrived at the door of a house at the foot of the mountain.
Woof! Woof!
There were barking sounds in the yard of the house.
The panda directly ignored the barking dogs and swayed into the yard.
In the yard, the villagers were cooking bamboo shoots with meat in a big pot. Upon hearing the barking, they instinctively looked toward the door. When they saw a gigantic panda walking through the big door, the villagers widened their eyes and, without thinking, turned to flee. Although the panda was clumsy, it was still a bear.
When it got angry, people were no match.
The panda looked at the fleeing humans and then shifted its gaze back to the food in the big pot. Without thinking, it walked straight toward the big pot. Then it grabbed the food from the big pot with both hands and began to eat heartily.
Meanwhile,
after the villagers fled, they quickly took out their phones to call the police. Because there were quite a few pandas in this area, there was already a police station and a panda research base outside the village. Within 10 minutes of receiving the call, police officers from the station and staff from the panda research base arrived on the scene. They looked at the panda in the yard, hugging the big pot and licking the food out of it, each of them displaying shock.
This panda is so big,"
a staff member at the research base exclaimed.
Chapter 43, Coiled on the U-Tower. It really is big.
They had never seen such a large panda before. Not far away, a big panda holding a large pot heard the sound and poked its big head out of the pot, staring blankly with its round, cute eyes at the humans at the door.
After looking for a moment, the big panda continued to munch away.
Once it finished eating, the panda simply tossed aside the pot and lay down, fast asleep right there. The people not far away watched this scene, exchanging strange glances filled with curiosity.
An hour later, the sedated panda was sent to the wild panda rescue base.
Soon after the panda arrived at the base, many experts from the country arrived there. Through their examination, they discovered something unusual. They found that the panda's bone age was less than 1 year, and there was a special substance in its blood.
This substance was very peculiar.
So the staff at the base immediately reported the situation upwards.
Another hour passed.
Several military trucks arrived at the rescue base. Soldiers, fully armed, jumped from the vehicles and surrounded the rescue base. The workers inside the base were stunned at the sight.
Then,
the sound of helicopter rotors came from the sky.
Moments later, a helicopter landed in the open space at the base entrance.
A middle-aged man stepped down and walked directly to the base leader, saying, "Hello, I am Zhang Guoping from the National Security Bureau.
May I ask where the giant panda you found is?"
"Over there."
The base leader pointed in a direction. Zhang Guoping nodded and then walked inside. Half an hour passed again.
The panda was taken away by military vehicles, and the helicopter and soldiers also left the base.
Time flew by. A month passed again.
In the mysterious cave at the foot of Mount Shima. Su Yang had been in this cave for 2 months, continuously absorbing the energy from the mysterious stones, which had caused his size to grow to 100 meters. He had only been over 30 meters before. He had grown over 70 meters in 2 months. Besides the growth in size, the dragon pearl inside Su Yang had also changed. The dragon pearl had become larger, its color transformed into pure gold, and it seemed to have some cracks on the surface. These cracks had been increasing as Su Yang absorbed energy. It seemed as if something was hatching from inside. Su Yang could feel that once whatever was inside the dragon pearl emerged, he would enter a new round of evolution. Or, in other words, his evolution would reach the next stage.
Soon. Another 7 days passed.
After just finishing absorbing the stone's energy, Su Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger inside him.
He looked up towards the top.
With his excellent eyesight, he saw the sky above, a thick cloud cover, through the hundreds of meters deep crack. The sense of danger Su Yang felt was coming from the clouds above. His golden vertical pupils contracted, and this sense of crisis made him feel restless.
After about 5 minutes,
the clouds above grew denser, rolling like a black dragon causing turmoil.
Seeing this scene,
Su Yang made a decision in his heart. He could not continue to stay here. His claws suddenly exerted force, and Su Yang flew up, heading towards the crack. Moments later, Su Yang flew out of the crack and arrived on the ground. Originally, from within the crack, he could only see a small part of the sky, but now that he was on the ground, Su Yang saw the entire view of the sky above. The dark clouds were vast, covering 100 miles of sky.
The sky had completely darkened, resembling night completely. Boom!
A muffled roar came from within the clouds. The whole ground seemed to tremble. Seeing this scene, Su Yang suddenly thought of a term he had seen in some novels before.
Thunder tribulation. In the novel, when certain characters reach a bottleneck in their cultivation, they encounter the thunder tribulation.
If they can get through the tribulation, their strength will gain a tremendous leap, but if they cannot, they will perish.
Is this what I'm facing?
A thought surged in Su Yang's mind. Then, without hesitation, he flew towards the distance at the fastest speed. Whether it was the thunder tribulation or not, the sense of crisis in his heart was real. Su Yang would not sit by and wait. His speed reached its peak, his 100-meter-long body transformed into a streak of golden light. Just like that, Su Yang flew nearly 100 miles, escaping the area covered by dark clouds. However, as soon as he stopped, the dark clouds above his head gathered again, completing their formation in just a few seconds. Su Yang fled again towards the distance. So, he flew and stopped, flying for almost a day. During this time, Su Yang was unable to shake off those dark clouds.
Feeling secretly anxious, Su Yang thought about countermeasures.
After flying for nearly half a day, Su Yang suddenly saw a tall tower rising in the middle of a distant city. The tower was 600 to 700 meters tall, with a huge lightning rod at the top.
A lightning rod? Su Yang's eyes instantly lit up.
He didn't care if he would be spotted by humans in the city, he dove straight towards the tall tower. In no time, Su Yang arrived above the tower.
Looking around, Su Yang glanced at the city beneath him. He recognized this city.
It was Yu City, a first-tier city in Summer Country. So this tower in front of him was undoubtedly one of Yu City's landmark buildings, the Yu Tower. The Yu Tower is located by the Pearl River in Yu City and is a national 4A-level tourist attraction. Every day, countless tourists come to visit. At this moment, below the Yu Tower,
many tourists were taking photos or shopping.
As the sky gradually darkened, the tourists instinctively looked up at the sky. They saw the originally clear sky suddenly filled with dark clouds in just a few seconds. The clouds rolled, their color gradually turning black.
Distant thunder rumbled ominously from within. And to everyone's amazement,
this dark cloud only existed above the Yu Tower. Everywhere else remained sunny.
What the heck? Many people exclaimed in surprise. This astonishing scene made tourists pull out their phones to capture it. Just as they were taking their phones out to shoot,
suddenly, a strange sound came from the sky.
The sound was loud.
The moment the sound rang out, they saw a 100-meter-long golden creature descending from the sky, landing directly on the Yu Tower.
That was a dragon.
What the heck?
A dragon.
Everyone present widened their eyes. Not just under the Yu Tower, at this moment, everyone within several kilometers who could see the Yu Tower saw the dragon coiling around it. At this time, the 100-meter-long dragon had its two pairs of claws gripping the Yu Tower, its head aimed at the dark clouds above.
Its mouth opened wide. A dragon's roar erupted from its throat.
This dragon's roar caused some people to uncontrollably drop to the ground, while others knelt down directly.
Chapter 44, Divine Dragon's Tribulation.
Dead? The dark clouds in the sky continued to gather. From within the clouds came booming sounds.
Below the Yu Tower,
everyone was wide-eyed, staring at the 100-meter-long golden dragon coiling around the tower.
At the same time,
the Summer Country's security department had received news about the dragon appearing at the Yu Tower in Yu City. They quickly saw the footage of the scene at Yu Tower through some means. Watching the dragon coiled around the tower, the members of the security department were just like the people on site.
Boom! At that moment, a loud bang resonated.
They watched as a bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds above the Yu Tower. The lightning struck straight down on Su Yang, who was coiled around the tower.
A wave of intense pain made Su Yang unable to help but let out another dragon's roar. And everyone below the tower saw the lightning strike Su Yang. They couldn't help but think of a word. Transcend tribulation.
Basically, everyone from the east knows this term.
At this moment, looking at the dense dark clouds, and the golden dragon with its head and horns pointing to the sky, isn't this just transcend tribulation? Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down.
The lightning illuminated the originally dark sky, and the huge noise made everyone's heartbeats feel like they had stopped. They saw that the lightning directly hit the dragon's horn.
Then lightning spread all over its body.
The golden divine dragon, originally shimmering, now bore some charred marks.
Feeling the pain on his body, Su Yang cursed silently. Damn! Why isn't this lightning rod working? Boom! The third bolt of lightning fell.
It seemed like Su Yang's earlier curse had worked. The lightning struck the lightning rod beside him. This made Su Yang feel joyful. Before he could catch his breath.
Boom! Boom!
The fourth and fifth bolts of lightning fell just a second apart, striking Su Yang once again.
In an instant, Su Yang's body became extremely charred.
Those golden scales fell off one by one, while golden blood flowed out from the wounds where the scales had dropped.
At the headquarters of the Security Bureau of the Summer Country. They were watching the golden blood falling from Su Yang through the screens. Team leader Liao's expression changed, and he hurriedly instructed, "Quick! Contact the troops in Yuanchang. No matter what happens, they must protect that blood in those scales." "Yes." One of the subordinates quickly nodded. Boom! The lightning continued to strike down. The previous 5 bolts were just an appetizer, the subsequent bolts fell on Su Yang one after another. Su Yang let out a painful scream. He felt that with each bolt hitting him, the dragon pearl inside him began to dull, and the cracks on its surface were gradually spreading, almost covering the entire surface. Boom! It hurts. Su Yang felt that his whole body could fall apart at any moment. At the same time, his consciousness was gradually dissipating. Letting out another dragon roar, Su Yang looked up at the dark clouds gathering for the next bolt. His dim golden vertical pupil revealed a look of madness. Then, with a sudden exertion of his claws, he directly flew toward the dark clouds. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down. This bolt was thicker than any before, the deafening sound seemed to shatter everyone's eardrums. The humans on the ground covered their ears, their faces showing pain. The next second, they saw that the thick bolt of lightning hit the dragon's horn. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. A few seconds later, that 100-meter divine dragon fell as if it had lost its life and crashed to the ground. Boom! The whole dragon fell into the Pearl River, splashing water. And at the same time, the dark clouds in the sky scattered. The originally dim sky became clear and bright again. Except for the scattered scales and golden blood around the Ute Tower. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Around the Ute Tower, tourists looked at the scattered golden scales and blood. Then someone quietly walked over and picked up a scale from the ground. Following closely, a second person walked over, picked up a scale, and put it in their pocket while also taking a bit of golden blood in a bottle. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. More and more people joined in, and soon they began to compete. Although it was their first time seeing a dragon, the legend states that the dragon is made of treasures. That dragon's blood and scales were definitely worth fighting for. Damn it! This was mine first. Get lost. You want to fight, huh? Ah. Don't push. The scene turned completely chaotic. 5 minutes later, the sound of police sirens rang out. Dozens of police cars arrived at the scene, followed by several military trucks. The trucks stopped, and soldiers in full gear rushed toward them. Looking at the soldiers charging over, the people around the Ute Tower immediately fled in all directions. Half a day later, the news about the divine dragon undergoing tribulation at the Ute Tower spread across the entire country. Videos of the divine dragon undergoing tribulation were everywhere online. At first, when these videos appeared online, they were deleted by the cybersecurity department of Xia Country, but later it became impossible to control, there were just too many. Even if everything was deleted, netizens still transmitted the videos in various ways, and those who saw the videos saved them and shared them with others. Xia Country chose to give up. Whatever. Let it spread. So Xia Country acted as if nothing had ever happened, allowing those videos to circulate online. Soon, these videos made their way to foreign websites. Foreign netizens, upon seeing the 100-meter divine dragon in the videos, began to discuss. Oh my god. What kind of creature is this? Fake. It must be a composite video, but I have to say, Xia Country's fabrication technology is getting stronger. Oh. A dragon. I know this creature. This is the totem of the Xia people, they are also known as the descendants of the dragon. If dragons exist, then do God, angels, and vampires also exist? The discussions continued online. In reality, Yu City is now under full martial law, with soldiers and police guarding every exit. There are many soldiers and police patrolling the streets and alleys. These soldiers and police are searching for those who found scales and golden blood from the dragon. Meanwhile, on the Pearl River, countless boats are out on the river, salvaging. They are trying to recover the divine dragon that fell into the river. Logically speaking, a 100-meter-long dragon falling into the river should be easy to find. But strangely, they searched for a long time, and aside from some scales that had fallen from the dragon, they found nothing else. This made Xia Country wonder, could it be that the dragon did not die? Did it escape? But everyone saw that the dragon was struck by lightning, and all its scales fell off, its flesh was charred. What exactly is going on? Thus, days passed one after another. They still had not found the dragon's corpse. Chapter 45, A 5-year-old child. 1 month later. On the Pearl River, a full month had passed since the divine dragon underwent tribulation. Xia Country still had not given up searching. Due to the dragon's fall into the Pearl River, the dragon's blood caused some creatures in the river to evolve, making the search for the dragon much more difficult. To deal with the potentially dangerous evolved creatures in the river, the security department of Xia country sent special operations units. These units were made up of soldiers selected from various troops, who had themselves evolved after consuming the evolved creatures. After their evolution, they underwent special training. It can be said that each of them exceeded human limits in strength. In addition to dealing with the evolved creatures in the river, they also had to face some civilian organizations. Since the initial Qingshan mode incident until now, many people in Xia country had actually evolved. Although official personnel from Xia country had gathered some of them through various channels, there were still many who refused to be assimilated. Among these evolved individuals, there were both good and bad people. Thus, civilian organizations emerged. These organizations secretly sold evolved creatures, even trading evolved humans. Upon learning about the divine dragon undergoing tribulation, they did not miss the opportunity, directly coming to Yu City to obtain the blood and scales left behind by the divine dragon. Currently, in the black market, a piece of the divine dragon's golden scale can sell for 3 million soft sister coins. And a drop of the divine dragon's blood can sell for 10 million. Yes. A drop of blood can be sold for 10 million. And it's still a precious commodity with no market. Because someone discovered that after consuming golden blood, they actually evolved. And the speed of evolution is stronger than those humans who have consumed evolved creatures. Those who have evolved, if they consume golden blood, will become even stronger. In short, golden blood has become the most desired thing for everyone. To obtain golden blood, various organizations are using all sorts of methods: murder, robbery, coercion, and more. So, this past month, the city of Yuecheng has been chaotic. From time to time, police cars can be heard chasing after vehicles, and even some evolved humans are fighting in busy downtown areas. These evolved humans have shocking destructive power. With one punch, they can smash walls, and lifting a small car is just a regular feat. In this rampant destruction by the evolved, many ordinary people have also been affected. Besides all this, there are also some people at home who have seen the appearance of the divine dragon. They have set up dragon statues at home, praying and offering incense every day. After all, the people of Xia country all claim to be descendants of dragons. On the other side, at the bottom of the South Sea, over 400 meters deep, Su Yang's body lies motionless there. Around his corpse, many creatures are devouring his body. At this moment, a slight movement occurs near the chest of the corpse, and faint golden light emanates from within. The golden light flashes and disappears. A minute later, the chest thumps again, and golden light bursts forth once more. 30 seconds later, the same situation occurs again. The frequency gradually quickens. The surrounding creatures sense the changes in the corpse and flee in fear. And so, time ticks by slowly. Soon, a day has passed. A crack appears at the location of the corpse's chest. The crack gradually widens and elongates. Suddenly, a hand stretches out from within. That's right. It's a hand. A small, fair human hand. Its size looks like that of a child's hand. Seconds later, another little hand pops out, followed by a head, body, and legs. What comes out is a human child. The child is naked, stands just over a meter tall, looks around 5 years old, has fair skin, golden vertical pupils, and a pair of small dragon horns on their head, with a strange, simple dragon-like pattern on their forehead. The entire being looks like a porcelain doll. Bending down, they looked at their own hands and legs, revealing a hint of confusion in their eyes. This child is none other than Su Yang. Since the last trial, after being struck by the final lightning, Su Yang had lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found his awareness clear, but he couldn't feel his hands or feet, and his vision was dark, as if in nothingness. Not knowing how long it had been, when he felt he could move, the previous scene of emerging from the dragon's body appeared. From human to dragon. And now from dragon to human. Su Yang didn't know whether he had failed or succeeded in the trial. Closing his eyes, Su Yang felt his body. He then discovered that the dragon pearl inside him had changed from golden to multicolored. In addition, Su Yang also found that his blood was still golden. With a thought, Su Yang stirred the energy within him. In the next moment, a sour, numb feeling spread throughout his body, and Su Yang's body began to change. His body elongated, while his originally delicate and lovely features started to twist, turning into something fierce. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. A few seconds later, Su Yang transformed from a 5-year-old child into a 200-meter-long golden dragon. The golden dragon still looked the same as before, just a bit longer. Looking at his 200-meter-long body, Su Yang concentrated again.
Then his body shrank, and he transformed into a 5-year-old child.
He could switch back and forth between a dragon and a human? Su Yang's face showed excitement. After becoming a dragon, Su Yang tried to stay as far away from human cities as possible. Although he had 2 dolphins for company in the Pacific and Atlantic, no one spoke, and it still felt a bit lonely. But now that he had turned back into a human, he could return to a human city. Although his pupils were still golden, and his dragon head still had a pair of small dragon horns, but that was not a big problem. After all, there are many people cosplaying these days, no one would think his horns were real. By the way, he wondered how Su Taohong was doing. Thinking of this, Su Yang prepared to surface. But then he remembered something and looked at the dragon corpse beside him. Looking at that dragon corpse, Su Yang had a strange expression. It felt like he was looking at his own corpse. What should he do with this corpse? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang pulled the corpse away and swam toward the distance. A day later, he reached the deepest part of the ocean in this world, then placed the corpse in the water and buried it under stones. After doing all this, Su Yang floated up to the ocean surface. Just as he reached the shore, Su Yang sensed waves of energy flooding into his body. This energy. Is it the power of belief? Su Yang was surprised. He felt the source of this belief power, and then images appeared in his mind. These images showed humans kneeling there, saying some words. Dragon King, please bless me with wealth. Dragon King, my mother is sick, please help save my mother. Divine Dragon, bless me to win big at the gambling table today. Bless me to succeed in my blind date. Bless me to complete my tasks successfully. Bless me to pass my exams. Listening to these voices, Su Yang's eyes gradually widened. Chapter 46, back to Qingshan, meeting Su Taohong again. Before becoming a dragon, Su Yang had seen a post online. The user of the post said that if one went to a temple to pray, and if one had the nature of Buddha and prayed sincerely, then Buddha would hear your prayers. And now, looking at the images in his mind and the sounds of the prayers, Su Yang felt a bit confused. First of all, he wasn't a Buddha, he was a dragon. Secondly, he didn't know whether he was the Dragon King or not. But he knew he couldn't bring them any help. Just like those who prayed to win big at the gambling table, Su Yang couldn't use any ability to bring them good luck. So what was he now? An immortal? Su Yang felt that he should count as an immortal. After all, divine dragons undergo tribulations, and there's a term called crossing tribulations to transform. Legends say that some animals that attain great mastery become human after successfully crossing tribulations. Although he was a dragon should also be considered a kind of animal, right? So his transformation after crossing tribulations seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, Su Yang seemed to have found the answer to why he transformed from a dragon back to a human. But there was another question ahead. That was the people praying in his mind. The belief power he gained appeared from these people. If he didn't fulfill their wishes, would the belief power he obtained in the future decrease? Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He felt he was overthinking. There are so many believers in the world, but has Buddha really shown his spirit? If he could occasionally meet the true believers' requests or even create some miracles now and then more and more people would believe in him, and the belief power wouldn't be a worry. After figuring all this out, Su Yang blocked out the images and sounds in his mind and floated directly upwards. Soon, Su Yang reached the surface of the ocean. First, he looked around. After confirming that no one was around, Su Yang soared into the air and flew away towards the distance. Half a day later, at the entrance of a community in Qingshan City, dressed in children's denim pants and a white short-sleeve shirt, wearing a baseball cap, Su Yang stood at the entrance of the community. As he watched the residents coming in and out of the community, a complex expression appeared on Su Yang's face. This community was the one he lived in before. After several months without returning, Su Yang thought he might never come back here for the rest of his life, yet he was back. Wow, what a cute little brother. At that moment, an excited voice came from beside him. The next second, Su Yang felt a hand on his head. Su Yang. He was still reminiscing about the past when this sudden touch left him speechless. Su Yang's mouth twitched, then he looked up towards the side. Next to him stood a girl, with a baby face and mushroom hairstyle, wearing the uniform of Qingshan City's #1 high school. A high school girl. Su Yang felt somewhat speechless. How could a dignified dragon like himself be touched by a high school girl? Wow! Little brother, your colored contacts are so pretty. Who are you cosplaying as? At that moment, the high school girl noticed Su Yang's eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Su Yang didn't reply but turned around and walked directly into the community. The high school girl saw Su Yang's departing back and couldn't help but smile and mutter, "This little kid is pretty shy." Su Yang, who was walking ahead, instantly had a dark expression on his face. He had excellent hearing and naturally heard the high school girl's words behind him. Little kid, shy. Forget it. Su Yang shook his head and continued walking inward. 10 minutes later. Su Yang arrived at his home door. Rising on his toes, he entered the password to unlock the door, and Su Yang walked inside. Upon entering the room, Su Yang looked at the clean floor and dust-free furniture, and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It was obvious that the house had been cleaned, and frequently too. Who could it be? Su Taohong? Su Yang thought of her, and it could only be her. Because only she would clean the house for him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face, and then he started to roam around the house. He looked through every room and every corner. The familiar yet strange feeling made Su Yang's heart very complicated. At that moment, the sound of unlocking came from the living room door. Hearing the noise, Su Yang walked out of the room and into the living room. At this time, the door opened, and a familiar figure walked in from outside. It was none other than Su Taohong. Wearing tight denim pants, her straight legs and rounded thighs and buttocks showcased their perfect shapes. She wore a white shirt, topped with a denim jacket, and her long hair was tied in a ponytail, exposing her fair neck. At this moment, Su Taohong also saw Su Yang standing at the bedroom door, letting out a surprised sound and displaying a bewildered expression. The two stood there, staring at each other. Su Taohong noticed that this delicate and cute little boy also had golden vertical pupils, just like those of Su Yang back then. Besides that, the little boy's features vaguely echoed Su Yang's. Who are you? Su Taohong closed the door and asked Su Yang. Su Yang rolled his eyes slightly, then spoke in a crisp yet somewhat immature voice, Hello, sister, I'm a child whom brother Su Yang supported at the orphanage. Brother Su Yang hasn't been to the orphanage for a long time, so I came to see. Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong furrowed her brow slightly. Both Su Yang and she were orphans, and she indeed knew that Su Yang supported some orphans at the orphanage. But, little buddy, did you come by yourself? Su Taohong approached Su Yang and squatted down to ask. Su Yang nodded and said, Yes, I came by myself. How did you come here all by yourself when you're so little? And how did you find this place? Before, brother Su Yang told me the address, so I came here directly by bus. Hearing Su Yang's explanation, Su Taohong's face showed disbelief. After all, this sounded too fake. Not to mention that a 5-year-old child would take the bus here alone, even the security guard at the orphanage wouldn't let you go out alone. And how could the golden vertical pupils be explained? Why are they exactly the same as Su Yang's from before? Even though she knew the child in front of her was lying, Su Taohong also decided to play dumb. Because she wanted to see if she could learn about Su Yang's whereabouts through this child. A smile appeared on her face as Su Taohong reached out to ruffle Su Yang's hair. However, after ruffling it, she noticed two hard things under the hat Su Yang was wearing. With a puzzled expression, she was about to take off Su Yang's hat when Su Yang stepped back, avoiding Su Taohong's hand that was reaching for his hat. Sister, who are you? Why are you at brother Su Yang's house? Su Yang pretended to be puzzled. Chapter 47, I am Su Yang. Hearing Su Yang's question, Su Taohong slightly pursed her pink lips and smiled, I am brother Su's friend, and my surname is Su too. You can call me Sister Su. By the way, what's your name? Su Yang replied, Sister Su, my name is Su Yang. Ah? Su Taohong was momentarily stunned. Su Yang explained, Yang is in sunlight. Su Taohong showed surprise while feeling even more puzzled. With eyes just like Su Yang's, and a similar appearance, the same name. A bold guess surged in her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. How could that be possible? Am I thinking of something like Conan? Okay, little Su Yang, are you hungry? Sister will take you to eat something, okay? Su Taohong smiled and asked. Su Yang nodded directly in response. He indeed missed the taste of human food a bit. Let's go. Su Taohong smiled as she reached out to take Su Yang's small hand, then stood up and walked outside. Soon, the two of them exited the building, and Su Yang got into Su Taohong's car. Since her previous car was crashed and totaled, Su Taohong was now driving a Land Rover Defender. This model belongs to the category of rugged off-road vehicles. Looking at Su Taohong sitting in the driver's seat, Su Yang felt a bit surprised. In his mind, Su Taohong was the kind of very feminine person, so she would prefer smaller cars, like a Porsche 911 or a Volkswagen Beetle. A tough car like this, the former Su Taohong wouldn't even glance at. Unexpectedly, she had switched to this kind of car. Just as Su Yang was surprised, suddenly Su Taohong's phone rang. Su Taohong picked up the phone beside her and glanced at it, her elegant eyebrows furrowing slightly. After answering the call, Su Taohong's lips moved, Is there something going on? The voice on the other end said, Captain Su, a new order has just come down from above. The situation in U City is becoming increasingly chaotic. We need to deploy personnel there for support, so we want you to lead your Team 4 to U City. After listening, Su Taohong fell silent for a few seconds and asked, "When do we set off?" "At the latest, tonight." "Okay, I will head over soon." After finishing, the call ended. In the back seat, Su Yang heard Su Taohong's conversation on the phone. "Captain Su? Going to U City?" Su Yang was stunned. How did Su Taohong become Captain Su? And from the words, it seemed like Su Taohong had a connection with the authorities, becoming a member of the official side. Su Yang was filled with confusion. At this moment, Su Taohong looked into the rearview mirror and smiled. "What do you want to eat?" Hot pot." Su Yang responded. Su Taohong was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. "Okay." After that, she said to herself, "Your brother Su used to love hot pot too." Su Yang remained silent and did not speak. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant was the same self-service seafood hot pot place that Su Taohong and Su Yang had eaten at together before. Because Su Yang's height is only 1 meter, he is free. This made Su Yang's heart a bit complicated. Entering the hot pot restaurant, under the guidance of the waiter, the two sat down at their seats and began to order and eat. Next, Su Yang showed an appetite not typical for his age. In 2 hours, Su Yang didn't stop eating. The waiter came to clear the plates more than 10 times and looked at Su Yang with strange eyes. "Your brother Su could eat a lot too." Sitting opposite, Su Taohong did not eat but held chopsticks, helping Su Yang cook the dishes. Brother Su said that my eating amount is very similar to his," Su Yang said. Su Taohong smiled faintly, then looked at Su Yang's belly, worried and asked, "But is it really okay to eat like this?" Su Yang patted his belly and laughed. "It's fine, I have a different space in my belly." "Different space?" Su Taohong was first taken aback, then quickly reacted, unable to help but smile again. After eating for another half hour, Su Yang and Su Taohong left the hot pot restaurant. Back in the car, Su Taohong said, "I'll take you back to the orphanage." "No need, Sister Su, just take me to Brother Su's house, and I'll go back by myself later," Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong fell silent for a few seconds, then she pulled over by the roadside. Then she turned her head to look at Su Yang, who was sitting in the back seat, her eyes filled with scrutiny as she said, "Who exactly are you?" After saying that, she directly reached under the driver's seat, pulled out a pitch-black gun, and aimed it at Su Yang. The dark gun's muzzle was pointed at Su Yang, her eyes unblinking as she watched him. Looking at the gun, Su Yang's expression was calm as he smiled and said, "Sister Su, I am Su Yang." Su Taohong said nothing but continued to hold the gun aimed at Su Yang. Even though she was pointing a loaded gun at a 5-year-old child, and a very cute one at that, Su Taohong felt a sense of guilt. But this child's various behaviors made Su Taohong know he was no ordinary child. First, there was his appetite. And then those eyes. She was no longer the ordinary person she once was. In these past few months since Su Yang's disappearance, she had inexplicably evolved, gone through a plane crash, and then for various reasons, joined an official organization, completed several missions, and became a captain. All these experiences had made her grow and seen so much. Now she suspected the child in front of her had also evolved. "Now I give you one last chance to tell me who you really are. I will count to 3. Su Taohong's voice turned a bit cold. Her attitude was completely different from what it was in the hot pot restaurant. Su Yang continued to smile at Su Taohong. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Su Taohong decisively pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, as she pulled the trigger, she turned the muzzle slightly to the side, and the bullet grazed past Su Yang's ear. Su Yang did not show a look of panic but calmly stared at Su Taohong. Su Taohong was silent for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath, put away the gun, and pointed at Su Yang, saying, "I don't care who you are, I just ask you. Can you tell me where Su Yang is?" As she said this, a pleading expression appeared on Su Taohong's face. Looking at Su Taohong like that, Su Yang fell silent for a few seconds, sighed, and said, "I am Su Yang." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong's brows immediately furrowed. She opened her mouth. Just as Su Taohong was about to speak, a sudden loud noise came from afar. Hearing the loud noise, Su Taohong and Su Yang instinctively looked towards the direction of the sound. Not far away at the intersection, 2 cars crashed into each other. One of the car's doors opened, and a man over 2 meters tall, with a strong build like a Terminator, got out of the car. After getting out, he walked directly to the driver's side of the car he had collided with. "Reach out your hand." The car door was unexpectedly yanked off by him forcefully. Next, he grabbed the person in the driver's seat, trying to pull them out. But at that moment, the person inside the car suddenly kicked out. The foot landed squarely on that man's chest, sending him flying over 3 meters away. However, after being kicked away, the man immediately got up and charged back at incredible speed. At this moment, the person in the car also got out of the driver's seat, and the two clashed immediately. Chapter 48, Taking Action and Leaving. Both were evolved humans, so during the fight, their destructive power was astonishing. Many surrounding cars and some pedestrians were caught in the chaos. Suddenly, screams and shouts echoed in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong frowned slightly and said to Su Yang, "Stay here." After saying this, Su Taohong tucked her handgun into her denim jacket and quickly walked toward the two fighting. Su Yang sat inside the car, watching Su Taohong's departing figure with curiosity. Su Taohong had also evolved. Su Yang discovered this when Su Taohong accidentally became stranded on the deserted island. Now months have passed, and Su Yang was very curious about what kind of strength Su Taohong possessed now. In fact, Su Yang was curious not just about Su Taohong alone. He was curious about all evolved humans, wondering what level their power had reached. Since transforming into a dragon, he had encountered very few humans. Usually, he either stayed in the sea or in caves. He couldn't even see a single person, let alone those who had evolved. Under his watchful gaze, Su Taohong's quick pace turned into a jog and then into a sprint. In just a few seconds, Su Taohong had reached the two beside her. Taking out the handgun, Su Taohong wasted no time and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! With the gunshot, both fighters instinctively stopped their actions. They looked at Su Taohong. National Security Bureau of Xia Country. Now crouch down and cover your heads. Su Taohong coldly pointed her handgun at the two. However, the burly man, upon hearing Su Taohong's words, sneered and said, "Damn it. You're all just lapdogs everywhere, get lost, or I'll kill you too." The coldness on Su Taohong's face grew stronger as she aimed the gun directly at the burly man's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the man's thigh. However, due to his enhanced physique from evolving, the bullet only pierced his skin without causing significant harm. The man let out an angry shout, charging directly at Su Taohong. His speed was incredibly fast, coupled with his strong build, he resembled a fierce beast, instantly reaching Su Taohong's front. With a fist raised, he swung it towards Su Taohong's head. The speed and power generated a whooshing sound. Su Taohong watched the fist coming at her expressionlessly, and just as it was about to hit her, she slightly swayed her body to evade the attack. At the same time, she delivered a side kick that landed squarely on the man's chest. The man was sent flying. Bang! With a dull sound, the man crashed into a car, shattering all its windows, his body sinking into the vehicle, with a twisted expression, letting out a cry of agony. Not far away, Su Yang in the car raised his eyebrows upon witnessing this scene. He saw Su Taohong's explosive speed earlier, surpassing even his own speed before he transformed into a dragon. The force with which the man was kicked away showed that Su Taohong's strength was absolutely astonishing. With one person dealt with, Su Taohong looked towards the last person. That man shrugged, a bitter smile on his face, then raised his hands and said, "Okay, I surrender. I'm also a victim, this guy attacked me for no reason." Hearing that man's words, Su Taohong did not lower her guard. She made the person turn around to face away from her, then reached to her waist and felt something, a pair of handcuffs appearing in her hand. These handcuffs were made of special metal, specifically designed for those evolved humans. Holding the handcuffs, Su Taohong walked to the person's back, just as she was about to cuff their hands. But in the next second, a dagger suddenly slid out from inside that person's sleeve. The dagger fell down, just in time for that person to catch it, and then it quickly slid towards Su Taohong's neck. This sudden action left Su Taohong's brain frozen, and for a moment, she forgot to dodge. Although she had been evolved for several months now and her strength could be said to be the strongest in the country, her actual combat experience was still lacking. Swish! However, just as the dagger was about to touch Su Taohong's snowy neck, suddenly, that person's wrist seemed to be cut by a knife and broke cleanly. The wound was very smooth. Clang! The hand along with the dagger fell to the ground. For a moment, both Su Taohong and the attacker were at a loss. Until blood sprayed out from the wound, splattering on Su Taohong's fair face, the two finally came to their senses. Ah! A chilling scream arose. That person clutched their severed wrist with the other hand, showing a pained expression. At this moment, Su Taohong directly struck a hand chop at that person's neck. The scream suddenly stopped, and that person fell to the ground, motionless. After taking care of this person, Su Taohong looked at the severed hand, then surveyed her surroundings. When her gaze fell on her car not far away, she saw that in the back seat, that little guy Su Yan was watching her with a pure smile on his face. Seeing that smile, Su Taohong's heart trembled. She instinctively felt that what had just happened was caused by this little boy. At this moment, the sound of police sirens erupted. Several police cars rushed over and stopped by the roadside. The doors opened, and several police officers quickly approached with guns drawn. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Here is my identification." Su Taohong took her ID from her pocket and tossed it over.
One of the police officers caught the ID, took a glance, and then his expression changed. He immediately signaled the remaining officers to lower their guns and then quickly walked in front of Su Taohong with a salute. "Miss Su."
Su Taohong nodded and then explained the situation. After listening to Su Taohong's account, several police officers immediately took the unconscious person, along with the burly man, to the police car. A few minutes later, the police car, with sirens blaring, drove away.
Looking at the departing police car, Su Taohong turned and walked towards her own car. When she reached the side of the Land Rover Defender, Su Taohong froze. Because in the back seat of the car, that little boy had somehow disappeared, leaving the seat empty. Staring at the back seat, Su Taohong was in a daze for a long time. On the other side, on the street, Su Yang was wandering casually along the road. His meeting with Su Taohong was actually just a coincidence. Because Su Yang never expected that Su Taohong would continuously clean his house, and that they would run into each other when he returned home. All of this was just a coincidence. "Little brother, where are your parents? Are you lost?" At this moment, a young lady stopped Su Yang, asking with a concerned expression. Su Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, smiling and saying, "Thank you, I'm not lost." "Oh." The young lady sighed in relief, then reached out to pinch Su Yang's face, showing a satisfied expression before stepping away. Su Yang had a black line on his face. His face was simply too deadly, especially for women. Chapter 49, The Village and the Believers. What happened next confirmed this point. As Su Yang wandered along, many people who saw him walking alone would kindly stop him to ask if he was lost or looking for his family. And most of these people stopping him were women. They looked at Su Yang's exquisite and cute boyish face, as well as his golden vertical pupils, and their fondness was unable to be concealed. Many of them gave him some snacks. "Little brother, the ice cream I just bought is for you. How about letting your sister hold you for a bit?" A young lady held out the ice cream in front of Su Yang, her voice filled with a hint of temptation. Looking at the ice cream being offered, Su Yang squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you, but I don't eat ice cream." "Wow. Little brother is so polite. Come here for a hug." The young lady immediately reached out and hugged Su Yang, then puckered her lips to give him a kiss on the cheek. Su Yang. By the afternoon, Su Yang left the center of Qingshan City. Qingshan City is located in the southwest of the Xia country, where there are many mountains. 100 kilometers west of Qingshan City lies the mountain area. After leaving Qingshan City, Su Yang headed west. He walked neither fast nor slow, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery around him. After 2 days of walking, Su Yang arrived at a village called Luyu Village, located to the west of Qingshan City. Originally, Su Yang had no intention of entering the village. However, as he reached the village entrance, he felt a powerful force of faith emanating from the village and surging into his body. Feeling this force of faith, Su Yang's mind stirred, and in the next moment, an image appeared in his mind. In the image, a grandmother around 70 years old was kneeling on the ground. In front of her was a wooden carving of a dragon. "Dragon Lord, I beg you, please save my granddaughter, she's so unfortunate. I'll do anything you ask, just don't let any misfortune fall upon her." Saying this, the grandmother began to wipe her tears. Seeing this scene in his mind, Su Yang showed a hesitant expression. A few seconds later, he stepped into the village. It was close to evening, and there weren't many people in the village. Walking along the village road, Su Yang saw very few people. Those who remained in the village were mostly elderly. After about 5 minutes of walking, Su Yang arrived at the door of the grandmother's house. He reached out and knocked on the door. After a moment, an elderly voice came from the yard. "Who is it?" "Hello, I am a tourist who got separated from my family. Can you help me make a phone call?" Su Yang said. Upon hearing the voice of a child and knowing it was a lost child, the grandmother immediately walked to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Su Yang standing outside, the grandmother showed a look of surprise on her face. From Su Yang's clothing, the grandmother could tell he was not a child from the village. "Little one, did you get lost with your family?" "Yes, Grandma. Can I use your phone to call home?" Su Yang nodded politely. "All right, come in." The grandmother nodded and let Su Yang into the yard. After entering the yard, the grandmother led Su Yang into the main room and had him sit down, then went into a small room next door. While waiting for the grandmother to enter the room, Su Yang looked around the living room. The furniture in the living room was quite old, but it was neatly arranged, and the air was filled with a strong herbal scent. On the side of the main room, there was a table with a dragon wooden carving on it. In front of the carving, there were also several plates of fruit and an incense burner. On the wall on the other side, 3 black and white portraits hung. These 3 portraits featured an elderly person and a young couple. Seeing this scene, Su Yang began to understand a little about this family. At that moment, the grandmother walked out of the room holding an old mobile phone. "Little one, what is your family's phone number?"
Grandma, I can dial the phone myself, just let me handle it. Alright then, here. The grandmother handed the old mobile phone to Su Yang. Su Yang took it, pretended to press a few numbers, and then began to make a call. He spoke to the busy tone in his phone for a while. After finishing, he returned the phone to the old grandmother. Grandma, thank you, my parents are coming soon. Su Yang expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. The old grandmother smiled. After speaking, she suddenly thought of something and said, Little one, are you hungry? Wait here for a moment. As she spoke, the old grandmother turned and walked toward another room. When she reached the doorway and opened the door, Su Yang caught a glimpse through the crack of the door and saw a frail figure lying on the bed. The figure was a young girl, looking very thin, her face was basically skin over bones, wearing a hat, and her skin was sickly pale. Is this girl the old grandmother's granddaughter? Su Yang wondered in his heart. A moment later, the old woman came out of the room, holding a bottle of 8 treasure porridge and a few bags of cookies. She handed the cookies and 8 treasure porridge to Su Yang, then sat down next to him, looking at Su Yang with a kind expression. Su Yang opened the 8 treasure porridge, eating while chatting with the old woman. During their chat, the old woman shared the story of her family. The old woman's name was Zhang Xuexia. 10 years ago, her husband died suddenly of a cerebral thrombosis while working in the fields, and 5 years ago, her son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident, leaving behind only one granddaughter. The granddaughter's name was Li Ningning, 17 years old this year. At this age, she should be blossoming in youth, but 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with leukemia. To treat the disease, the old woman drained her family's savings. Now, with no money for treatment, her granddaughter could only stay at home and wait for death. At this point, the old woman couldn't help but wipe her tears. She wasn't crying for herself but for her pitiful granddaughter. Seeing the crying old woman, Su Yang remained silent for a few seconds, then pointed at the dragon statue on the table and said, Grandma, what kind of god is that? The old woman wiped her tears and looked at the dragon statue to explain, that is the Dragon King. A few days ago, I heard from a young man who came back from the city that dragons really exist in this world, so I wanted to worship the Dragon King and ask him to bless my granddaughter. As she said this, the old woman sighed and continued, I don't know if this thing works, I don't even know if there is really a Dragon King. Even if there is, so many people burn incense every day to seek his blessings. People like us who can't afford expensive incense or good offerings, I don't know if he will help me. But, a person in this life must have some hope and anticipation, right? Hearing the old woman's words, Su Yang nodded and said, Grandma, you're right, people must have some hope. The old woman laughed and said, You little one are like an adult. Afterward, she stood up and said, I'll go turn on the lights outside, when your parents arrive, they can see this sight at a glance. Then she stepped out of the house. After the old woman left, Su Yang stood up and walked to the door of her granddaughter's room. He opened the door and walked straight inside. Then he saw Li Ningning lying on the bed. Chapter 50, Miracle. Dragon King. Looking at the skinny girl lying on the bed. At this moment, the girl also turned her head to look at Su Yang who entered the room. Her big eyes looked at Su Yang blankly, and a look of surprise appeared on her pale face. Before she could open her mouth to speak, her vision blurred, and she fainted. In front of the bed. Su Yang looked at the girl who had fainted because of him, then he thought for a moment, and a drop of golden blood appeared at his fingertip. The blood dripped into the girl's mouth. A few seconds later, something miraculous happened. The girl's face, which had no color at all, suddenly flushed, her complexion visibly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye, while some dark impurities appeared on the surface of her skin under her clothes. Seeing the girl's transformation, Su Yang turned and left directly. 1 minute later. The old woman returned to the main room with the lights on. She found that the little boy was missing from the room. At first, he was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and called out twice. Without getting a response, the old man began to search each room. When he arrived at Li Ningning's room and saw his granddaughter lying on the bed, the old man was completely frozen there. Her lips trembled slightly, and her murky pupils were now filled with shock. He hurried to the bedside, shaking his granddaughter. Ningning. Ningning. Li Ningning opened her eyes as she was shaken awake. She looked at her grandmother by the bed and asked curiously, Grandma, what's wrong? Ningning, you. The old man pointed at Li Ningning's face. At this moment, Li Ningning also noticed something was wrong. She felt an unprecedented comfort in her body, as if she had returned to a state before she got sick, or even felt better than before. She hurriedly got off the bed and walked to the mirror to look at herself. In the mirror, she still looked weak, but her complexion had improved significantly, and then she felt a slight itch on her head. Subconsciously, she took off her hat and then discovered that her hair had miraculously grown out, now reaching a length similar to a man's crew cut. What is this? Li Ningning's mouth dropped open in shock. After a few seconds, a child's image suddenly popped into her mind. Grandma. Where is that child? Li Ningning hurriedly looked at her grandmother and asked. The old man instinctively shook her head. Li Ningning quickly recounted what she had seen about the child entering her room. After listening to Li Ningning's account, the old man also recounted the child coming to their home. Once finished, both of them sensed something was wrong. After all, a 5-year-old child had gone missing in this remote village without crying or making a fuss, and had even come to their house. The key point was that their granddaughter was in this condition, and that child had inexplicably vanished. Oh my! Suddenly, the old man slapped his thigh and exclaimed. What's wrong, Grandma? Li Ningning hurriedly asked. The old man quickly replied, I remembered. That child's eyes were unusual. They were golden, and the pupils looked just like a snake's eyes. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Li Ningning seemed to recall something and quickly picked up her phone from the bedside, flipping through it until she found a picture. The picture showed a golden divine dragon coiled around the U Tower in U City, its horns pointing straight to the sky. This picture was taken when Su Yang faced a tribulation at the U Tower, and many people had saved it online. Grandma, is this it? The old woman took the phone and examined it closely for a moment, then exclaimed, Yes. Yes. Just like those eyes. Dragon King. That child just now was the Dragon King himself. As the old woman spoke, she hurried out of the room, kneeling beside the dragon statue, crying and bowing her head. The next day, the old man took his granddaughter to the hospital in the city for an examination. The examination result showed that there was nothing wrong, she was even healthier than most people. Upon learning this result, the old man and his granddaughter embraced and cried together. Afterwards, they returned home from the hospital and earnestly bowed to the dragon statue. Soon after, the news of Li Ningning's recovery spread through the village. The old man did not hide anything and directly spoke about the Dragon King. The village elders believed in this, and since Li Ningning's illness had truly improved, her complexion made it undeniable, so households in the village began to worship the Dragon King. 1 week later, this matter had spread to surrounding villages. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang continued to head west after leaving the village. Along the way, Su Yang continued to walk and stop as before, sometimes staying in the woods for 2 or 3 days, and at other times transforming into a dragon to soar in the sky. Sometimes he would visit the homes of believers to fulfill their wishes. Of course, the so-called wishes were actually just about healing and saving people, because apart from these, other than Su Yang, none of them could help. With Su Yang's help, these believers intentionally or unintentionally spread the miracles. Along with the spread, many people who worshipped the divine dragon appeared around Qingshan City. Some of these people were sincere, while others were just pretending. The sincere ones allowed Su Yang to gain a lot of faith power, which further changed his body. His human body grew from a height of 1 meter to 1 meter 10. Although it was just a 10 centimeter increase, it was incredibly exciting for Su Yang. His childish appearance, while cute and able to attract many women, could be quite awkward at times. It would be better if he looked like an adult. Then, he could do a lot more things. Just like that. Soon a month passed. Su Yang left the area around Qingshan and arrived in Sichuan province. Upon arriving in Sichuan, Su Yang thought of the little panda he saved a few months ago, so he headed to that forest again. After arriving at the forest, Su Yang searched for several days but could not find any trace of the panda, which made him wonder if that little guy had died? Impossible. After all, even a worm could evolve into a fierce monster after eating his blood. How could that panda have easily perished? Su Yang was filled with doubt. At the same time, at the headquarters of the security department of Xia country, in a very large courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, a huge panda was happily munching on a pile of bamboo. This panda was already 5 meters tall, just sitting on the ground. Its round body, black and white, appeared imposing. Yet, its silly look made it seem cute and not scary at all. Around the perimeter of the courtyard, a dozen humans were recording the scene before them in notebooks. This panda had been brought back for almost 3 months. During these 3 months, it only resisted for a few days at the beginning. After confirming that humans would not harm it, it went into a lazy mode. Every day consisted of eating, sleeping, and waking up to eat again. Chapter 51, The Boy at Midnight. Watching the big panda gorging itself, one of the observers said helplessly, "Why can't this fellow change its silly attributes even after evolving?" Another observer beside him chuckled, "Yeah, after other creatures evolve, their personalities change, but this one seems to be the same. So, do you think there's a chance to tame it?" At this, everyone frowned, showing thoughtful expressions. "How about we give it a try?" "All right. Let's try it." Then, they began the operation to tame the evolved panda. In the forests of Sichuan province. After not finding the panda, Su Yang wandered around the forest for a few more days. One night, In an open area of the forest, there were several tents set up, and a campfire was burning in the middle, with 3 men and 3 women sitting around it. These 3 were members of a hiking club, coming together to camp in the wild during their free time. The sounds of unknown insects and rustling noises surrounded them. As seasoned members of the club, they had gone camping many times, so they were not afraid of these sounds.
Hey, it's only a bit past 9. If no one can sleep, how about we play a game?
One of the men among the 6 suggested.
What game?
A round-faced woman with glasses asked curiously.
How about telling ghost stories? Whoever fails to scare someone has to accept a penalty? That game is so cliché. Though it's cliché, it's fitting for the occasion. What do you think?
Who should start first?
How about you, Xin-Pan? Hearing this, everyone looked at a woman by the campfire.
The woman seemed to be in her 30s, with delicate features and a cold charm. Although she sat with the group, she gave off a feeling of being out of place, as she had not said a word nor showed any expression during their earlier chatting. When she noticed everyone looking at her, Xin-Pan was silent for a few seconds, then softly uttered one word, "Okay." Then she began to tell a story. Once upon a time, there were several hikers who organized a camping trip in the forest for 3 days and 2 nights. On the first night, after dinner, while they were chatting, they heard rustling sounds from the bushes nearby. Curious, they looked over and saw a child walking out from the thicket. At this point in the story, suddenly, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked towards the bushes. Then, within their gaze, a child wearing a hat walked out from beside the bushes. The child wore a hat, hiding his face, one hand hung down naturally, covered in blood, while the other hand was behind his back, as if dragging something. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale, and they screamed. Even Xin-Pan, who had been expressionless while telling the story, showed a look of terror, standing up and backing away repeatedly.
Don't be nervous, I'm not a ghost.
At this moment, a clear voice rang out. The little boy was none other than Su Yang. Half an hour ago, he had caught a gazelle and wanted to roast it. After finishing with the gazelle's body, he noticed the firelight over here and guessed it was the hikers, so he came to ask if they had any barbecue seasoning to borrow. As for being a 5 or 6-year-old child alone in the deep forest at midnight, how others would think of it, Su Yang did not care much. During this time, traveling from Qingshan to Chuansheng, Su Yang's personality and style had become increasingly carefree. Hearing Su Yang's voice, the few who were originally scared and ready to run stopped in their tracks. They exchanged pale glances, then looked again at Su Yang.
Su Yang looked up.
In the light of the campfire, his face was revealed to everyone. Looking at his delicate and cute youthful face, a few people instinctively took a few steps back. Anyone who came across a small boy in the deep mountains at midnight, especially such a cute little boy, would feel strange and afraid.
Moreover, those golden eyes did not look like human eyes at all. Little kid, who are you? Where are your adults? One person, gathering courage, stammered to ask. Su Yang did not answer his question but instead asked, do you have any seasoning? Everyone?
Watching the people frozen in place, Su Yang repeated himself. This time, hearing Su Yang's words, the storyteller Xin-Pan reacted first. She hurried over to the backpacks by the campfire and picked up a red backpack, handing it to Su Yang. Su Yang took the backpack, opened it, and saw several bottles of seasoning inside.
Thank you. Su Yang expressed his gratitude.
After saying that, he remembered something and dragged the gazelle carcass he had been holding in the other hand to the front of the campfire. He lightly sliced down the middle of the carcass as if it were cut by a knife, splitting it in two. Su Yang kept one half of the carcass, then picked up the bag and the other half of the gazelle's body, turning to leave.
Once Su Yang's figure disappeared into the forest, everyone finally came to their senses. They plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath.
Among them, Xin-Pan was the calmest. However, she leaned against a tree, her delicate face showing a hint of relief.
It was clear. That little boy was definitely not a normal person. It's safe to say, he's definitely not human. That scared me to death. Was that child just now a ghost? A man said, breathing heavily. I don't know if he's a ghost, but he's definitely not human. Another person replied. But luckily, he didn't harm us. By the way, do you think he's a monster that's come to life in this mountain? Definitely. Did you see that child's eyes?
They were golden, and had slit pupils, just like a snake.
He can't be a snake spirit, can he? I think he must be a snake spirit. Damn. So there really are monsters in this world. What do we do with the thing he left behind?
Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on the half-carcass of an antelope by the campfire. The body had clearly been processed, it was clean on the surface, and the cuts were smooth.
Throw it away. Are you guys brave enough to eat it?
Right, quickly throw it away. Maybe this stuff was transformed by that spirit using some stones or something bizarre.
Throw it, hurry and throw it.
The group spoke as they carefully discarded the half-carcass of the antelope into the nearby bushes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang was unaware that the half-carcass of the antelope he had given away had been discarded. After getting the seasoning, he found a spot and started roasting the remaining half of the antelope. Sprinkling on the seasoning, the aroma of the meat spread through the air. Su Yang smelled the fragrance and smiled. Since turning into human form, Su Yang no longer needed to eat as he did before, but occasionally having a meal to enjoy the taste of food was still quite nice. Chapter 52, Saving People and the Cherry Blossom Seas Anomaly. Soon, the antelope meat was roasted. Su Yang, holding a piece of antelope meat bigger than himself, began to eat heartily. After a while, Su Yang finished the antelope meat and sat on the ground, leaning against a rock to rest. As he rested, the bugs on the ground instinctively avoided Su Yang. And on the other side, the few hikers who encountered Su Yang spent a night in fear. When dawn broke, they quickly packed their things and headed out of the forest. After encountering such a spooky thing last night, they dared not stay any longer. However, they didn't know how unlucky they were. After about 10 minutes of walking, they stumbled upon a few people carrying backpacks and wearing hats. At first, they thought they were also hikers, so they wanted to greet them. But as they got closer, they realized something was wrong because the backpacks the people carried were bulging, and some animal fur was exposed at the zippers. In addition, these people held hunting rifles. Poachers. The expressions of these few people changed. They wanted to turn and escape, but the group of poachers had already aimed their guns at them. Don't move. Anyone who moves, I will shoot dead. The leader, a bald fat man, said fiercely. Hearing his words, everyone was scared and stopped in their tracks. At this moment, they felt like dying. They encountered a monster last night and now faced poachers today. How unfortunate they were. In the terrified eyes of the crowd, the poachers approached them. They first scanned the three men and then their gaze landed on the three women. When they saw Xin Pan, the poachers couldn't help but reveal lewd expressions. Hey, there's a beautiful woman. One of them smiled and reached out towards Xin Pan. Xin Pan quickly stepped back, avoiding the outstretched hand. Seeing this woman retreat, the man let out a lewd laugh. He stepped forward, wanting to grab her again. But at that moment, Xin Pan suddenly raised her foot. Bang! A muffled sound followed. Then a scream echoed. Xin Pan had directly kicked the man in the groin. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Ah! The man clutched his groin. She woke up to find herself lying on the ground, her body curled up like a shrimp. The remaining poachers reacted quickly, cursing under their breath before raising their guns, aiming at Xin Pan. But at that moment, Xin Pan had already turned and started running towards the nearby bushes. Damn it! Lao San, keep an eye on these guys here. Lao Si and Lao Wu, follow me. The leading muscular man said this and took off after Xin Pan's fleeing figure. Lao Si and Lao Wu hurriedly followed behind. Only Lao San and 5 remaining hikers were left at the scene. Seeing the pale faces of the 5 hikers standing there, Lao San smirked coldly. At that moment, a gunshot rang out in the distance. The sound came from the direction where Xin Pan had just escaped. Hearing the gunshot, the 5 hikers were so frightened that their legs went weak. 2 of the women even started crying. Shut up, or I'll rape you. Lao San glared fiercely at the 2 women. They quickly stifled their cries in fear. Just then, there was a rustling sound nearby, and soon after, the bald muscular man returned with Lao Si and Lao Wu, with Lao Wu dragging a pair of feet behind him. Seeing this scene, the 5 hikers' eyes filled with despair. Because the owner of those feet was the fleeing Xin Pan. Xin Pan's chest was soaked in blood, dragged on the ground, motionless, as if she had lost her breath. The burly man, now recovering, looked at Xin Pan's bloody chest and cursed, "Damn it, foul woman, and you still dared to run, I'll give you another bullet." Saying this, he raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger at Xin Pan's head. The 5 hikers shut their eyes in fear. And at that moment, a voice rang out, "Oh, quite lively here, what a coincidence to meet again." The voice was youthful and clear. The sudden voice startled the poachers, and they hurriedly aimed their guns in the direction of the sound, while the 5 hikers looked over too. Then they saw a little boy walking over leisurely from not far away. Seeing that the speaker was a little boy, the poachers exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. This forest wasn't exactly a pristine wilderness, but it wasn't a place where many came either. Now, suddenly, there was a child here. It looked strange no matter how you regarded it. "You little brat, where are your adults?" One of the poachers asked as he walked towards Su Yang. Su Yang did not answer. He looked at Xin Pan, who lay there motionless. He noticed that Xin Pan's chest was still slightly heaving, she hadn't died yet. But he couldn't delay too long. Thinking of this, Su Yang lost interest in teasing the poachers. With a thought, blades of wind suddenly emerged, slicing towards the limbs of the poachers. Puff. 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 With muffled sounds, the poacher's limbs were directly severed, and they fell to the ground like human logs. 1 second. 2 seconds. Puff. Blood sprayed from the stumps, covering the 5 hikers beside them completely. Immediately after, a wretched scream echoed throughout the forest. Seeing this, the 5 hikers completely collapsed mentally, letting out screams as they turned and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had vanished. Su Yang watched the direction in which they fled, shaking his head helplessly. He ignored the wailing poachers on the ground and walked straight to Xianpan. As if sensing something, Xianpan, on the brink of death, used all her strength to open her eyes. She saw the little boy standing in front of her. Her mouth opened slightly as she tried to speak. But even with all her strength, she couldn't utter a single word. As her vision darkened, Xianpan shut her eyes. And just as she closed her eyes, a drop of liquid fell into her mouth. A day later, Xianpan woke up. When she woke up, she found herself lying on the grass in the forest. Beside her lay 5 corpses, their hands and feet cut off, reduced to human sticks. She hurriedly got up from the ground and then instinctively touched her chest. Not feeling any pain, she quickly unbuttoned her clothes, revealing a patch of whiteness. There were no gunshot wounds on her chest, everything felt like a dream. A confused look appeared on Xianpan's face, and then she recalled the last scene she saw before losing consciousness. That little boy. Xianpan's eyes widened. It seemed she had found the root of the problem. Meanwhile, at the first nuclear power plant of the Sakura Nation. In the conference room, the executives were sitting around the conference table holding their daily meeting. The meeting was about the issue of nuclear wastewater discharge. In fact, internationally, they had been condemned countless times for this issue, but the Sakura Nation always just pretended to act, while in reality, they did whatever they wanted. The whole meeting lasted only 10 minutes, where everyone agreed on the discharge time and tonnage. After confirming the time and amount, they began discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea the next day. However, the creatures in the East China Sea were no longer what they used to be. The evolution of organisms from across the Pacific had already spread to the East China Sea and the Sakura Sea. Currently, 60% of the marine life in these waters had undergone evolution. These evolved creatures experienced mutations again upon contact with the nuclear wastewater. Chapter 53, Death at Sakura Beach. On the beach of Sakura Sea. Today was the weekend, and there were many tourists playing near the beach. In the shallow water, men and women in swimsuits swam, while not far away, a group of children happily played in the sand. Under a beach umbrella, 2 young people sat on chairs, casually chatting while watching the young girls and women in bikinis in the water not far away. Eastfield-kun, have you heard? It seems that recently there have been rumors of dragons appearing in the neighboring Xia country. Ha! It sounds fake, Shirokun. Do you think if dragons really existed, then our Yata no Orochi would also exist? Alright, sometimes don't listen to those rumors, those people in Xia country just like to boast. By the way, I want to remind you, lately do not eat seafood. What? Is there a problem at the fuck nuclear power plant again? Shoo! Lower your voice. The person named Eastfield quickly glared at Shiro, then glanced around to ensure no one was looking before whispering, I heard it from a friend who works at the nuclear power plant, it's been discharging for a week, so you know why I haven't gone swimming. After hearing this, Shiro suddenly understood, and he opened his mouth to say something. However, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly came from the shallow water in the distance. Hearing the sound, the two instinctively looked toward the direction of the noise. Then they saw a girl in a bikini struggling in the water not far away, the surrounding seawater stained red with blood, and countless bubbles rising from below, like boiling water. Ah! Then another scream echoed. Another tourist was struggling in the shallow water. Next. The third. The fourth. The fifth. In just a few seconds, more than 10 tourists had experienced the situation. Seeing this scene, the remaining tourists in the shallow water hurriedly swam toward the shore, while some people on the shore rushed over to try to help those in trouble. However, the next events caused those on the shore to stop and their faces to show terror. They saw that those who swam towards the shore were also attacked one by one. It was as if something in the water was biting and dragging them. The entire shallow water was stained red with blood. Those struggling tourists gradually stopped struggling and sank into the sea. The sea's surface returned to calm. All of this happened in less than a minute from start to finish. Nearly 100 tourists in the shallow water area were all attacked, with none surviving. On the shore, some people cried out and rushed toward the shallow water area. Some of them had relatives among those attacked. Some took out their phones to call the police. Some were filming everything happening. But they didn't realize the nightmare was not over. Beneath the bloodstained sea, silvery creatures swam quickly toward the shore. They were not large, less than a meter long, but there were many of them. Just as they were about to reach the shore, these creatures suddenly leaped out of the water, directly pouncing on the tourists on the beach. Their sharp teeth sank into the tourists with ease, tearing flesh from their bodies. Screams echoed across the entire beach. The number of these creatures reached thousands upon thousands. In just a few seconds, the tourists closest to the shore were covered in these creatures, and within less than a minute, the flesh on their bodies was devoured, leaving only bloody skeletons behind. This scene sent other tourists nearby screaming in terror and fleeing in all directions. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The fish, like frogs, fell to the ground and suddenly used their fins to push off, leaping 3 meters away, then bouncing again. And so it went. The fish quickly caught up with the fleeing tourists. A terrifying event occurred. Those tourists who were bitten by the fish fell to the ground, writhing in pain, then gradually lost their breath. A few minutes later, the fish jumped back into the sea, leaving only a few hundred skeletons on the beach. Another 10 minutes passed. The Sakura police arrived at the scene. They looked at the hundreds of skeletons on the beach, all standing there in shock. Then, ugh! The sound of vomiting erupted. Half a day later, unknown creatures attack at Sakura Fukushima Beach. Over 300 people reported dead on the scene. A report appeared online, which, while lacking detailed explanations, included some photos from the scene. Upon seeing these photos, many netizens started to share them. Then, in less than a day, it went viral worldwide. Almost everyone learned about what happened in Sakura. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Security Bureau headquarters, they observed the entire attack through the monitors around the beach. Looking at the 1-meter-long silvery fish, they felt these fish looked familiar. Isn't that a sardine? Someone exclaimed with wide eyes. Everyone looked again at the fish in the footage. Sure enough, those silvery fish, aside from being larger and having sharp teeth, were almost identical to sardines in every other regard. How could these sardines turn into this? It's over. Now is the time when sardines are in the shallows. Every year at this time, the areas around the sea are filled with these fish. Someone said. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly contacted the highest levels of Sakura and reported the situation. But it was too late. On that day, all coastal shallows in Sakura, wherever there were tourists, came under attack. On that day, the number of people attacked and killed reached over 5,000. 5,000 people. This was a huge loss for Sakura, and most importantly, it not only caused panic among the people of Sakura, but also created global panic. Let it be known, the world's oceans cover a large portion of the planet. There are over 100 coastal countries. If what happened in Sakura were to happen to them. Thinking of this, countries hurriedly locked down their coastal areas. This did not include Summer Country. The Summer Nation had already begun a grand plan during the Pacific incident. They built walls along the coastline, and the current plan was already 1/10 completed. It is expected that it will be finished in 2 years. Now, let's turn our attention back to the attacks. As for the sardines landing on shore and attacking humans, countries quickly dispatched personnel to investigate, and they discovered that the creatures in the Sakura Sea were evolving differently from those in other seas. They seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. The mutation granted them the ability to breathe on land. However, they could only breathe on land for a short time, ranging from a few minutes to several minutes. This result slightly relieved the countries. Chapter 54, Another Discovery. But it was only a slight relief. Now, they still needed to investigate why the creatures in the Sakura Sea evolved differently from others. The investigation took less than a day and uncovered the cause. The reason was the nuclear wastewater released by the Sakura Sea. Upon learning this, the countries took real action. After all, this was a matter of their safety, so, for the first time in history, the countries united to pressure Sakura, and they sent a joint inspection team to Sakura to enforce a ban on the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Sakura was unwilling, but under pressure, they had no choice but to agree. Soon, a week passed. The nuclear wastewater from Sakura had already stopped, but the previous discharge was like water that had been spilled, it couldn't be retrieved. So, in this week's time, several more attacks occurred around the Sakura Sea. In addition, the evolutionary and mutation speed of creatures in the Sakura Sea continued to accelerate and was far ahead of other seas. This made surrounding countries strengthen their vigilance along the coast to prevent accidents. Elsewhere, in the Sichuan province of the Summer Nation, after saving Xin Ban, Su Yan left the forest and continued on his journey according to his route. A month later, Su Yang arrived in the Tsang province. As the southwesternmost province of the Summer Nation, its area is nearly 1/7 of the entire Summer Nation, but its population is very small. In addition, this is one of the most popular tourist provinces in the Summer Nation. Every day, tourists drive themselves to Tsung province in a never-ending stream. To avoid trouble, Su Yang directly transformed into a dragon and chose to fly in the air. His body, over 200 meters long, soared through the sky, more than 10,000 meters above the ground. Although the altitude was high, the land beneath the clouds was still clear to Su Yang. He could see the vast grasslands, where herders were grazing. On the highways, self-driving tourists were speeding. Some cars had broken down. Some tourists were lost. Some were poaching hunters. And there were even some bad people robbing on the roads. Su Yang saw all of this. Without realizing it, Su Yang flew into the Himalayan mountains. Looking at the continuous mountain range, Su Yang thought of the cave he had stayed in before. After checking the direction, Su Yang flew toward the cave. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the cave entrance. Transforming back into a human, Su Yang entered deep into the cave. When he reached the deep part of the cave, Su Yang looked at the glowing stones on the cave walls. There weren't many stones because most of them had been absorbed by Su Yang. Now, there were less than 100 remaining on the rock walls. With a thought, Su Yang extended his hand, and in the next second, a stone fell off the wall and flew into Su Yang's hand. Looking at the stone in his hand that was glowing, Su Yang tried to absorb the energy inside. After absorbing the energy into his body, Su Yang slightly frowned. He found that the energy's effect on his growth was almost negligible. Not as strong as the faith power that a person adds to themselves. But although there was no growth for himself, these stones were indeed special. So Su Yang stretched out his hand again. He watched as the stones on the rock wall fell and flew towards him. Su Yang opened his mouth. The hundreds of stones flew into his mouth and vanished. These stones did not truly disappear, but entered his belly. His body could not be viewed in the same way as an ordinary person. Stuffing his stomach with hundreds of stones, Su Yang felt no discomfort at all. After collecting all the glowing stones in his belly, Su Yang prepared to leave the cave. However, just as he turned around, Su Yang paused. He looked at one rock wall and saw a tiny, extremely fine hole in the middle, with a faint energy overflowing from it. Curiously, Su Yang walked up to the wall and reached out to touch the small hole. The surface of the hole was incredibly smooth, extending downward, and when he looked closely, he couldn't see anything. But that seemingly intangible energy was very real. Su Yang could feel that energy. His hands transformed into dragon claws, reaching for this small hole. The solid stone was easily dug open by Su Yang as if it were tofu, and he began to dig downward. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 1,000 meters. Su Yang's speed was swift. In less than half an hour, he had dug over 14,000 meters. This depth had reached the deepest humans have ever dug. However, even at this depth, Su Yang still had not found the source of the energy. He kept digging. At a depth of over 40,000 meters, Su Yang broke through the crust and saw magma. Seeing the flowing magma, Su Yang's heart suddenly stirred. That power was emanating from the magma. Su Yang reached out to touch the magma. The sensation was like touching seawater. Su Yang felt no burning, even sensing a sense of comfort. Closing his eyes, Su Yang felt the energy coming from the magma. In the next second, waves of scorching energy surged into his body, and the pores all over his body seemed to open wide, causing Su Yang to unconsciously let out a comfortable moan. Then, he fully plunged into the magma covered his body. The scorching energy flowed within him, eventually gathering next to the colorful dragon ball in his chest. Thus, time passed minute by minute. Su Yang's skin turned red, and his hair also turned red. In his golden eyes, it seemed as if a flame was burning. Not knowing how much time had passed, a red orb appeared beside the colorful dragon ball within Su Yang. The orb was small, about the size of a yellow bean, with a red flowing light on its surface. The energy emitted by the magma entered his body, finally gathering beside the red orb, nurturing this red orb. As Su Yang absorbed this energy, at that moment, the magma boiled like water, as if it had come to life. It emitted a thunderous roar. At the same time, at the Apple volcano in the Cherry Blossom country. As one of the most famous volcanoes in the world, this volcano is in a dormant state, so every day, many tourists come to visit. However, due to the recent frequent marine assault incidents, there were not many tourists from other countries visiting Sakura. Basically, the ones visiting were mostly locals. Standing at the foot of Apple Mountain, looking at the towering Apple Mountain, people occasionally took out their phones or cameras to take pictures. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Feeling the tremor, the surrounding tourists did not show panic. Because Sakura is one of the most earthquake-active countries, experiencing over 1,000 earthquakes of varying sizes each year, people living in Sakura have long since gotten used to it. They continued taking pictures and having fun. They did not take the tremor of the ground seriously. However, just a few minutes later, the ground trembled again, this time with a slightly larger intensity. Chapter 55, New Ability to Call the Wind and Rain. Yet, the visitors at the foot of Apple Mountain still did not pay it any mind. Then came the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Each time, the intervals became shorter, and the intensity of the vibrations increased. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from the mouth of Apple Mountain. The sound was like a muffled thunder. In the next second, a large amount of thick smoke erupted from the dormant Apple Mountain. The smoke obscured the sky, making it seem as if day had turned to dusk. All the visitors at the foot of the mountain looked up at this scene. Gasps of surprise. Shouts echoed in the air. Then they saw a towering flame burst forth from the volcanic crater. A massive flow of lava poured out. The air felt as if it were ablaze, and the acrid scent of sulfur made the visitors at the foot of the mountain change color in shock. They showed signs of terror in their eyes, and their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. The volcano is erupting. Someone shouted in alarm. Following that, everyone screamed and ran in all directions. Some were knocked down and trampled underfoot. The cries for help and screams echoed throughout the foot of Apple Mountain. This scene was not just happening at the cherry blossoms, volcanoes across the entire Asian region erupted simultaneously. At the first moment of the volcano's eruption, countries quickly organized soldiers to participate in the rescue. And so, 3 days passed quickly. The volcano erupted for 3 full days, only stopping at noon on the 4th day. But even after it stopped, countries still dared not approach the volcanic area. In the depths of the Shima mountain range of Summer Country, over 40,000 meters deep, Su Yang, having absorbed energy for 3 days, emerged from the magma. Stretching his body, Su Yang looked down at himself. His clothes had long since disintegrated, and now he was completely naked, his skin slightly red, as if he had just finished a sauna. Additionally, Su Yang had grown. He had transformed from a 5-year-old appearance to that of an 18 or 19-year-old. His height reached 1 meter 80, his features had lost their childishness, and his refined face made him look exquisite. The pair of white dragon horns on his head still appeared petite, but the horns now had several red lines. The simple dragon pattern on his forehead was also tinged with red, adding a hint of the sinister. Overall, he looked like a person who had stepped out of a painting. Without waiting to carefully feel the changes within him, Su Yang's expression changed suddenly. Su Yang felt a strange heat rising in his body, a heat reminiscent of the feeling he had when he had not yet transformed into a dragon and had contact with Su Taohong. Feeling the heat in his body growing stronger, Su Yang looked down, and his expression became even stranger. The little dragon unexpectedly stood up defiantly, its posture proud. Damn it! Su Yang cursed inwardly. He flew straight up into the sky. 10 minutes later, Su Yang returned to the surface. The Shima mountain range was covered in snow all year round, but Su Yang, bare-bodied, felt no cold. Instead, he became even hotter as the cold wind blew against him. Su Yang tried to burrow into the snow, but still found no relief. With a thought, Su Yang transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Due to absorbing energy, after transforming into a dragon, his once entirely golden body now had added red lines, and his length had increased from 200 to 350 meters. With a length of over 300 meters, Su Yang flew rapidly in the air. He wanted to use flight to dissipate the heat inside him. But after flying at full speed for half an hour, there was no effect, which made Su Yang feel anxious. He stopped flying and coiled up in midair. He took a deep breath. Close your eyes, quietly feeling this heat. At this moment, the red bead and the colorful dragon ball inside him began to rotate. And the speed of rotation grew faster and faster. Boom! A thunderclap resounded. Massive dark clouds surged around. Then heavy rain poured down, and after a few seconds, the dark clouds dissipated, and the rain stopped. But this wasn't over, the air temperature became scalding hot. Countless fireballs appeared out of thin air. Those fireballs transformed into countless fiery raindrops that fell down, and then the fiery rain turned into water droplets, alternating back and forth between these two opposing elements. And in this transformation, Su Yang's closed golden pupils turned into 2 colors, one blue and one red. Time seemed to drift by. The strange phenomenon faded. Su Yang opened his eyes, turning into human form, suspended in midair. Just when he was trying to eliminate the heat inside him, he accidentally evolved another ability. Call the wind and summon the rain. But it didn't seem like evolution. After all, legendary dragons should be able to call the wind and summon the rain. Otherwise, many places would worship the Dragon King when praying for rain. Well, it seems I really am going to become the Dragon King. Su Yang felt a mix of emotions inside. He returned to the ground. Su Yang went back to the cave, then followed the cave underground. Jumping into the magma, Su Yang began absorbing the energy within the magma again. And so time unknowingly passed for half a year. For half a year, Su Yang stayed in the magma beneath the earth, absorbing energy. During this half-year, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. Firstly, the marine life in the world's oceans evolved stronger over time, their intelligence increased, and many underwater creatures developed the ability to breathe on land. And those marine creatures that could breathe on land began to organize attacks on human cities. Faced with these marine attacks, humanity launched defenses along the coastlines. At the same time, countries officially announced the evolution events to the public. In addition, they also announced the matter of the evolved beings. After the announcement by all countries, humanity erupted in excitement. Wow! Evolution! Humanity can evolve. Oh my! Something felt off since the dragon appeared. No wonder I felt my physique strengthen these days. Could it be that I evolved too? I've noticed I seem to be faster recently. Could it mean I evolved as well? The person above you, you might have played too much. In the security department of the Summer Nation. In the conference room. At this moment, Captain Liao, Zhang Guoping, and others sat at the conference table. Looking at the crowd below, Captain Liao said with a serious expression, "Today's meeting is about the complete regulations for evolved beings, as well as the cultivation system and levels. Does anyone have anything to say?" Hearing Captain Liao's words, the crowd below exchanged glances. Then Zhang Guoping spoke in a deep voice, "Captain Liao, the matter of constraining and planning regulations for evolved beings has been submitted to the relevant departments, and we should receive results in a few days. As for the cultivation system and classification..." At this point, Zhang Guoping hesitated for a few seconds and continued, "Currently, our research shows that one can only enhance their own strength by consuming evolved creatures. Oh, by the way, Su Taohong seems to have broken through." Broken through? Captain Liao was momentarily stunned. Zhang Guoping nodded and said, "Yes, just yesterday, we learned from Su Taohong that eating has stopped enhancing her physique." Captain Liao asked, "Has there been a test on her current strength?" Zhang Guoping replied, "Testing is underway." Chapter 56, Li Ningning, Are You the Dragon King? Xingshan City. Special Operations Department, Xingshan Branch. The Special Operations Department was established in response to attacks by evolved creatures or evolved humans. In these 6 months, Su Taohong became the head of the Xingshan Branch. At this moment, in the testing area of the branch, Su Taohong stood before a wall. A group of members from the division nearby were nervously watching this scene. After a few seconds, Su Taohong suddenly punched the wall with all her might. Boom! With a loud crash, the wall instantly collapsed. At the same time, the instruments nearby showed the data. 890 kilograms. Upon seeing this number, the surrounding members gasped in astonishment. 980 kilograms. 1,960 pounds of strength. No wonder she is the number one in Xia country. They must know that their strength is generally only between 600 and 900 pounds. The director is amazing. The director is mighty. Listening to the exclamations around her, Su Taohong looked at the number expressionlessly. In fact, she hadn't used all her strength just now. If she had used her full strength, she could probably hit around 2,400 pounds of power. After testing her strength, Su Taohong conducted speed and body strength tests. Her current speed had reached an astonishing 26 meters per second. As for her body strength, it could be said that any individual firearm on the market could not harm her. After completing all tests, Su Taohong looked at the members still watching and frowned. What are you still looking at? Isn't it time to patrol? Is there no incident to handle? Hearing this, everyone was frightened and scattered. Watching the departing crowd, Su Taohong pressed her lips together and turned to leave. Moments later, she arrived at her office. Upon entering her office, Su Taohong had just sat down. A knock came from outside the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a member walked in to report, "Director, instructions just came from above. There has been a marine life attack in Nanhai City, the situation is severe, and they require us to send more personnel." Su Taohong frowned slightly, her eyes flashing with a complex hue. Nanhai City. Su Yang had also gone to Nanhai City back then, and then there was no news of him. "Okay, I understand this matter. I will lead members from Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3 to Nanhai for support. The other teams will stay at Xingshan Division, and the division's work will be handled by the division head." "Yes." The member turned and left. On the other side, in the Shima mountain range, Su Yang, who had absorbed energy from the magma inside the crust for half a year, returned to the surface. After half a year, the energy in his body had reached saturation. Now he felt as if a lock was clamped inside him, and to break through again seemed to require an opportunity. However, Su Yang still had no idea where this opportunity was. After all, he was the only person in the world who would become a dragon. He was also crossing the river by feeling the stones, unsure of how to become stronger or what he might become in the future. With a thought, Su Yang soared into the sky.
flying towards the direction outside the Shima mountain range. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but the only awkward thing for Su Yang was that he was still naked in the sky. It looked a bit strange, like a pervert. So as he flew over a village, Su Yang took a set of clothes from a farmhouse. Wearing the clothes, the discomfort in Su Yang's heart finally disappeared. Half a day later, Su Yang flew from Tibet province to Jiang province. In a small town in Jiang province, Su Yang walked down the street. Many eyes looked at him, especially from the women. They looked at this young man who seemed to have walked out of a painting, especially the horns on his head, which looked so cute. "Handsome guy, which anime character are you cosplaying?" A local girl from the western region stopped Su Yang and curiously asked. After asking, she added, "Can I touch your horns?" "No." Su Yang smiled and refused. Hearing Su Yang's words, the girl showed a disappointed expression, but soon asked, "Then can we take a picture together?" This time, Su Yang did not refuse but nodded in agreement. The girl's face instantly lit up with joy, then she stepped close to Su Yang and took out her phone to take a photo with him. After the photo was taken, the girl eagerly asked, "Can you add me on WeChat, handsome?" "No." Su Yang smiled and shook his head. After saying that, he continued to walk forward under the girl's disappointed gaze. Along the way, Su Yang encountered many women trying to flirt with him. Just like the previous girl, they wanted to take pictures with Su Yang and add him on WeChat. Su Yang politely agreed or declined these women. Without realizing it, Su Yang passed by a roadside snack stall. Looking at the snack stall, Su Yang walked over, ordered a bowl of snacks, and sat down at an empty table with his food. He picked up the chopsticks, took a whiff of the aroma in the bowl, and a smile spread across his face. Considering the time, he hadn't eaten a bite of food for over half a year. Picking up the food, he took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Many delicious foods are found at snack stalls. Not far from the snack stall, a girl looked at Su Yang sitting beside the snack stall, her big eyes blinking, then her lips pressed together, showing hesitation and disbelief. Standing there for a long time, until Su Yang finished his snacks and walked away, the girl finally moved. She strode on her long legs, chasing after Su Yang's direction, following Su Yang all the way. Naturally, Su Yang noticed the little tail behind him. However, at first, he didn't pay it any mind. When Su Yang walked out of the town and the little tail was still behind him, he finally stopped a few steps. He turned around and looked at the girl following him. Then Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He recognized this girl. The girl was none other than Li Ningning, the girl he had saved from leukemia in his village. Unlike half a year ago, Li Ningning had gained quite a bit of weight now, with a round face, fair skin, and a pair of bright, lively eyes. Her long hair was tied into twin ponytails, and she carried an oversized backpack on her back. That backpack looked like a military pack, even larger than that, filled with who knows what inside, bulging at the seams. "Why are you following me?" Looking at the girl standing there, Su Yang asked. Li Ningning's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Su Yang's eyes, the dragon tattoo on his forehead, and the pair of dragon horns on his head. These features were almost identical to those of the little boy she had seen that day. Right. And his appearance. Are you the Dragon King? Li Ningning asked with a slightly trembling voice. Hearing Li Ningning's question, surprise flashed across Su Yang's face, but then he smiled and said, "How did you recognize me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ningning in front of him suddenly knelt down with a thud. Chapter 57, Li Ningning, wanting to serve the Dragon King. Seeing the girl kneeling in front of him, Su Yang was stunned for a moment. He walked to Li Ningning's side and slightly raised his hand. In the next second, Li Ningning's body uncontrollably stood up. Li Ningning's big eyes were full of enthusiasm. So this is magic. Her body was actually out of her control. "Why are you looking for me?" Looking at Li Ningning, Su Yang asked curiously. Hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning knelt down again with a thud, then respectfully said, "Dragon King, thank you for saving my life." After saying that, she began to bow. Su Yang frowned slightly and raised his hand again. Li Ningning's body stood up once more. "All right, no need to kneel. I just happened to pass by that day. You don't need to call me Dragon King, I'm not the Dragon King." Su Yang said. "Have you been looking for me or was it by chance?" "I've been looking for you." Su Yang asked, "How long have you been looking for me?" Li Ningning lowered her head and said, "Half a year." "Half a year? You left for half a year. What about your grandmother?" "My grandmother passed away 6 months ago." Li Ningning's voice fell slightly as she said this. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Su Yang asked again, "So, you've been looking for me? Just want to thank me?" Li Ningning still lowered her head, her voice a little quieter as she said, "I want to thank Dragon Lord, and I want to stay by Dragon Lord's side to serve him."
As she spoke, Li Ningning wanted to kneel and bow her head, but her knees seemed to be pressing against something, making it impossible to bend down. Opposite her, Su Yang's expression became somewhat strange upon hearing Li Ningning's words. He looked Li Ningning up and down. This girl had first looked so thin, like a bag of bones, but now her body had improved, and naturally, everything else was not to be mentioned. At 170 centimeters tall. With a pair of long, straight legs, an oval face, pigtails, delicate features, and skin so fair it looked like it could break with a touch, especially those big eyes filled with spirit. Serve. Strange images unavoidably surfaced in his mind. A wave of heat rushed through his heart. Su Yang hurriedly shook off those strange thoughts and said to Li Ningning, "What age is it? Still talking about serving? Hurry back and do what you love, live the life you want." After saying that, Su Yang turned and left directly. On the spot. Li Ningning watched Su Yang's departing figure, biting her lip, her eyes determined as she followed him. She lived in a remote village. When she was young, her parents often went out to work, and she was raised by her grandparents. When she grew up, her parents and grandparents passed away, leaving only her grandmother. She originally had leukemia and thought her life was over. But the appearance of Dragon Lord gave her a second life. However, her grandmother's death took away her hope. But before her grandmother passed away, she told her never to forget that it was Dragon Lord who saved her, to be grateful for his great kindness. So after her grandmother's death, she traveled around Summer Country while searching for traces of Dragon Lord. Unexpectedly, she really found him. And so, she followed closely behind Su Yang. And Su Yang, hearing footsteps behind him, did not turn around and continued walking forward. And so, the two continued walking until nightfall. In the wild desert. On the horizon, orange-red auroras appeared. Su Yang lay on the sand, looking at the aurora, his eyes revealing a look of wonder. About 10 meters away, Li Ningning sat beside a bonfire, expertly handling the carcass of an antelope with a knife. After processing it, she took out various seasonings from her large backpack. She smeared the seasonings on the antelope meat, then placed the meat on the bonfire to roast it. Moments later, the aroma of meat wafted over. Half an hour later, the antelope meat was ready. Li Ningning nervously picked up a roasted leg of antelope and walked over to Su Yang's side. "Dragon Lord, I don't know if you eat this," Li Ningning said respectfully, cautiously. Su Yang sat up and looked at the antelope leg in Li Ningning's hand, its golden skin still shimmering with oil. Without a second thought, he reached out and took the antelope leg. "Call me Su Gu." Su Yang said a single sentence. Hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning was first stunned, then nervously said, "Dragon Lord, calling you brother, this seems a bit disrespectful." "It's fine." Su Yang waved his hand. Seeing Su Yang wave his hand, Li Ningning's face showed a conflicted expression. She bit her lip and then softly called out Su Gu, before turning and walking away quickly. After Li Ningning left, Su Yang began to eat the antelope leg. "I must say, this girl's skills are good, whether it's the cooking time or the amount of seasoning is just right." Su Yang was very pleased while eating. Not far away, Li Ningning secretly glanced at Su Yang, and seeing him eat so contentedly, she sighed in relief. But then she had a few questions in her mind. Why did Dragon Lord want her to call him Su Gu? Could it be that Dragon Lord's surname is Su? Shouldn't it be Ao? In Journey to the West and Neza, they all called him Ao. However, the Dragon King is really handsome. And those dragon horns are so cute, I want to touch the dragon horns. Li Ningning was lost in her thoughts. She didn't know how long it had been until she smelled a burnt smell, that she finally awakened. Instantly, her pretty face turned red, and Li Ningning hurriedly tended to the burnt antelope on the campfire. Half an hour later, Li Ningning came to Su Yang's side and whispered, "Su. Brother Su, I've set up the tent for you, do you want to rest?" "Tent?" Su Yang was taken aback. He looked at the campfire next to him and saw that a tent had been set up there without him noticing. Su Yang glanced at the tent, then looked at the backpack beside the campfire. No wonder Li Ningning's bag was bulging, it turns out it was carrying a tent. "No need. You can go rest in the tent." Su Yang waved his hand. Li Ningning did not leave, but stood beside him with her head down. Time passed quickly. The next day, Su Yang slowly woke up. As he opened his eyes, he found that a pink blanket was covering him, and the blanket had a faint fragrant smell. Su Yang removed the blanket and looked at Li Ningning beside him. "Dragon King. Su. Brother Su, you are awake, I will go prepare breakfast for you," Li Ningning said and quickly walked away. Su Yang looked at Li Ningning's retreating figure, raising his eyebrows. This girl hadn't slept all night, keeping watch by his side, and she knew how to take care of people. Should I keep her around? Su Yang thought to himself. Besides, Su Yang actually wanted to observe the evolved humans up close. He was curious about how far humans could evolve and what heights they could reach. Soon, Li Ningning brought over breakfast. Breakfast consisted of boiled eggs, bread, and a bottle of milk. As she handed over the breakfast, Li Ningning felt a bit nervous. She had never taken care of a dragon before, and she didn't know if dragons ate these things in the morning, but this was all she could manage so far. After all, she was just a student before and had no job. This past 6 months wandering in Xia country, every day was spent eating in the open, hunting wild food, and she had no money to buy anything. Chapter 58, Nanhai City. Seeing the breakfast handed over by Li Ningning, Su Yang smiled and reached out to take it. He peeled a boiled egg and chewed on it, then looked at Li Ningning and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" Li Ningning quickly nodded and said, "Yes, brother Su." Su Long. "Alright, then you can stay by my side for now," Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning's face lit up with excitement. She suppressed her inner thrill and quickly nodded. Before long, they finished their breakfast. Li Ningning packed the tent and condiments back into her big backpack, then she carried the backpack and followed Su Yang. The two walked one in front and one behind, heading deeper into the desert. On the way, Su Yang chatted with Li Ningning, asking her some questions about evolution. After the inquiry, Su Yang not only learned a lot about the evolved, but also knew about the changes happening in the whole world over the past 6 months. Currently, the whole world has undergone tremendous changes. Evolved creatures in the sea have launched attacks on humans, who are resisting. But there are too many creatures in the sea. Take the most common sardine in the ocean as an example. A school of sardines can reach up to 300 million. 300 million. That is basically equal to the total population of the free country. And that is just the number of one school of sardines. So in order to fend off these creatures' attacks, humanity is developing toward the direction of universal evolution. In addition to the world changes, evolved humans now want to grow stronger, but they can only rely on eating evolved creatures to become stronger. The methods are somewhat limited, but according to rumors, countries are currently researching cultivation methods. By the way, thinking of something, Su Yang opened his mouth, and the next moment, a glowing stone was spat out of his mouth. Then it floated in the air in front of Li Ningning. "Su. Brother Su. This. You hold the stone and see if there is any reaction," Su Yang said. "Oh." Li Ningning obediently reached out to pick up the stone floating in the air. She closed her eyes to feel. A few seconds later, Li Ningning's eyes widened, and her face was full of surprise as she said, "It seems like there is something here. I think I can absorb these things." Su Yang nodded after hearing this. The stone was exactly what Su Yang had taken from the cave earlier. It turned out that this stone could be absorbed not only by itself but also by evolved humans. "Then you give it a try," Su Yang said. "Okay, Su Gu." Li Ningning obediently did as she was told, closing her eyes and beginning to absorb. Time passed slowly. Su Yang stood calmly beside, waiting. After more than an hour, Li Ningning opened her eyes, and the stone in her hand, which had been glowing, was now dull, looking just like an ordinary stone. "How is it?" Seeing Li Ningning open her eyes, Su Yang asked. Li Ningning replied with excitement, "Su Gu, I think I'm stronger now." Su Yang nodded after hearing this and then spat out a dozen stones, tossing them to Li Ningning. "Take these, absorb them when you have time." "Okay, Su Gu." Li Ningning hurriedly packed the stones away and expressed her gratitude. Time flew by. A week later, Su Yang and Li Ningning left Jiang Province. After leaving Jiang Province, Su Yang prepared to head to Nanhai City with Li Ningning. He planned to visit Nanhai, to personally check the level of evolution of the creatures there, then go to the Atlantic Ocean to see how Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were doing. It had been almost a year since he left the Atlantic Ocean, and he didn't know how those two were. On the other side, in the Atlantic Ocean, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, the two dolphins, were lying on the shallow beach of a deserted island soaking up the sun. Other marine creatures had evolved the ability to come ashore, and Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were no exception. Xiao Tuan, Mrs. Su. At this moment, Xiao Tuan spoke. Because Su Yang had taught the two dolphins to speak, they knew some basic human language, but their speech was a bit awkward. Xiao Yuan also, Mrs. Su. Xiao Yuan said with difficulty. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Tuan turned its round head to look at Xiao Yuan and said, "Find Su." Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan find Su. Okay. The two animals decided quickly after their simple conversation. Then the two directly swam from the beach into the sea. After swimming a few hundred meters in the sea, they stopped, staring wide-eyed at each other. "Where do we find?" "I don't know." "Then, over there. Let's go." The two swam towards the Pacific Ocean. So they swam for 2 days and arrived at the Pacific Ocean.
Although all the creatures in the Pacific Ocean had evolved and became fierce, they were no match for Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. After all, these two had been carefully fed by Su Yang for a while and had drunk quite a bit of his blood. Now both had grown to over 100 meters long. Though they were still a bit behind some of the ocean creatures, their strength was absolutely unmatched. Roaming around. Before they knew it, they reached the Nanhai from the Pacific. They came to familiar waters and immediately recognized the area. Because this sea area was where they first met Su Yang. Su. Popping their heads out, the two called out on the sea surface. At the same time, in the coastal area of Nanhai City, a huge wall surrounded the coastal area, and at this moment, rows of fully armed soldiers stood on top of the wall. Not far from the Nanhai shallow beach, fierce creatures leaped out of the sea. Shoot! Rat-tat-tat! The sound of gunfire erupted like firecrackers. Bullets formed a dense net of firepower aimed at the approaching marine creatures. Those charging creatures burst with splashes of blood. Creatures fell to the ground in droves, as if they were being harvested like wheat. Soon the bodies of these creatures covered the entire area outside the wall. But those creatures still surged forward. These creatures are the most primitive beings in the ocean. Even if they evolve, they are just lowly fish, only serving to consume human ammunition. Time passed second by second. The guns in the soldiers' hands on the wall were heating up and turning red. Their feet were piled high with spent shells. Not far away, a lone watchtower stood, where Su Taohong looked seriously at the entire battlefield. Since receiving orders from superiors to come to the South China Sea for support, a month has already passed. In this month, events like today have happened almost every day. Su Taohong had thoroughly understood the attack patterns of these creatures. She raised her hand to check the tactical watch on her wrist and silently thought it has come. In the next second, an anomaly appeared on the sea surface. The sea was churning up huge waves, with those waves reaching dozens of meters high. They crashed towards the wall. And behind the waves were frighteningly large and hideously fierce marine creatures. Chapter 59, Su. Watching the gigantic waves rush forward, the height of the waves gradually increased as they advanced. In just a few seconds, the height of the waves had reached 100 meters, exceeding the height of the wall. Everyone retreat! The commander in charge of this defense loudly ordered. Hearing the command, the soldiers on the wall quickly retreated behind it. Boom! As the soldiers retreated, the waves crashed against the wall. The entire wall seemed to tremble. A few seconds later, as the waves receded, marine creatures appeared on the wall. There were countless of these creatures, and each was enormous. Quick! Second team! The commander shouted loudly. After receiving the order, the second team rushed up the wall. The members of the second team were evolved humans, including Su Taohong and others who came to support from Qingshan, charging up the wall with cold weapons. They engaged in close combat with those creatures. The sounds of slaughter and the roars of monsters echoed along the entire coastline of the South China Sea. On the wall, Su Taohong gripped a blade tightly in both hands, her long knife slashing at the creatures, inflicting terrifying wounds upon them. Entrails spilled all over the ground. No creature could withstand her attacks. Soon, she was surrounded by piles of creature corpses. At that moment, the seaside stirred again. This time, what emerged from the sea were giant creatures that looked like lobsters. Those creatures were over 3 meters long, with thick shells covered in barbs, and their large claws reflected sunlight like metal. Fire support! Hurry! Covering fire! Boom! A series of muffled sounds erupted from behind the wall. Seconds later, the shallows outside the wall were engulfed in artillery fire. Explosions ripped the lobster-like creatures apart, their limbs flying everywhere. Yellow and red liquids covered the entire shallow area. The bombardment lasted a solid 10 minutes. When the artillery fire ceased, the creatures on the wall were completely cleared away. The sea calmed down. This round of marine creatures' assault came to an end. Humans began to clean up the battlefield and care for the injured soldiers. The corpses of the dead creatures were very important to humans. They needed to collect the bodies to strengthen themselves. However, just as they were collecting the bodies, a strange sound came from the distant coastline. Su. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the sea. Then everyone saw not far from the horizon, 2 round little figures swimming towards them. As the figures got closer to the shore, they grew larger. When they were over 1,000 meters from the coast, everyone clearly saw the true forms of the 2 figures. They were 2 giant dolphins. These 2 dolphins were over 100 meters long, with big heads. The 2 dolphins opened their mouths, making soft, whistling sounds. While calling out, the 2 dolphins quickly swam close to the shore.
At that moment, they noticed the humans on the wall and the bodies of sea creatures on the beach. Seeing those corpses, one of the dolphins' eyes lit up. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide. In the next second, everyone saw that the dolphin's mouth was stretched into a terrifying 180 degrees. A strong sucking force came from its mouth. The bodies of those creatures were being pulled into its mouth. At this time, the other dolphin also opened its mouth, making the same actions as the first dolphin. Watching these two dolphins devour, everyone on site gripped their weapons tightly, their faces filled with horror. Those bodies were all treasures. The commander on the wall also frowned. He slowly raised his hand, wanting to order to open fire. But just as he was about to give the order, there was movement again from the sea. Suddenly, countless heads of sea creatures popped up from the surface behind the two dolphins, looking at the wall and then rushing over. The second wave of attack from the sea creatures began today. Seeing those rushing sea creatures, everyone returned to the wall, pointing their guns at the sea. Meanwhile, the two little dolphins, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, stopped eating when they heard the noise behind them, turning their heads to look back. Upon seeing the rushing sea creatures, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances and then charged at those sea creatures. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers on the wall, who were about to fire their guns, were all stunned. They thought the two dolphins were going to attack them. They didn't expect that the two dolphins were actually turning to run away. Run away? Then what happened next shocked everyone. The two dolphins, after rushing to face the sea creatures, directly opened their mouths wide. Countless living beings were sucked into their mouths. Their bellies seemed to be infinitely large. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the sea creatures were gulped down by these two dolphins. Wow! On the wall, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Someone else instinctively swallowed hard, fear flashing in their eyes. 5 minutes later. The majority of the creatures wanting to attack the wall had been eaten, and the rest began to flee. Watching the fleeing creatures, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan did not chase after them but stayed in place, making soft whistling sounds. That sound seemed to be calling someone. After calling for a long time, the two dolphins left the shore and swam off into the distance. Su. Su. The sound gradually faded away. On the wall, watching the two dolphins swim away, Su Taohong stood there with a serious expression. The next day. The sea creatures began a new day of attack. On the wall, all the soldiers and evolved beings were already prepared. Just as those sea creatures were about to rush onto the shore, the familiar sounds from yesterday rang out. Su. Su. Hearing the sound, everyone's expressions became strange. They looked out into the distance, and sure enough, those two dolphins from last night swam over, eagerly gulping down the sea creatures. After half of them were eaten, the remaining creatures turned and fled. The two dolphins, however, moved slowly into the distance. Everyone. The third day. The sea creatures launched an attack. The dolphins appeared and began to eat. The fourth day. The sea creatures attacked, the dolphins appeared. The fifth day. As soon as the sea creatures appeared, the dolphins unexpectedly emerged from nowhere, devouring those creatures. After eating, the two dolphins submerged into the sea and disappeared. Watching the disappearing dolphins, discussions erupted on the wall. Why do these two dolphins seem good? Are they treating this place like a cafeteria? It seems, it is, right? On the other side. Little Round and Little Tuan, these two guys, dived into the sea and found a spot before lying down, not moving at all. After eating and drinking enough, they didn't want to move. Tuan, are we not supposed to find Su? Little Round stuttered as he spoke. Little Tuan replied, Here, we can eat while looking for Su, there's plenty of food here. Okay, Tuan. Chapter 60, Arriving at Nanhai City. The two guys discussed things quite simply, and after a few words, they made a decision. However, they didn't know that at this moment, a meeting was being held in Xia country specifically discussing them. In the conference room. Experts from biology, oceanography, dolphin research, evolution, and many other fields were having a heated discussion. Since the global evolutionary explosion, they had encountered evolved dolphins, but those dolphins were completely different from the two giant dolphins. From the situation these days, those two suspected dolphins seem to harbor no strong hostility towards humans. Moreover, it seems these two dolphins clearly view the attacking creatures as food. They already know this place has plenty of food to fill them up, so can we use this to defend the coastlines of other coastal cities? Are you suggesting we tame them? One expert widened his eyes. Of course, if we can tame them, that would be even better. If taming doesn't work, we can lure them over. Right, how's the taming plan in Sichuan province? Someone looked at an expert and asked. The taming plan in Sichuan province began over half a year ago, and they were taming a panda. The progress is going smoothly. We can already communicate with it a bit and issue some simple commands. The expert's expression was a bit strange when he talked about issuing commands. Commands? Just that food lover. It seems whoever gives it food, it will help. If no food is given, no matter what they do, that panda simply won't cooperate. Then let's try to communicate and tame. Okay. Outside the suburbs of Nanhai City, Su Yang was walking leisurely in front. Behind him, Li Ningning was carrying a backpack even bigger than before. During their journey these days, while passing through some villages and towns, they had gathered quite a few things, but the backpack was too small, so they changed to a bigger one. Su. Brother Su, is your palace in Nanhai? Li Ningning hurriedly ran a few steps forward, curiously asking Su Yang. Su Yang twitched his mouth. Before he could speak, Li Ningning continued, Nanhai, wow. Brother Su. You are the Dragon King of Nanhai. The Dragon King of Nanhai? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Nanhai is too small. Li Ningning showed a look of confusion. But then she widened her eyes and said, Then you are the King of Kings, Brother Su? Su Yang was both amused and exasperated. Brother Su, I finished absorbing those stones. At this moment, Li Ningning thought of something and said again. Hearing this, Su Yang then spat out a few stones and threw them to Li Ningning. Finished absorbing, and now asking me for more. Alright, Brother Su. The two chatted while walking. Soon, they arrived in the city area of Nanhai City. Once they entered the city, Li Ningning took out a hat and handed it to Su Yang. Brother Su, here. Su Yang reached out, took the hat, and put it on his head. Actually, it didn't matter whether he wore a hat or not. Since he transformed into a dragon, he hadn't cut his hair, and even after entering the magma to absorb energy, his hair wasn't burned. So now his hair had grown to shoulder length. With a full set of white ancient clothes, he would definitely look ethereal. Walking along the roads of the city. Hey, did you sign up today? Sign up for what? For the defense task, they have been recruiting evolved beings over there. It's true. If an evolver participates in the coastline defense mission, they can get 3 pounds of evolution meat in a day. Wow. Is that real? 3 pounds of evolution meat. This can definitely sell for over 100,000 on the black market. The main thing is, this meat can be obtained for free. For the past few days, whenever those monsters attack, those 2 dolphins just show up, and we humans don't even need to fight, there's no danger at all. Let's go. Sign up. At this moment, 2 passing strangers caught Su Yang's attention with their conversation. Hearing about the 2 dolphins, Su Yang thought of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. After a moment of thought, he turned to Li Ningning, who was following him from the side, and said, You go find out about the situation here in the South China Sea, specifically investigate the attacks by sea creatures these days. Okay, Su Yang. Li Ningning nodded and quickly left. Su Yang stood in place, waiting for a while, and soon Li Ningning returned after gathering information. Su Ge, I found out clearly. Over the past few days, Li Ningning recounted what she had learned. After listening to Li Ningning's account, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. He could basically confirm that those 2 dolphins were indeed Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Because based on their evolution speed, only they could evolve to 100 meters long, and they were also calling out Su. The only dolphins calling out Su are them, there are no other dolphins. Su Ge, how long are we staying in the South China Sea? At this moment, Li Ningning asked softly. Su Yang replied, Let's stay for a few days, what's wrong? Li Ningning bit her lip, showing a conflicted expression, and after a few seconds of struggle, she quietly said, I have no money left, I want to participate in the defense mission. 3 pounds of evolution meat a day, I can sell the meat for money. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was momentarily stunned. All right. Right now, all the evolved creatures in the rivers on land in the country have basically been caught, and to catch evolved creatures, one can only do so from the sea. However, all coastal areas have built walls, and there are soldiers guarding those walls, making it very difficult for ordinary people to obtain the meat of evolved creatures. Unless participating in some official organization's missions or directly purchasing from the official website. But each person has a limit on the official website. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly said, Su Ge, you are the Dragon King, how can you go? Su Yang smiled and said, It's fine, I'm quite curious about the monster attacks, and I was thinking of going to take a look. Li Ningning obediently nodded after hearing this. An hour later, the 2 arrived at the sign-up point. The person in charge of registration first tested the strength of the 2, then recorded their names. Gather at the southwest wall collection point at 7:30 tomorrow morning. If you're late, it will be considered an automatic withdrawal. Okay, understood. The next day. Early in the morning, Su Yang and Li Ningning arrived at the southwest wall collection point. At this time, the collection point had already gathered quite a few people. They were chatting in small groups, and smiles were on every face. After all, due to those two dolphins, the evolvers didn't need to battle with those creatures, and they could get 3 pounds of evolution meat every day, which felt like picking up free meat. Chapter 61, Su Yan takes action. Fire Dragon. There are quite a few people. Looking around, Su Yang exclaimed. In fact, he did not expect things to develop to this point. From the first scale that grew on his chest to now, it has only been a year. In just 1 year, the world has undergone earth-shattering changes. The drastic changes in the ocean, the evolution of humanity. The entire world structure has changed. All of this was caused by him. And how many people died in this process, how many events unfolded, whether this was good or bad, Su Yang did not know. In fact, there is no answer to this matter. You are the newcomers, right? At this moment, a strong man dressed in tactical clothes and pants, with 2 axes clipped to his waist, came over and asked with a smile. The strong man's gaze briefly swept over Su Yang, and then fell on Li Ningning without moving away. Stared at by the strong man, Li Ningning revealed a polite smile and said, yes. Oh, I am an intermediate level 5 ability user, Meng. The strong man extended his hand. Looking at the outstretched hand, Li Ningning did not shake it. At this moment, Su Yang curiously asked, intermediate level 5 ability user? Are there levels for ability users? Seeing that Li Ningning did not shake hands, Meng showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, then withdrew his hand and explained with a smile, the authorities haven't officially set levels for evolutionaries yet, this level is classified by us, the public. Each time personal strength increases by 200 pounds, it defines a level. My strength has reached 1,000 pounds, so I am currently an intermediate level 5. Hearing Meng's words, Su Yang nodded. Hey, someone is coming. At this moment, someone said. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the gathering point stopped discussing. Soon, official personnel arrived at the scene and began to call out names from a list. Zhang Zhanghua. Here. Meng. Present. Li Ningning. Here. Li Ningning raised her hand and answered crisply. Su Yang. Present. Su Yan replied. Soon, all names were called, and then the official personnel led the evolutionaries up onto the wall. Once on the wall, everyone found a spot to sit down. After waiting for more than an hour on the wall. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sea outside the wall. Upon hearing the noise, Su Yan looked toward the sea, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw countless marine creatures quickly swimming toward them across the blue sea. At the front was a school of sardines, each about a meter long, evolved with sharp and dense teeth, and their scales had menacing-looking spikes. There were an overwhelming number of sardines. So many that they were impossible to count. Behind the sardines were even larger marine creatures. These creatures included not only fish but also some mollusks and crustaceans. Each of them had increased in size several times, even by dozens of times. Their appearances were terrifying. Have these marine creatures already evolved this much? Su Yang was astonished inside. He looked around at the other evolutionaries. Then he saw that the other evolutionaries appeared calm upon witnessing this, as if they were already used to it. Wow! Su Gu, so many evolved creatures! Li Ningning exclaimed beside him. Hearing Li Ningning's words, Su Yang was just about to speak when strange noises came from the nearby sea. Su! The sounds grew closer. Soon, 2 enormous heads emerged from beneath the sea. Seeing those familiar big heads, Su Yang felt a sense of familiarity, and a strange expression appeared in his eyes. These 2 big heads must be Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. But why are their heads getting bigger and bigger? Their entire bodies had heads that took up half, while their bodies were far too small compared to their heads. It completely defied proportion. In any case, it looked incredibly odd. Just as Su Yang was observing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, these 2 creatures swam in front of those evolved creatures, then opened their big mouths and began to devour those beings crazily. The evolutionaries on the wall, even after seeing this several times over the past few days, still displayed expressions of shock. Because those creatures simply could not resist against the 2 dolphins' mouths. The powerful suction they emitted made those creatures struggle, and their faces showed human-like expressions of fear. Time ticked by second by second. Soon, the marine creatures retreated. After the creatures fled, the 2 dolphins made sucking sounds and slowly sank into the sea. They originally thought this round of attacks was over, and the crowd of evolutionaries was about to find a place to rest, but the next second, those marine creatures charged at them once again from afar. Seeing this scene, everyone's face slightly changed. These beasts actually used their brains, knowing to first feed those 2 dolphins before attacking. A member next to Su Taohong on the watchtower frowned and said. Su Taohong softly hummed in agreement, her expression serious as she looked out at the distant sea. Soon, those sea creatures rushed to the shore. Seeing the marine creatures charging over, the people's faces on the wall changed again.
Because, unlike the previous attack, the ones at the front this time were not the small fish responsible for consuming bullets, but rather shelled creatures. Turtles, shrimps, crabs, and more, a variety of species. Behind these crustaceans, there were enormous, ferocious creatures. Fire! Fire! The orders were given, and the soldiers pulled the triggers. Bullets hit the shells of those creatures, leaving white marks, but then bounced off. Use armor-piercing rounds. The soldiers switched to armor-piercing rounds. However, the effect of the armor-piercing rounds was still minimal. Seeing this, the commanding officer in charge of defense ordered a concentrated barrage. Boom! The explosions caused heavy casualties among those creatures, but many still reached the base of the wall. They crashed desperately against the wall. The wall was over 2 meters thick, with a surface made of high-strength steel plates and inside filled with cement and rebar. Though the strength was high, the power of those enhanced creatures was simply too great. And there were more and more creatures beneath the wall. The wall began to shake, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everyone! Follow me down! The commander ordered. On the watchtower, Su Taohong also drew her blade, ordering the surrounding members to prepare to go down the wall to clean up those creatures below. At that moment, the sky gradually turned red. At the same time, the temperature of the air slowly rose. A fireball suddenly appeared in the sky above the wall. 2, 3, 4. In just a few seconds, over 1,000 fireballs with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared out of thin air. These fireballs emitted crackling sounds in the air, and the surrounding air began to warp. Chapter 62, Reaping Belief. Are these two female? In a place unnoticed by everyone on the wall, Li Ningning looked at the thousands of fireballs, then glanced at Su Yang beside her. When she saw Su Yang's eyes, they were full of admiration. Because at this moment, Su Yang's eyes had turned red. Li Ningning could clearly see a flame burning in those eyes. At the same time, she also noticed the simple dragon-shaped pattern on Su Yang's forehead, the red lines on the pattern becoming more vivid. Those fireballs were created by the Dragon King. Li Ningning was extremely certain of this. In fact, those fireballs were indeed conjured by Su Yang. With a thought, he sent those thousands of fireballs crashing down toward the sea creatures under the wall. When the fireball struck the creatures, the imagined explosions did not happen. But flames ignited on those creatures. Screams echoed as the creatures rolled on the ground, but the flames could not be extinguished. Everyone on the wall stared at this scene in shock. Until a seafood aroma wafted through the air, the crowd finally woke from their dream. Gulps. Someone swallowed instinctively. On Su Yang's side. After dealing with the creatures beneath the wall, Su Yang was about to withdraw his powers. However, seeming to think of something, he looked around. Gazing at the tens of thousands of humans standing on the wall. Then he turned to look at Qingshan City behind him. A thought suddenly surged in his mind. After a moment's consideration, Su Yang unleashed his powers again. The next second, the sky turned red again. A red cloud floated over from the distance. When it reached the sky above the wall, everyone saw a slender red figure flicker through that red cloud. "Een!" A strange cry sounded from the red clouds. Then everyone saw a dragon, fully engulfed in flames, flying out of the clouds. That dragon was nearly 1,000 meters long. Not only the evolvers and soldiers on the wall saw it, but even the citizens of Nanhai City saw it. They stared wide-eyed at the dragon in the sky. Under their gaze, the dragon circled in the air, then dived down headfirst towards the creatures on the sea surface. The dragon's speed was incredibly fast. In just 1 second, it had already rushed to the surface of the sea. The moment the dragon touched the sea surface, the seawater burned like oil, and the creatures in the sea thrashed and writhed, appearing to be in immense pain. The flames burned for nearly 5 minutes. Then the fire dragon vanished into thin air. Countless corpses of creatures floated to the sea surface, giving off a mouth-watering fragrance. On the walls, everyone stood there in stunned silence. After a long time, with a whoosh, people began chattering about what had just happened. Discussing the events that had just occurred. Holy crap, that was a dragon, right? It seems like it, right? What do you mean seems? If that's not a dragon, what is it? Holy crap. I thought dragons were a myth, I never thought they actually existed. Quick, bow to the dragon. Some began to bow towards the direction where the dragon had disappeared. On Su Yang's side, he closed his eyes, feeling waves of faith power pouring into his body. A smile involuntarily spread across his lips, it seemed he had made the right choice. At first, he intended to simply destroy those sea creatures, but seeing so many people, Su Yang suddenly wanted to try a public display of power to see if he could develop a group of followers and harvest a batch of faith power. He succeeded. Su. Brother Su,
Who was that fire dragon just now? At this moment, Li Ning beside him quietly inquired. She initially thought the fireball in the sky was created by Su Yang, but when the fire dragon appeared, it left her a bit confused. Hearing Li Ning's question, Su Yang smiled and did not answer. Not far away. The commander saw the surface of the sea calm down and hesitated for a moment before ordering, send people to collect the corpses of the creatures. Due to the dolphins, they hadn't obtained any corpses of evolved creatures for several days, and every day they had to pay a large amount of meat from evolved creatures to those hired evolvers. So now, seeing the corpses of those ocean creatures on the water, it was only natural to think of collecting them. Upon receiving the commander's order, soon a large number of soldiers walked out of the walls. But just as they stepped out of the walls, Su! Familiar voices rang out. Hearing the voices, everyone's expressions changed slightly. All right then. Not far away, two big heads popped up from the water. The two dolphins were back. On the walls, the commander's face darkened. Weren't they full? Why are they back? A subordinate whispered, maybe. They smelled something delicious. Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander was momentarily speechless. The smell was indeed quite aromatic. In the sea. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had originally swum away, but they heard a familiar sound. That was Su's call. Upon hearing the sound, they hurriedly swam over, but didn't see Su, instead discovering plenty of food. The disappointment of not finding Su quickly faded as the two excitedly dove into the food. However, after eating for a while, they began to feel a bit unable to eat anymore. So full. Tuan. Full. Yuan is still a bit. Waiting here. For tomorrow to eat. Why? Wait here? In case others steal. Yuan. So smart. On the walls. Seeing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan appear again, Su Yang said to Li Ning beside him, I'm going out for a while, you wait for me here these 2 days. After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Leaving the walls. Su Yang found a place and directly flew up into the sky. His height rose to 10,000 meters. Su Yang let out a long dragon roar. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan on the sea surface immediately raised their big heads upon hearing the sound. Two guys looked towards the direction of the sound, then made Su noises as they swam towards the source. 10 minutes later. In a certain sea area of the South China Sea. Su Yang stood 1 meter above the sea surface. In front of him, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were excitedly calling out to Su. Su. Yuan misses you. Tuan wants Su. Hearing their words, Su Yang smiled and said, I've been handling some matters, which took some time. Saying this, Su Yang placed his hand on the heads of the two guys. Rubbing their smooth heads, Su Yang said, how come your heads are getting bigger? After speaking, Su Yang focused his mind, and energy flowed from his palm into the bodies of the two guys. Then he clearly saw the body structures of the two guys. Oh. These two guys are actually female. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. The sounds emitted by the two dolphins were somewhat neutral, and Su Yang hadn't noticed this before. It was his first time knowing they were both female. Continuing to examine the body structures of the two guys. After observing for a while, Su Yang withdrew his hand. He did not find any problems with the two guys, and guessed that their big heads might indicate a direction of evolution. Perhaps they would evolve into another species at a certain point. Chapter 63, Picking Dragon Horns. The evolution of Xiao Yuan and Xiao Tuan. If they were to evolve into another species. Su Yan looked again at the two guys, speculating in his mind what they might evolve into. He first thought of mythical creatures. After all, his own mythical dragon. Big head. Big mouth. Can eat a lot. After thinking for a while, a creature appeared in Su Yang's mind that would only appear in mythological tales. Kuan. In the North Sea, there is a fish called koan. Once, Su Yang had seen some pictures of koan circulating on the internet. The koan in the pictures also had a big head, a large mouth, and could hold many things in its belly. And the two guys, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, actually looked quite similar to koan. Except for their smooth skin and inability to turn into birds. Other than that, they seemed to match koan quite well. Thinking of this, Su Yan looked at Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan with strange eyes. Could these two fellows turn into koan? Su. You turned. Back to human. At this moment, Xiao Tuan said somewhat stutteringly. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. You guys just noticed? After saying this, Su Yang focused his mind again. In the next second, he transformed back into his dragon form. His huge and long body coiled in the air, with a proud and fierce dragon head, the hair on his neck swayed in the wind. The dragon whiskers also moved. Seeing Su Yang transform back into a dragon, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan instinctively took a step back. When they were with Su Yang before, they didn't feel much, but now seeing Su Yang like this, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan instinctively felt fear. Afraid. Tuan. Scared. Xiao Tuan said while backing away. Upon hearing this, Su Yang transformed back into a human.
As soon as Su Yang returned to human form, the fear in Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's hearts immediately vanished, and the two guys happily circled around Su Yang again. Su Yang teased them for a while, then let them accompany him to explore the South China Sea. A day later. Su Yang had finished exploring the South China Sea with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Regarding the situation in the South China Sea area, Su Yang had gained a certain understanding. Currently, almost 100% of the creatures in the sea area had evolved, with the strongest being a gigantic octopus. Su Yang had tested the strength of that octopus. But he didn't get to, because when Su Yang transformed back into his true form, that giant octopus was so scared that it froze in place. After exploring the South China Sea, Su Yang visited the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Cherry Blossom Sea, among other sea areas. These sea areas, like the South China Sea, basically had all creatures evolved. However, the Cherry Blossom Sea and the Pacific Ocean were somewhat different from other sea areas. The creatures in the Cherry Blossom Sea seemed to be evolving in some strange direction. In comparison to other seas, those creatures are the second strongest, just behind the beings of the Pacific Ocean, and their appearance is the most hideous. They can even be described as malformed. As for the creatures of the Pacific Ocean, their characteristic is that their strength is generally greater than those of other seas. Among them, there are a few creatures that are worthy of Su Yang's attention. These creatures are a sea turtle, a sea snake, and a great white shark. Besides being the three strongest in the Pacific, their evolved appearances are also quite strange. The sea turtle is gigantic, with a shell diameter exceeding 400 meters, and its limbs have become long with some hair adding to its head, giving it an overall look somewhat like the legendary Xuanwu. As for the sea snake, it has grown a horn on its head, resembling a dragon. Finally, there is the great white shark. There is not much to say about the great white shark. Su Yang is paying attention to it purely because it is the strongest sea creature he has seen so far, excluding Xiao Yuan and Xiao Tuan. After exploring the entire sea area, Su Yang took Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to the place where he had buried the dragon corpse at the beginning. A day later. Su Yang, along with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, arrived at the place where he had hidden the dragon corpse. Looking at the dragon corpse crushed under the stone, Su Yang turned to Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan beside him and said, "You two should eat this corpse." Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan blinked in confusion. They looked at the still body lying there and then looked at Su Yang beside them. "Su, tu sus," Xiao Yuan said in a daze. Xiao Tuan also looked puzzled. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to explain, plus he felt that even if he explained all day, it wouldn't necessarily help these two understand what was happening. "Don't ask so much, this is good for both of you," Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan nodded their heads and swam towards the dragon corpse. When they got to the dragon corpse and were just about to open their mouths, Su Yang suddenly thought of something and stopped them. "Wait a minute." After saying that, Su Yang swam to the dragon corpse and began to disassemble it. While disassembling the dragon corpse, Su Yang felt very complicated inside. How can I say this body is mine, especially when pulling the dragon horn, taking the dragon tendons, and removing the scales? These actions made Su Yang's body feel very uncomfortable. Once the corpse was disassembled, Su Yang sighed in relief. He stored away the dragon horn, dragon tendons, and dragon scales, leaving only a pile of dragon meat. "Eat," Su Yang said. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan walked over and opened their mouths to start eating. Watching the two of them eat the dragon corpse, Su Yang's face revealed an expression of anticipation. The dragon corpse contains powerful energy, which is very beneficial for these evolved beings, and Su Yang was very curious about how much Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan would improve after finishing it. Soon, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had eaten 1/10 of the dragon meat. Then, they started to feel full because the energy contained in the dragon meat was too great. If they continued eating, they might explode from the energy. Can't eat, rest, eat again. Tuan, same. Alright, you two take a break. Once you've absorbed the energy, continue eating, Su Yang said. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan nodded in response, then stayed beside the dragon corpse and closed their eyes to rest. Time flew by. 3 days later. Finally, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan finished eating the dragon corpse. After finishing the dragon corpse, they remained still in place, seemingly entering a state of breakthrough. Su Yang did not leave but stood quietly beside them waiting. After a long time, Su Yang saw a faint light emerging from the two creatures, then their originally smooth heads sprouted hair, the fins on their sides elongated, and their entire bodies stretched. 200 meters. 300 meters. When they reached 500 meters, the growth rate slowed down. Half an hour passed. The two guys woke up and looked at each other, then turned to Su Yang. "Su,
Little Tuan has become stronger. I have also become stronger. Little Tuan and Little Yuan said excitedly. The two guys not only became stronger but also spoke more fluently. With a smile on his face, Su Yang said, "Good, now, you both attack me, I want to test your current strength." Hearing Su Yang's words, Little Tuan and Little Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and opened their mouths. Chapter 64, Are these two really Kuan? A huge suction force erupted from their mouths. All the surrounding seawater surged into the mouths of the two guys. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched, unable to help but complain. Why is their attack method so one-dimensional? Under the two guys' suction, Su Yang controlled his body, making it completely still. 5 minutes later, the two guys stopped their attack. Su Yang originally thought they would change their attack method, but to his surprise, they directly finished. Su Tuan is done attacking. Yuan is done too. Su Yang. Looking at the two guys who blinked at him, Su Yang was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Apart from this, do you both have any new abilities now?" Little Tuan and Little Yuan showed expressions of thought, then nodded. In the next second, the two guys flapped their fins and floated upwards. Su Yang followed behind. Soon they floated to the surface of the sea, and then Little Tuan and Little Yuan continued to flap their fins. A miraculous scene occurred. The two guys' huge bodies actually left the surface of the sea, floating up into the sky. They flew. Su Yang's eyes widened. Then a thought surfaced in his mind. Could they really be about to transform into Kuan? As if confirming Su Yang's thought, suddenly Little Tuan let out a long chant from his mouth. The sound was long, not loud, but seemed to penetrate the human soul, resonating deeply within. This strange sound absolutely could not be made by any creature in this world. Su Yang was certain. Splash! The next second, Little Yuan, flying at a height of 50 meters, suddenly fell down. Its huge body crashed into the sea, instantly causing huge waves. A few seconds later, Little Yuan poked its head out of the water and said, "I can only fly this high." Little Tuan, who remained at a height of 50 meters, said, "I can only fly this high." Su Yang nodded upon hearing this, then thought for a moment and asked, "Can you both transform into birds?" Little Tuan and Little Yuan blinked their eyes and then shook their heads. Seeing the two guys shake their heads, Su Yang began to ponder. After thinking for a long time, Su Yang guessed it might be because Little Tuan and Little Yuan's strength was still not enough and they had not fully evolved into Kuan. Thinking of this, Su Yang placed his hand on the heads of the two guys to check their current physical structure. However, as soon as he directed energy into their bodies, the two guys simultaneously retreated. Su Yang looked at Little Tuan and Little Yuan with surprise. Then he saw these two guys actually lower their heads, with Little Yuan's round eyes showing a human-like shyness. Su Yuan is a girl. Tuan is too. Su Yang. On the side of Nanhai City. Because the two dolphins had not appeared in the past few days, the attacks from marine creatures returned to their previous state. At this moment, on the watchtower, Su Taohong stood there, watching those creatures attacking the wall madly. A giant wave was approaching. The giant wave carried countless creatures rushing towards the wall. At the moment the creatures rushed up to the wall, the hidden human evolutionists inside the wall all rushed out. "Kill!" Shouts rang out. In this close-quarters combat situation, firearms were actually not as effective as cold weapons. So basically, all the evolutionists wielded cold weapons. Swords, guns, clubs, there were all kinds. The sound of monsters, the screams of humans, and the sounds of curses resounded along the entire coastline. Upon seeing this scene, Su Taohong was just about to give the order for her team members to support from the walls, but at that moment, she noticed a figure from the corner of her eye. It was a girl. The girl had her hair in twin ponytails, and she held no weapons, but she carried a huge backpack on her back. The girl's long and straight legs kicked toward the closest sea creature. How fast! It made a whooshing sound as she moved. Bang! When her leg struck the creature, it produced a dull sound. Then that creature's body exploded. A splash of blood and countless pieces of flesh flew everywhere. After dealing with this creature, the girl charged toward another one nearby. Every move she made resulted in the death of a creature. Her strikes were clean and decisive, with incredible speed. Soon, the creatures around her were all eliminated. Seeing this, Su Taohong raised an eyebrow, her eyes flashing with surprise. This person is very strong. Let's go. Descend to support. After saying this to her team members behind her, Su Taohong walked straight down from the watchtower. Soon, Su Taohong joined the battle with her team members. Unlike the civilian evolvers, Su Taohong and her team had received professional training, and the meat required for evolution was perhaps easier for them, so both their cooperation during combat and individual strength were stronger than the civilian evolvers. Led by Su Taohong, the members seemed like a sharp sword weaving through the battlefield. Wherever they went, no creatures survived. Half an hour later, the battle ended, and the sea creatures retreated briefly. The evolvers on the walls all found places to sit down and rest. The official soldiers began cleaning up the battlefield. Li Ningning, like everyone else, found a spot to sit down. But as soon as she sat down, a few people walked up to her. These people were none other than Su Taohong and her team members. Seeing Su Taohong standing in front of her, Li Ningning stood up and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, is there something wrong?" Su Taohong extended her hand and said, "Hello, I am Su Taohong. I saw how powerful you were in battle just now, so I came to get to know you." Hearing Su Taohong's words, Li Ningning shyly extended her hand and shook hands with Su Taohong, saying, "I'm Li Ningning. You looked very strong in the battle. What level are you?" Su Taohong asked with curiosity. Li Ningning knew about the levels of evolvers in the civilian society as well. After hearing this, Li Ningning showed a hesitant expression. She hadn't tested her strength and didn't know what level she was at now. After thinking for a moment, Li Ningning quietly estimated her strength and then conservatively said, "I should be at the initial stage level 7. Upon hearing Li Ningning's words, the members beside Su Taohong exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's expression. Initial stage level 7. That was equivalent to being able to exert 1,400 pounds of strength. This level of strength was not just impressive among civilians, even within some official departments, it could be considered top-notch. "That's quite good, would you consider joining us?" A smile appeared on Su Taohong's face as she made the invitation. Li Ningning shook her head without thinking, as she had to serve the Dragon King, how could she possibly join Su Taohong's side? Seeing Li Ningning shake her head in refusal, Su Taohong said nothing more but nodded and turned to leave directly. Chapter 65, Making Weapons, Urgent Situation on North Island. After Su Taohong left, Li Ningning sat down again. She took out a few pieces of bread from her nearby backpack and started eating. "Why are you only eating this?" A voice came from her ear. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning was startled for a moment, then her face showed excitement. She hurriedly turned her head and saw Su Yang standing beside her. "Dragon King. Su Gu, you're back." Li Ningning stood up, excitedly saying. Su Yang nodded with a smile and said, "I'm back." After speaking, he looked around. Looking at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, he spoke, "How many waves have we had today?" Li Ningning replied, "It's the second wave." Su Yang said with an utterance, "All right, let's go." As he spoke, Su Yang walked towards the bottom of the wall, and Li Ningning hurriedly followed behind. Leaving the wall, Su Yang took Li Ningning to a deserted place, wrapping his arm around her waist. At Li Ningning's shy gasp, Su Yang soared into the air, flying towards the distant sea. In midair, Li Ningning wrapped her arms tightly around Su Yang's waist, her whole body pressed closely against him. Glancing down at her feet, she got frightened and quickly closed her eyes. She was afraid of heights. An hour later, on a deserted island, Su Yang brought Li Ningning down onto the deserted island. Not far from the island, two creatures, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, were playing in the sea, splashing enormous waves that nearly submerged the nearby island. Su Yang called out to the two creatures, telling them to play a bit further away. Once the two creatures moved away, Su Yang concentrated, and then a pair of dragon horns and a long dragon tendon appeared in his hands. "Su. Brother, what were those two just now?" At this moment, Li Ningning stuttered a bit. She was still in shock from seeing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Su Yang said, "They are two dolphins I saved before." After saying that, Su Yang first placed the dragon tendon aside, carefully examining the dragon horns. These dragon horns were taken from the dragon corpse in the sea previously. They were about a meter long, resembling deer antlers, with a white surface, sharp at the tips, emitting a certain glow under sunlight. Su Yang pinched the tip of the dragon horn, gradually applying more pressure, trying to see if he could break it. When he had used 70% of his strength, Su Yang withdrew his force. He could feel that this was the limit of the dragon horn's hardness. It could withstand 70% of his power. Su Yang wanted to turn these dragon horns into weapons. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang concentrated again, and in the next second, the dragon horns ignited in flames. Beside him, Li Ningning curiously looked at the dragon horns and the dragon tendon placed next to Su Yang. "Brother Su, what is this?" Li Ningning couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Yang replied, "Dragon horns and dragon tendons." "Ah?" Li Ningning's eyes widened. "What ah?" Su Yang laughed. Li Ningning hurriedly shook her head. "All right, it has nothing to do with you, you can wander around. If you get bored, you can go find some creatures in the sea to practice with, as I will be staying on this island for a few more days." "Meichem, okay, Brother Su." After saying that, Li Ningning turned and left. Su Yang then focused his gaze on the dragon horns engulfed in flames. Time passed little by little. After about an hour, the dragon horns finally showed a slight change. Seeing the change, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Time flew by. In no time, a week had passed. On the deserted island, two hiltless long swords floated in front of Su Yang. The swords were 1 meter long, completely snow-white, and appeared to be made of jade. Su Yang extended his hand. The two hiltless long swords fell into Su Yang's hands. Without using any energy, Su Yang simply waved the sword lightly. In the next second, a nearby coconut tree was directly cut down. The cut was incredibly smooth. It was enough to see how sharp these two swords were. "Brother Su, the crabs are ready." At this moment, Li Ningning came over carrying a crab the size of a large truck. Hearing this, Su Yang immediately put the swords aside and then took the crab legs Li Ningning handed over to eat. Li Ningning looked curiously at the two swords placed beside Su Yang. "Brother Su, can I touch them?" Li Ningning asked with eager anticipation. "Go ahead, in the future, you can carry these two swords for me." Su Yang replied. "Okay, Brother Su." Li Ningning nodded obediently and then reached out to touch the sword body. As she touched the sword, her fingers felt as if pricked by a needle, causing her to instinctively pull her hand back. She looked down at her fingers. A few drops of fresh blood overflowed from the fingertips. One drop fell onto the sword, which was like jade. Seeing this scene, Su Yang and Li Ningning both froze. As the two focused on the blood drop on the sword. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing strange happened. This made both Su Yang and Li Ningning's mouths twitch. All right. Both of them had read novels, seen similar plots of blood recognizing the master, and what just happened fit perfectly into the plot of a novel. Indeed, novels are all lies. Li Ningning muttered in her heart. At this moment, Su Yang beside her said, "Let's clean up and leave here." Hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Su." However, Li Ningning thought of something and asked, "Brother Su, what about Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan?" In the past few days, Li Ningning had already become familiar with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. "Just let them stay here," Su Yang said. "Oh." Li Ningning nodded. Half a day later, Su Yang took Li Ningning away from the deserted island. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan stayed behind. Watching Su Yang and Li Ningning leave, both Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were filled with reluctance. Reluctant to part with Su Yang, as well as the newly acquainted Li Ningning. On the other side. In the land of cherry blossoms. As an island nation, the land of cherry blossoms faced attacks from sea creatures in all directions. Since they did not initially build walls along the coastline like Xia country, defending against marine creature attacks was even more challenging. The main issue being the sewage they discharged. The sewage caused mutations in evolved creatures, making those evolved creatures more brutal in both attacks and other aspects. North Island. One of the areas of the land of cherry blossoms. At this moment along the North Island coastline, countless sea creatures were launching frenzied attacks towards the land. The evolutionists of the land of cherry blossoms wielded samurai swords, their foreheads wrapped in dogskin bandages, fighting fiercely against those creatures. Screams echoed from time to time. Corpses were piled up everywhere, the scene was extremely chaotic. The fighting continued from day to night, and then from night into the next day. The evolutionists were replaced by one wave after another, while those marine creatures continued to surge out of the sea, endlessly attacking. And so it went. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The number of evolutionists on North Island decreased more and more, and the defense area was gradually being compressed. Those marine creatures completely surrounded North Island. If they wanted to support North Island, they could only fly over. Chapter 66, The Shocking Discovery. At the headquarters of the Cherry Blossom faction. An urgent meeting was being held. The topic of the meeting was about rescuing the people of North Island. Currently, North Island was completely besieged, with the residents and evolutionists trapped, and food in short supply. They could only hold on for a week at most. Inside the meeting room, the high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom faction were discussing fiercely. Finally, they devised a plan to deliver supplies by air and support North Island's personnel, while quickly reopening the passage between North Island and the main island of Cherry Blossom, and establishing a defensive line. However, while they were holding the meeting, over at North Island, the attack from sea creatures was becoming increasingly fierce. Strange and bizarre marine creatures seemed to go insane, launching attacks on North Island. The evolutionists on North Island were being forced to retreat steadily. In just half a day's time, their defensive circle had shrunk by half again. Time passed little by little. Their defensive circle continued to shrink every moment. 1 day later, the rescue operation began on the main island of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Then they arrived over North Island, looking down at countless marine creatures on the ground, with not a single human in sight, their faces displayed fear. It's over. North Island has completely fallen.
1 hour later, the news was transmitted to all countries. The Cherry Blossom Nation and the North Island region were occupied by marine creatures. North Island officially declared fallen. As soon as the news broke, countries immediately convened meetings. In fact, during this period, other than inland countries, coastal nations were not faring well at all. Apart from facing attacks from sea creatures, they also had to deal with domestic unrest.
Especially in the Free Nation.
The citizens of the Free Nation, longing for freedom, completely unleashed their true nature after gaining evolutionary abilities. Robberies, murders, and arson were happening every moment. The crime rate had increased by more than 1,000 times from before. Other countries were in somewhat better conditions than the Free Nation, but not by much. The country in the best shape was Su Nation. At this moment, in the conference room of Su Nation's Security Bureau, Team Leader Liao and a group of bigwigs sat around the conference table.
We received a message from Nanhai City. A fire dragon has appeared there. Here is the photo of that fire dragon.
Standing next to the large screen, Zheng Guoping said.
As he spoke, a dragon engulfed in flames appeared on the screen.
Seeing the dragon covered in fire, everyone present furrowed their brows, revealing a serious expression. Whether the dragon that appeared earlier was alive or dead was still unclear, and now another dragon had emerged.
However, so far, this fire dragon did not seem hostile towards humans.
Additionally, we discovered a mineral vein in the Kunlun Mountains, but there is a type of ore we have never seen before. This ore can be absorbed by evolutionaries and enhance their abilities. At this point, Zheng Guoping waved to the outside.
Soon, several subordinates walked in holding trays.
On the trays were stones emitting a faint glow. Everyone in the conference room picked up a stone and closed their eyes to feel. Feeling the energy contained within the stones enter their bodies, excitement appeared on the faces of everyone present. After quickly absorbing the energy within the stones, everyone found that the power they gained from absorbing the stones was greater than the energy they got from eating evolutionary meat.
Gather these stones immediately.
Yes.
With the order given,
Su Nation immediately dispatched soldiers and workers to dig for these mysterious stones at the mineral vein beneath Kunlun.
However, at this moment, they did not know, as they were digging the mineral vein for those stones, the entire world was quietly undergoing changes. Time passed quickly. A month later, Su Yang and Li Ningning were walking through the forest, one behind the other.
In addition to carrying a large backpack, Li Ningning also had 2 swords strapped to her waist.
When they walked to an open area, Su Yang stopped. Seeing Su Yang stop, Li Ningning quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother Su, do you want to rest here?" Su Yang responded with a grunt.
Li Ningning hurriedly took off her large backpack, then took out pots and pans to start cooking. While Li Ningning was busy with cooking, Su Yang found a spot to sit down and closed his eyes to feel the power of faith within him.
Since turning into a dragon, being exposed, and up to now, Su Yang already possessed quite a bit of faith power inside his body.
This faith power not only nourished the 2 dragon pearls within him, but it seemed to have no other function. Su Yang felt that the faith power definitely had some hidden uses.
Quietly sensing the faith power within his body, Su Yang tried to spread the faith power throughout his entire body.
Once the faith power was distributed throughout his body, apart from emitting a white light, there was no other change. Su Yang frowned slightly, continuing to study the faith power.
Time passed bit by bit.
Soon, Li Ningning had finished preparing the meal.
"Brother Su, it's time to eat," Li Ningning said. Upon hearing this, Su Yang opened his eyes.
Although he no longer needed to eat, ever since Li Ningning had been by his side, Su Yang had also gotten used to 3 meals a day. Walking over to the iron pot that Li Ningning had set up, he looked inside at the meat from some kind of animal.
"Brother Su, here you go."
Li Ningning handed chopsticks to Su Yang.
Su Yang took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat to take a bite.
He nodded in satisfaction, and next to him, Li Ningning showed a happy smile. After finishing the meal, while Li Ningning was tidying up, Su Yang continued to check the power of faith within him. However, after trying various methods, Su Yang still couldn't find other uses for this power of faith. However, by chance, he unlocked a new ability. This ability was similar to Soul Out of Body, where his consciousness could leave his body and go anywhere. It felt just like playing a game and switching to God mode. This magical feeling made Su Yang feel very curious. He did an experiment, controlling his consciousness to come to Li Ningning's side not far away. The little girl was humming a song while washing dishes, completely unaware that an invisible presence was watching her. Then, Su Yang moved away from Li Ningning, letting his consciousness fly up. The higher he flew.
10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters.
The consciousness left the atmosphere, and Su Yang's consciousness continued to rise.
Soon, a complete planet appeared before Su Yang.
Looking at the beautiful planet, Su Yang's eyes were filled with amazement. Although he had seen it countless times on TV and the internet, witnessing it personally brought an indescribable shock to his heart.
continuing to rise. The distance from the planet grew farther and farther. When reaching a certain distance, suddenly, something unexpected happened. Su Yang felt something behind him slam against him fiercely, and a sharp pain surged. Su Yang's consciousness was kicked back like a soccer ball. Chapter 67, The Dome Over the Planet. His consciousness returned to his body, and Su Yang let out a muffled groan, covering his face with both hands. Li Ningning, who was tidying up beside him, hurriedly looked over after hearing the sound. Seeing Su Yang's actions, she quickly walked over, worriedly asking, "Brother Su, what happened?" Su Yang shook his head and didn't speak. After a long time, Su Yang lowered his hands, and Li Ningning saw 2 streams of golden liquid flowing from his eyes. She couldn't help but let out a gasp. "It's fine, you go find a bottle and collect my blood." Su Yang, suppressing the pain, said to Li Ningning. Hearing this, Li Ningning quickly turned and left. A moment later, she came back with an empty bottle and began to collect the golden blood. The action seemed a bit strange, but after wandering around the entire sea area, Su Yang no longer dared to let his blood spread everywhere. Now that the entire ocean was done for, if the land also perished, then humanity would truly have no hope. Soon, the golden blood was collected, and Su Yang instructed Li Ningning to store it properly. Rubbing his still painful head, Su Yang thought about what had just happened. He could feel that he had been directly slapped back by an invisible hand. What exactly was that? Was it because his consciousness had drifted too far from the body? Or was there really something that slapped him back? If it really was something, how terrifying would it be? Su Yang's expression became serious. But all of this was just his guess, he needed to verify it further. However, right now his head was sore from that slap, so he could only rest for a few days. After resting for half a day, Su Yang and Li Ningning left the original spot, continuing deeper into the forest. Soon. In the following days, Su Yang tried several more times. But due to concerns about any accidents, Su Yang was much more cautious this time. His consciousness flew away from the planet and moved slowly toward the distance. Then, Su Yang made an astonishing discovery. After flying a certain distance from the planet, he felt as if there was an unclear, untouchable barrier blocking him. It felt like an air wall, completely impossible to advance. Like the edge of the universe. But Su Yang could clearly see the planet on the other side, yet he couldn't get there. A terrifying guess emerged in Su Yang's mind. The planet he lived on was covered by an invisible dome. To verify this guess, Su Yang flew along the edge of the invisible dome. But the dome was very large, and it would be hard to get results in a short time. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun mountains of the Xia country, in a certain underground mine, team leader Liao and Zhang Guoping watched the workers who were digging for ore. Due to the importance of the situation, the digging work was personally led by team leader Liao. Team leader Liao, we've already excavated over 40,000 pieces of stone, reaching a depth of 3,200 meters. According to our scans, the density of the stones is increasing, and at around 4,000 meters deep, there will be an ultra-dense stone mine. Zhang Guoping reported. Hearing Zhang Guoping's report, team leader Liao said solemnly, "Speed up the digging work." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang came from nearby. Then the ground shook. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Team leader Liao and Zhang Guoping frowned, and the two exchanged a glance. What was that just now? I don't know, it should be an earthquake, right? What do you mean should be? Hurry up and contact the Earthquake Bureau and experts to investigate the tremor just now. Team leader Liao frowned. Yes. Hearing team leader Liao's words, Zhang Guoping hurriedly turned and left. Half a day later, the investigation into the earthquake concluded, but there was no conclusion. Because the Earthquake Bureau and experts found no change in the Earth's crust, meaning there was no earthquake. So what was that tremor before? No one had an answer. Days passed one by one. Soon half a month had gone by. Deep in a forest, Su Yang sat still in a clearing, while Li Ningning, beside him, was bored, doodling on the ground with a stick. In these past half a month, Su Yang had been in an out-of-body state, using his consciousness to explore the invisible dome covering the planet. Dropping the stick, Li Ningning looked at Su Yang. Her gaze shifted from his body to his face, then landed on the pair of cute dragon horns on his head. Looking at those adorable dragon horns, Li Ningning really wanted to touch them. But as the saying goes, you can't touch the tigers, but if she touched the Dragon King's horns, would her brother Su beat her to death? Thinking of this, Li Ningning shrank her neck, then her gaze fell on the 2 swords strapped to her waist. Looking at the sword blades made of jade-like material, Li Ningning wanted to reach out and touch them, but fearing she would hurt herself, she retracted her hand. How long has it been? At that moment, Su Yang's voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning looked at Su Yang in delight. Brother Su, you're awake. Li Ningning exclaimed excitedly. Su Yang nodded and asked, how long was I in that state just now? Li Ningning thought for a moment and replied, about half a month, I guess. Su Yang responded with an aha and didn't ask anything further. In the next second, Su Yang exclaimed, looking around, and soon noticed that the air seemed to have some faint energy. This energy was very rare, almost imperceptible. But it truly existed. What is going on? What happened in the past half-month? Su Yang turned to Li Ningning and asked, did anything happen in the past half-month? Li Ningning shook her head. She didn't know if anything had happened. After all, she had no phone, and they were in a deep mountain forest, with no other humans around except for her and a dragon king. Seeing Li Ningning shake her head, Su Yang stood up and said, let's go. Okay, brother Su. Then the two of them left the spot. A day later, they walked out of the forest. After exiting the dense forest, Li Ningning asked a person for directions, only to find out that she and Su Yang were currently at the border between Sichuan and Qing provinces. Brother Su. The cooking ingredients are almost finished, I want to go to the city to buy some. Li Ningning said at that moment. Su Yang nodded directly and said, you go, I will wait for you here. Okay, brother Su. Li Ningning nodded and left quickly. After Li Ningning left, Su Yang focused his thoughts, sensing the nearby power of faith, and countless believers praying to him appeared in his mind. Su Yang chose a few of the closest believers who deserved help, and then set off in their direction. It took less than a day in total to find these believers and help them. When Su Yang returned to the place where he had agreed to meet Li Ningning, he saw her anxiously looking around while standing in place. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Eyes in Deep Space. Su Yang walked up to Li Ningning and called out. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning immediately looked over and shouted, Brother Su. Did you finish buying everything? Su Yang asked. Li Ningning nodded and said, I finished buying. Alright, let's go. Oh. The two left the place and continued walking into the distance. They walked until evening, and since they were very close to the city, they did not stay in the wild but found a small hotel to stay in instead. The hotel payment was made by Li Ningning, and the reason she had money was that she sold some evolved meat. Lying on the bed in the hotel room, Su Yang closed his eyes, letting himself enter a state of soul separation, and then flew along the edge of that invisible dome to continue verifying his guess. For half a month, he had been verifying. After flying for almost half a day, Su Yang stopped and returned to the original place. Sure enough, just as he guessed, there was indeed a very large dome surrounding the planet completely. After confirming his inner verification, Su Yang left the state of soul separation and returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Su Yang climbed out of bed and walked to the window to look at the sky outside. With a thought, Su Yang flew out of the window, heading towards the sky. After flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Yang transformed into a dragon form and continued to ascend. 100,000 meters. 1 million meters. Su Yang flew out of the atmosphere. Initially, when he was about to leave the atmosphere, Su Yang was a little worried about whether leaving the atmosphere would have any effect on him. But in fact, Su Yang worried too much. After leaving the atmosphere, Su Yang felt no effect at all. This put his worries at ease. Continuing to fly far away, Su Yang increased his speed to the maximum. Previously he used his consciousness, but there was still some gap between consciousness and body. Su Yang wanted to reach the dome in person, to personally feel that dome. As Su Yang was about to reach the edge of the dome, he slowed down and proceeded cautiously. During his first experience, when his consciousness was thrown back, Su Yang felt that it wasn't something that slapped him back, but rather that his speed was too fast at that time, directly crashing into the dome, and then bouncing back. Thus, not knowing how much time had passed, Su Yang's dragon claw touched the air wall. Feeling the real barrier, Su Yang tried to scratch it with his dragon claw. But the dome showed no reaction at all. Su Yang took a deep breath and suddenly moved with all his strength. The next second, a faint glow appeared in front of Su Yang. That glow spread out like ripples on the water, dispersing in all directions. And as the ripples spread out, a gigantic dome appeared within Su Yang's line of sight. That dome completely surrounded the planet, sealing it from top to bottom, entirely. It was as if the planet was being confined within it. A few seconds later, the dome disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Su Yang reached out his claw and tried a few more times. As before, the dome appeared, although it only lasted a few seconds. Su Yang's attack caused no damage to the shield. A serious expression appeared on Su Yang's face. This shield was definitely not naturally formed, it was absolutely created by someone to envelop the planet. What was the purpose? To protect the planet from being discovered? Was this to prevent the planet from seeing the outside world? No matter what the outcome for Su Yang was, this was terrifying news for him, and even for all the humans on the planet. Next, Su Yang stopped trying, He had already used all his strength, and the shield showed not a single crack, clearly something he could not break at his current level. He had to increase his strength. With this in mind, Su Yang flew towards the planet. And not long after Su Yang left. In the void, a pair of gigantic eyes appeared out of nowhere. Those eyes looked at the azure planet, revealing a look of confusion. Then, a giant hand appeared. The hand resembled a human hand but had 10 fingers. When the hand appeared, a crack opened in the shield covering the planet, and then a beam of light flashed through the crack, flying directly towards the planet. Once the light disappeared, the giant hand and the pair of eyes vanished, and the crack in the shield returned to its original state. On the other side, Su Yang returned to the planet, back to his hotel room. The next day, in the hotel restaurant, Su Yang and Li Ningning sat at the dining table, having breakfast. While eating breakfast, Su Yang said, "I need to leave for a while." Su Yang planned to wander around to see if he could find a way to break through his strength. Bringing Li Ningning along would significantly delay him. Hearing Su Yang's words, Li Ningning was taken aback and nervously asked, "Su Ge, what should I do?" Su Yang replied, "Go wherever you want, and I'll find you once I'm done here." Upon hearing that Su Yang would come to find her, Li Ningning immediately felt relieved. Her face broke into a smile as she nodded, "Okay, Su Ge." An hour later, Su Yang left the hotel. Li Ningning returned to her room to pack her things and prepare to leave. After all, she had too much stuff to carry. However, while packing, she noticed 2 swords lying on the bed. "Oh, I forgot to take Su Ge's swords." Li Ningning paused for a moment. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Li Ningning walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood several men dressed in black. The leader of the men took out his identification and said, "Hello, we are from the security department of Xia country, and we need to ask you to come with us for a matter." "Huh?" Li Ningning blinked, looking dazedly at the men outside. A day later, at the headquarters of the security department of Xia country, Li Ningning sat on a chair in a separate room. Across from her was team leader Liao. Looking at the girl across from him, team leader Liao started, "Your name is Li Ningning, right?" Li Ningning nodded. Team leader Liao continued, "What is your relationship with Su Yang?" "Huh? Su Yang? I don't know him." Li Ningning replied. She truly did not know Su Yang. Hearing Li Ningning's words, team leader Liao picked up a photo placed beside him and handed it to Li Ningning. Li Ningning took the photo and glanced at it. The photo was a still shot of her and Su Ge entering the hotel together. In fact, just yesterday, when Su Yang and Li Ningning entered the hotel, they had been spotted by the security bureau of Xia country. They had been tracking Su Yang for a year. From the moment they discovered the ants on the deserted island to the mode incident in Qingshan City, the Su Taohong incident, and so on, all of these had a certain connection with Su Yang. It could even be said that the global evolution events were very likely related to Su Yang. So if they found Su Yang, many questions could be answered. Looking at the photo with herself and Su Yang, Li Ningning understood that the person mentioned, Su Yang, should be Su Ge. "Miss Li Ningning, could you please tell us what relationship you have with Su Yang? Where is he now?" Team leader Liao asked with a serious expression. Li Ningning opened her mouth, then shook her head and said, "I don't know Su Yang, that is Su Ge." Team leader Liao. "Let me put it another way, what is your relationship with Su Ge?" Li Ningning thought for a moment and hesitated, saying, "Master and maid?" Team leader Liao immediately frowned. Chapter 69, Terrifying Creatures. Master and maid? Team leader Liao's first reaction was that this Su Yang was quite a playboy. He suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind and continued asking, "Who is the master?" Li Ningning replied, "Su Ge." Team leader Liao asked again, "Where is he now?" Li Ningning said, "I don't know." "Miss Li Ningning, this matter is very important, I hope you can cooperate with our work." Li Ningning obediently nodded and said, "Okay." "Where is Su Yang now?" "I don't know Su Yang. I mean the Su Ge you know." "I don't know." Team leader Liao. After an hour of questioning, team leader Liao came out of the room. Zheng Guoping, who was waiting outside, hurriedly approached and asked, "How did it go, team leader? Did you find anything out?" Team leader Liao furrowed his brow and shook his head. Don't be fooled by Li Ningning's silly appearance, she was quite cunning, and nothing was learned in that hour. "What do we do now?" Zheng Guoping asked. Team leader Liao pondered for a moment and said, "Let her go, then send someone to follow her. As long as we keep an eye on her, we will definitely find Su Yang." "Got it." Zheng Guoping nodded. Then he thought of something and said, "By the way, team leader, we just found something in Li Ningning's backpack." "What did you find?" "A bottle of dragon blood and 2 swords." "A bottle of dragon blood?" Team leader Liao's eyes widened. Ever since the dragon underwent tribulation, dragon blood had been collected by many people. The price of dragon blood on the black market is astronomical. One drop of dragon blood can sell for 100 million. And it's still scarce. And this Li Ningning actually had a bottle of dragon blood. Not to mention the price of this bottle of dragon blood, just think of how many super evolved beings they could create with it. Team leader, what should we do about the dragon blood? Zheng Guoping quietly inquired.
Team leader Liao showed a troubled expression, and after a long time said, forget it, let's return it to her.
But that's a bottle of dragon blood. You talk to her and ask if she wants to join our safety bureau. Okay, team leader. You handle this here, I'm heading back to Kunlun Mountains. They need me to oversee the work there. Yes, team leader.
On the other side, Su Yang did not know that Li Ningning had been captured by the Summer National Security Department. After leaving the hotel, he found a deserted place, flew into the sky, and headed far away. Half a day later, Su Yang arrived at Shenangjia in the Summer Country.
Shenangjia.
As one of Summer Country's most mysterious regions, it had once been rumored to have wild man incidents, UFO events, and so on. When he arrived over Shenangjia, Su Yang moved his consciousness and began to investigate. After investigating for a long time, Su Yang looked around Shenangjia but found nothing strange.
Then he left Shenangjia and flew toward other places.
Thus, Su Yang searched his way, while also helping some of his followers to gain more faith power.
Searching as he went, gaining faith power along the way.
By the time Su Yang had wandered through the whole of Summer Country, he had found no way to become stronger, but his faith power had increased significantly, even more than he had gained in the past year.
Next, Su Yang left Summer Country and headed to other countries.
When flying over the land of cherry blossoms, Su Yang saw the coastal line of Sakurako country in a brutal battle.
Countless evolvers from Sakurako were fighting against marine creatures.
The ground was littered with corpses.
It was unknown how many had died.
Seeing this scene, Su Yang felt that if he revealed himself, he would surely gain a wave of faith power, but he did not hesitate at all and flew directly into the distance.
Some faith power is better left untouched. These are all caused by the Sakura people themselves. If they hadn't discharged sewage, the creatures in the Sakura Sea wouldn't have mutated and their strength wouldn't have increased much. The Sakura evolutionaries could have handled it.
But if they bring destruction upon themselves, it's their own fault. Not long after Su Yang left. In the sky, a speck of white light the size of a grain of rice slowly fell toward Sakura Island. Its speed was slow, like a feather gently swaying and drifting in the wind. After a long while, the white light landed on the northern island of the Sakura nation. That was the island occupied by marine creatures. The white light dissipated. A creature the size of a fingernail appeared in place. The creature looked like a small bug, standing on the ground, looking around with a pair of emotionless red eyes. At that moment, a marine evolved creature passed by. Seeing that creature, the bug crawled directly towards it. Climbing onto the creature's body, it squeezed into the creature's body through the gap in its mouth. After a few minutes, that creature suddenly trembled all over, and then its body began to twist and deform. Its head started to enlarge, the body was stretched, and strange cries came out of its mouth. A few more minutes later, that creature transformed into a being resembling a human, but part of its body still retained animal features. Looking around, it observed the other marine evolved creatures nearby. The creature let out a whisper. Devour. Detect. Assimilate. Annihilate. As soon as the words fell, its body suddenly exploded, and countless bugs like the one just now burst forth from its inside, quickly rushing towards the surrounding creatures. Soon, the area was filled with the cries of creatures in agony. 2 days later, the northern island was now teeming with half-human, half-creature monsters. These monsters stood at the boundary between the northern island and the Sakura homeland, their gazes fixed in that direction. Annihilate. Whispers came from their mouths. In the next second, these monsters charged towards the Sakura homeland. Their speed was extremely fast, surpassing most evolutionaries of the time. It wasn't long before they reached the shallow waters of the Sakura homeland. Meanwhile, on the Sakura side, soldiers and evolutionaries patrolled every shallow water. Upon seeing a large number of half-human, half-creature monsters suddenly appearing on the surface of the sea, they immediately opened fire. The battle erupted instantly. Da-da-da-da. Bullets hit the monsters, creating blood holes, but those monsters showed no reaction and continued charging towards the defending Sakura soldiers. Soon they reached the nearest Sakura soldier. They grabbed the soldier's head with both hands, then suddenly opened their mouths wide, creating an exaggerated arc, just like venom in movies, and directly bit down on the soldier's head. Crack! The man's head fell off. His body fell limp to the ground, motionless. But in just a few seconds, a terrifying scene unfolded. The soldier who lost his head had something writhing at the break of his neck. Soon, a new head grew out. Chapter 70, The Indestructible Monster. After growing ahead, that soldier stood up and charged towards the other soldiers just like those monsters did.
Slaughter. It was an overwhelming massacre. In less than 5 minutes, the shallow waters of the Sakura homeland were occupied by these monsters. After occupying, they continued to spread outward. Half an hour later, the Sakura homeland's command center received news of an attack by unidentified monsters.
Upon receiving this news, they immediately dispatched helicopters to investigate the attacked area.
Buzzing.
The helicopter's propeller made a buzzing sound. The observers sat in the helicopter. Watching the scene below, looking at those terrifying monsters that were half human, half beast, the observer's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear.
Report. Monsters. A large number of monsters. What? What monsters? Uploading images now. Roger. Soon, the Sakura Homeland Combat Headquarters received the images, and when everyone saw those creatures in the images, their faces revealed shock. Amaterasu. What are those things? Could it be that those marine creatures have evolved into humans?
They have already rushed to the homeland, we must stop them immediately.
Everyone chattered and discussed.
Amid the discussions, the highest commander of the combat department coughed twice, silencing everyone. Once the meeting room quieted down, the highest commander ordered, contact Xia Country, Freedom Country, and Bear Country, inform them of the situation here and request their support. Hearing the commander's order, everyone present looked at him with a ghostly expression. Commander, if we notify Freedom Country, they may send troops for support, but informing Xia Country and Bear Country. The highest commander revealed a cold smile and said, they will definitely agree to support.
1 hour later.
Xia Country, Freedom Country, Bear Country, and other nations received the rescue message from Sakura Country. In addition to the rescue message, there were also some images and videos. Looking at the monsters in the images and videos, Xia Country, Freedom Country, and others immediately held an emergency meeting. The meeting content was a discussion about those monsters and whether to support Sakura Country. The final discussion result was to provide support. Regardless of Sakura Country's survival, just those never-before-seen creatures, they must go to support and conduct research on those monsters.
So after the meeting, the countries began to gather support teams to head to Sakura for assistance.
Since the sea route was not viable, they could only transport by air, which caused some delays in personnel delivery. After more than a week had passed, the support teams from various countries finally arrived in Sakura's homeland one after another. Upon arriving in Sakura's homeland, the heads of the support teams from various countries went to the Sakura Combat Command Center for a meeting. In the meeting room, the Sakura representative stood beside the screen at the front and said, based on our week-long battle with the alien beasts, we have made several discoveries. By the way, alien beasts is the term we use for these monsters. Currently, the first point we have discovered is that alien beasts are very difficult to kill. Even if you sever their heads, shoot them in the heart, or even dismember them, their bodies can regrow and revive. At this moment, the representative of Freedom Country frowned and asked, what do you mean by regrow? The Sakura representative pointed to the screen and said, everyone, please look. Everyone turned to look at the screen. A video appeared on the screen. In the video, a half-human half-beast monster was locked down with high-strength metal, and an evolved person came forward holding a katana. He raised the katana and struck down at the monster. Crash. The katana split the monster in half, blood and entrails instantly splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, the people in the meeting room continued to watch with expressionless faces. Time passed little by little. Soon, the scene appearing on the screen shocked the faces of those present. The dismembered corpse began to wriggle at the wound, and then grew back the missing body. In less than 5 minutes, the monster that was originally on the screen turned into two. One monster became two monsters. Seeing the expressions of the representatives from various countries, the Sakura representative paused the video and said with a serious expression, the result is what you all see, this monster became two. And we have also discovered that if this monster is dismembered into 8 pieces, then they became 8. So that's why it's so hard to kill them. Hearing the representative from Sakura, the representative from Summer Country asked, what if we use fire? The Sakura representative shook her head and said, no, we've tried everything. Using flames, even burning these monsters to ash and then throwing the ashes into water, burying them in the ground, or even swallowing them, they can still revive. Swallow them? The representatives from all countries widened their eyes. They pictured someone eating the ashes, and countless of those monsters growing inside them, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. Then, their hearts sank, and what surged up was despair. Can't be killed? If they can't be killed, what can we do? What about using a nuclear bomb? At that moment, the representative from the free country spoke. Upon hearing this, the Sakura representative's expression immediately darkened. No. If we use a nuclear bomb, those places will be uninhabitable. What does it matter now if people can live there? Since they can't be killed, and their bodies will split into two as soon as they lose some flesh, their numbers will only keep increasing.
Your Sakura's destruction is just a matter of time.
I suggest we use the nuclear bomb directly.
The representative from the free country said.
Next to him, the representative from summer country also spoke. I agree. The representative from the bear country said in a deep voice, agreed.
I concur. I agree. All the representatives voiced their agreement. Standing by the screen, the Sakura representative's face turned pale. Originally, they had come for support, but now it was turning into using a nuclear bomb to cleanse the land?
I need to discuss this with my superiors.
The representative from the free country said coldly, Sakura representative, this matter leaves no room for consideration.
It concerns not just your Sakura's future but also the future of humanity worldwide. If you Sakura do not agree, we from the free country will take coercive measures.
You can't do this. You came here to support us.
We are supporting you, after all, your Sakura has no nuclear weapons.
We can support you with nuclear bombs. The representative from the free country laughed. The Sakura representative shook in fear, his face becoming even paler. Chapter 71, Harmony. Destruction. Destruction.
Half a day later. The support teams sent by various countries returned to their own countries. A day later, a plane carrying nuclear bombs took off from Summer Country. Originally, the free country was to use the nuclear bomb, but after discussions, it was finally decided that Summer Country would provide the bomb. After all, Summer Country was closest to Sakura, and the representative from Summer Country happily accepted this task. The plane flew away from the skies of Summer Country,
heading towards the northern island of Sakura.
According to the investigation, they found that the northern island was the stronghold of the monsters. As the plane was about to reach the skies above the northern island, at that moment, all the representatives were gathered in Sakura's combat conference room, anxiously watching the big screen in front of them, except for the Sakura representative.
Their expressions were complicated.
As the only country on this planet that had been harmonized, today was to witness it a second time.
Although this was to eliminate those monsters.
Calling headquarters, 10 seconds to reach the designated area.
A voice came from the headset.
Proceed with the drop as planned.
Received. 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 1.
In the next second, a nuclear bomb fell from the sky, targeting the northern island occupied by the monsters. After more than 10 seconds.
Boom! A thunderous roar echoed.
A massive mushroom cloud appeared, followed by a shockwave that destroyed all surrounding life, including buildings.
Those monsters offered no resistance, their bodies evaporated and disappeared in an instant. Countless houses and trees collapsed. This apocalyptic scene filled everyone's eyes with fear. Yet amid the fear, there was also anticipation.
Time ticked away, and everyone's eyes were glued to the screen.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes.
The mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, and visibility slightly improved.
Everyone looked at the explosion area. There were no living beings in the area.
This added a touch of joy to everyone's faces.
However, the next second,
on the ground, where no creatures existed, something seemed to tremble gently.
Everyone was momentarily stunned, thinking they had seen it wrong.
But then the trembling grew faster. In just a few seconds, a bloody and fleshy new beast resurrected. And this resurrected beast acted like a signal. More and more tremors appeared, followed by blood and flesh. All the beasts that had been nuclear harmonized revived. After they revived, they stood there, simultaneously looking up at the sky, and then they all opened their mouths. Thousands opened their mouths at once. Such a strange scene sent chills down the spines of everyone in the combat command center. A bizarre sound came out of these beasts' mouths in unison.
Devour. Detect. Assimilate. Annihilate. 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 Annihilate.
When they said annihilate, their voices gradually rose, and their expressions became vicious. Then they all rushed toward the homeland direction simultaneously. Seeing this scene, the Cherry Blossom representative in the combat command center's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick!
Order the frontline defense! Hurry! Ha-ee!"
The soldiers quickly left. After the soldiers left, the Cherry Blossom country's leader looked at the representatives of various countries, then deeply bowed and asked with a tone full of pleading, "Everyone! Our Cherry Blossom has reached a life and death moment, we request your support." Hearing the Cherry Blossom representative's words, the representatives of various countries exchanged glances. Then the representative of the Summer Country frowned and spoke first. "Let's put aside the matter of support for now, I just thought of something. We have been thinking about killing the beasts, why not change our approach, for example, make these monsters unable to move?"
Unable to move? Yes. Unable to move. Like freezing them.
Hearing the suggestion made by the summer country representative, everyone's faces showed a look of realization. They had been considering how to kill these beasts but had not thought about a solution without killing them. Then let's try it according to the method suggested by the summer country representative. The representative of the free country directly made a decision on behalf of the cherry blossom representative. He didn't care about the time needed to establish this action plan, and the timing of the action, etc. The cherry blossom representative opened his mouth to say something, but seeing the glare from the free country representative, the words he wanted to say were held back. He felt the situation was slowly slipping out of their control. On the other side. In the Bermuda Sea, one of the most mysterious sea regions in the world, there have been hundreds of reports of vessels or aircraft missing here, though this is only said to be true. For this place that is shrouded in mystery, Su Yang naturally wanted to come and have a look. Flying above the Bermuda Sea, Su Yang looked down at the calm sea surface. With a thought, Su Yang flew directly into the ocean. Once he entered the sea, the calm surface actually revealed a chaotic scene beneath. Countless marine creatures were fiercely battling. Various undercurrents existed everywhere. Seeing the marine creatures rushing toward him, Su Yang was too lazy to deal with them. His body twisted, and the next second, he transformed into a 300-meter-long golden dragon. The dragon's body had red lines, which did not look out of place but instead added a hint of mystery. When Su Yang transformed into a dragon, a terrifying dragon might radiated out, scaring those marine creatures that wanted to rush over into turning tail and fleeing. Su Yang ignored these creatures and continued to dive deeper. The average depth of the Bermuda Sea is about 4,000 meters, but the seabed has many dark trenches with varying depths. According to human investigation, the deepest trench is over 9,000 meters. When Su Yang dove down to 3,000 meters, he stopped. His spirit left his body. Su Yang used his spirit to continue exploring downwards. 5,000 meters. 7,000 meters. 8,000 meters. When he reached 9,000 meters, Su Yang's spirit stopped. He stayed still for several minutes, as if he discovered something. The soul returned to the body, and then Su Yang quickly flew in one direction. After a moment, Su Yang arrived at the deepest trench of the Bermuda Sea. In the trench, several huge stones were scattered around, and in the middle of the stones was a crack. The crack was small, just enough for Su Yang's human body to enter. Transforming into human form, Su Yang squeezed into the crack and then continued to swim deeper along the gap. After swimming about 2,000 more meters, Su Yang had already reached a depth of more than 11,000 meters. At more than 12,000 meters, the crack widened. A huge water cavern appeared before Su Yang. On the walls of the cavern, beams of white light were shining. The source of the white light was the mysterious stone Su Yang had discovered under the Himalayas. Are there also these stones in this place? Su Yang slightly frowned. He reached out to pick up one of the stones. However, just as he was about to pick it up, Su Yang's hand paused there. His expression became serious, then he retreated to the edge of the crack. Standing at the edge, looking at the water cavern, Su Yang discovered that the glowing stones embedded in the rock walls seemed to form a pattern. Chapter 72, An Eye. Another eye. Because he was too close to the rock wall, he couldn't clearly see what the pattern was, so Su Yang could only project his soul out, then retreat with his soul to carefully observe the pattern formed by the stones. It was an eye. That was a pattern of an eye. Su Yang's soul trembled, and he was shocked inside. Coincidence? Why is it a pattern of an eye? If so, then these stones are definitely not naturally formed, but rather placed here by someone. If the stones here are man-made, then what about the stones in other places? Like those stones under the Himalayas? And are there also these stones in other places? Are those stones also a pattern? Thinking of this, Su Yang directly returned his soul to his body and quickly left the water cavern. One day later, Su Yang returned to the deep pit under the Himalayas. Upon arriving at the pit, Su Yang once again projected his soul out and looked at the surrounding rock walls. Though the stones on the rock walls had all been dug out by him, the traces where the stones were embedded remained, and Su Yang looked at these traces from the farthest position. Immediately, his expression turned ugly. An eye. It was also a pattern of an eye. A chilling feeling came over him. Su Yang's mind flashed with discoveries from this period. The mysterious shield covering the planet. The pattern of an eye. That's right. Also, the strange energy Su Yang recently discovered in the air. What is the connection between all this? Also, there are these stones. If the Bermuda Sea and the Himalayas have these stones, other places must have them too. Thinking of this, Su Yang left the deep pit of the Himalayas, planning to carefully search the places he had checked before. In the following time, Su Yang carefully checked again in the region of Xia, focusing on searching some areas with mysterious colors such as Shenangjia, the Kunlun Mountains, etc. While searching the Kunlun Mountains, Su Yang discovered that there were also those mysterious stones under the mountains, only these stones were being mined. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's figure flashed and flew towards the mine below. At the same time, in the mine, Team Liao had returned to the mine 3 days ago from headquarters. At this moment, he sat in the temporary command center, holding the mining reports from the past few days, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Though it was unknown what these stones actually were, after multiple experiments, they had confirmed that the energy inside was very rich, just like the spirit stones in some cultivation novels. Not only can they absorb and cultivate, but in these days they also discovered that these stones can be used to forge some weapons. And the weapons crafted were incredibly sharp. Sharper than any weapon made from metal, and harder as well. The most important thing is, the evolvers can use the energy within their bodies to inject into the weapons, causing incredible destructive power. This research was classified, and not a single bit of information was leaked to the outside. 30,000 pieces. In addition to the 40,000 or so pieces they had mined previously, that made almost 70,000 pieces of stone in total. How many super powerful evolvers could these stones nurture, and how many weapons could be forged from them? While Team Leader Liao was thinking about these things, suddenly, there was a series of thumping sounds coming from the mine's exit. Hearing the noise, Team Leader Liao slightly furrowed his brow. He stood up and walked to the door, reaching out to open it, and his expression changed at once. He saw a man standing at the door. This man was Su Yang, the one they had been searching for a year. Looking at Su Yang, his gaze swept over Su Yang's golden pupils, and the small dragon horns on his head. A flash of surprise appeared in Team Leader Liao's eyes. But soon, he regained his composure, furrowing his brows and asking, "Who are you?" Su Yang's voice was calm. "Su Yang, you should recognize me." Hearing Su Yang's words, Team Leader Liao's expression did not change. His eyes remained fixed on Su Yang as he asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Su Yang replied, "The stones here can no longer be mined." "Why?" Team Leader Liao furrowed his brows. Su Yang said, "I don't know the reason either, it needs to be investigated." Su Yang did not hide anything, because these stones had already been mined, and their mining process was violent, making it impossible to determine whether these stones formed patterns. The reason Su Yang wanted to meet with Team Leader Liao was because he needed the technology of Summer Country to restore the mysterious stones to their original form before mining. Su Yang's words made Team Leader Liao's expression change. Before he could speak, Su Yang added, "Also, I need you to use your methods to restore the distribution of these stones before they were mined." "I need a reason." "I will tell you the reason, but you need to restore them first." "I will come back here in a week." After saying that, Su Yang's figure flashed and disappeared. After Su Yang left, Team Leader Liao stood there motionless, a thoughtful expression on his face. Time passed quickly. A week later, in the underground mine of the Kunlun mountain range, Su Yang appeared once again in front of Team Leader Liao. Looking at Su Yang, who suddenly appeared, Team Leader Liao picked up the notebook placed beside him and handed it to Su Yang, saying, "We haven't mined this week. Additionally, this is the distribution of the stones we restored using technical means before they were mined, but the positions are not 100% accurate." Hearing Team Leader Liao's words, Su Yang nodded and reached out to take the notebook. He opened the notebook, and the screen lit up. Su Yang looked at the 3D model on the screen. Su Yang adjusted the angle of the model a few times, and then the model turned into the image of a pair of eyes. Eyes. Eyes again. Su Yang's pupils contracted, almost shrinking to a needlepoint. "Is this an eye?" At that moment, Team Leader Liao's voice came from beside him. Su Yang did not answer his question, but directly handed the notebook back to him, then turned and disappeared. Leaving the Kunlun mountain range, Su Yang hurriedly headed in another direction to explore. In the following period, Su Yang traveled all over the world. Meanwhile, on the Cherry Blossom homeland, countless alien beasts were attacking the Cherry Blossom homeland. These alien beasts were like locusts. At the front lines, the soldiers of Cherry Blossom country held their guns and fired at the alien beasts. Bullets formed a dense net of firepower. The bullets hit the alien beasts, but not only did they have no effect, the debris falling off them transformed into new alien beasts. A few days ago, the Cherry Blossom side used the cold attacks proposed by the representatives of Summer Country. The result was still that these alien beasts were unaffected. This made Cherry Blossom country completely despair. The hearts of the representatives of all countries also sank to the bottom. On that day, representatives from various countries took flights back home, while only the Cherry Blossom locals were left to defend against the strange beasts. However, these strange beasts could not be killed, instead, they multiplied the more they were killed. Along with the need to defend against attacks from sea creatures along the coastline in other directions, the soldiers of the Cherry Blossom region were being beaten back, and their living area was rapidly shrinking.
Chapter 73, The Cherry Blossom Fades. Another Dragon Ball. 1 week later. The area where cherry blossoms could operate was less than half. If this rate of decline continued, in about 10 days, the cherry blossom region would be completely lost. Now, everyone in the cherry blossom region was steeped in despair. And beneath this despair, the desires in their hearts expanded infinitely, no longer hidden. Looting, vandalizing, and burning. The entire cherry blossom region seemed like the end of the world. Murder, corpses everywhere. The screams in the alleys, the moans of women, the cries of children. In this despair, the cherry blossom people contacted various countries again, begging for help. The countries held a joint meeting and eventually came to a decision. To evacuate the cherry blossom people from their homeland, abandoning the cherry blossom region. The countries informed the cherry blossom people of their decision. Without hesitation, the cherry blossom side agreed immediately. In the face of death and exile, they unhesitatingly chose the latter. In the following time, various countries sent helicopters and other flying vehicles to the cherry blossom region to transport the cherry blossom people. But air transport was too slow, and as more people were evacuated, the number of those responsible for defending against sea creatures and strange beasts dwindled. The speed of decline grew faster and faster. In just under a week, the land of cherry blossom had completely fallen. Yet the number of people transported out by the countries was still less than half, the rest perished at the hands of strange beasts and sea creatures. After capturing the cherry blossom region, these strange beasts began fighting against the sea creatures. Although there were many sea creatures, strange beasts could not be killed, and they multiplied more and more. Additionally, the sea creatures usually devoured their enemies after killing them. Moreover, those sea creatures that swallowed strange beasts would also be killed from the inside by these beasts. All sea creatures were pushed back into the sea, and the strange beasts also surged from land into the ocean. The battle between strange beasts and sea creatures erupted. At the same time, Su Yang stood above what is known as the Eye of the Sahara, one of the top 10 wonders, and at this moment, his expression was grave as he looked down. During this time, Su Yang had traveled to various corners of the world, with a focus on some wonders or legendary places, such as the pyramids, the gates of hell, and so on. In each of these wonders, without exception, Su Yang discovered those mysterious stones, and they all formed a gigantic eye pattern. The Eye of the Sahara beneath his feet was no different. Now Su Yang was almost certain that these were definitely man-made. But who did this? And why? Su Yang was filled with confusion. With a thought, Su Yang descended from the air to the ground. Standing above the Eye of the Sahara, Su Yang's soul left his body, rising higher. As he approached the atmosphere, Su Yang stopped. Looking down, Su Yang observed carefully. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a guess surged within him. In his mind, planets began to take shape, and then his brain simulated the positions of those stones, connecting them into a line. When all the locations were connected, Su Yang gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. He discovered that these locations, when connected, formed a 5-star formation. A 5-star formation. Was this a coincidence? Absolutely not. What exactly was the purpose of this 5-star formation? Su Yang continued to study the planetary map he had created in his mind. After a moment, his gaze fell on the center of the 5-star formation. No matter what. In the middle of the formation, there is usually something. Thinking of this, Su Yang's spirit returned to his body, and then he flew towards the southwest. All the way, Su Yang's speed was extremely fast. He took less than half a day to reach the center of the 5-star formation. However, since the 5-star formation was drawn based on planets, the middle position was very large, and Su Yang could only search bit by bit. After 3 days of searching, Su Yang finally made a discovery. It was a desolate island. On the island, there was a cave. After entering the cave, Su Yang flew directly downwards. When he flew down over 30,000 meters, Su Yang finally reached the deepest part of the cave. At the very bottom, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut. Su Yang placed both hands on the stone door and then pushed forward with all his strength. Then, the stone door was slowly pushed open. A long corridor appeared behind the stone door. On both sides of the corridor were massive statues. The statues were carved into huge eyes. The stone-carved eyes seemed to be staring at Su Yang, making his steps hesitate slightly. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang still took a step forward. His movements were slow, stopping for a few seconds to observe his surroundings with each step. In this way, Su Yang walked to the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was another stone door. This made the corners of Su Yang's mouth twitch. He felt as if he was opening a blind box. He reached out his hand and pushed the stone door open with all his strength. When the stone door opened, Su Yang's pupils contracted, and he froze in place. Because behind the stone door was a platform, and on the platform floated a colorful orb.
That orb emitted a soft rainbow light, resembling the dragon orb inside Su Yang's body. It seemed to have sensed something. The colorful orb on the platform trembled slightly. At the same time, the dragon orb inside Su Yang's body also trembled along with the colorful orb. The trembling frequency of the two orbs gradually synchronized and quickened. The next second, Su Yang's vision went dark and he fainted. Time passed, though he didn't know how long. When Su Yang woke up, he found himself in a dark space. There were no creatures or objects in the space. It was as if he was in the void. "You're awake." At that moment, a voice echoed from his surroundings. The next second, an old man appeared in Su Yang's line of sight. Upon seeing the old man, Su Yang's face showed surprise. Because the old man's pupils were golden, just like his, and he had a pair of dragon horns on his head. Seeing the surprise on Su Yang's face, the old man smiled and said, "No need to be surprised, I am like you, one of the dragons." Su Yang did not speak but cautiously watched the old man. The old man continued to smile and said, "It has been many years, and I didn't expect to see someone from my clan, quite nice, quite nice. But you young man seem to be lacking in strength, just transformed into a dragon." Hearing the old man's words, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, "Transformed into a dragon?" The old man still had a smile on his face, nodding and saying, "That is the juvenile stage. Our clan, like other races, goes through juvenile, growth, and adult stages." Su Yang asked, "Are we from the dragon clan?" The old man shook his head and then nodded. "All right, we will talk about these things later. Time is short, if we are discovered, it will be troublesome. Now, hand over the dragon orb." Saying this, the old man reached out his hand. Upon hearing this, Su Yang took a few steps back, watching the old man warily. Chapter 74, Willpower? Kill. Seeing Su Yang retreat, the smile on the old man's face gradually faded, turning into a blank expression. The next second, the old man's body twisted and shrank into a ball. Finally, he turned into a colorful orb and shot directly towards Su Yang. Su Yang wanted to dodge, but the orb was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it drilled into Su Yang's body. Immediately, Su Yang felt the orb reach his chest, with a powerful energy emerging from within, invading Su Yang's dragon orb. Before Su Yang could react, a tragic scream erupted from Su Yang's body. At the same time, the bead that had drilled into Su Yang's body was instantly ejected. After the bead was expelled, it transformed back into the old man. However, unlike before, the old man now looked disheveled, his face pale and filled with shock. "You! How do you have willpower?" The old man pointed at Su Yang in surprise. "Willpower? Power of faith?" Seeing the old man's bewildered expression, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. He chuckled and charged directly at the old man. From the moment that the old man rushed into his body and got ejected, it was clear that the old man couldn't do anything to him, so why should Su Yang be afraid? In an instant, Su Yang was in front of the old man, throwing a punch right at his face. The explosive speed and strength reached Su Yang's limit. He would not hold back. The old man dodged as if he were teleporting, directly appearing behind Su Yang. The shock on his face had faded, replaced by a cold expression as he said, "You little brat, seeking death." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball appeared behind him, exploding instantly. The explosion caused the old man's body to stagger. While the old man was unsteady, Su Yang charged again. Bang! A series of muffled sounds echoed. Su Yang didn't know any fancy fighting techniques, his attacks were simple to the extreme. Every punch landed with full force. Each punch was with all his strength. The old man found it difficult to defend against Su Yang's relentless assault. Seizing an opening, the old man hurriedly retreated, then with a shake of his body, transformed into a divine dragon. White mist spewed from his nose, and a pair of dragon eyes glared at Su Yang with murderous intent. Then the old man let out a dragon roar. In the next second, Su Yang felt his brain sink, his thoughts becoming sluggish. He wanted to escape, but his body was a beat slow. At this moment, the dragon form of the old man lunged at Su Yang, the dragon's claws piercing through his entire chest in an instant. The intense pain caused Su Yang to let out a tragic cry. "You brat, don't think that just because you have willpower, I can't do anything to you. Hand over the dragon bead obediently." The old man's voice rang out. Then he suddenly swung his arm. Su Yang was thrown out. However, before he hit the ground, the dragon's tail struck him directly. Su Yang was sent flying again, enduring the pain while transforming into a dragon form. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. 300 meters long, with a golden dragon body adorned with red patterns appeared. After transforming into a dragon, Su Yang let out a roar at the old man's dragon form, his body swaying as he charged at the old man. The old man charged at Su Yang as well. Boom! At the moment of contact, the two pairs of dragon horns collided. When they clashed, a violent roar sounded, and the entire space seemed to distort.
Both sides fought fiercely. In just a few seconds, both left dozens of wounds on each other. Blood dripped onto the ground. Both dragons were covered in blood. Though it seemed like it was a close fight, the old man had the upper hand. Because Su Yang's injuries were in some deadly locations. After all, the old man didn't know how many years he had lived or how strong he was. How long had Su Yang been a dragon? Only about a year. Bang! Su Yang was directly knocked flying downwards. The old man's dragon claw seized Su Yang's dragon head. With his mouth wide open, the old man bit down on one of Su Yang's claws. You disgusting old man. The intense pain twisted Su Yang's expression, but thinking of the old man's bite, he couldn't help but retort. Ignoring Su Yang's words, the old man bit off that claw. After biting it off, the old man chewed on the claw, letting out a creepy laugh. After swallowing the claw, the old man opened his mouth again, wanting to bite. But at that moment, Su Yang focused his thoughts. The power of faith surged throughout his body. In an instant, Su Yang shone with golden light. The suddenly bursting golden light halted the old man's actions, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Just then, Su Yang saw the fear in the old man's eyes. This old bastard is afraid of the power of belief. Thinking of this, Su Yang poured the power of belief into his mouth and then directly sprayed it at the old man. The old man was so scared that he immediately let go of Su Yang, and his entire dragon body kept retreating. Now it was Su Yang's turn to charge forward. He rushed straight to the old man, and Su Yang's dragon claw swung towards him, shimmering with golden light, wrapped in the power of belief. In an instant, the dragon claw left a wound on the old man's body. The old man let out a pained dragon roar. His body twisted, as if he had received a fatal injury. Seeing the old man's condition, Su Yang felt overjoyed and took the opportunity to continue attacking. Continuous attacks left the old man with no strength to defend himself. Soon, the old man was beaten to the ground, lying there motionless. Looking at the old man's state, Su Yang raised his dragon claw and directly reached into the old man's chest. Then Su Yang felt a bead. Su Yang pulled the bead out of the old man's body. At the moment it was taken out, the old man's dragon body instantly dissipated. At the same time, the bead in Su Yang's claw trembled violently. The old man's aged voice echoed from within the bead. Please spare me. Please. Hearing the old man's plea, Su Yang ignored him and instead mobilized the power of belief within him, wrapping it around the bead. After being wrapped in the power of belief, the bead let out a heart-rending scream. The scream lasted for a long time and then gradually weakened. After a moment, the scream stopped, and the bead ceased to tremble. Su Yang's body twisted, then transformed into a human form. But one of his arms was broken. Curiously observing the bead in his hand, Su Yang attempted to send energy into the bead. As soon as the energy entered the bead, a flood of memories surged into Su Yang's mind, and the energy from the bead entered Su Yang's body. After the energy entered Su Yang's body, the dragon bead within him trembled wildly, rapidly enlarging at a visible rate. The dragon horns on his head began to grow longer. At the same time, a faint, ethereal dragon silhouette emerged around Su Yang. That dragon silhouette howled at the sky. Crack! At that moment, the surrounding space twisted, like shattered glass, everything around breaking apart. Su Yang felt the world spinning, and in the next second, he reappeared in that cave. Standing there, Su Yang closed his eyes. The vast amount of memories that suddenly appeared in his mind left Su Yang unable to adapt for a moment. He sorted through the extra memories in his mind while also feeling the changes in his body. Chapter 75, The Shocking Truth. After a long while, Su Yang opened his eyes, a complex expression on his face. Through the memories obtained from the bead earlier, Su Yang unraveled all the doubts in his heart. That bead is also a dragon bead. And that old bastard is the owner of this dragon bead. He has survived in this world for nearly 10,000 years, when this planet had cultivators just like in novels, and those who reached great attainment could roam the heavens. What is meant by roaming the heavens here is being able to leave the planet at will. To cultivate into a great master, a special energy is needed, which is the willpower the old man just mentioned, and it is also the power of belief within Su Yang. But there were only so many humans on this planet, so various powerful beings began to compete for territory and population to gather willpower. But the only exception was the dragon race. The dragon race is special. As long as they reach their juvenile stage, they can roam the heavens. Moreover, the dragon bead within the dragon race is of great use to those powerful beings' cultivation. So, to obtain the dragon bead, other powerful beings united to attack the dragon race. In the end, the dragon race was defeated, leaving the old man alone to destroy his own body and use a method to hide his presence, choosing to hide here. And that method of hiding his presence is the 5-star formation. The 5-star formation not only conceals the dragon tribe's aura but also suppresses the spiritual energy of this planet. Without spiritual energy, the remaining powerful beings either left or fled. The mysterious dome on the planet. In fact, it was set up by a powerful being who left this planet. The dome not only obstructs the planet's development but also serves as a warning. Because the departing powerful beings know that the only elder of the dragon tribe is not dead, but simply hiding, and one day will resurrect. When that day of resurrection comes, the powerful beings will receive a warning and come to the planet to eliminate the elder. Through memories, Su Yang came to understand all of this. Su Yang felt as if he was dreaming. No wonder he had felt a resurgence of energy lately. It turned out that he had destroyed the mysterious stone beneath the Himalayas, leading to the collapse of the formation suppressing spiritual energy. Originally, that dome was created by powerful beings. Having figured this all out. But at the same time, Su Yang's heart was filled with confusion. This 5-star formation was not hard to find. Why couldn't those powerful beings find it back then? And after leaving this planet, where did those powerful beings go? Did they go to other planets? With these questions in his heart, Su Yang thought seriously. After thinking for a long time, Su Yang couldn't figure it out. In the end, Su Yang simply decided not to think about it and continued to organize the extra memories in his mind. Soon, he found the information about the stages mentioned by the elder earlier. The dragon tribe actually divides into 4 stages, not the 3 stages the elder mentioned. They are the transformation stage, the juvenile stage, the growth stage, and the adult stage. Currently, Su Yang's stage was the juvenile stage, but having just absorbed the energy from that elder, he had now broken through from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. The adult stage. According to the elder's memory, Su Yang learned that in the growth stage, one can have their own domain. The so-called domain is the place where he fought the elder just now. It's just that the elder's physical body had been destroyed for many years, and his strength was less than 1/10, so the domain wasn't strong. But a real domain could almost be considered a world of its own. Within one's domain, anything can be created, even a nuclear bomb, or even a deadline from the world of the 3-body problem. Of course, these created things are also related to the strength of the domain owner. In addition, any enemies entering the domain will also face some negative effects, such as weakened strength, slowed thinking and reactions, and so on. Now that he had his own domain, excitement appeared on Su Yang's face. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yang continued to digest the memories in his mind. Soon, he was drawn to some things in his memory. They were various cultivation techniques and body refining methods. These cultivation methods and body refining techniques were numerous, almost covering everything from the most basic to the highest level. In addition to these body refining techniques, there were also techniques specially cultivated by the dragon tribe. The name of the technique was Willing Dragon Technique. This technique required willpower, which is what Su Yang referred to as faith power in order to cultivate. To be honest, Su Yang was initially only happy about those human body refining techniques, but the later Willing Dragon Technique made him so excited he almost wanted to roar. From the very beginning, he had been researching the uses of faith power, and regarding becoming stronger, he had only explored and cultivated through various opportunities and coincidences. Now with the cultivation technique, he wouldn't have to feel his way in the dark anymore. He sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes, attempting to operate the Willing Dragon Technique. At the moment he began cultivating the Willing Dragon Technique, the faith power within him also began to operate automatically. With each operation, Su Yang felt that the faith power was tempering his body. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Su Yang opened his eyes. Then he stood up. Feeling his body, Su Yang revealed a smile on his face. After just the first cultivation, Su Yang felt that his strength had increased by about 10%. However, the power of faith inside his body had already consumed half after this session of cultivation. It seems that he needed more power of faith. With his mind shifting away from the techniques, Su Yang began to inspect his domain. He thought and focused again. In the next second, the surrounding scene changed, the cave transformed into a void. Su Yang was in the midst of the void, and with just a thought, the surroundings would change with his wishes. A sofa appeared out of nowhere beside him, and then the sofa turned into a bed. On the bed, a woman appeared out of thin air. The woman was Su Taohong. Then Su Taohong transformed into Li Ningning, and finally became Misaka Makoto. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a chuckle. With a wave of his hand, the bed and the person vanished, and the void changed into high mountains, waterfalls, oceans, skyscrapers. All these changes were within Su Yang's thoughts. After experiencing his domain, Su Yang turned it off, and his body reappeared in the cave again. He turned and left the cave, flying directly towards the surface. Moments later, Su Yang returned to the surface. A thought crossed his mind, and he instantly transformed into a dragon. His body, originally over 300 meters long, had now grown to 1,000 meters. In addition, besides the red lines on him, there were also some black lines. With gold as the main color, the red and black accents made him appear even more enchanting. Looking at his 1,000-meter-long body, Su Yang flickered and flew into the distance. After reaching adulthood, Su Yang's speed of movement increased by more than 10 times compared to before.
Flying from one side of the planet to the other took no more than 10 minutes.
So, in just 10 minutes, Su Yang arrived at the summer country. Chapter 76, Parasites. Three Eyes. Upon arriving over the summer country, Su Yang looked down at the land below.
Gazing around, when his sight fell in the direction of Cherry Blossom Country, Su Yang furrowed his brows at once.
Huh?
As he voiced his confusion, now that he was in adulthood, he could still see the situation on Cherry Blossom Island despite being high above summer country. He noticed a giant pit obviously caused by a nuclear explosion on Cherry Blossom North Island, along with countless half-human, half-beast monsters.
Are marine creatures about to evolve into humans? Or has Cherry Blossom done something to those marine creatures? Su Yang was filled with questions.
With a flicker, he flew directly towards Cherry Blossom Country. When he reached the sky above Cherry Blossom Country, Su Yang just pointed lightly below.
In the next second,
a half-human, half-beast monster's body flew up from the ground, soaring towards the sky. The monster struggled with its limbs, making strange sounds from its mouth.
Soon it flew right in front of Su Yang. Looking at this monster, it extended its hands, seemingly wanting to grab Su Yang.
Su Yang felt a movement in his heart, and he saw the monster's hands detach from its body, with bright red blood spraying from the wounds. The monster did not seem to feel pain at all, still aggressively howling at Su Yang. Then a miraculous scene occurred. The monster grew new arms from where it had broken, and those severed arms began to grow shoulders, then half a body, and finally turned into another monster.
Su Yang's brows furrowed.
Such an astonishing scene surprised Su Yang.
One could actually turn into two.
And this monster had no sense of pain. Although its strength was not strong, it was certainly troublesome. Su Yang experimented further, breaking the monster into many pieces, even burning it to ashes, yet the monster could still revive, and it kept multiplying.
Ha! Suddenly, Su Yang remembered the old man's memories seemed to have records of such monsters.
He began to search through the memories in his mind.
After a moment, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Parasitic insect. A creature from the era of spiritual energy revival.
This creature is a weapon of a powerful being known as Three-Eyed. This insect attaches itself to another creature, gaining its thoughts, then reproduces, growing more insects. Once attached, the creature becomes an immortal monster. No matter how many pieces the monster is broken into, it will revive as many times as it is divided.
Of course, there is a way to kill this parasitic insect.
The method is to find the very first insect. As long as that one insect is killed, the others will die naturally.
So, find the mother insect. Where is that mother hiding? Su Yang looked at the countless monsters below. But just then, a thought struck Su Yang.
According to his memories, this parasitic insect belongs to the Three-Eyed being, who was one of those who attacked the Dragon Clan. Now that the parasitic insect has appeared, does it mean Three-Eyed is also on this planet? Perhaps it has been observing this planet all along. Furthermore, the dome outside the planet is very likely set up by Three-Eyed.
Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a bit torn.
If he kills the parasitic insect, Three-Eyed will surely discover him. Discover that the Dragon Clan still exists on this planet. Three-Eyed is a powerful being that has lived for tens of thousands of years. He is just a young dragon in its growth stage. How could he possibly defeat Three-Eyed? He must at least reach adulthood to have a chance against Three-Eyed.
Growth. He must grow quickly.
To grow, he needs time and a lot of faith power.
Given his current rate of acquiring faith power, it's definitely not enough.
So he needs to rapidly develop followers. Only by developing many followers can he gain faith power. Thinking of this, Su Yang left the spot and flew toward the area of the Pacific Ocean. Once he reached above the Pacific Ocean, Su Yang's spirit left his body and began searching. Soon, he found Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. These two were currently feasting on the creatures of the sea. Su Yang returned his spirit to his body and then flew to where Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were located.
He let out a dragon's roar.
The two creatures, who were busy hunting, paused when they heard the sound. Excitement filled their eyes, and they began to swim upward rapidly. Quickly, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan surfaced. Looking at Su Yang floating in the sky, they excitedly called out.
Su. Tuan misses you so much. Yuan misses you too. Yuan really misses Su.
Hearing their words, Su Yang floated down from the air. He reached out and ruffled the heads of the two creatures. Then Su Yang saw a shy look in the eyes of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan.
Su Yang, I'll give you a cultivation method. You just follow this to cultivate. Su Yang said.
After that, Su Yang placed both hands on Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's heads, pouring the cultivation method into their minds. Once the teaching was done, Su Yang told Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to cultivate and try it out right there. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan immediately began to cultivate after hearing this. While they were cultivating, Su Yang waited for them on the spot. Soon, a day passed.
Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan emerged from their cultivation. They looked at Su Yang with joy and said, Su. Xiao Tuan, Xiao Yuan, has become stronger. Not bad. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Then he said, this cultivation method is for you to keep and cultivate, do not tell others. There is something below that I still need your help with. Next, I want you to capture as many other sea creatures as possible and instill a thought in them. Do you know what this thought means? Hearing Su Yang's words, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan blinked their eyes, then hesitantly nodded. Seeing the looks in their eyes, Su Yang's expression darkened. He waved his hand and said, forget it, you two gather all the sea creatures around here, I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan hurriedly nodded, then quickly dove to the bottom of the sea. A day later. In this area, countless sea creatures had already gathered. After so much time of evolution, most of the sea creatures actually had some intelligence now. They were forced to gather here, terrified in their hearts. At this moment, a voice sounded. In the next second, they saw a huge creature they had never seen before appear before them. The pressure from that creature made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Some were so scared they fainted directly. Su Yan looked at these sea creatures, then released his domain, pulling all these creatures into the domain. After entering the domain, Su Yang began to forcibly brainwash these creatures. Now, time was tight and the task heavy, so Su Yang used the most direct method. Chapter 77, Mobilizing the Nation. The brainwashing process was somewhat inhumane. However, since these guys were not humans, Su Yang had no psychological burden. In less than a week, Su Yang successfully brainwashed the sea creatures, and a large amount of faith power surged into Su Yang's body. Feeling the faith power inside him, Su Yang's face revealed an excited expression. At the beginning, he was a bit uncertain. After all, these were sea creatures, not humans, and Su Yang was unsure if he could gain faith power from them. The result was good. Therefore, for these brainwashed sea creatures, Su Yang naturally would not be stingy and directly gave them a set of cultivation methods. After finishing this, Su Yang took Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to other sea areas, using the same method to brainwash those sea creatures. During the brainwashing process, Su Yang found a few of the strongest sea creatures in the ocean. Among them was a large sea turtle, a shark, and a sea snake. When Su Yang first explored the entire sea area, he had discovered these three guys. So much time passed, and the strength of the three had improved a lot, especially that shark, whose strength was second only to Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. For these three creatures, Su Yang naturally had to treat them specially. First, he made them completely submit, and then gave them some benefits. In simple terms, it was a stick followed by a date. With this operation, the three creatures were completely convinced by Su Yang. Then he had these three creatures, along with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, gather the other sea creatures from different areas for collective brainwashing. The ocean of the planet is vast, and the sea creatures are countless. The brainwashing process required a lot of time, and Su Yang spent the next period doing this. And so it went. Days passed by. On the other side, they first occupied Sakura Sea, then spread outwards from the Sakura Sea, because Summer Country was very close to Sakura, and between the two countries was the East Sea. So soon, the East Sea was under attack from the parasitic worms. A large number of sea creatures were killed and transformed into parasitic worms. The remaining sea creatures were not completely mindless. Upon realizing they could not defeat these parasitic worms, they began to flee to other sea areas. In a city, one of the coastal cities. The tall wall had been built halfway. At this moment, the evolvers and soldiers stood on the half-built wall watching the fleeing sea creatures, letting out a sigh of relief. Hey! Have you noticed? Recently, it seems that these sea creatures have become fewer. The intensity of the attack is not so high anymore. One of the evolvers thought of something and said to his companion. The companion nodded after hearing this. I noticed that too. By the way, how long has it been since Sakura's destruction? The companion thought of something and asked. It's been almost a month, I guess. A month, from Sakura to our sea area, those monsters should be here soon. Hearing his companion mention the word monsters, the expressions of the people around changed. Ever since the Summer Country helped Sakura and dropped the nuclear bomb, news about the monsters has spread. Now all evolvers know about the monsters. They also know that the monsters will arrive here before long. So, the Summer Country has been well prepared long ago. What one thinks comes to pass. Just as they talked about the monsters, someone spotted horrible half-human, half-beast creatures swimming quickly towards them on the sea surface. They're here. The monsters are coming. Someone cried out in alarm. Hearing this shout, the alarm on the wall instantly rang out. The waiting soldiers and evolvers rushed to their defensive positions upon hearing the alarm. Watching the approaching monsters in the distance, tension showed on everyone's faces. They knew the characteristics of these monsters. They couldn't be killed. If they can't be killed, how to defend against them? Time passed second by second. Those monsters got closer and closer to the wall. Half a minute later, the monsters reached the shore and charged towards the wall. Looking at the monsters rushing over, the commander responsible for this area immediately shouted, "Everyone, do not attack." Wait. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. Soon, the monsters reached the bottom of the wall. The wall, although only halfway built, was still over 50 meters high. These monsters roared at the humans above while scratching at the wall with their claws. The scratches left marks on the wall. The marks couldn't cause any damage to the wall, which relieved everyone. However, at this moment, those monsters unexpectedly started to build a human wall. They climbed on each other's bodies towards the top and soon climbed more than 10 meters high, growing ever higher. Seeing this scene, the previously relieved group turned pale again. Attack! The area commander gritted his teeth and immediately issued the order. If they didn't attack, these monsters would still climb up. They could only choose to attack. In the next second, the soldiers took crossbows from behind and launched attacks at the monsters below. Crossbows could only cause penetrating damage, unlike bullets that would tear flesh apart. Tearing flesh apart would only make the monsters increase. So using crossbow bolts was best. The monsters forming a human wall instantly fell down, and the human wall collapsed. However, soon those monsters got back up. At the same time, more and more monsters surged from the sea onto the shore, dense and endless, making people feel hopeless. Everyone continued to shoot the crossbow bolts. The crossbow bolts made a whoosh sound. At first, everyone was very nervous, but soon stabilized. They mechanically loaded the crossbows and shot. After finishing shooting, they would retreat to let others who had already loaded shoot. And so it went. The battle continued. Those monsters were tireless, felt no pain, and crazily charged towards the wall. And on the wall, though most were evolvers, and each had strong physiques, they also had times when they got tired. They fought for a full day, and the evolvers on the wall retreated as new evolvers took their place to continue defending. Time flew by. 3 days later, the evolvers had rotated 3 times. The summer country held a nationwide televised press conference. At the press conference, the person in charge from the summer country spoke earnestly into the camera. "Everyone, the summer country has reached a moment of life and death. Our warriors have been fighting in Lian City for 3 days and 3 nights. This time, our enemies are extraordinarily powerful enough that we cannot think of a way to deal with them." At this point, the scene flashed, and the screen directly showed the battle footage from Lian City. Chapter 78, A Deep Sense of Powerlessness. Watching the live broadcast. Looking at the endless half-human, half-beast creatures. Watching the evolvers and soldiers on the wall using crossbows to kill the alien beasts. Everyone in front of the television felt a tremor in their hearts. The scene was not exactly heroic, but the countless alien beasts were in stark contrast to the evolvers on the wall. The scene flashed again, the camera returned to the press conference site. The representative of Xia country looked at the camera seriously and said, "Everyone, we request evolvers to support the coastal areas near Lian City. In this critical moment, only by uniting together can we overcome this hardship." After speaking, the representative of Xia country bowed to the camera. In front of the television, everyone watched the scene. Some were indifferent, some felt conflicted in their hearts, while others unhesitatingly booked tickets to Lian City. In an instant, the whole Xia country sprang into action. 2 days later, Lian City. Evolvers from all over the place arrived here. The streets and hotels in Lian City were packed full of people. The official personnel of Lian City quickly prepared accommodation for these evolvers. On a school playground. The playground was filled with tents. Inside one of the tents, Li Ningning was wiping the blade of her sword. The blade was polished to a white like jade. Li Ningning. At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning said, "Please come in." Then a woman walked in. The woman had long, wavy hair, looked cold and beautiful, and had a high and aloof temperament with no expression on her face. Seeing the woman who came in, Li Ningning stood up with a smile and called out, "Sister Xinpan." This cold and beautiful woman was the female traveler whom Su Yang saved in the forest. After being rescued by Su Yang, she evolved because she consumed his blood. After seeing the press conference, Xinpan also chose to come to Lian City and happened to run into Li Ningning on the road. The two chatted for a while on the road, and soon became familiar with each other. We just finished organizing the groups, and I am with you in group 7. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, it's our turn to go up on the wall," Xinpan said. After finishing, Xinpan noticed the sword in Li Ningning's hand and reminded her, "We cannot use swords or knives against those alien beasts because any body parts that fall off will transform into new alien beasts. Also, we are only using crossbows on the wall, so we don't need swords." Hearing Xinpan's words, Li Ningning responded with a sound of understanding. She didn't plan to use the sword, and even if she could, she wouldn't dare to use it. After all, that was Brother Su's thing. The two chatted briefly, and soon the official staff came to distribute food to everyone. The food was not any evolved meat, just some simple bread, instant noodles, and so on. After all, there were too many evolvers, and delivering enough evolved meat here for everyone would take too much. After having a simple meal, because they needed to get up early the next day, the two went to bed early. The next day. Early in the morning, Li Ningning and Xinpan followed the rest of Group 7 to the wall. Upon reaching the wall, each person was assigned a crossbow and several boxes of crossbow bolts. With the crossbows, they went to the replacement zone, waiting for the group in front to finish shooting their crossbow bolts before taking their place. Whoosh! The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air echoed with a whooshing sound. The alien beasts below continued their frenzied attacks. The situation remained stalemate, for now, neither side could do anything to the other. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Time passed day by day like this. The alien beasts beneath the wall grew more and more. The evolvers on the wall changed batch after batch. 1 week later. Headquarters of the Summer Country Security Bureau. Team leader Liao, Su Taohong, Zhang Guoping, and others were in a meeting. During this period, Su Taohong had been promoted from the director of the Qing Mountain City branch to the headquarters, becoming one of the high-level officials. After all, she was currently the foremost evolver, and her outstanding performance in Nanhai City made her reputation soaring among the public. At this moment, Zhang Guoping stood up at the conference table holding a report and said, "Just now, we received the latest news from Zhou City and Mordu. At present, these two places also have strange beasts starting to land, with numbers in the tens of millions. In addition, according to reports from surrounding coastal cities, the attacks by marine creatures have significantly decreased recently. In Nanhai City, it's been almost a week since the marine creatures launched an attack." Hearing Zhang Guoping's words, everyone present frowned. Marine creatures stopped attacking? The people on the scene did not think this was a good thing, because in the battles with marine creatures over the last 6 months, they knew that these marine creatures would not give up their attacks unless something happened or they were planning something. Thinking of this, team leader Liao frowned and said, "We cannot let our guard down. We must closely monitor the situation in the sea, in case those marine creatures are plotting something big." Plotting? Team leader Liao, those marine creatures have very low intelligence. Better to be careful. Okay. The discussion on the strange beasts continued. An hour later, the meeting ended. As everyone walked out of the conference room, Su Taohong called to Team Leader Liao. "Team Leader Liao, do you have any news about Su Yang recently?" Su Taohong inquired. She had learned that Team Leader Liao had encountered Su Yang in the Kunlun mines. Team Leader Liao shook his head and said, "He left after looking at the pictures in the notebook last time and hasn't shown up since." After hearing this, Su Taohong pressed her lips together, nodded and said she understood, then turned and left. Leaving the headquarters, Su Taohong drove directly to the military airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Su Taohong took a special plane to Mordu. Once she arrived in Mordu, Su Taohong immediately headed for the coastal wall. Director Su. As soon as she arrived at the wall, the person in charge hurried over. How is the situation?" Su Taohong asked. The person in charge furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Currently, we are using crossbows to block the attacks of the strange beasts, following the method from Lian City. This method is only temporary, we have too few people." Su Taohong nodded, then stepped toward the wall. On the way, many evolvers saw Su Taohong. "That's Director Su. Director Su is so beautiful. Is that Su Taohong, the #1 evolver in Summer Country?" Everyone whispered among themselves. With a blank expression, Su Taohong walked to the top of the wall, looking down at the grotesque and terrifying strange beasts, her eyes filled with coldness. However, upon seeing those strange beasts that were killed by crossbows only to revive again, Su Taohong felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. Just then, a dragon's roar resonated from the distant sky. At the first sound, Su Taohong looked up at the sky. Chapter 79, Showing Divine Grace in Public, Teaching Methods. In the sky, a 1,000-meter-long eastern dragon soared from afar. Not just her. At this moment, everyone saw that dragon. In the sky. Su Yan looked at the distant Mordu, with countless strange beasts and the humans defending on the wall. During this time, he had dealt with most of the marine creatures. Now it was time to handle the humans. Humans could not be treated like marine creatures, using harsh brainwashing methods. Only through other methods, such as showing divine grace in public. Quickly flying over Mordu, Su Yan focused his thoughts, and instantly, the domain opened. The domain covered all the attacking alien beasts. In the next second, those attacking alien beasts stood still, as if frozen in time. Seeing this scene, everyone on the wall widened their eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere became quiet. Looking at these stunned human evolvers, Su Yang also saw Su Taohong among the crowd. Her vertical pupils flashed a hint of surprise, but it was quickly masked by Su Yang. A 1,000-meter-long body coiled in the air. Su Yang emitted a dragon's roar. Immediately, a voice echoed in the minds of all the humans present. I am of the dragon race, today I grant you the body tempering method, hope you all cultivate well. Su Yang did not ask them to submit to him, but simply offered the body tempering technique. After all, the people of Xia country called themselves the descendants of dragons. Now, at this time of danger, he appeared and provided them with a way to cultivate. Most people would believe in him. After finishing his words, Su Yang focused his mind. In the next second, some characters appeared out of nowhere in the sky, transforming into various cultivation methods. There were many kinds of these cultivation methods, but they were all basic ones. Seeing those body tempering methods in the sky, some humans knelt down directly and bowed to Su Yang, who was coiled in the air. Among the crowd, Su Taohong looked up at the dragon in the sky with a complex expression. At that moment, something suddenly appeared in her mind. Those were cultivation techniques? Feeling the inexplicably added techniques in her mind, Su Taohong glanced at the ones above. She found that the techniques in her mind were completely different from those in the sky. What's going on? Su Taohong was filled with confusion. She looked back at the coiled dragon in the sky. Not knowing if it was an illusion, Su Taohong felt that the dragon's gaze was also on her. And that gaze felt somewhat familiar. Just like Su Yang. Su Taohong widened her eyes. In the sky, after Su Yang finished these tasks, he was about to leave. But he caught a glimpse of those alien beasts under the wall, all of which were pierced with crossbow arrows. With a thought, Su Yang made all the arrows pull out of the alien beasts' bodies and fly automatically to the empty ground behind the wall. After doing all this, Su Yang flew into the distance. Only those techniques remained in the sky. At that moment, the alien beasts under the wall moved. They let out roars and continued to attack the wall. After leaving Magic City, Su Yang flew towards Liancheng. Upon arriving in Liancheng, just like in Magic City, Su Yang first used his domain to trap all the alien beasts, then began to teach the techniques. During the process of teaching, Su Yang noticed Li Ningning in the crowd, along with Xianpan by her side. Su Yang recognized Xianpan as the traveler he had saved in the forest. Surprised for a moment, Su Yang then found a high-level technique and transmitted it directly into Li Ningning's mind. Feeling the extra technique in her mind, Li Ningning looked at the 1,000-meter-long divine dragon in the sky. She knew this dragon was Brother Su. Come meet me at Kunlun Mountains. At that moment, Su Yang's voice echoed in Li Ningning's mind. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning immediately nodded. Soon, Su Yang finished dealing with Liancheng as well. After finishing, Su Yang flew to another place. After Su Yang left, Li Ningning hurried back to her tent to pack her things, preparing to head to Kunlun Mountains. While packing her things, Xianpan also arrived at the tent. Seeing Li Ningning packing, Xianpan asked, Ningning, where are you going? Li Ningning's eyes turned, thinking of an excuse, she said, I want to find a quiet place to cultivate techniques. Xianpan nodded and said, then let's go together, I also need to find a place to cultivate. Li Ningning. On Su Yang's side. After leaving Liancheng, he then went to other coastal areas. Because the Summer Nation originally regarded the dragon as a totem, there was a kind of blessing that made Su Yang's plan essentially work with half the effort. After finishing these tasks, Su Yang returned to the Kunlun Mountains, found a quiet place, and began to practice the wishing dragon art. During this time, the marine creatures provided him with enough power of belief, enough for him to practice for several days. Moreover, now that the matters on the Summer Nation side were taken care of, they would continuously supply Su Yang with power of belief just like the marine creatures. Closing his eyes, Su Yang operated the wishing dragon art, and the power of belief within his body began to circulate around him. With each circulation, Su Yang's strength would increase a little. At the same time, while Su Yang was cultivating, the evolvers in the Summer Nation, having received the body refining methods from Su Yang, immediately began their own practice. Because of practicing the martial arts, the strength of the evolvers in the Summer Nation could be described as improving at lightning speed. After all, they had never practiced before, and in addition, they had often consumed evolution meat since the beginning of their evolution, which stored a large amount of energy in their bodies. Now that they received the martial arts, it was truly a case of accumulation leading to a sudden outburst. The marine creatures, after receiving the body refining art, were also practicing quickly. Under the leadership of Little Tuan and Little Yuan, they established initial order and no longer randomly killed their companions as they did before. Soon, half a month had passed. At the outskirts of Kunlun Mountains, Li Ningning and Xianpan were weaving through the forest. Xianpan walked behind, she watched Li Ningning in front of her, looking around as if searching for someone, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Ningning, what are you looking for? Xianpan couldn't help but ask. Ah, nothing. I'm looking for a place for us to cultivate. Li Ningning replied. Upon hearing Li Ningning's words, Xianpan felt a little puzzled. She silently followed behind Li Ningning, continuing to move forward. The two walked for another 2 days, finally arriving deep in the Kunlun Mountains. As soon as they reached the depths, Li Ningning saw a familiar figure. Su Gu. Li Ningning excitedly called out in the direction of the figure. Xianpan looked over and was momentarily stunned. She saw a remarkably handsome man sitting cross-legged not far away, with his eyes tightly shut, just like the cultivators in some immortal novels. What surprised Xianpan was the dragon horns on the man's head. Also the dragon pattern on his forehead. And the man's features looked so familiar. This man seemed to be the boy who saved her back then. Xianpan's eyes widened, filled with shock. At this moment, Su Yang, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and a pair of golden vertical pupils looked towards the two. Seeing those golden vertical pupils, Xianpan's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes resembled that boy's. You've come. Su Yang smiled as he looked at Li Ningning. Then his gaze fell on Xianpan. He didn't expect that Li Ningning would actually bring this woman along, but it didn't matter. After all, he had saved her life once, and now meeting again was also a kind of fate. With a smile on his face, Su Yang nodded at Xianpan. At this moment, Li Ningning pulled Xianpan to walk in front of Su Yang. Her excitement upon seeing him faded, replaced by nervousness. After all, she had brought someone to meet the Dragon King without permission. What if Su Gu got angry? Su Gu, this is my friend. Sister Xianpan. Li Ningning said a bit nervously. Su Yang responded with a sound, then looked at Xianpan and said, Miss Xian, we meet again. We meet again? Xianpan was stunned. Seeing Xianpan in a daze, Su Yang felt a stirring in his heart. In the next second, his body shrank and became the appearance of his childhood. Seeing Su Yang turn into this way, Xianpan's pupils contracted. Then without any hesitation, she bent her knee and knelt down on the ground. Thank you, Dragon King, for saving my life. She saw Su Yang's dragon horns in those pupils. Xianpan has already guessed that Su Yang is the dragon. Looking at Xianpan kneeling on the ground, Su Yang turned back into his youthful appearance, and he helplessly reached out his hand. Then Xianpan felt something lifting her knees, and she stood up completely. All right, no need to kneel. Saving you means we are destined to meet. Su Yang said with a faint smile. After saying that, he pointed at Xianpan with his finger. The next second, Xianpan felt a set of body refining methods appear in her mind, which was completely different from what she had seen in the sky above Lianchang. You have also obtained the cultivation technique. You should practice well during this time. By the way, there was a bottle of dragon's blood with you, right? Su Yang asked. Li Ningning immediately nodded and said, Yes, brother Su. Su Yang said, You can use the dragon's blood to cultivate. Besides. As he spoke, Su Yang raised his hand, and a wound appeared at his fingertip, golden blood flowing from the wound. Seeing this, Li Ningning quickly took out a bottle to catch the dripping dragon's blood. Moments later, the wound healed, and Su Yang said, This bottle of dragon's blood is for Su Taohong. Okay, brother Su. Li Ningning nodded. Go on. Su Yang waved his hand. Li Ningning pulled Xianpan away. Once they were far away, Li Ningning looked at the dazed Xianpan and curiously asked, Sister Xianpan, do you know brother Su? Xianpan snapped back to reality, fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded and recounted her story. After hearing Xianpan's tale, Li Ningning also shared her own experiences with Xianpan. Suddenly, the two felt much closer to each other since they had similar experiences. Leaving the Kunlun Mountains, the two headed straight to the Devil City in search of Su Taohong. Due to Su Taohong's fame, they quickly found her and handed over the dragon's blood. Looking at the dragon's blood in her hand, Su Taohong showed a puzzled expression. She looked up at Li Ningning and then asked, Your name is Li Ningning, right? Li Ningning nodded. Su Taohong said, I have seen you before, near the wall in Nanhai City. Who asked you to give me this bottle of dragon's blood? Su Taohong asked again. Li Ningning shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't tell you without permission. Su Taohong's brows furrowed slightly. She was silent for a few seconds and then asked, Is it a young man, surnamed Su, with golden pupils? Li Ningning looked at Su Taohong in shock. Seeing Li Ningning's expression, Su Taohong's heart trembled. She then grabbed Li Ningning's shoulders with both hands and looked at her urgently, saying, Where is he? Li Ningning was startled by Su Taohong's sudden move. You should let go first. Su Taohong realized her behavior was a bit reckless. She released Li Ningning and looked at her pleadingly. Li Ningning showed a conflicted expression. She had just brought Xianpan to brother Su. If she told Su Taohong brother Su's address now, would brother Su be angry? But Brother Su specifically prepared a bottle of dragon's blood for her to give to Su Taohong. Clearly, Brother Su and Su Taohong's relationship was extraordinary, so telling Su Taohong the news should be fine, right? After struggling internally for a long time. In the end, Li Ningning decided to tell Su Taohong where Su Yan was located. Upon learning that Su Yan was in the Kunlun Mountains, Su Taohong thanked her and turned to leave quickly. Moments later, a military aircraft set off toward the Kunlun Mountains. After half a day, Su Taohong arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. Carrying a Miao knife on her back, Su Taohong entered the Kunlun Mountains alone. She searched all the way from the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains to the center. However, the Kunlun Mountains were simply too vast. She searched for more than a week and still found no trace of Su Yang. She continued searching. After searching for another 3 days, her satellite phone at her waist received a call from headquarters. Director Su. The defense at Lianqing can't hold anymore. Upon hearing this news, Su Taohong looked deep into the jungle ahead, gritted her teeth, and turned to leave. Just a few hundred meters away from where she looked, Su Yan was sitting on a large stone, meditating with his eyes closed. 2 days later, Su Taohong arrived at Lianqing. As soon as she reached Lianqing, Su Taohong headed straight for the city wall. When she arrived at the city wall, Su Taohong's face showed shock at the current state of battle. She saw the coastal walls, hundreds of kilometers long, covered in strange beasts. They piled together, crowding at the foot of the wall. The enhancers on the wall were firing crossbows down at them, triggering them again and again, but their attacks couldn't match the climbing speed of those beasts. There was no way, the number of beasts was just too overwhelming. Even the beasts shot down by crossbows, unable to move for the moment, were pushed forward by those behind them, acting as meat shields. Soon, some beasts were climbing up the wall. However, they were quickly driven back by the enhancers. But then more and more beasts began to swarm onto the wall. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong hesitated not even a moment and directly ordered to open fire. Although shooting might cause these beasts to split, there was no other choice now. Only by shooting could they buy some time. Of course, it was only a stopgap measure. Open fire. As soon as Su Taohong gave the order, the soldiers pulled the triggers at once. Bullets formed a dense web of fire. Immediately, chunks of beasts fell down. The situation was immediately eased, but with the gunfire, those beasts that were shot began to split. Their numbers increased again. Chapter 81, The Strange Beasts. They're coming. Looking at the rising number of beasts, everyone on the wall took a deep breath. Now that the guns were fired, there was no turning back. They could only continue using firearms, and the continued use would mean a vicious cycle. Keep firing. Taking a deep breath, Su Taohong said with determination. Yes. Rat-a-tat-tat. This time not only rifles but even machine guns and heavy weapons were all in use. Those strange beasts that were hit had a short wait time before reviving. Watching this scene, Su Taohong took out her satellite phone to inform the security headquarters of Xiagua about the situation here. Actually, the Xiagua security headquarters had been continuously watching this situation through a live stream even without Su Taohong's report. I've given the order to open fire here. As the call connected, Su Taohong said. On the other end of the line, Team Leader Liao was silent for a few seconds before replying, I see it here. If I were on site, I would also order to fire. At this point, Team Leader Liao paused and then said, I will mobilize everyone here, and as long as we can defend other lines, we will try to transfer people to Lianqing. Additionally, we are in contact with other countries to start a migration plan. Saying this, Team Leader Liao tightened his fist, a complex expression on his face. The migration plan. Simply put, it was like the previous situation with Cherry Blossom Country, relocating the people of Xiagua to other countries. This way, they could survive, but the consequence was leaving their homes, becoming rootless drifters. Upon hearing Team Leader Liao's words, Su Taohong's face showed signs of pain. She remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I understand. After saying this, Su Taohong directly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Su Taohong took out a bottle from her waist pocket. The bottle contained golden dragon blood. This bottle of blood was given to her by Li Ningning. Looking at the dragon blood in her hand, Su Taohong opened the cap and immediately drank it down in one gulp. As the dragon blood went down, Su Taohong felt as if a flame was burning inside her body, her delicate face turning red, her heart racing. Countless energies surged wildly within her. Su Taohong sat down right on the spot and began to cultivate. Next would be a bloody battle. She wanted to improve her strength as much as possible. The next day, soldiers from all over the country arrived at Lianqing. And under the city walls, the number of strange beasts had increased more than twice compared to yesterday. Gunfire had been ringing out from yesterday until now. In between, there were also sounds of artillery fire. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the sky was covered by the smoke of explosions. This was only a day's battle. On the third day, the battle was still ongoing. Xia country began to use heavy artillery and missiles. Each deployment only provided a short rest, but waiting for them was even more strange beasts. On the city wall, soldiers and evolutionaries held guns, watching the strange beasts reviving below. Behind them, the reserve troops were loading ammunition. And behind the wall, some soldiers of Xia country began to organize the evacuation of the citizens of Liancheng. Liancheng could not be held. This was inevitable. The current defense was merely buying time for the citizens of Liancheng to evacuate. In a common residential house, an old man knelt before a dragon-shaped statue. "Dragon King, I beg you to show your spirit, please, save us." The old man knocked his head on the ground while praying. This scene was actually happening in many places across Xia country. Countless believers of the Dragon King were praying for the Dragon King to manifest. On another side, in the meeting room of the Xia country safety headquarters, Captain Liao was having a video conference with friendly nations like Bear Country and Iron Country. At this moment, Captain Liao looked at the representatives of various countries and spoke in a hoarse voice. "We can't hold on any longer. Previously, we only built walls around the coastal areas, and now the defense can only stay along the coast. It is impossible to establish defenses further back in time. Currently, Liancheng can only last at most 3 days. After 3 days, the wall will not withstand the attacks of those strange beasts. We request that the representatives of all countries accept our Xia country's people." Hearing Captain Liao's words, the representatives from Bear Country and Iron Country nodded in agreement. After all, their relationship with Xia was originally very good, and they were also very close. If Xia completely fell, it wouldn't be long before it would reach their countries. Now accepting the Xia people would allow them to organize more manpower for defense when the strange beasts attack them in the future. Thus, in every aspect, they had no reason to refuse. "All right. We can send teams to help you transport people," the representative from Bear Country said solemnly. The representative from Iron Country nodded as well. "So can we." Hearing the words from the two representatives, Captain Liao deeply bowed to them. Next, the representatives discussed the specific details of the immigration. After the meeting ended, Bear Country, Iron Country, and Xia started their actions. Xingshan City, the resident assembly point. The residents gathered here to prepare for evacuation. "I won't leave. I'm this old already, I will stay here." An old man shouted. "I won't leave either. If I go, I can never come back. This land is our root." Woo! Some cried, some cursed. Of course, they were cursing those strange beasts. On the other side, in the direction of Liancheng, the battle had continued for 4 days. In 4 days, over 10 million bullets had been fired, and tens of thousands of shells had been launched. The coastline outside the wall had been blasted down several dozen meters deep, and the number of strange beasts had piled up several layers. They were thick and clustered, like wriggling maggots, looking disgusting and terrifying. On the city wall, Su Taohong opened her eyes. Since drinking the dragon's blood, she had been cultivating until now. Her strength had at least doubled compared to before. She stood up, stretched her shoulders, and then glanced down at the city wall. Seeing the densely packed strange beasts, Su Taohong casually asked a soldier next to her, "How long has it been?" "Director Su, it has already been 4 days." The soldier responded. Hearing the soldier's answer, Su Taohong furrowed her brow. She asked again, "Has the immigration plan started?" "It has already begun." "That's good." Su Taohong nodded. However, at that moment, the beasts are attacking. A scream rang out from behind the wall. Upon hearing the sound, Su Taohong's expression changed instantly, and she turned to look down at the bottom of the wall behind her. Then she saw a large hole where the ammunition was stored, and the beasts were climbing out of the hole. Seeing this, Su Taohong drew her blade and jumped down from the wall, which was over 100 meters high. Bang! Her feet hit the ground with a muffled sound. Then, Su Taohong gripped her knife with one hand and rushed toward the beasts crawling out of the hole. Other evolved beings around her also reacted, rushing over. The battle had begun. Chapter 82, Attack. If I die, then so be it. Once the battle began, it would not stop. These holes were dug by the beasts outside the wall. Because of the continuous bombardment from heavy artillery, the ground had sunk several dozen meters, and the lowest beasts couldn't climb up, so they instinctively began to dig in front of them, unintentionally creating a tunnel to attack. Su Taohong moved quickly through the crowd of beasts. She was careful while killing these beasts. She mostly used stabbing techniques to attack the vital points of the beasts. This way, not only could she deal heavy blows to the beasts, but it could also eliminate their splitting and revival. However, even though this greatly reduced the beast splitting, they still kept coming out of the hole. Moreover, the hole was getting bigger, and more beasts were coming out. In just a minute, over 100 beasts charged out of the hole. Kill! The evolved beings shouted. The beasts let out strange roars. Both sides mixed in combat. Beasts kept falling down but kept getting back up. The strength of the evolved beings was much greater than that of the beasts, and at first, they could handle it, but as more and more beasts appeared, some evolved beings could not cope. But an evolved being fell to the ground, and before he could get up, he was bitten by 2 beasts on his hands and feet. A mournful scream echoed. Soon, more evolved beings were injured, falling down and being quickly consumed. And the number of injured people was increasing. Other evolved beings rushed over, the battle scene growing larger, and more people joined the fight. Time passed second by second. The battle lasted a whole day. On the human side, they not only had to defend against the beasts outside the wall but also had to kill the beasts crawling out of the hole. Soldiers from various parts of the country began to arrive here, and as soon as they arrived, they threw themselves into the battle. Another day quickly passed. Most of the citizens on this side had already evacuated, except for the evolved beings and soldiers still defending against the beasts. Stabbing a beast with her knife, taking advantage of the moment, Su Taohong looked at the soldiers and evolved beings fighting fiercely around her. Everyone was fighting with red eyes. In fact, everyone knew clearly that they could not survive here. Because they had to stay here to defend, buying time for the evacuation. Director Su. Most of the people in Jiang province have already evacuated, your vehicle is outside, you can leave now. A soldier hurriedly ran over. Su Taohong frowned and said, most of the people? The soldier hesitated and said, the remaining ones are basically elderly people, they do not want to leave here. Hearing the soldier's words, Su Taohong did not speak but rushed toward the beasts with her blade. Director Su. Hurry up and leave. The voice of the soldier came from behind. Su Taohong seemed as if she had not heard. Soon, she charged into the crowd of beasts, moving decisively without any hesitation. With every slash, a few beasts were sliced in half. Blood sprayed onto Su Taohong's body. The disgusting smell made Su Taohong wrinkle her brow. Energy transferred within her body into the dagger in her hand. Her dagger was made of that mysterious stone, which could be empowered with energy. As the energy surged into the dagger, which was originally over a meter long, suddenly radiated a sharp light. The blade's aura contained a chilling coldness. Su Taohong let out a low shout and then suddenly swung the dagger in her hand. A visible wave of blade energy shot out from the dagger, flying horizontally forward. Wherever the blade energy passed, those strange beasts fell in clusters. Without stopping, Su Taohong pushed with her legs and shot out like a cannonball, making a sound piercing through the air. In the next second, the strange beasts ahead were all sent flying. The nearby evolvers, seeing Su Taohong's strength, were greatly encouraged. They shouted and, with fierce expressions, attacked those strange beasts with their weapons. For a moment, the situation actually began to turn around. But it was only for a brief moment. There was no choice. There were simply too many strange beasts. This was a soldier running towards the cave entrance with C4 explosives strapped to him, dodging the attacks from those strange beasts as he ran. However, when he was over 50 meters away from the cave entrance, a dozen strange beasts blocked his path. He couldn't stop, because if he stopped, he would only be surrounded by more strange beasts. Cover me! The soldier shouted. Several nearby evolvers instinctively looked over after hearing this. Upon seeing the C4 explosives on the soldier, these few evolvers changed their expressions and hurried over to support, blocking the beasts in the way. The soldier said a quick thank you and continued to run towards the cave entrance. As he reached the edge of the cave entrance, he looked at the beast still pouring out and jumped in without hesitation. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire ground. Everyone looked towards the direction of the explosion. They looked at the cave entrance with hopeful expressions, hoping the explosion could temporarily seal the cave's exit. In their sight. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as they hoped, the cave entrance started to move. Dozens more strange beasts surged out than before. The previous explosion not only failed to seal the cave, but instead blew it open even wider. Watching these beasts charging forward, despair washed over everyone's hearts. On the other side. Kunlun Mountain Range. In the darkness, Su Yang seemed to sense something. He stopped his training, opened his eyes, and was immediately stunned. Su Yang found that a vast amount of belief power surged into his body, much more than before. Did my followers develop this quickly? Su Yang felt puzzled. With a thought, images surfaced in his mind. Seeing those images, Su Yang's expression suddenly changed. He saw the situation in Lianqing from these images. He saw the evolvers fighting the strange beasts in the images, the elderly left behind in the city, and the crowd preparing to evacuate from Xiagua. The evacuating crowd had tears in their eyes, filled with strong reluctance. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's face showed complexity. Clearly, Xiaogua had reached a critical moment of life and death. Currently, only he could save them. But what good would it do to save them now? If he stirred the three-eyed powerful beings, they would come directly to the planet. Whether those ordinary humans would die was uncertain, but if the three-eyed arrived here, he would surely die. What he currently lacked was time. If only he could have a little more time. Without asking for anything. Just continuing to wait for the opportunity? Looking at those exiled people from Xiaogua in the images, along with the blood-soaked soldiers and evolvers fighting fiercely. Su Yang took a deep breath, stood up, and then flew towards the sky. He couldn't wait any longer. He must eliminate those parasitic worms. As for what would happen to him when the three-eyed arrived? If he died, then so be it. Chapter 83, The Death of the Beast. The Three-Eyed. After flying into the sky, Su Yang transformed into a 1,000-meter divine dragon, soaring over 2,000 meters high. This height allowed humans below to see Su Yang's figure. His mouth let out a dragon's roar. The sound shook the heavens. Many people looked up at the sky, and upon seeing Su Yang flying above, they all knelt down. More faith power surged into their bodies. Su Yang continued to fly. His flight direction was toward the already destroyed nation of Cherry Blossom Country's northern island. That place was the most densely populated with beasts, and from the beasts' attacks, the northern island was definitely their stronghold. That mother bug must be there. After flying for about 10 minutes, Su Yang passed over the sky above Liancheng. Looking down at the soldiers fighting fiercely, and that figure covered in the blood of parasitic bugs, Su Yang's movement slightly paused. Su Taohong. After killing the parasitic bug, it was very possible he would never see Su Taohong again. Should he say goodbye? Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a bit amused in his heart. At this moment, Su Taohong below also saw Su Yang in the sky. Su Taohong's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth. However, at this moment, the surrounding beasts rushed over, forcing Su Taohong to refocus her attention on these beasts, continuing to kill them. Actually, it wasn't just Su Taohong, everyone in Liancheng saw Su Yang in the sky. Many people knelt down. Some showed excitement on their faces. It was this divine dragon who taught them the technique, now appearing in such a critical moment, surely he came to help them. The Dragon King has manifested. The divine dragon has come to save us. Whoa! We are saved. Amidst their voices, Su Yang then continued flying toward the direction of the cherry blossoms. The voices suddenly came to an abrupt halt, as everyone stared at the divine dragon flying away into the distance, their eyes filled with disappointment. Su Yang was not ignoring them. He truly couldn't help much, although he could open a domain to trap all these parasitic bugs inside. The domain has its limits, and he couldn't keep it open forever. Right now, he needed to find the mother bug. Continuing to fly, after 2 more minutes, Su Yang arrived at the northern island. Looking down at the densely packed parasitic bugs, Su Yang roared again. As he made this sound, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, and thunder clapped. Boom! One after another, rolling thunders. Lightning struck down beside Su Yang, his golden vertical pupils glowing with golden light. The dragon whiskers by his head danced in the wind. Boom! One bolt of lightning after another struck down at the parasitic bugs below. With each thunderbolt that struck, all parasitic bugs within a 5-meter range temporarily died. Although they could quickly revive. But Su Yang didn't care. What he had to do now was to kill all the parasitic bugs here once. Though there were over 100 million parasitic bugs, this was the only way forward. Su Yang started to strike down from the edge of the northern island, killing them one by one, like plowing the ground. Time passed second by second. Before long, Su Yang had killed enough to plow through half of the northern island. While continuing the assault, Su Yang suddenly noticed that among the billions of parasitic bugs, one bug was behaving strangely. While other parasitic bugs pounced crazily towards his feet, that one bug was retreating instead. It was clearly trying to avoid his lightning strikes. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Su Yang's face. He looked up at the sky above. Then, without any hesitation, he directed a lightning strike down at that escaping parasitic bug. Boom! A loud explosion. Lightning accurately struck that fleeing parasitic bug. Instantly, the bug's body was shattered into pieces, directly exploding apart. At the same time, the parasitic creatures that had been roaring beneath Su Yang's feet all stopped their howling at the same time, as if the pause button had been pressed, frozen in their last-second stance. Not just Bay Island. At this moment, the parasitic creatures battling with marine life in the ocean, the parasitic creatures in Magic City, and those attacking Liancheng. All were like those on Bay Island, they all stopped moving, frozen in place. On Liancheng's side, whether it was the soldiers on the walls or the evolvers below, they all gasped for breath, staring in confusion at the motionless parasitic creatures.
At that moment, someone cautiously raised a knife and chopped down at a parasitic creature. Bang! With a dull sound, the parasitic creature fell directly to the ground, then its body began to change, as if it had lost moisture, drying up at a visible speed, and with a gentle breeze, the body of the parasitic creature turned to dust, leaving only a bug that looked like a cockroach behind. Someone nearby gently stepped on that bug. Splat! The bug was crushed, oozing disgusting slime. Everyone watched nervously, staring at the slime under that person's foot. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A whole minute passed, which actually exceeded the time for the parasitic creature to resurrect, but they still watched anxiously. After confirming it had not revived, everyone erupted into thunderous cheers. We won! We won! Woohoo! What on earth is going on? How did it suddenly die? Cheers, cries, and confusion echoed among the crowd. In the crowd, Su Taohong stood covered in blood, gazing in the direction where the dragon had disappeared. In her heart, she had always held a bold guess. Su Yang is that dragon. But this guess was unbelievable. Meanwhile, above Bay Island, Su Yang looked at the completely dead parasitic creatures below, his face showing a solemn expression, and then he raised his head to look at the sky. Is it coming? In the next second, a crack appeared in the sky. From the crack, a faint purple light emerged. Then, a foot stepped out from that crack. As the foot stepped out, ripples seemed to spread outwards in the air. Then another foot, followed by the whole body. When the whole person came out, Su Yang clearly saw the full appearance of this person. Dressed in a long robe, with flowing hair, handsome features, and an eye in the middle of the forehead. An eye in the middle of the forehead? Su Yang was slightly stunned. This guy looks a lot like the Erlangshan described in mythology. Of course, except that there's no dog beside him. Not just Su Yang saw it. At this moment, everyone in Lianqing saw the three-eyed man who walked out of the crack. Wow! Is this Erlangshan? Yang Jian? He's a bit handsome. Wait, shouldn't you be focusing on this person opening the crack? He came out from the crack. Debate erupted. Not only in Lianqing. At this time, the whole world saw this scene. Because of the attack on Xia country by alien beasts, all countries had been paying attention to Xia country, especially in recent days as Xia country's immigration actions had been closely monitored via satellites. Everyone saw the person stepping out from the crack. Chapter 84 Self-Detonation. Self-Detonation. In full view of the public. The man's gaze fell on Bay Island. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and a voice came from his mouth. Hoof. There are indeed still remnants. As soon as his voice fell, he transformed into a beam of light, flying toward Bay Island. Seeing the three-eyed man flying over, Su Yang still wore a solemn expression on his face, took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He let out a dragon's roar, charging toward the three-eyed man. Boom! In the next second, a man and a dragon collided. A violent roar echoed throughout Xia country, the clouds in the sky scattered, and a shockwave sent waves rising 100 meters high in the sea below. Boom! Another loud bang. Su Yang's figure was sent flying out. He crashed directly onto North Island, causing the entire island to collapse by 1/5. Su Yang struggled to get up, but before he could rise, a giant hand made of energy grabbed his body. Su Yang was caught in the hand, and he struggled violently, trying to break free from that grip. At this moment, the floating three-eyed being spoke in surprise, so it's just a little larva. I thought it was that old guy. After saying this, the eye on the forehead of the three-eyed being revealed a cold light. In the next second, that giant hand tightened its grip. Crack! The intense pain twisted Su Yang's body even more severely. A thought crossed his mind. His body transformed from a dragon into a human form. The sudden change allowed him to break free from the grip of that giant hand. Then, Su Yang endured the pain and flew toward the distance. Poof! The three-eyed being coldly snorted. It immediately chased after him. The two flew rapidly in the air. When they flew over Lian City, the eye on the three-eyed being's forehead emitted a ray of light. That ray of light was incredibly fast, reaching Su Yang's back in the blink of an eye. Sensing the danger behind him, Su Yang hurriedly dodged. The ray of light swept past him. Su Yang stopped and looked towards the three-eyed being. At this moment, soldiers and evolved beings below Lian City, along with humans worldwide watching the satellite live broadcast, all saw Su Yang and the three-eyed being floating in the sky. Upon seeing Su Yang, some people who knew Su Yang widened their eyes. Especially Su Taohong, who covered her mouth, her pupils dilated, tears appearing in her eyes. Nanhai City. Under the huge screen in the square, Xianpan and Li Ningning looked at the screen in amazement. Brother Su? Li Ningning exclaimed. Xianpan beside her wore a grave expression and remained silent.
At that moment, the two swords made of dragon horns behind Li Ningning suddenly trembled, then soared into the air, flying towards Lian City. In the sky above Lian City, Su Yang looked at the approaching three-eyed being. Just as the three-eyed being reached 50 meters in front of him, Su Yang activated his domain. At the instant the domain opened, the three-eyed being felt the surrounding environment change. Although they were already in the sky, the city below had vanished. The three-eyed being was not alarmed but instead smiled faintly, saying, "Domain." Ha! As the words fell, Su Yang's figure flickered, and in an instant, thousands of Su Yangs appeared in the air. All these Su Yangs looked identical. They all charged towards the three-eyed being at the same time. Seeing the thousands of Su Yangs rushing over, the three-eyed being simply raised a hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, all these thousands of Su Yangs exploded and disappeared. Bang! Suddenly, Su Yang appeared behind the three-eyed being and kicked directly at its head, producing a muffled sound. The three-eyed being merely tilted its head slightly. Without stopping, Su Yang transformed his hand into a dragon claw and reached out to grab the three-eyed being from behind as his leg struck its head. Swoosh! The dragon claw pierced directly into the three-eyed being's body, gripping its beating heart. Without any hesitation, Su Yang squeezed tightly. Bang! The heart was instantly crushed. However, at that moment, the three-eyed being felt no impact whatsoever. Su Yang appeared surprised, but upon reflection, it was not strange. After all, the opponent was a mighty being, not someone he could easily kill. At this moment, the three-eyed being's head spun 180 degrees, looking at Su Yang with a mocking expression. Bang! Su Yang raised his bloody dragon claw and directly reached for the three-eyed being's face. However, just as he extended his dragon claw, the three-eyed being had already punched Su Yang's claw with one hand. Su Yang was knocked off balance. Before he could steady himself, the three-eyed being's frenzied attacks came crashing down. Using both hands and feet, the relentless barrage of attacks struck Su Yang, each one trembling his body and causing blood to spout from his mouth. Su Yang was overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. At this moment, a flash of white light streaked across. That white light shot toward the three-eyed being's back with the speed of lightning. Once with a face full of mockery, the three-eyed being slightly frowned. He stopped attacking and quickly moved to the side, while one hand grabbed Su Yang's neck to block the incoming white light. Puff! That white light directly hit Su Yang. The white light dissipated. It was the sword made from dragon horn by Su Yang. The sword pierced through Su Yang's body. Looking at the sword that impaled Su Yang, the three-eyed being said, "Oh? Quite a few tricks." Su Yang did not speak. Instead, he endured the pain and lunged at the three-eyed being. The three-eyed being lightly raised his arm. His arm grabbed the blade embedded in Su Yang's body. He pulled hard. The sword was yanked out by the three-eyed being, revealing a terrifying, gaping wound on Su Yang. Golden blood spurted from the wound. Ignoring the massive injury on his body, Su Yang directly hugged the three-eyed being. The three-eyed being was momentarily stunned by Su Yang's action. And then, another white light suddenly appeared, shooting straight towards the two of them. That white light was aimed directly at their heads, specifically at the third eye on the three-eyed being's forehead. The three-eyed being's calm expression finally changed, anger surfaced on his face as he lowly uttered a curse. Then, the third eye on his forehead erupted with light. Su Yang let out a scream. A piercing pain shot through him, distorting his features. Yet Su Yang's hand still held onto the three-eyed being tightly, refusing to let him escape. Puff! In the next second, the white light struck the back of the three-eyed being's head. That white light was another sword. The sword pierced through the three-eyed being's head and emerged from the third eye on his forehead, its tip simultaneously stabbing into Su Yang's forehead. Ah! A cry of agony erupted from the three-eyed being's mouth. His third eye bled, and he glared viciously at Su Yang, whose face was twisted in pain. "You deserve to die," the three-eyed being roared in anger. Hearing the three-eyed being's roar, Su Yang squeezed out a smile, blood flowing from his mouth, hoarsely saying, "Fool." After saying that word, Su Yang activated the red pearl inside him. He had two pearls in total, one was the colorful dragon pearl, and the other was a red pearl gained from absorbing energy from the magma. At his command, the red pearl trembled violently. A terrifying power erupted from within the pearl. Then, the red pearl exploded. Boom! The domain was shattered. The earth seemed to shake along with it. The evolvers in the city below covered their ears, they were shaken to the point of bleeding from their mouths and noses, faces filled with pain. Yet despite this, they still stared intently at the sky. In the sky, at the site of the explosion, a massive fireball appeared. The fireball engulfed Su Yang and the three-eyed being. Chapter 85, The Turnaround. Clones? The sound of the explosion echoed through the air. The enormous fireball radiated extreme heat. The air seemed to be burning. Everyone looked at the fireball in the sky, observing the two figures covered by it. Time passed second by second. Ah! A furious roar reverberated throughout the sky. The fireball dissipated, revealing the three-eyed man and Su Yang back in everyone's sight. Unlike before. Previously, the three-eyed being had long flowing hair and wore a white robe that seemed ethereal, like a celestial being. However, now his hair was burnt, his face was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered as if they had been ravaged. Not far away, Su Yang was even worse off than the three-eyed being. He had self-destructed the red pearl, the colorful dragon pearl inside him still remained, but it was dull and covered in cracks. At this moment, Su Yang's body was like that dragon pearl, riddled with cracks, large amounts of blood oozing from the fissures. Watching this scene, everyone below widened their eyes. And at that moment, on the surface of the sea outside the city walls, two figures swam quickly from afar. Su! 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 Voices rang out. Then these two figures flapped their fins, their massive bodies rising from the water, soaring into the sky. These two figures were Little Tuan and Little Yuan. They flew at a height of more than 50 meters, far beyond their initial flying limits. They swiftly headed towards Su Yang. However, although they were fast in the water, their speed in the air was much slower. They couldn't even match a bird. Seeing Little Tuan and Little Yuan suddenly appear, Su Yang's expression changed slightly. He pretended to ignore Little Tuan and Little Yuan and continued to look at Three Eyes. The next second, Su Yang quickly flew into the distance. Yet after flying just 100 meters, Su Yang stopped again because Three Eyes had not pursued him but stayed in place, eyes fixed on Little Tuan and Little Yuan. Kunin? A flash of surprise crossed Three Eyes' eyes. At this moment, Little Tuan and Little Yuan opened their big mouths. A tremendous suction force emanated from their mouths. Three Eyes' clothes and hair fluttered in the suction. Then he raised a hand and pointed at Little Tuan. Little Tuan let out a tragic scream, his enormous body swaying unsteadily before crashing down. Quick, dodge! The crowd below hurriedly scrambled to avoid it. Boom! Little Tuan smashed into a large building, the building collapsed, burying half of Little Tuan's body. Seeing this scene, Su Yang turned back and rushed back. On the way back, Su Yang raised his hand, and the sword made from dragon horn appeared in his grasp. The power of belief within him surged into the sword, causing it to emit a dazzling light. Su Yang swung the sword fiercely. An extremely terrifying sword energy flew towards Three Eyes. Three Eyes raised a hand, and a stick made of unknown material appeared in his hand. With a casual swing of the stick, the incoming sword energy was instantly dissipated. Then Three Eyes fixed his gaze on Su Yang, who was rushing towards him, and met him head-on. The two met in an instant, and the sword and stick collided with a crisp sound. The terrifying force nearly made Su Yang's sword slip from his hand. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword handle, either slashing or thrusting at Three Eyes. However, every attack was easily avoided by Three Eyes, while every blow of his stick landed on Su Yang. The difference in their reactions, strength, and speed was like heaven and earth. Three Eyes was like a cat toying with a mouse, and Su Yang was that mouse. Bang! Another stick hit Su Yang's body. Su Yang felt as if his organs were about to be shattered, while the cracks in his body and the dragon pearl within him were growing larger. Bang! Moments later, Su Yang was sent flying. He crashed into the perimeter wall outside Lianqing, causing it to collapse. Before he could crawl out from the rubble of the wall, Three Eyes had already rushed in front of him. The tip of the stick transformed into a sword point, stabbing directly towards Su Yang's forehead, inch by inch. The intense tearing sensation in his forehead made Su Yang scream in agony. Seeing this from a distance, Su Taohong was in tears, crying and rushing over, calling out Su Yang's name. On the other side, Little Tuan and Little Yuan also emitted anxious sounds. Hearing the voices, Su Yang looked towards the rushing Su Taohong. He took a deep breath, gripping the sword point with both hands and activating the already damaged dragon pearl inside him. Now he had no other way, only the option to self-destruct again. And this time, what he was detonating was his original dragon pearl. The cracks in his body burst forth with radiant colors, as Su Yang once again unleashed his domain. Seeing the multicolored light emanating from Su Yang's body, Three Eyes widened his eyes, panic flashing across his face. He wanted to retreat and escape, but Su Yang had already activated the domain. Within the domain, not even powerful beings could escape, unless they killed the one casting the domain or the one casting the domain chose to nullify it. But how could Su Yang possibly withdraw the domain? When preparing to kill the parasitic insects, Su Yang had already made up his mind to die. You despicable insect! Three Eyes shouted angrily. But his expression changed, and he calmly said, "How ridiculous! Your death is merely a replacement of my avatar, how pathetic!" Boom! A huge sound. Su Yang's body instantly exploded. In the moment of the rainbow energy bursting out, the three-eyed man's body was shattered by the impact, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his mouth. Immediately, the realm was blown apart. Su Taohong, who was rushing over, was knocked back by the shockwave. Fortunately, the energy was consumed by the realm, so the force did not cause her any harm. She flew backwards several dozen meters, fell to the ground, then struggled to get up and continued to rush toward the direction of the explosion. Soon, Su Taohong arrived at the center of the explosion. The center was a large pit 100 meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. Everything around it had turned to nothingness, with only charred soil remaining. As for Su Yang and the man with 3 eyes, they had completely disappeared. Su Yang! Su! Little Tuan and Little Yuan were also calling out loudly. They did not notice. At this moment, far away on the surface of the sea, a dragon-shaped wooden sculpture floated on the sea. That wooden sculpture was the one Su Yang had bought when his body first underwent transformation. And on that sculpture, there were a few drops of blood and a shattered piece of Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball fragment emitted a faint glow at a rhythmic pace, just like a human heart beating. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of light years away from the planet, a gigantic eye floated in the void. The eye was even larger than the planet. On the eye, 3 Eyes, who was sitting cross-legged in the pupil, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His face paled a bit. His gaze fell in the direction of the planet, and a cold smile appeared on the pale face of 3 Eyes as he said, "Not bad. To think you could kill one of my avatars." Just an avatar. Although a bit regrettable, but not bad. At least the dragon race on this planet is completely eradicated. The dragon race can be erased from this vast world. Chapter 86: A Dream for 8 Years. The planet changes. Lian City. After the war, the work began immediately after the battle ended. The immigration plan was also cancelled, and the crowds that had been relocated were moved back again. The entire Xia country, should be the whole world, began post-war work. Because Su Yang had subdued the sea creatures, these sea creatures stopped attacking the land. And without attacks, the pressure on various countries naturally decreased, and they began to deal with the events that had occurred during this time. For example, re-establishing coastlines to prevent sea creatures from attacking them again someday, and also improving the evolver system. How about, found anything? No. Listening to the subordinate's report, a look of disappointment appeared on Su Taohong's haggard face. She had been searching for Su Yang's trace during this time. Not just her, but the little Tuan and little Yuan in the sea had also mobilized all sea creatures to search. They did not miss any corners, launching a net-like search. And so, after searching for over a month, they still did not find any trace of Su Yang. But they still did not give up. Time passed day by day. The planet restored a long-lost calm. Half a year later, Xia country established the world's first evolver school, specifically for nurturing and educating young evolvers. After the establishment of the evolver school in Xia country, Free Nation and Bear Nation, among others, also began to establish schools one after another. A year later, various countries formulated a complete evolver system. This included a complete informal evolver ranking, registration of evolvers, division of training systems, and so on. A year and a half. An evolver discovered some glowing stones under the Iguazu Falls, and learned that these stones could aid in training. When this news broke, a global craze for finding the mysterious stones began. Soon, one by one, stone mines were discovered. The mining veins were actually the places where Su Yang had previously found the arranged formations. After these stones were dug out, the already damaged formations were completely destroyed. And with the destruction of the formations, the spiritual energy of this planet fully revived. Accompanied by the revival of spiritual energy, various living creatures around the globe, including plants, began to gradually change. 2 years later, the world's first secret realm appeared on a lonely island in the Pacific Ocean. This secret realm was a small battlefield for the Dragon Clan and powerful beings, containing many cultivation methods and some materials from those days. After the secret realm appeared, countries rushed to send personnel to it. Upon entering the secret realm, they used some documents inside and overturned the newly established evolutionary level from last year. They revised the levels of the evolvers completely. There are a total of 10 stages for evolvers, ranging from 1st grade to 10th grade, with 10th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Above the 1st grade, there is another stage called the Great Capable. This classification of levels was derived from the information gathered by those who entered the secret realm. After the first secret realm emerged, the planet that had been peaceful for 2 years became restless. Chaos began. Countries erupted in battles, both openly and behind the scenes. In addition, because sea creatures did not recognize national boundaries, the entire planet's ocean was ruled by 2 guys named Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, and under them were the sea turtles, sea snakes, and sharks that had once drunk Su Yang's blood. They could be considered the biggest force in the world today. However, these 2 years, they had been searching for Su Yang and participated in battles of various countries very little. In the 3rd year, the second secret realm appeared globally. This time, the secret realm appeared in Summer Country. Although it was on Summer Country's soil, other countries still secretly sent people into the secret realm. But a month later, all the personnel sent by the countries were completely slain. And the slayer was Su Taohong, the #1 person in Summer Country. Su Taohong's name spread across the globe. Among them, videos of Su Taohong battling sea creatures and exotic beasts from 3 years ago were dug up. Evolutionaries from various countries were shocked at the combat power exhibited by Su Taohong in the video. Because 3 years ago, when spiritual energy had not yet revived, everyone relied only on eating the flesh of sea creatures to enhance their strength, yet Su Taohong's combat power had already surpassed that of the present them. Then now, with the revival of spiritual energy, how strong would Su Taohong's power be? In the 4th year. This year, secret realms erupted globally. Because the secret realms contained various cultivation methods and materials, the strength of evolvers from different countries soared dramatically. Due to differences in talent and opportunity, strong and weak began to separate. One strong person after another started to emerge. Among them, the strongest evolver in Summer Country was undoubtedly Su Taohong. In addition, this year, 2 strong individuals, namely Ningning and Xianpan, appeared. Both of these strong individuals were women, and they formed a grassroots organization called the Dragon King Sect, aimed at finding the missing dragons, which had a loose internal structure and many members spread across every corner. In the 5th year, Su Taohong's stage advanced to 7th grade, becoming the only known 7th grade evolver. In the 6th year, Su Taohong advanced again, reaching 6th grade. In the 7th year, Su Taohong broke through 2 levels and advanced to 4th grade. In the 8th year, in the dark trench 9,000 meters below a sea area, a dragon wood carving lay quietly there. On the wood carving, a 7-colored pearl gently pulsed. The light emitted from the surface of the pearl flickered in sync with the pulsing. At this moment, Su Yang felt as if his 5 senses had been lost. He could neither see nor hear nor touch anything, only a consciousness remained. And so, he didn't know how long had passed. When he had nothing to do, he would think about some things, like the last sentence of Three Eyes. Clone. Self-detonating only blew up a clone. Thinking about this, Su Yang felt very defeated. He didn't even know what the planet was like now. Moreover, sometimes Su Yang would also wonder if all of this was caused by himself. Was he right or wrong? If he had not touched the cover outside the planet, if he had not disturbed Three Eyes, would everything not have happened? What is the planet like now? Has it been destroyed by Three Eyes? Thinking about these questions, suddenly one day, Su Yang felt a familiar energy. It was the power of faith. Feeling the suddenly appearing power of faith, Su Yang immediately tried to practice. But having lost all 5 senses, he simply couldn't practice. So he tried little by little. Finally, he gained perception, he could hear the sound of flowing water, he could feel the surrounding temperature, and it seemed like he had hands and feet. Just like that. He did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Su Yang felt he could move. And at the same time, the colorful dragon ball on the dragon-shaped wooden statue burst into brilliance. Soon, the surface of the dragon ball seemed to become soft, a shape of a hand appeared, and reached out. The palm inside the dragon ball stretched out. Little by little, it stretched out. Under the pull of that palm, the surface of the dragon ball became thinner and more transparent. Next, the dragon ball grew larger, from the size of an egg, gradually becoming a colorful giant egg over 2 meters tall. Crack! A crack appeared. Then came the second, the third. After cracks covered the entire dragon ball, the dragon ball finally split completely in 2, and a figure emerged from within the dragon ball. That figure was none other than Su Yang. After emerging from the dragon ball, Su Yang looked around, and everything around him filled his heart with excitement. He raised his hand to feel the seawater flowing in his palm, and looked at the broken pieces of the dragon ball under his feet, and then he saw the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture beneath the shards. Looking at that dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, Su Yang raised his hand, and the wooden sculpture floated automatically into his hand, and Su Yang examined it carefully. The wooden sculpture was the same piece that Su Yang had bought at the beginning. The day after he bought the wooden sculpture, it disappeared, and his body underwent a change. Everything about himself originated from this wooden sculpture. The sculpture was carved from an unknown wood, its surface was black, a bit like metal, and it felt about the same weight as metal when he picked it up. Su Yang attempted to channel the energy within him into the wooden sculpture. The next second, the wooden sculpture instantly transformed into a beam of light, and then Su Yang discovered a vast open space, with a large pool in the center, and in the middle of the large pool lay a complete golden dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton was very long. It measured hundreds of thousands of meters, the whole bone body was golden, exuding a faint glow. Seeing this dragon skeleton, Su Yang's face showed a look of surprise. From the memories he had previously absorbed from the Dragon Clan elder, he learned that after reaching adulthood, dragon bones turn golden. And the standard size for adult dragons is at least 10,000 meters long. Then with each level of strength enhancement, the size would increase by 10,000 meters. And the complete dragon skeleton before him reached a length of 100,000 meters. It could be said that its strength was not inferior to that of Three Eyes. Whose dragon skeleton is this? Why is it here? And what exactly is this dragon-shaped wooden sculpture? Su Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He walked towards the pool in front, circling around the dragon skeleton to the edge of the pool. Su Yan looked into the pool, his face revealing a look of astonishment. The pool was filled with a green liquid. Su Yang did not know what the liquid was, but he could feel a strong vitality contained within the liquid. Su Yang jumped directly into the pool. The next second, the energy from the green liquid surged into his body. At that moment, Su Yang felt that this energy was full of vitality. Wherever the energy went, it made him feel warm and cozy. That energy was slowly repairing some of the injuries his body had suffered before. Time passed little by little. Meanwhile, in Qingyuan City, in the president's office of the Evolver Management Association. In recent years, with the improvement of the Evolver system and the cessation of attacks from marine creatures on land, the original Special Operations Bureau transformed into the Evolver Management Association. Currently, Su Taohong is the president of the Qingyuan City branch of the Evolver Management Association, and also the vice president of the Summer Kingdom's Total Association of Evolvers. In fact, with her power, she could drop the word vice and just be president. But Su Taohong is not very interested in positions, her only goal now is to become stronger. The events from 8 years ago are still vivid in her memory. She wants to seek the truth. Sitting in the chair beside the desk, Su Taohong had a cold and beautiful face without a hint of expression. Her eyes were fixed on the file on the computer screen in front of her. 8 years of time had left no traces on Su Taohong, as her appearance and temperament remained the same. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong said lightly, "Come in." Then, the door opened, and a woman dressed in a secretary outfit walked in. "President, there is breaking news, a secret realm has been discovered in the public sea area 31 and 45. After entering, the secretary said respectfully. After pausing for a moment, she added, "According to our preliminary investigation, this secret realm is very likely related to dragons." Upon hearing the word dragon, Su Taohong's gaze shifted from the screen to the secretary. "Prepare a plane for me." "Yes." The secretary nodded and quickly turned to leave. After the secretary left, Su Taohong stood up, walked to the wall, reached for the knife hanging on it, and stepped out the door. Moments later, a plane flew out from the Evolver Association, heading towards the public sea. Not just in Qingyuan City. On the other side in Chuan Province, at the Dragon King sect headquarters. Li Ningning and Xian Pan also received news about the appearance of the dragon-related secret realm in the public sea. Upon learning that this secret realm was related to dragons, Li Ningning and Xian Pan immediately brought a few people to the public sea. Abroad. No matter if it's Bear Country, Freedom Country, or other nations, they all immediately dispatched personnel to the newly emerged secret realm. In fact, it has been several years since the first secret realm emerged, and now there are thousands of secret realms on the planet, with many involving dragons, but there hasn't been a secret realm solely belonging to dragons. The emergence of this secret realm has captured the attention of all countries. In no time, the public sea became bustling. Half a day later, in the public sea, countless ships were anchored here, and an uncountable number of helicopters hovered in the sky. 100 meters above the sea, a crack appeared there, with faint energy spilling out from inside the crack. This crack is the entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, the surrounding ships below the entrance had evolvers from various countries warily watching each other. At that time, a helicopter emblazoned with the Summer Kingdom's flag flew from a distance. When it reached the entrance, a figure jumped directly from the helicopter, landing right at the crack's entrance, hovering in mid-air. Seeing that the person was able to stand suspended in mid-air, everyone present changed their expressions. Because only evolvers above the 5th rank can walk on air. Although the aura of revival has been present for several years, and there are now cultivation techniques, most people are still in the stage of groping in the darkness, the majority are still at around the 8th rank, while 7th and 6th ranks are already considered experts. There are less than 100 6th rank evolvers in the world. As for the 5th rank, it can be counted on one hand. So who will jump down from the helicopter of the Xia country now? In fact, a name has already appeared in everyone's hearts. The world's #1 powerhouse. Su Taohong. Everyone looked at Su Taohong, who was hovering in mid-air. With long hair tied into a ponytail, she wore a suit similar to a training outfit. The whole person looked heroic and spirited. Upon seeing Su Taohong, the evolvers of Xia country showed excitement on their faces. Chapter 88, Back to Qingshan City. The Secret Realm.
Compared to Xia country, the evolvers from other countries looked grim, some even took a few steps back. Su Taohong, hovering in midair, scanned around and then said coldly, "Evolvers of Xia country, enter the secret realm."
Yes. Yes. President Su.
The faces of the Xia country evolvers lit up with joy as they all responded. After that, they all jumped up suddenly, soaring 100 meters high toward the secret realm. The evolvers from other countries watched this scene with ugly expressions. The secret realm contains a wealth of martial arts and materials, and although it is fraught with danger, housing many traps and formations yet to be triggered, those who enter the secret realm first will definitely gain more than those who follow.
Su Taohong.
At this moment, a cold voice came from the helicopter above.
Hearing the voice, everyone looked up.
Then they saw a helicopter with the flag of the Free Nation, where a middle-aged man with small eyes and yellow skin was glaring coldly at Su Taohong. The man was a citizen of the Sakura Nation, which had perished nearly 9 years ago, and he was Higashi Kiyoshi.
He was one of the few 6th-rank evolvers of the Free Nation. Su Taohong glanced at Higashi Kiyoshi and then raised her hand to draw the machete from her back, slicing at the helicopter. Boom!
The helicopter's rotor blades snapped off completely, and the helicopter began to crash down.
Higashi Kiyoshi in the helicopter hurriedly jumped down. "If you don't have that strength, just come down obediently," Su Taohong said coldly. Higashi Kiyoshi, now soaked and falling into the sea, looked at Su Taohong with a face full of humiliation. He, a 6th rank, definitely couldn't defeat Su Taohong. So he could only hold it in. At this moment, 2 more figures flew over from not far away.
Someone noticed the flying figures and was instantly stunned.
Flying over were 2 women from Xia country.
Of course, Xia country and women were not the main point, the key was flying.
2 5th-rank evolvers. Everyone gasped.
As the 2 figures got closer, everyone recognized who they were.
Li Ningning, the leader of the Dragon King cult, and her deputy, Xianpan.
Although most members of the Dragon King cult were those who were content and carefree, there were many of them scattered around the country, so it was not surprising that the people present recognized Li Ningning and Xianpan. They just didn't expect that they both had reached the 5th rank. It was even very likely they were above the 5th rank.
You have to know that very few people knew about their strength.
At this moment, Su Taohong, hovering in the middle of the crack, saw Li Ningning and Xianpan flying over, and she gently nodded.
"Sister Su, Xianpan, and I will go in first." Li Ningning smiled and spoke to Su Taohong. Su Taohong responded with a sound. Then Li Ningning and Xianpan directly flew into the crack. Moments later, all the evolvers of Xia country entered the secret realm, and after everyone went inside, Su Taohong finally turned and entered the secret realm as well. Outside,
the evolvers from other countries looked at Su Taohong, who had entered the crack, and exchanged glances, then rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm in a frenzy.
On the other side, in the pool,
the unknown emerald green liquid in the pool had completely turned colorless. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool, Su Yang seemed to have a dragon shadow gently flashing around his body.
After a moment,
Su Yang opened his eyes, and when he looked inside his body, he saw 3 pearls in the chest area. These 3 pearls were a colorful pearl,
a red bead and a green bead.
Among them, the colorful dragon bead and the red bead were the 2 beads that Su Yang had exploded before, while the green bead was newly formed. The red bead and the green bead revolved around the colorful dragon bead. Su Yang quietly observed the 3 beads inside his body. The colorful dragon bead and the red bead were reformed after Su Yang absorbed the energy from the mysterious green liquid. Su Yang did not know what this green liquid actually was, but it unexpectedly restored the exploded beads, and they seemed to be much stronger than before.
This liquid was definitely not ordinary. He withdrew from his inner view. With a thought, in the next second, his body transformed into a dragon.
Originally, his body was only 1,000 meters long, but now it reached over 5,000 meters. At the same time, his body was in golden and red colors, and now there was an added green stripe. Feeling his dragon body, Su Yang could sense that his strength was now more than doubled compared to before. Transforming back into human form, Su Yang looked at the colorless water in the pool, then he flashed and instantly disappeared. Next, Su Yang returned to the sea. And that dragon-shaped wooden sculpture was still held in his hand, quietly lying there motionless. Su Yang glanced at the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, then he opened his mouth wide. With his mouth stretched wide, Su Yang threw the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture into his mouth and swallowed it. After doing all this, Su Yang directly floated towards the surface of the sea. Moments later, Su Yang flew to the surface of the sea. As soon as he poked his head out, Su Yang sensed a strong energy in the air.
Is the spiritual energy completely revived?
Surprised, Su Yang looked around. Before he could leave the surface, he saw several marine creatures swimming quickly toward him from a distance. They stopped not far from Su Yang, their eyes sweeping over him, seemingly curious and guessing.
After several seconds,
Su
Su. Several creatures made sounds resembling Su. Su Yang was shocked again. Why does this sound resemble Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan?
But the sound was not as pleasant as Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's.
After the creatures made the sounds, they turned and quickly swam away into the distance. Su Yang wanted to follow them to see what was going on, but after thinking, he flew toward another direction instead. Compared to curiosity, Su Yang wanted to meet Su Taohong more now. Flying up into the air, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished into the distance. Soon, Su Yang reached Qingshan City. He found a secluded place and descended from the sky, then directly walked toward the city. Once he entered the city, Su Yang noticed that Qingshan City had changed greatly. He saw many people wearing tight clothing or outfits similar to training uniforms. The voices of some people echoed in Su Yang's ears. Sigh. Recently, a new secret realm appeared in the neighboring city. Have you explored it? I entered. It was packed inside, and I even encountered many foreign evolutionists. I almost had to fight them. Fight? What are you afraid of? These foreigners come to our secret realm to steal treasures, what else are we waiting for? Damn it, we can't fight them. One is a 7th grade evolutionist, the others are all 8th grade. Hey, I've heard the latest news. I heard there's a new secret realm over in the public sea, seems to be related to the Dragon Clan. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? Yesterday, there was a flight taking off from the Evolutionist Association, President Su went over. That should not be false. President Su has rushed over as soon as he hears anything about the dragons in recent years. Listening to this conversation, Su Yang frowned. The Evolutionist Association, Su Yang could guess what it was, but what was in the secret realm? How many years had he been asleep? His heart was filled with doubt, but Su Yang also learned one piece of news. Su Taohong left Qingshan City yesterday and took a plane to the new secret realm over in the public sea. Thinking about this, Su Yang's figure flashed and disappeared. A few passing evolved beings were stunned. They rubbed their eyes, then looked at the spot where Su Yang had just stood. Where is he? Wasn't there a person next to me just now? How could such a large person disappear in an instant? Chapter 89, Reunion. Excited Su Taohong. Moments later. Su Yang arrived on the side of the open sea. As soon as he arrived, he saw a crack appear about 100 meters above the sea surface in the distance. Around the crack, various evolved beings were fighting. Because the crack was so small, it could only accommodate 2 people at a time. These evolved beings started to fight after Su Taohong brought in the evolved beings from Xiagu. In an instant, numerous corpses and some injured evolved beings floated on the surface of the sea. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's figure flashed and appeared by the crack. With just a wave of his hand, several evolved beings near the entrance were sent flying. Su Yang took a step into the crack. The moment he stepped into the crack, everything around changed. He looked around and found himself in what seemed to be a vast battlefield. The battlefield stretched as far as the eye could see, with many corpses and broken weapons on the ground. Not far away, numerous evolved beings were searching among the ruins and wreckage. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the distance, followed by screams of the evolved beings. That was an explosion triggered by an evolved being activating a mechanism. Su Yang looked in the direction of the explosion and then quickly flew off toward the distance. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the secret realm, Su Taohong was currently in a pile of ruins. In the ruins, a broken dragon bone lay quietly there. Su Taohong placed her hand on the dragon bone and calmly felt the energy contained within it. In the past, some evolved beings had found the bones of creatures in the secret realm. These bones could be made into weapons and armor. Feeling the energy in the dragon bone, it absolutely could be made into a powerful weapon. Taking a deep breath, Su Taohong wanted to break the dragon bone. But the strength of the dragon bone was too high, not to mention she was currently grade 4, even grade 1 might not be able to break it. A look of disappointment appeared on her face as she turned to leave. However, at that moment, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Upon hearing the sound, Su Taohong's expression became serious as she looked in the direction of the sound. Then she saw a figure flying over from not far away. Staring at the figure coming towards her, Su Taohong stood frozen. Her eyes gradually turned red, mist forming in them. 8 years. To be precise, it should be 9 years. Since that day when the incident happened, Su Yang said he would leave for a while, and that while was 9 years. In 9 years, everything had changed. Looking at the figure, seeing the figure flying over, Su Taohong's body trembled slightly. Tears could no longer be controlled and flowed down. At this moment, the figure landed right in front of her. Gazing at that beautiful face glistening with tears, Su Yang spoke, "I'm back, Sister Su." Su Taohong covered her mouth, her tear-filled eyes curving into a smile. Nodding with tears of joy, Su Taohong didn't hesitate to leap into Su Yang's arms. Woo woo! Su Taohong's delicate body trembled in Su Yang's embrace, sobs breaking the silence. Su Yang reached out to hold Su Taohong.
The woman in his arms still had the perfect figure, as if the events of the past happened just yesterday. Su Yang opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, Su Taohong emerged from Su Yang's embrace and pressed her red lips toward him.
Not far from the ruins, Li Ningning and Xian Pan were walking side by side towards the ruins. Ning.
Next to her, Xian Pan softly called out.
What's wrong, Sister Xian Pan? Li Ningning turned her head, looking at Xian Pan with curiosity. Xian Pan pursed her lips and said, you know.
He is not actually the Dragon King. For these years, they have been searching for Su Yang's whereabouts, and during this search, they learned a lot from the secret realm. They found out that Su Yang was not the Dragon King they had imagined in their hearts. Hearing Xian Pan's words, Li Ningning sweetly smiled and said, but he saved me when I was most helpless, he is the Dragon King in my heart.
After hearing this, Xian Pan opened her mouth as if to say something. Hey!
At this moment, Li Ningning paused in her steps, standing still, her eyes staring unblinkingly at the ruins not far away.
Xian Pan showed a look of confusion, then followed Li Ningning's gaze.
Then she saw two figures embracing in the ruins, and they were kissing.
Hey! Brother Su! Li Ningning called out excitedly.
Hearing the voice, Su Yang and Su Taohong in the ruins separated, then looked at Li Ningning at the same time.
Upon seeing Li Ningning, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face. He waved to Li Ningning. Li Ningning immediately ran towards Su Yang.
As she ran, her eyes gradually filled with mist, and she began to cry while running. When she reached Su Yang's side, her cheeks were covered in tears as she said, Brother Su.
I knew you wouldn't.
Hearing Li Ningning's words, Su Yang reached out and rubbed the top of her head.
Li Ningning directly plopped into Su Yang's arms, nuzzling like a little deer.
Su Yang smiled and patted Li Ningning's back, but then he thought of something and instinctively glanced at Su Taohong. He saw Su Taohong still watching him with excitement, completely unconcerned that he had a little girl in his arms.
After a moment, Li Ningning emerged from Su Yang's embrace.
She was sobbing, wiping her tears from her face like a child. Brother Su, where have you been these years? Li Ningning asked through her sobs. Su Yang replied, I was injured, so I found a place to heal for these years. After saying this, Su Yang noticed Xian Pan walking over and smiled while nodding at her.
Xian Pan quickly lowered her head and said, Dragon King. Just call me Brother Su. Su Yang said. Actually, according to reason, Xian Pan was older than Su Yang, the same age as Su Taohong. But Su Yang definitely couldn't call her sister Xian. Okay, Brother Su. Xian Pan replied. Su Yang nodded, his gaze again resting on Su Taohong and Li Ningning, finally looking at the dragon bones not far away. What's going on with the secret realm? Su Yang asked. Su Taohong was the first to explain, the secret realm was formed after the revival of spiritual energy, it is like a small world where many battlefields from a long time ago are located. Battlefields from a long time ago? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, immediately becoming interested. He stepped forward to the dragon bone, looking at the pure white, unblemished dragon bone as if it had never been corroded by time. The dragon bone contained energy, but the dragon's soul was long gone. Su Yang reached out and grasped the dragon bone, then used force to twist it. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dragon bone broke directly. At this moment, Su Taohong, Li Ningning, and Xian Pan walked over. Seeing Su Yang break the dragon bone so easily, the three were not surprised. After all, Su Yang was the dragon. Is there anything that needs to be done here? Su Yang asked Su Taohong. Su Taohong said, mainly to collect some materials and techniques. Once we have collected everything, we can leave. Okay, then I'll accompany you to collect a few things. Su Yang said. Chapter 90, this time, my body will definitely hold up. The secret realm is large. Normally, it would take about a month to search a secret realm. But Su Yang took Su Taohong, Li Ningning, and Xian Pan to explore the secret realm in just half a day. After 8 years apart, both Su Taohong and Su Yang were thinking about finding a quiet place to chat properly. After touring the secret realm, the four left and flew from the open sea to Qingshan City. When they flew to Qingshan City, Su Yang left Li Ningning and Xian Pan behind, directly returning to his old home with Su Taohong. Snap. The door closed. In the living room, Su Yang and Su Taohong stood face to face. In the quiet environment, they could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. Sister Su, if you have any doubts, I will tell you everything today. Su Yang said seriously. Su Taohong bit her lip and shook her head, saying, I don't want to know right now. Su Yang looked at Su Taohong with some surprise. A smile appeared on Su Taohong's face as she softly said, before you said my body couldn't take it, now I want to try again.
After speaking, Su Taohong hooked her arms around Su Yang's neck, and her red lips moved closer again. That kiss was filled with deep affection, and she tightly pulled Su Yang's neck. Su Yang's heart trembled, and he immediately embraced Su Taohong around the waist and walked towards the bedroom. After a storm, the two expressed their love for each other directly through actions. And they also verified a question. Could the fourth-tier revolver Su Taohong withstand an attack from a full-grown dragon clan? The next morning, in the bedroom, Su Taohong had one hand on Su Yang's waist, her head resting on Su Yang's chest, while the other hand curiously touched the dragon horn on Su Yang's head. As she touched the hard dragon horn, a satisfied, happy, and content expression appeared on Su Taohong's face. Does it hurt? While touching the dragon horn, Su Taohong softly asked. Su Yang replied, it doesn't hurt. Su Taohong asked again, what does it feel like? Su Yang said, it's like being touched on the ear. Su Taohong's curiosity deepened. Her hand moved away from Su Yang's dragon horn and then touched the dragon-shaped pattern on Su Yang's forehead. Looking at Su Yang with eyes full of love, Su Taohong softly said, it feels like everything is a dream. Me too, at that time I almost thought I was dead. Su Yang said. Su Taohong asked, who was the person you fought? Three-eyed. Three-eyed? Su Yang briefly explained some details about Three-eyed. When Su Taohong heard that Su Yang only killed a clone, her heart trembled. Su Yang exerted so much effort to only kill a clone. If that Three-eyed sent another clone, or came in person, what would happen? Thinking of this, Su Taohong's pretty face turned pale. Seeing the change in Su Taohong's expression, Su Yang said, he thought I was completely dead, so he probably won't come back. Even if he does, there's nothing we can do. Saying that, Su Yang was actually thinking of countermeasures. He was also unsure if Three-eyed would send another clone. If he really did send another clone, then Su Yang thought that it would be almost impossible to use the previous method for self-explosion. The other party would definitely kill Su Yang before he could self-explode. By the way, Sister Su, tell me about these changes. Su Yang said. Su Taohong replied with an and then detailed everything that happened over the years. Talking like this lasted until night. On the other side, Li Ningning and Xin Pan found a nearby hotel to stay in after leaving Su Yang. At this moment, the two lay on one bed. Li Ningning boredly looked at the ceiling. She suddenly turned her head to look at Xin Pan lying next to her and asked, Sister Xin, what do you think the relationship is between Brother Su and Su Taohong? Xin Pan immediately said without thinking, this is obvious. She must be Brother Su's intimate partner. Li Ningning's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, you mean, she is the Dragon Mother? Xin Pan? Dragon Mother? Sister Xin, what if tomorrow Brother Su brings her over, should we pay our respects? Li Ningning hesitated. Xin Pan originally didn't take it seriously, but now that Li Ningning raised the question, Xin Pan hesitated too. I think it should be better to call her Dragon Queen Mother. After thinking for a few seconds, Xin Pan said. Dragon Queen Mother? Li Ningning blinked. Xin Pan nodded, saying, before marine life evolved, I watched a foreign TV show, where there was a Dragon Mother. The title of the Dragon Mother does not match Su Taohong. Li Ningning nodded after hearing this and said, then we will call her Dragon Queen tomorrow. By the way, Xin Panjia, what do you think Su Gu and the Dragon Queen are doing now? They haven't seen each other for years, they should be sleeping now. Sleeping? Li Ningning was taken aback at first, then her pretty face suddenly turned red. Strange images involuntarily floated in her mind. A dragon, a person. Is it possible? The next day, Su Yang asked Li Ningning and Xin Pan to come to his house. When the two entered the living room, they immediately saw Su Taohong standing next to the sofa. Without any hesitation, Li Ningning walked up to Su Taohong and kneeled down, saying, Dragon Queen. This sudden scene stunned both Su Yang and Su Taohong. Until Xin Pan also walked to Li Ningning's side and prepared to kneel, Su Taohong and Su Yang finally reacted. Su Taohong's pretty face turned a bit red, and she helplessly rushed to help Xin Pan up, then with her other hand pulled Li Ningning up, saying, just call me Sister Su. Li Ningning and Xin Pan hesitantly looked at Su Yang beside them. Su Yang nodded. Seeing Su Yang nod, the two finally called out, Sister Su. Sister Su smiled and responded. Then everyone sat on the sofa. After sitting down, Su Yang briefly explained to the three women about powerful beings and the battles with the Dragon Clan in the past. There was no need to elaborate on Su Taohong's relationship with himself. Li Ningning and Xin Pan had looked for him for 8 years, which showed their loyalty, so Su Yang had nothing to hide. Moreover, even if he wanted to hide it, he could not, as there were many documents about the past in the secret realm. Nowadays, the evolutionists have learned quite a bit about those past battles, so Su Yang simply could not conceal it. After listening to Su Yang recount the ins and outs of the past battle, Su Taohong and the two others sat there in a daze.
Because if what Su Yang said was true, the later powerful beings had all left the planet and roamed the universe. Then it meant there were many powerful beings still existing in this universe. And their planet, every person living on their planet, including Su Yang, were like ants that those powerful beings could easily crush. Chapter 91 Su Taohong, My Boyfriend is Back. A sense of crisis. Everyone felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. Although the universe is vast, and planets are merely specks of dust in this universe, everyone wants to hold their fate in their own hands. Su Yang, when will you be able to become a powerful being? Su Taohong looked at Su Yang and asked. Su Yang showed a thoughtful expression. After the resurrection, he had been able to gain power from faith these past 2 days. Most of this power came from marine creatures, and a small part came from humans. This power of faith could sustain Su Yang's training every day. If he continued training every day without stopping, it would take at least 10 years. 10 years. 10 years is not considered long for a cultivator, especially for high-grade cultivators. As their ranks increase, their lifespan also extends. Take Su Taohong, for example. She is currently a 4th-grade evolutionist and, barring any accidents, can live at least to 300 years. 10 years is just 1/30th of that. Not to mention that the lifespan of the Dragon Clan is counted in tens of thousands. However, Su Yang still felt it was a bit long. Thinking of this, Su Yang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Su Taohong reached out and held his hand. It's okay, I will quickly raise my strength to adulthood. Su Yang smiled and said. Su Taohong nodded. In the following days, Su Yang stayed in Qingshan City with Su Taohong. After staying in Qingshan City for a few days, Su Yang left for the South China Sea. On the surface of the South China Sea, Su Yang transformed into a dragon, its 5,000-meter-long body coiling in the air. The dragon's might was unleashed. The creatures in the surrounding sea trembled in fear, not daring to move, frozen in place. 400 nautical miles from the South China Sea, Little Tuan and Little Yuan lay quietly on the sea floor with their eyes closed, not moving an inch. After 8 years, the two of them had grown to a kilometer in size. Suddenly, Little Tuan and Little Yuan opened their eyes simultaneously, their eyes filled with excitement. They sensed a familiar aura. Su! 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 The two of them quickly swam towards the direction of the South China Sea. After half a day, they reached the South China Sea. Then they saw Su Yang coiled in the sky. The two of them emerged from the sea and flapped their fins to soar into the sky. Su! The two of them flew to Su Yang, their eyes full of excitement as they circled around just like before. After circling around once, the two returned to Su Yang's front. Su Yang looked at Little Tuan and Little Yuan, whom he hadn't seen in years. They had grown to a kilometer in size, their shapes resembling koan more and more. In absorbing the memories of the elder dragon, he learned that sea creatures undergo a great transformation upon reaching a high level of power. In terms of cultivation, this can be described as transformation. Yes. If Little Tuan and Little Yuan improved their strength to the level of a powerful being, they would transform into human forms. Su! I and Little Yuan thought you were dead. Little Tuan said excitedly. Little Yuan hurriedly nodded its big head. Su Yang smiled and said, I died, but I came back to life. Little Tuan and Little Yuan blinked in confusion. Su Yang smiled again and said, You two don't need to know so much, just know that I am fine now. The two nodded in unison. By the way, how is your strength now? Su Yang asked. Little Tuan said, Evolved to 3rd rank. Little Yuan said, Evolved to 3rd rank. Su Yang was a bit surprised but then thought it made sense. After all, he had fed the two of them a lot of dragon blood, and they had also consumed many sea creatures. He was also the first to teach them cultivation techniques, and they were high-level techniques. So, it wasn't surprising that in these 8 years, their strength reached the 3rd rank of evolution. Good, keep working hard. Once you break through to the 1st rank, you can transform. Su Yang said. Transform? Little Tuan and Little Yuan's eyes were full of doubt. Su Yang explained the meaning of transformation. After hearing Su Yang's explanation, the two looked at each other, then their eyes were filled with excitement. Next, Su Yang inquired about the current situation of the oceans on the planet. After the two of them finished describing the situation in the ocean, Su Yang instructed Little Tuan and Little Yuan and then left the sea area, returning to Qingshan City. After arriving in Qingshan City, Su Yang spent the following time staying in Qingshan City, accompanying Su Taohong while cultivating. Thanks to Su Yang's return, Su Taohong had undergone a tremendous change in both temperament and other aspects. In front of others, she who usually never smiled was now always radiant with happiness during this time. Moreover, every day she not only clocked in at the Evolved Management Association but spent almost all her time with Su Yang. She even rejected requests from the headquarters of the Evolved Management Association to assist with external tasks. Such unusual behavior puzzled everyone. For this, the president of the headquarters, Director Liao, specifically took a plane to Qingshan City. At Su Yang's home, Su Yang and Su Taohong sat at the dining table. The table was filled with dishes. All the dishes were made by Su Taohong. Although the two of them didn't need to eat, Su Taohong made various meals 3 times a day. Director Liao from the Evolved Management Association has come to Qingshan City, probably to ask about things on my side. Do you want to tell them about your matter? Picking up a piece of stir-fried pork, Su Taohong asked at the same time. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, let's tell them. There's really no need to hide this. This matter really didn't need to be concealed. After all, with the revival of spiritual energy and the opening of secret realms, the planet was already different from before. Back then, Su Yang hid himself because he feared being sliced, but now it was completely unnecessary. Okay. Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong nodded. Soon, they finished their meal, and Su Taohong and Su Yang sat for a moment on the sofa in the living room until Su Taohong's phone rang, and then she went out. Once outside, Su Taohong headed straight for the Evolver Management Association. When she arrived at the association's office, Su Taohong found Liao Team already sitting there waiting on the sofa. President Su. Liao Team stood up. President Liao, please sit down. Su Taohong smiled. As she spoke, they both sat down by the sofa. After sitting down, Liao Team exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Taohong before asking, President Su, have you encountered something recently? Hearing Liao Team's words, Su Taohong's red lips pressed together, and she smiled lightly as she said, President Liao, I'm sorry, I've been a bit busy these days. Well, my boyfriend is back, so I've been accompanying him and didn't have time to pay attention to the association's matters. Oh, your boyfriend. Liao Team's words were not finished, and he froze there. He was stunned for a few seconds, then opened his mouth. What did you say? Your boyfriend? Liao Team asked. Su Taohong smiled and affirmed, my boyfriend. Liao Team hesitated and asked, your boyfriend is? Su Taohong smiled and replied, Su Yang. Su Yang? Liao Team's eyes widened. Su Taohong nodded. Seeing Su Taohong nod, Liao Team suddenly stood up with a shocked expression and asked, Su Yang is not dead? After speaking, he noticed Su Taohong's expression turned slightly ugly, and hurriedly added, I'm sorry. What I mean is, Su Yang has returned? Su Taohong nodded, saying, yes, he just came back a few days ago. Liao Team's pupils constricted, and he sat back down on the sofa, lowering his head in silence. Su Taohong also said nothing but took out her phone to watch videos, considering what to cook for Su Yang in the evening. A few minutes later, Liao Team finally spoke, President Su, may I ask, who is Su Yang? Su Taohong put away her phone, raised her head, and looked at Liao Team, saying, President Liao, actually I know what you are worried about, Su Yang has talked with me. He really has no hostility towards you, or any forces. As she spoke, Su Taohong summarized what Su Yang had said about the battles between powerful beings in the past. After listening to Su Taohong's story, Liao Team's expression became serious. Powerful beings. This term they had never heard of in the secret realm. If what Su Yang said is true, then there must be many powerful beings in this universe. And what about their planet? A sense of crisis. President Su, I want to meet Su Yang. Liao Team said solemnly. Su Taohong said, I need to go back and ask Su Yang to see if he agrees. Alright, President Su, please inform me as soon as you have news. Okay, President Liao. After their conversation ended, Liao Team left Su Taohong's office. Not long after Liao Team left, Su Taohong also left the office and drove back to Su Yang's home. When she arrived at Su Yang's house, Su Taohong told Su Yang about Liao Team wanting to meet him. Su Yang thought for a moment and agreed. The next day, Liao Team arrived at Su Yang's home. By the sofa in the living room, Liao Team sat opposite Su Yang, looking at the dragon horns on Su Yang's head. Although he had seen them once before under the formation in Kunlun Mountains, seeing Su Yang again gave Liao Team a deep sense of awe. Especially remembering that battle 8 years ago. Mr. Su, long time no see. Liao showed a smile on his face. Su Yang replied with a sound and smiled, long time no see, President Liao. Yes, it has been 8 years. The battle back then is still fresh in my memory. If it weren't for Mr. Su, this planet might have. Before he could finish, Su Yang raised his hand to interrupt him. President Liao, you misunderstood this matter. If we must say, in fact, this matter fundamentally lies with me. The strange beasts that first appeared from the cherry blossoms were actually parasitic worms. At that time, Su Yang recounted how he discovered the dome and released the parasitic worms from the three-eyed being. After Su Yang finished, Liao said, Mr. Su, this matter isn't your fault. That dome is like a piece of glass, our planet is just the fish in a fishbowl.
If Mr. Su hadn't broken that dome, we would have forever remained fish in the bowl, never able to enter the little river, the Yangtze, and the ocean. As he spoke, Liao paused, then said, "Actually, I came here hoping that Mr. Su could quickly become a powerful ability user. This planet needs the protection of a powerful ability user. Whatever Mr. Su needs us to do, we will do our utmost." Hearing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He carefully looked at Liao, seeing his serious face and sincere eyes. He then said, "Since President Liao says so, then today I will say something as well. From now on, regardless of what danger the planet encounters, I, Su Yang, will absolutely give my all to protect this planet."
"Thank you, Mr. Su." Liao stood up and bowed to Su Yang.
Su Yang stood up and waved his hand with a smile.
Soon, Liao left Su Yang's home. Only Su Yang and Su Taohong were left in the house. "What do you want to eat tonight?"
Looking at Su Yang sitting on the sofa, Su Taohong walked to his side, sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and softly asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll eat whatever Sister Su makes."
Su Yang smiled and said,
Okay, just wait."
Saying this, Su Taohong stood up and walked towards the kitchen.
Moments later, the two finished their meal and headed straight to the bedroom.
Days passed by one after another.
In the following time, Su Yang lived very comfortably, practicing during the day and training with Su Taohong at night. Occasionally, the two would go out shopping or watch a movie, just like an ordinary couple.
1 month. 2 months. Perhaps due to Su Yang's influence, Su Taohong's strength increased from a rank 4 evolver to a rank 3.
Compared to Su Taohong's improvement, Su Yang didn't advance much. After all, he had calculated earlier, if he didn't eat or drink and just practiced, it would take almost 10 years to reach maturity. He didn't know if there was any way to quickly increase his strength. Su Yang searched through the old man's memories for a long time but found no methods to quickly boost strength, leaving him somewhat disappointed.
The 3rd month. In the 3rd month since returning to Qingshan City.
That night, after finishing a training session with Su Taohong, Su Yang left the bedroom and returned to a room specially used for his practice, sitting cross-legged. With a thought, Su Yang began to operate the Wish Dragon technique. The power of faith flowed within him, and Su Yang could clearly feel that the power of faith was gradually strengthening his internal body.
He practiced until the next day. Su Yang exited his training, stood up, and left the practice room, heading to the living room.
Then he saw Su Taohong dressed like a chef making breakfast in the kitchen. Su Yang walked up behind Su Taohong, wrapping his arms around her slender waist.
"Good morning.
Breakfast will be ready soon, you go sit on the sofa for a while."
Okay." Su Yang kissed Su Taohong's pretty face, then turned and walked to sit on the sofa.
Just as he sat down, Su Yang caught a glimpse of himself reflected on the glass surface of the coffee table and was instantly stunned. He saw the green lines on the dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead seemed to be a bit greener than yesterday. He moved a little closer, carefully looking, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, Su Yang opened his mouth and spat out the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture hidden in his stomach. Looking at the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture in his hand, Su Yang's mind stirred. In the next second, everything around him vanished, and Su Yang returned to the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Looking at the golden dragon bones in front of him, stretching for tens of thousands of meters, and the pool in the middle, Su Yang's face showed an expression of surprise.
Chapter 93, Advancement.
The adult stage.
Inside the pool.
The unknown liquid that had been absorbed by Su Yang had, at some point, turned green again. And the familiar energy overflowed from the green liquid.
After the energy here was used up, could it be replenished?
Su Yang was filled with doubt in his heart.
He took a step into the pool.
In the next second, life-filled energy surged into his body, and Su Yang immediately began to practice using his techniques. Time passed, though he didn't know how long. The unknown liquid turned transparent again.
Su Yang opened his eyes, then stepped out of the pool.
With a thought, he transformed into a dragon's body. The body that was originally 5,000 meters long grew to 6,000 meters. Feeling the growth of his body and the increase in strength, Su Yang's face showed an excited expression. Just from one session of practice, his body had grown by 1,000 meters. If he continued growing at this speed, it would only take 4 more sessions to reach 10,000 meters, and at that time, he would reach adulthood. Adulthood. With a thought, everything around him disappeared, and Su Yang returned to his home's living room. "The food's ready." Su Taohong's voice rang out, and she walked out from the kitchen with the dishes. Seeing Su Taohong come out, Su Yang froze for a moment. He had just been practicing in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Although he didn't know how much time had passed, it must have been at least half a month. But now, seeing Su Taohong walk over with dishes, it was as though he had never left. Could it be that when he entered the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, time in the outside world was paused? Thinking of this, Su Yang looked at Su Taohong's current actions, then returned to the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture again. This time, Su Yang deliberately timed it, staying inside the sculpture for 5 minutes, before coming out. When he came out, he looked at Su Taohong. Su Taohong was still in the same posture, holding the dishes, and was now preparing to put the dishes on the table. "What are you standing there for? Come and try it." Su Taohong smiled at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled back, walked to the table, picked up chopsticks, and took a bite of the dish. "Delicious," Su Yang praised. Su Taohong smiled, pursing her lips. Soon, the meal was finished. Su Taohong, needing to make a trip to the Evolutionary Association, left the house after eating. After Su Taohong left, Su Yang returned to his bedroom and carefully examined the dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead. He looked at the faint green lines on the pattern. Su Yang wondered how long it would take for these green lines to return to their original state. In other words, how long before the liquid in the pool could restore its energy. And so, days passed, one by one. After about a month, Su Yang noticed that the green lines on the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture on his forehead had returned to normal. Su Yang entered the pool, and sure enough, the unknown liquid inside turned emerald green again. Su Yang, excited, entered the pool and began to absorb the energy from the liquid. After a month, the energy in the pool was completely absorbed. Su Yang's strength was once again enhanced, and his body grew to 7,000 meters. Feeling the increase in strength. If the growth continued at this rate, he would only need to absorb the energy 3 more times, or 3 months in the real world, 3 months in the pool, and his body would grow to 10,000 meters, reaching the adult stage. Adulthood. Only 3 months. Su Yang's heart was filled with excitement. On that day, when Su Taohong returned, Su Yang told her about his power enhancement. Upon learning that Su Yang's strength would reach adulthood in 3 months, Su Taohong excitedly jumped into his arms. "Su Yang, I also want to enhance my power." Su Taohong's pretty face turned slightly red as she spoke. Seeing Su Taohong like this, Su Yang's heart stirred immediately. He held Su Taohong and walked directly towards the bedroom. After a night of spring winds, Su Taohong, satisfied, leaned against Su Yang's chest. Looking at the faint blush still lingering on Su Taohong's beautiful face, Su Yang said, "Sister Su, you should now prepare to gain the power of faith." "Huh?" Su Taohong looked at Su Yang. Su Yang explained that a first-tier evolver needs the power of faith to advance to a great ability wielder. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, Su Taohong showed a surprised expression. However, she soon thought of something, and her expression became difficult to bear. If according to what Su Yang said, a first-tier evolver needs the power of faith to advance to a great ability wielder, and the way to gain the power of faith is to make others believe in you. And after obtaining the power of faith, cultivation also requires a lot of time. Therefore, during the cultivation period, the power of faith must not be interrupted. Then, for those who want to advance from first tier to great ability wielder, they must obtain the power of faith from other sources. This inevitably requires slaughter, seizing territory, and so on. Seeing Su Taohong's expression, Su Yang naturally knew she was also thinking about these things. Reaching out to rub Su Taohong's head, Su Yang smiled and said, "Don't think too much, what you need to do now is to prepare." Su Taohong was silent for a few seconds, then softly replied with an Time passed quickly. In the following 3 months, Su Yang went about his days as usual, but he made an extra trip each month to absorb energy from the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. When preparing to cultivate in the 3rd month, Su Yang entered the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture just like the previous 2 times. Looking at the emerald green liquid in the pool, Su Yang took a deep breath and stepped directly into the pool. The next second, energy surged into Su Yang's body. Su Yang closed his eyes, feeling the energy inside him, and began to operate his techniques. 1 second. 2 seconds. Su Yang's dragon body was growing rapidly, and his strength was the same. Just like that, unknowingly, a month passed. When the liquid in the pool completely turned transparent, Su Yang's dragon body reached exactly 10,000 meters. At the same time, Su Yang felt that a tremendous change was happening within him. The colorful dragon pearl inside him was operating vigorously, shining with dazzling light. The 2 pearls, red and green, surrounding the dragon pearl, seemed to come alive under the brilliant light and all retreated together. Then, the bones inside him began to change color gradually, from white to light gold. Finally, transforming into pure gold. The energy contained within those bones was incredibly domineering. Su Yang felt that he only needed to lightly flick his dragon tail, and it seemed like he could tear space apart. If he were to fight against the three-eyed doppelganger at that moment, Su Yang would absolutely need just a few moves to crush the doppelganger. Excited in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space for quite a while, Su Yang finally exited the space. The next second, Su Yang appeared in the living room of the house. On the sofa in the living room, Su Taohong was sitting there watching TV. Su Yang walked up to her, stretched out his hand, and hugged her tightly. "I have reached adulthood," Su Yang said. Chapter 94, Su Taohong is pregnant. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong in his arms widened her eyes.
You. Are you really an adult now? Su Taohong asked in disbelief. Su Yang smiled and nodded.
Seeing Su Yang nod, a smile suddenly appeared on Su Taohong's face as she wrapped her arms around Su Yang's neck and pressed her red lips directly against his.
The next day. The news of Su Yang reaching adulthood, also known as becoming a great ability wielder, was known in Xia country. On the day that Team Liao rushed from the capital to Qingshan City, they met Su Yang, who was at home. Seeing Su Yang, who looked no different from their last meeting, Team Liao nervously asked, "Mr. Su, you?" Before he could finish, Su Yang smiled lightly and said, "I have reached that stage." Hearing Su Yang's words, Team Liao's heart trembled. If Su Yang had reached that stage, it meant this planet had gained a certain self-protection ability. Just like when Xia country created its own big mushroom, gaining a voice in the international community. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Team Liao stood up and clasped his hands in congratulations. Su Yang smiled and said, "Chairman Liao is being polite. I keep my promises. As I said before, if one day the planet faces danger, I will do my utmost to protect this planet." Saying this, Su Yang's smile faded, and he became serious. After all, this planet is also my hometown. Honestly, even without saying it, I would protect this planet. So, when does Mr. Su plan to go out? Team Liao asked. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "I plan to stay on the planet for a while." Su Yang intended to leave this planet after Su Taohong, Xiao Tuan, Xiao Yuan, Li Ningning, and others had grown a bit more. Hearing this, Team Liao felt a sudden sense of relief. He was genuinely a bit worried that after Su Yang's power increased, he might impulsively want to go outside and see. "Alright, Mr. Su, if there's anything in the future, please contact us anytime." Okay. After some conversation, Team Liao left Su Yang's home. Not long after Team Liao left, Su Taohong returned from the Evolver Management Association. Did Team Liao come today? Seeing Su Yang sitting on the sofa, Su Taohong walked over and sat beside him, asking. Su Yang nodded, stretched out his hand to wrap around Su Taohong's waist, and was about to speak, but noticed Su Taohong's delicate brows slightly frowned. "What's wrong?" Su Yang asked. "It's nothing." Su Taohong smiled and shook her head. After saying this, Su Taohong's expression changed again, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Seeing Su Taohong's action, Su Yang's thoughts shifted, and he directed energy into Su Taohong's body, checking her health. A few seconds later, Su Yang's pupils constricted, and he stood there, stunned. What happened?" Su Taohong saw Su Yang's expression and immediately asked nervously. Su Yang remained silent for a few seconds without speaking. He checked again carefully, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. "Sister Su, you're pregnant." Looking at Su Taohong, Su Yang's voice trembled, unable to contain his emotions. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Taohong stood there, dumbstruck. After a long while, she reached out to touch her belly. I'm pregnant?" Tears could not be controlled as Su Taohong's body trembled with excitement. Su Yang reached out to hold Su Taohong's trembling hand. But at that moment, Su Yang thought of something, and his expression became a bit strange. He was a dragon, so what would come from that? A dragon? A human? Or a dragon human? What would a dragon human look like? The more he thought, the weirder his expression became, and in the end, he shook his head to break off those wild thoughts. Soon, Su Taohong's pregnancy became known. The first to learn this news were Li Ningning and Xianpan. Upon receiving the news, they rushed back from other places immediately to visit the unborn dragon prince. Next, Team Liao also learned the news. And it was unknown who leaked the information that Su Yang was not dead to all countries. Moreover, with Su Taohong's pregnancy, not only Xia country but also other countries sent representatives to Qingshan City. In an instant, Qingshan City became a focus of global attention, lively and bustling. However, regarding the representatives sent by various countries, Su Yang only met with the representative from Xia country, and did not meet any others. Even though representatives from various countries waited for several days below Su Yang's community, they never caught a glimpse of him. In the end, they had to leave Qingshan City, but many were still reluctant to go and hoped to see Su Yang just once. 3 days later. Above Qingshan City. 2 giant sea creatures flew by and stopped 500 meters in the sky. With their massive size, they nearly covered half of Qingshan City. The evolvers in the city changed their expressions upon seeing this scene. Su. A voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Su Yang flew directly out of the community. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang arrived above Qingshan City. Looking at the 2 creatures hovering in the air, Su Yang smiled and said, "Why are you 2 here?" It was Xiaotuan and Xiao Yuan who had come. At this moment, Xiaotuan said, "Congratulations." Xiaotuan came to congratulate. Xiao Yuan then opened her mouth wide, and a huge, over 20-meter-long giant clam flew out from her mouth. Xiao Yuan's gift for little Su Su, said Xiao Yuan.
Su Yang chuckled and reached out to pat Xiao Yuan's head.
Then he looked at the giant clam, and with a thought.
The clam opened, revealing a pearl roughly half a meter in diameter in Su Yang's view. The pearl was white, with a faint glow shimmering on its surface.
Su Yang could sense an energy overflowing from that pearl.
Below on the ground, countless evolvers also noticed that pearl.
Shock was evident in their eyes, mixed with a trace of envy and greed.
But that thing was not something they could touch.
Xiaoduan has a gift too. At this moment, Xiaoduan also opened her mouth wide, and a small turtle flew out from Xiaoduan's mouth.
A turtle? Looking at the turtle that emerged, it was small, appearing to have just been born, but unlike the sea turtles, this little turtle had long limbs, and some raised places on its shell, especially on its head, or it even had hair.
It looked a bit like the legendary Xuanwu. What is this?
Su Yang pointed at the little turtle curiously.
Xiaoduan replied, this is the child of the big turtle.
He said he wanted to give his child to Su.
This little guy has a gentle personality. The big turtle Xiaoduan mentioned was the one in the sea that was second only to the two of them.
This turtle and a snake and a shark had consumed a drop of Su Yang's blood in the Pacific Ocean.
Hearing Xiaoduan's words, Su Yang nodded.
He reached out to take the little turtle, studying it closely, and the more he looked, the more he felt this little turtle resembled Xuanwu. Meanwhile, the little turtle blinked its eyes, gazing at Su Yang with a somewhat silly and adorable expression.
Chapter 95, Birth. Su Linglong.
Seeing this silly expression, Su Yang found it quite amusing. However, because of evolution, the personalities of sea creatures tend to be quite fierce, so Su Yang was really a bit worried about accepting this little guy. With a thought, Su Yang transmitted energy into the little turtle's body, then used the energy to stimulate a part of the little turtle's brain. This move was something he had figured out during his free time, able to perform a sort of forced brainwashing on humans or sea creatures.
After a moment,
the brainwashing was successful, and the little turtle looked at Su Yang with affectionate eyes, stretching its neck to get closer to him. Su Yang placed his hand on the little turtle's head and patted it. The little turtle squinted its eyes, and a human-like smile appeared on its silly face.
Very nice. I really like both of these gifts,
Su Yang said with a smile.
Hearing Su Yang's words, Xiaoduan and Xiao Yuan's eyes were filled with joy.
At that moment, a sound of something cutting through the air came from not far away.
A few seconds later, Su Taohong flew over.
Seeing Su Taohong appear, both Xiaoduan and Xiao Yuan looked at Su Taohong's belly at the same time.
Looking at her flat stomach, Xiaoduan and Xiao Yuan filled with curiosity. Is little Su Su inside here? Xiaoduan murmured.
Xiao Yuan said, little Su Su is still too small.
It will take time to be born.
So how many little Su Sus can it give birth to?
I don't know.
I heard that a seahorse can give birth to thousands of little seahorses.
Did we bring too little of our gifts? Thousands of little Su Sus?
Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Yang and Su Taohong both had black lines on their faces, especially Su Taohong, whose expression was a mix of crying and laughing.
Thank you.
Although feeling a bit strange, Su Taohong still smiled and thanked them.
No need to thank us,
Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan said in unison. Because of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's size, combined with their different species, they didn't stay long and flew back to the sea area.
Su Yang and Su Taohong also returned to their neighborhood.
After the two left, the sky returned to calm again, but below, the evolutionary beings started to discuss excitedly.
Who was that just now? President Su, don't you know? No. I meant the other one. It seemed to be Su Yang. Su Yang? You mean that's Su Yang? Everyone's eyes widened.
Many people had actually heard of Su Yang, but he rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so his story seemed like a legend to others.
Seeing Su Yang in person today was like encountering a living legend and myth.
This feeling was strange. Admiration, respect, and awe intertwined with each other. Soon, 10 months passed. At the hospital in Qingshan City. As the safety door opened, a doctor in a white coat came out. Su Yang, Li Ningning, Xian Pan, and team leader Liao along with other representatives of Xia country rushed over.
How's it going? Mother and daughter are safe. Hearing the doctor's words, excitement appeared on Su Yang's face.
His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the doorway. The next second, Su Yang entered the room, looking at Su Taohong lying on the bed and the small baby beside her. The baby looked a bit dirty, with some redness to the skin. On the forehead, there was a small dragon-shaped pattern just like Su Yang, and there were 2 small lumps on the head.
How is it?
At this moment, Su Taohong smiled and asked. After all, as a high-level evolutionary, Su Taohong was very strong. She showed no signs of weakness that many new mothers have after giving birth, looking just like she usually did.
Beautiful, just like me. Su Yang could not take his eyes off the little one, a full smile on his face as he said. Looking at Su Yang's expression, Su Taohong smiled, her beautiful eyes playfully rolling at him as she said, I think it looks like me. Ha, it's a mix of both of us, taking all of our best qualities. Su Yang laughed heartily. As he spoke, he reached out and held Su Taohong's hand. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Hearing Su Yang call her wife, Su Taohong's hand trembled slightly. Tears flowed down her smiling beautiful eyes at that moment. At this time, the little one, who had been resting with her eyes closed beside Su Taohong, seemed to have heard Su Yang and Su Taohong's voices and opened her eyes. A pair of golden pupils appeared. They looked just like Su Yang's eyes. Those golden eyes gazed at Su Yang and Su Taohong, while little hands reached out to grab Su Yang's face. Seeing that little hand reaching out, Su Yang leaned his face closer. The baby's small hand rested on Su Yang's face, and she let out a giggling laugh. This laughter made Su Yang unable to help but burst into hearty laughter as well. Beside them, Su Taohong watched the scene with a smile, her expression filled with a kind of maternal love she had never shown before. My daughter is amazing, she can laugh as soon as she comes out, and even giggle. Su Yang praised. Normally, newborn babies cannot see well. Of course, Su Yang's child was an exception. What should we name the child? Su Taohong gently asked at this moment. Su Yang's gaze shifted from the child to the side, revealing a thoughtful expression as he said, how about Su Xiaolong? Su Taohong glared at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes and said, can you come up with something a bit nicer? Su Yang chuckled, then you come up with one? Su Taohong thought for a moment and said, how about calling her Su Linglong? Hearing the name suggested by Su Taohong, Su Yang's expression became strange. Su Linglong? Isn't that name a bit old-fashioned? What's wrong? Is this name not pleasant? Su Taohong hesitated. Su Yang smiled and said, it sounds nice, then let's call her Su Linglong, with the nickname Linglong. Soon, a month passed. Su Yang and Su Taohong held a full-month celebration for Su Linglong. This time, Su Yang did not act low-key like before, but invited representatives from all countries and heads of some major organizations. The celebration took place at the largest hotel in Qingshan City. At this moment, at the hotel entrance, representatives from various countries were carrying gifts of all sizes, smiling and chatting with each other. In addition to representatives from various countries, marine creatures also sent a representative. It was unavoidable, little Tuan and little Yuan were too large to fit in this gathering. So, the representative sent was a seahorse, evolved and reaching grade 4 in strength. Seeing the seahorse with 2 legs and able to speak, the representatives from different countries looked quite odd. In recent years, they actually had not interacted much with marine life, as these creatures rarely entered human activity areas, mostly staying in the sea. Lord Dragon King. Upon entering the hotel and seeing Su Yang receiving guests in the hall, the seahorse hurried over and respectfully said. Hearing the voice, Su Yang turned around and showed a look of surprise upon seeing the seahorse. After several seconds, he reacted and smiled, Little Tuan and Little Yuan sent you? Yes, Lord Dragon King, Lord Tuan and Lord Yuan asked me to come and congratulate you, Little Dragon King. As he spoke, the seahorse took out a small wooden box from the pouch in its abdomen and handed it to Su Yang with both hands. Chapter 96, 3 Years and Departure. Listening to the seahorse, Su Yang took the box and opened it for a glance. Inside was a small seashell. Su Yang curiously examined the seashell. The seahorse explained, Lord Tuan and Lord Yuan have instructed all creatures in the sea territory that any creature hearing this seashell sound will come and help you, Little Dragon King. Hearing the seahorse's words, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, and at that moment, the surrounding guests gasped, their eyes filled with greed and complexity as they looked at the seashell in the box. At this time, Su Yang smiled and said, thank you, please return my gratitude to Little Tuan and Little Yuan. Yes, Lord Dragon King. Please go inside and have a seat. Yes. The seahorse walked away on its 2 legs. After the seahorse left, Su Yang put away the seashell and continued to receive other guests. In the following time, Su Yang welcomed all the representatives from various countries, and the gifts received could fill an entire room. The types of gifts were numerous, ranging from cash and real estate to precious materials obtained from secret realms. Any of these could cause quite a stir in the community. Soon, Su Linglong's full-month celebration came to an end. That night, at Su Yang's home, Su Yang sat on the sofa with Su Taohong in his arms, both watching Li Ningning and Xanpan playing with Su Linglong not far away on the carpet. Suddenly, Su Taohong spoke up, when are you planning to leave? Su Yang was taken aback, withdrawing his gaze from the little one and turning to look at Su Taohong. Why do you suddenly ask this? Su Yang was curious. Su Taohong said, it's nothing, just asking. Actually, I can feel that you have long wanted to go out for a while. Su Yang smiled but said nothing. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Su Taohong leaned over, kissed Su Yang's cheek, and whispered, "There's not much going on here on the planet. If you want to go out, just go out for a bit." Su Yang smiled and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." Time passed quickly.
3 years later.
In the center of Qingshan City, in the middle of a villa area.
In the villa's yard, Su Yang lay on a lounge chair, looking fondly at Su Linglong swimming in the pool not far away. 3-year-old Su Linglong now had 2 little bumps on her head that had grown into a pair of little dragon horns, paired with that fair and lovely little face, and those golden eyes looked very adorable. At this moment, she was swimming in the water like a fish, moving quickly. Behind her was a somewhat strange-looking sea turtle. The sea turtle flapped its 4 limbs, awkwardly following behind Su Linglong. "Hee, little turtle, come chase me." Popping her head out of the water, Su Linglong waved her hand at the little sea turtle. The turtle moved its limbs faster, but its speed didn't increase much. After playing with the turtle for a while, Su Linglong jumped out of the pool and then ran with her little short legs towards Su Yang. "Daddy!" "Hey!" Su Yang smiled as he sat up, hugging Su Linglong, who pounced over. Looking at the little girl's cute face, Su Yang leaned over and kissed her cheek. "My dear. In a few days, Daddy has to go on a trip," Su Yang said with a smile. Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Linglong blinked her eyes and asked, "Daddy, where are you going?" Su Yang said, "Going to take a look at the sky." As he spoke, Su Yang pointed to the sky above his head. Su Linglong looked curiously at the sky and then said expectantly, "Can I go with Daddy?" Su Yang smiled and shook his head. Seeing Su Yang shake his head, the expectation on Su Linglong's face instantly turned into disappointment. She let out an "oh," jumped directly out of Su Yang's arms, and ran back to the edge of the pool to play with the turtle that was about to crawl out of the water. Soon, joyful laughter from Su Linglong filled the air by the pool. Su Yang smiled as he watched this scene. Quickly, 2 days passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Su Yang and Su Taohong came out of the villa and stepped into the yard. Standing in the yard, looking at the few stars still visible in the sky, Su Yang wrapped his arms around Su Taohong. "I'm going out for a bit, don't worry about me," Su Yang said. Su Taohong's eyes turned a bit red as she softly responded, Then she leaned in and kissed him. After a long time, the two parted, and Su Yang squeezed Su Taohong's face, then flew directly towards the sky. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Soon, Su Yang flew out of the atmosphere. After leaving the atmosphere, Su Yang stopped. He looked back at the beautiful planet below, observing it for a few minutes before turning back towards the endless starry sky. Moments later, Su Yang flew in front of the dome. Reaching out, he touched the dome. A faint halo rippled outward like a calming wave. Su Yang took a deep breath, and the next second, a beam of light burst forth from his fingertips. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dome shattered like glass, creating numerous cracks that then turned into countless fragments. At the same time, at a certain location, the massive planet shaped like an eye, the three-eyed creature meditating suddenly opened its eyes. A flash of brilliance passed through the third eye on its forehead. After a few seconds, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the three-eyed creature's face. "I underestimated you." After saying this, the three-eyed creature closed its eyes again, returning to its meditation. On Su Yang's side, after shattering the dome, he continued to fly towards the distance. As he passed by the moon, Su Yang paused for a moment. He looked at the barren moon and, after a slight hesitation, flew over. Soon, Su Yang landed on the surface of the moon. Standing on the moon's land, Su Yang felt somewhat strange inside. After all, this planet beneath his feet had many legendary stories. Chang'e flying to the moon, Wu Gang cutting the cassia tree, etc. Did Chang'e really live on this planet? Was she also a great power user? Su Yang's mind began to wander into strange thoughts. Shaking his head to interrupt these peculiar notions, Su Yang looked at the ground beneath his feet again, then focused his mind and began to explore this planet. After exploring for over an hour, Su Yang searched the entire moon. There wasn't anything special to discover. Then Su Yang left the moon and continued to explore into the distance. Soon, he explored several planets, including Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, and more. Like the moon, these planets had no special features, which disappointed Su Yang. Then Su Yang continued to explore into the distance. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Su Yang didn't know how long he had been flying. During these days of flying, Su Yang explored countless planets. However, as he explored, Su Yang became disappointed. Because without exception, all these planets were barren, with no life forms or even traces of past habitation. Just like that, Su Yang flew for a week. 1 day. As he passed by a planet, Su Yang landed on its surface. Out of body, Su Yang examined the planet. Then his expression paused, and he revealed a look of surprise.
Chapter 97, The Planet with Life. On this planet, Su Yang discovered life. Yes. But they were very small life forms. These life forms looked like aliens from a movie, only smaller and not very powerful. The strongest being on this planet was only about the strength of a fourth-tier evolve. Su Yang quietly stood in the sky above the planet, observing the living patterns of these creatures. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Half a year. For half a year, Su Yang stood above the planet. He studied the way of life, language, and the entire social system of the planet's creatures. Overall, the creatures on this planet were like the ancient beings of Su Yang's planet. Looking at this planet, Su Yang had a thought, and his spirit flew into the distance. In a moment, Su Yang's spirit appeared before the strongest being on the planet. Instantly, Su Yang's spirit entered the body of the strongest being. That strongest being shook, then stood there in a daze, not moving. After a moment, the strongest being's eyes became clear. He looked around, shocked. On the other side, Su Yang's spirit returned to his body. Just now, he had given the strongest being a set of practices and left his mark in the middle. As for why he did this, Su Yang planned to see how far this planet could develop. After looking at the planet again, Su Yang turned and flew into the distance. Time flew by. Half a month later, Su Yang discovered another planet with life. Like the last time he found the planet, he first observed from above. Upon seeing the state of this planet, surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. Because on this planet, he actually saw humans. Yes. Fully formed humans, speaking the same language as on Su Yang's planet, almost identical in appearance and other aspects. The only difference was that this planet's era resembled ancient times. And this planet also had evolved beings. However, these evolved beings were referred to as warriors by the people. As for the strongest on this planet, it was a second-tier evolve. Having understood the general situation of this planet, Su Yang did not directly seek out the strongest being but instead landed on the planet and strolled around. While wandering, Su Yang curiously looked around. Where he landed was a forest, surrounded by the calls of many unknown birds. Walking on this planet, Su Yang felt as if he was treading on the earth of his own planet. A familiar yet strange feeling. A strange planet, a familiar environment. Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, suddenly he heard the sounds of a fight not far away. Hearing the noise, Su Yang turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and saw several men and women in tight clothing fighting not far away. To be precise, several male warriors are jointly attacking a woman. They hold knives and guns, while the woman wields a long sword. The fight between them is fierce, and within just a few seconds, dozens of moves have been exchanged. The clash of blades produces a piercing sound. Su Yang steps forward a bit, watching their fighting moves with curiosity on his face. At this moment, those fighting notice Su Yang, who is standing not far away, eating popcorn. Before landing on this planet, Su Yang made some preparations. He wears a black robe with a hood, covering the dragon horns on his head. Seeing the mysterious Su Yang in a black robe with a hood over his face, they remain partly vigilant during their fight, wary of this mysterious person's attack. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoes. At this moment, the woman being jointly attacked suddenly pulls a dagger from her waist and fiercely shoots it at one of the men. Thud. The man, taken by surprise, is directly hit in the chest by the dagger. In the next second, the man's body stiffens, and he collapses to the ground, twitching all over. Third brother. Seeing this, the remaining men exclaim in shock. Then, 2 of the men hurriedly dodge to the side of the twitching man, reaching out to help him up. However, just as the 2 extend their hands, the woman suddenly darts towards them. The long sword in her hand transforms into a beam of swordlight, directly stabbing towards one of the men. The speed of the sword is quick, as if it were a flash of lightning. Seeing the woman's attack speed, Su Yang realizes that her strength should be at the 4th level of evolution, while the remaining men, aside from one at the 4th level, are all at the 5th level. Thud. The man is unable to dodge, and his shoulder is pierced by the long sword. After that, like the previously injured man, this man collapses to the ground, twitching as well. It's poisonous. This demoness sword is poisonous. Quickly take 3rd brother and 4th brother to detoxify, let's retreat. A few of them block the woman, while the others help the poisoned men up. Then they all flee towards the distance together. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanish into the forest. Watching those disappearing figures, the woman reveals a mocking smile on her face, then turns to leave. However, as she turns, she catches a glimpse of Su Yang in a black robe not far away, and her delicate brows furrow slightly. Her crisp voice like that of a yellow oriole emerges. Do you need something? Su Yang smiles from under his hood and shakes his head, saying, it's nothing. The woman says nothing and directly turns to leave. After she departs, Su Yang walks in the opposite direction. In the following days, Su Yang continues to walk in the forest. He does not use any abilities to quickly search this planet, as the long wandering in space for over half a year gives Su Yang a sense of loneliness. He now wants to feel the presence of people. After walking in the forest for almost a week. One day, it starts to rain heavily from the sky. Inside a ruined temple in the forest, a broken statue stands in the middle of the temple, and the ground is covered with dry grass. In the southwest corner, the woman who had previously met Su Taohong sits there, with a campfire piled in front of her. On the campfire, a piece of meat from an unknown animal is roasting. Sizzle. The roasting meat emits a sizzling sound. Outside, the heavy rain pours down, and lightning periodically strikes across the misty sky. At this moment, amidst the sound of rain, there are faint, hurried footsteps. The footsteps come closer. In a moment, several men dressed in tight gear, carrying weapons, and wearing conical hats walk in from outside. Upon entering, they scan the inside of the temple and finally fix their gaze on the woman in the southwest corner. Seeing her, the faces of the men change immediately, and they draw their weapons, pointing them at the woman. The woman's expression changes slightly at this moment. Picking up the weapon placed beside her, she stood up. "Yao Yao. You killed my disciple, today I will take your life." At this moment, one of the men leading the charge spoke. After he finished speaking, the leading man turned into a shadow and dashed towards the woman named Yao Yao. Chapter 98, Yao Yao. Seeing the man rushing over, Yao Yao quickly drew her long sword and raised it to block. At this time, several other men also charged forward with weapons in hand. In the blink of an eye, the two sides clashed together. The sound of swords clashing echoed within the temple. However, the attackers who came to strike Yao Yao were a rank stronger than her, and the others were evenly matched with her, but within less than a minute of fighting, Yao Yao was already at a disadvantage. Moments later, Yao Yao had several new wounds on her body. The attackers surrounded her, their faces showing cold smiles as they looked at Yao Yao. The leading man said flatly, "Hand over your Yao family's belongings, and if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go." Yao Yao pursed her lips and said nothing. "Of course. If you don't hand them over, it's fine. After I kill you, I'll certainly search for the things myself." "Go for it." "Yes." In the next second, the attackers surged forward once again. Watching the crowd charging at her, Yao Yao took a deep breath, a flash of determination in her eyes. The long sword in her hand emitted a glow, while one hand reached for her waist. A book appeared in Yao Yao's hand. "If you want my Yao family's secret manual, come and get it." With that, Yao Yao threw the book directly, while her sword swung towards the book. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. "Looking for death? How dare you!" Angry shouts erupted. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Yao Yao was sent flying, her body crashing into the wall behind her, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the whole temple shook. Falling to the ground, a gruesome wound appeared on Yao Yao's abdomen, blood immediately staining her clothes. At the spot where she had stood, the leading man retracted his weapon and reached out to catch the falling book. Looking at the book in his hand, a cold smile appeared on the man's face. However, in the next second, the man's expression froze. He saw his hand gripping the book turning black at a visible speed. Hastily throwing down the book, the man looked at his darkening palm and coldly said, "It's poisonous." On the ground, Yao Yao coughed, forcing a smile onto her pale face and said, "This poison, even if it's not third grade, even second grade cannot preserve an arm without an antidote. For my worthless life, losing your arm is worth it." Hearing Yao Yao's words, the man's expression grew even uglier. He closed his eyes, feeling the poison spreading within him. Opening his eyes, he hardened his expression, raising his other hand to chop down at his arm. Thud! Blood sprayed from the severed arm. The blackened arm fell to the ground. After cutting off his arm, the man gritted his teeth, pointing at the fallen Yao Yao and said, "Kill her." "Yes." A few people rushed over. Just as they reached Yao Yao, the seemingly near-death Yao Yao leapt high, raising her hand towards the charging men. A layer of green mist emerged. The mist obscured everyone's figures. The attackers let out piercing screams, and within 3 seconds, the screams vanished, leaving several corpses on the ground that looked as if they had been corroded by sulfuric acid. Looking at the lifeless bodies, the one-armed man's eyes widened. Then anger flashed across his face. "I will kill you." While saying this, the one-armed man rushed towards Yao Yao. At this moment, Yao Yao leaned against the wall, a cold smile on her pale face as she stared at the charging man. The man's footsteps paused. "Humph, almost fell for your trick. I'll stand right here and see who outlasts whom," the man said coldly. Yao Yao's brows furrowed, the smile on her face fading. What she intended earlier was to provoke the man, but let the man rush over, and then use poison to kill him. But now the man saw through her intentions, and she was now severely injured. If she did not heal, she would die in no time. A glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the temple, and then a figure walked in. Hearing the heavy footsteps, Yao Yao and the one-armed man both looked toward the temple door. When they saw the person who entered, both of their expressions changed. The one who came in was none other than Su Yang, dressed in a black robe. Looking at Su Yang, the two showed solemn expressions. Because there was not a single wet spot on Su Yang, his whole body was dry. Why was it pouring rain outside, but this person was completely dry? Unless energy release. This ability could only be performed by a third-tier expert. Third tier. At the same level as the leader of the attackers. Who are you? The one-armed man frowned as he looked at Su Yang. Su Yang surveyed the inside of the temple. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at Yao Yao leaning against the wall. Then Su Yang smiled and said, "Just a passerby." As he spoke, he walked to another corner of the temple and sat down, watching with a look of curiosity. Yao Yao and the one-armed man exchanged glances. Looking at Su Yang's actions, the one-armed man's expression changed rapidly. After thinking for a few seconds, he walked up to Su Yang and said, "I am Huang San, from Wolf City. I have business here today, I hope you can step outside." Upon hearing this, Su Yang looked strangely at the man named Huang San. Then he glanced at Yao Yao leaning against the wall. Finally, Su Yang smiled and said, "I told you, I am just a passerby, you can do your thing." Huang San coldly snorted, then turned and went back to his previous position, his gaze falling back on Yao Yao. Time passed second by second. Yao Yao, leaning against the wall, gradually turned pale. In contrast, Huang San, who had lost an arm, appeared to be in better spirits. The two parties were thus in a stalemate. Until the next morning, when the heavy rain outside finally stopped. At this time, Yao Yao, leaning against the wall, had her breath become faint, her vision was blurred, supported only by her last will. Huang San across from her noticed her condition. Step by step, he approached Yao Yao, while saying, "Your Yao family was once the most prominent family in the world. For that so-called feudal prophecy, you guarded the dragon bone for nearly 200 years, and you even kept that secret manual hidden. Today, if I kill you, the Yao family will no longer exist in this world. That secret manual will belong to me, Huang San." After saying this, the knife in Huang San's hand struck toward Yao Yao's head. Seeing the blade coming, Yao Yao had no strength to dodge and could only close her eyes. But at that moment, a muffled sound. The blade did not fall. Yao Yao opened her eyes and saw Huang San lying on the ground, motionless, while the black-robed man stood in front of her. Su Yang then looked at Yao Yao and asked her. Yao Yao looked at Su Yang warily. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "I am Yao Yao." Su Yang shifted his gaze from Yao Yao to the books on the ground. Then Su Yang reached out to take the book. Seeing Su Yang grab the book, Yao Yao's face showed a trace of tension. A few seconds later, Su Yang's hand touched the book. However, the scene Yao Yao imagined did not occur, making her expression change again. Chapter 99, Secrets of the Yao Family. Noticing the change in Yao Yao's facial expression, Su Yang smiled at her. "This book is poisonous, isn't it?" Su Yang said with a smile. Yao Yao's face slightly changed. She bit her lip and coldly said, "Who are you?" Su Yang did not answer, but instead asked, "Do you want to live?" Yao Yao remained silent. Su Yang said, "If you want to live, answer me a few questions. What is the dragon bone about? Why does your demon clan guard the dragon bone?" Yao Yao frowned. Everyone knows that her demon clan guards the dragon bone, and the person in front of her is immensely powerful. He hasn't even made a move yet and has already subdued a third-tier warrior, so the other party's strength is at least third tier, or even possibly second tier. How could such a powerful being not know about her demon clan? Filled with doubt, Yao Yao looked at Su Yang with a strange expression. Su Yang then shifted his gaze from Yao Yao to the book in his hands. He opened the book. Dragon Seeking Technique? Seeing the title of the book, Su Yang's mouth twitched. Isn't this something from the Tomb Raiding trio? With a strange feeling, Su Yang continued to flip through it. After looking at the contents, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are no techniques like dragon seeking and dividing gold. This book is just a cultivation method. However, looking at this cultivation method, Su Yang found it quite profound. Although it was somewhat inferior to the advanced methods he acquired from the elders' memories, it was still decent. After finishing the technique, Su Yang threw the manual to Yao Yao. Because Yao Yao was injured and had been dragged to this point, she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand and could only let the book hit her. Coincidentally, the book hit her on the chest. The elasticity of her chest caused the book to bounce back and fall to the ground. Su Yang looked at Yao Yao, then walked in front of her, and, under her gaze, lifted his hand to place it over her ghastly wound on her abdomen. A warm sensation radiated from Su Yang's hand, and Yao Yao could feel her wound itching a bit, while her body was gradually healing. In less than a minute, she felt no pain in her abdomen. At this moment, Su Yang also withdrew his hand. After Su Yang withdrew his hand, Yao Yao instantly jumped back 2 meters and then checked her abdominal wound. She saw that the previous wound was still covered in blood, but beneath the blood was perfectly smooth, unblemished skin. That snowy skin looked delicate and flawless. Looking at her abdomen, perfectly as before, as if she had never been injured, Yao Yao's eyes widened. Such a power! In just a few breaths, her wound was healed completely. This is simply a divine ability. What was that person saying about the dragon bone? Where is the dragon bone now? Su Yang's voice came through. Hearing his voice, Yao Yao's gaze fell on Su Yang. Although she didn't know who this mysterious person was, she could tell from his abilities that he was definitely someone she couldn't handle, and he didn't harbor any hostility towards her either. After thinking for a moment, Yao Yao opened her mouth and spoke about the dragon bone. It turns out that more than 300 years ago, Yao Yao's demon clan accidentally discovered a divine dragon that fell from the sky. The dragon was injured for some reason. The demon clan tried every means to save the dragon, but it died because its injuries were too severe. However, at the moment of its death, the dragon gifted the demon clan a cultivation manual. After acquiring this manual, the demon clan became one of the top clans in the world in just over a decade. However, later on, the news of the dragon and the gifted manual spread, and various forces began to seize the manual. In the following 100 years, although the demon clan relied on the manual and grew strong, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming attacks from those who robbed them, and the clan gradually declined until only Yao Yao was left. After hearing Yao Yao's story, Su Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Logically, this manual is considered advanced, and Yao Yao's clan acquired it 300 years ago. They should have been able to cultivate to the second or even first tier such strength. Why were they almost wiped out? Su Yang asked the question in his heart. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao showed a bitter smile and said, "This technique is indeed profound, but for some reason, our Yao family can only cultivate to the 3rd rank at most for generations." Profound technique but only able to cultivate to the 3rd rank? Su Yang felt even more puzzled in his heart. He reached out, and the books on the ground flew up and landed in Su Yang's hands. Su Yang opened the book and read it carefully again. Beside him, Yao Yao still looked warily at Su Yang. Soon, Su Yang found the problem within the technique. Although the technique was profound, the cultivation speed in the early stages was fast, but there was a big problem from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank. If one continued to cultivate that way, the energy gained from the cultivation would be transferred somewhere else. In simple terms, it was specifically for others to cultivate. Thinking of this, Su Yang closed the book and looked at Yao Yao, saying, "Where does the dragon bone come from?" Yao Yao hesitated for a few seconds and said, "It is hidden in a secluded place by our Yao family." Su Yang had a guess in his heart, "Take me to see." Yao Yao hesitated and remained silent. Su Yang said again, "Do you have a choice?" Yao Yao frowned slightly, and before she could speak, the next second, she felt a pressure in her head, as if something had drilled into her mind. A few seconds later, she uncontrollably spoke. "The dragon bone is hidden by our Yao family in a very secret place, which is in the forest outside Luo City." Listening to her own uncontrollable words, terror appeared on Yao Yao's stunning face. A few seconds later, her body recovered, and she quickly stepped back a few paces, while her hand reached behind her, and a green dagger appeared in her hand. What did you just do to me?" Yao Yao's voice was filled with panic. Su Yang said, "Just a little trick. By the way, can you take me to find where Luo City is?" Su Yang politely asked. Yao Yao opened her mouth. She thought for a moment and after a few seconds said, "All right, I'll take you there." Su Yang politely responded, "Thank you, I appreciate your help." Yao Yao's mouth twitched. At this moment, the severed arm of Mr. Huang San next to them let out a muffled grunt, and then he opened his eyes. Looking around, when he saw Su Yang and Yao Yao standing not far away, Mr. Huang San suddenly stood up, grabbing a knife beside him and slashing it toward Su Yang. Bang! The next second, Mr. Huang San's body flew back, and the knife fell to the ground. Puff! Blood spewed from his mouth, and Mr. Huang San rolled his eyes and fainted again. Seeing this scene, Yao Yao looked at Su Yang with a complicated expression. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. When Mr. Huang San flew back, she hadn't seen Su Yang make a move at all. Chapter 100, Spring Breeze Building? Taking a deep breath, Yao Yao walked toward the fainted Mr. Huang San with the green dagger in her hand. Reaching Mr. Huang San, Yao Yao raised the dagger directly and aimed for his chest. Su Yang stood still watching the scene, not stopping her. Puff! The green dagger pierced into Mr. Huang San's chest, and his body trembled slightly, then visibly withered, as if all the moisture was being drained away. In just a few seconds, his body had turned into a dry corpse. Seeing this, Su Yang showed a look of surprise on his face. "Can I see your dagger?" Su Yang pointed at the dagger in Yao Yao's hand and asked. Yao Yao hesitated for a moment and then handed the dagger over to Su Yang. Su Yang took the dagger and examined it curiously.
The dagger was made of some special material, resembling iron and steel, harder than regular steel. As for why it was green, it was because the surface was coated with a layer of green liquid.
What is this poison?
Su Yang questioned as he stroked the green liquid on the dagger. Looking at Su Yang touching the green liquid with his fingers, without any problems, Yao Yao's pupils contracted. A few seconds later, Yao Yao said, "The poison from our Yao family is enough to kill a second-tier martial artist."
Hearing this, Su Yang nodded, then returned the dagger to Yao Yao. Then Su Yang walked towards the outside, saying as he walked, "Let's go." Yao Yao remained silent, following behind Su Yang.
The two walked out of the broken temple and headed towards the distance.
Along the way,
Yao Yao did not speak, remaining silent in front, leading the way, while Su Yang looked left and right, appearing relaxed.
In this way, the two walked for 2 days. On the third day, another group of people intercepted Yao Yao and Su Yang. This group of people charged directly at Yao Yao and Su Yang without saying a word. Looking at the attackers rushing over, before Yao Yao could react, Su Yang waved his hand, and all the attackers fell to the ground, motionless. Seeing the fallen attackers, Yao Yao cast a complex glance at Su Yang. The two continued on their journey.
They walked until evening, where they found a spot and sat down to rest by the campfire.
"You. What kind of strength do you have?" Suddenly Yao Yao asked softly. Su Yang looked at Yao Yao with some surprise.
This was the first time Yao Yao had taken the initiative to talk in these few days. "What tier martial artist are you?"
Yao Yao repeated the question. Su Yang thought for a moment and asked, "What are the ranks above the first tier in your place?"
Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, and then her expression became strange. In her world, the strongest martial artist was merely second tier, and above the second tier was naturally the first tier, but in hundreds of years, she had never heard of anyone advancing to first tier. As for anything above first tier, she had never even heard of it.
Seeing Yao Yao's expression, Su Yang smiled and changed the subject, saying, "Why does your Yao family guard the dragon bone?" Yao Yao's expression shifted slightly, revealing a look of hesitation.
The reason for guarding the dragon bone was a core secret of their Yao family. Besides the core members of the family, outsiders simply could not know. Over the years, their Yao family had been hunted by various martial artists, and those martial artists not only wanted to obtain their techniques but also wanted to know the whereabouts and secrets of the dragon bone. However, thinking of the mysterious man's abilities in front of her, which seemed to be able to control her, Yao Yao hesitated for only a few seconds before revealing the matter of the dragon bone. There was no way to keep it a secret. After all, the other party could control her and make her reveal it involuntarily. The dragon bone has a secret. That dragon said that as long as the dragon bone is guarded, it will be revived in hundreds of years.
Revived? A look of surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. Yao Yao affirmed with a hum. The atmosphere quieted down as the two fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. All around, there were only the sounds of some unknown insects or birds. The next day, the two continued on their journey.
On the way, they encountered several more attacks, which were mainly aimed at the Yao family's techniques in dragon bone.
However, because of Su Yang's presence, these attackers mostly ended in failure. Time flew by. A week later, Su Yang and Yao Yao arrived at Luo City.
After arriving at Luo City, Yao Yao originally wanted to take Su Yang directly to the forest where the dragon bone was buried, but upon seeing the ancient, tall city walls and hearing the lively shouts from within the city, Su Yang decided to explore Luo City instead.
"Let's walk around the city," Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao hesitated a bit. However, before she could speak, Su Yang had already stepped into the city. Looking at Su Yang's back, Yao Yao opened her mouth, then stepped forward to follow him. Soon, the two entered the city.
Inside the city, there were many shops on both sides of the street, and many martial artists dressed in form-fitting clothes wandered around with weapons at their waists. Su Yang curiously observed his surroundings, feeling as if he had traveled back to ancient times.
"Grandpa, come play."
A sweet voice, crisp like a golden oriole, came from not far away.
Hearing the voice, Su Yang looked over, and his eyes brightened.
Not far away, there was a 3-story building with a large sign hanging above it, which read Spring Breeze Tower. At the entrance, several beautifully dressed women were twisting their waists, waving handkerchiefs to greet passing warriors.
Spring Breeze Tower. Just by hearing the name, Su Yang already knew what kind of place it was. To be honest, which man is not full of curiosity about this place? Even though he knew what it was, Su Yang pretended to be puzzled and pointed to Spring Breeze Tower, saying, "What is that place?" Yao Yao followed Su Yang's finger to look over, then gave Su Yang a strange expression. "Brothel." After a few seconds, Yao Yao said, "Brothel? Let's go. Take a look." As Su Yang spoke, he took a step towards Spring Breeze Tower. Yao Yao stood in place for a few seconds, then followed him.
Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Spring Breeze Tower, and the dazzling ladies there smiled brightly at Su Yang, twisting their slender waists as they approached him.
Sir, would you like to come in and play?
Saying this, one of the ladies had already walked in front of Su Yang, taking his arm, leaning her half-body against him.
A strong scent of roses rushed over, and Su Yang smiled and nodded.
Seeing Su Yang nod, the lady took his arm and led him directly inside Spring Breeze Tower.
Yao Yao followed behind. Soon, Su Yang was taken into Spring Breeze Tower.
Inside, the space was very large, with many tables in the hall, where guests were seated in small groups, and on their laps sat ladies dressed revealingly. In front of the hall was a big stage, where several ladies dressed in light gauze, with their faces covered by veils, were singing and playing instruments. On either side of the stage were ladders going upstairs.
Mommy. At this moment, the lady holding Su Yang's arm called out to a nearby mature woman. Chapter 101 Help Pay the Bill.
Hearing the lady's voice, the mature woman turned her head to look over, and when she saw Su Yang, she immediately walked briskly towards him.
Oh. This grandpa.
Saying this, the mature woman looked Su Yang up and down, then continued, this grandpa's outfit looks like he's from out of town.
Su Yang raised his eyebrows, just about to speak. At that moment, Yao Yao walked in from outside, and the mature woman's eyes flashed with something unusual when she saw Yao Yao, but then quickly returned to normal. Oh, I didn't expect that our Spring Breeze Tower actually has a lady visiting. I wonder if this young lady is looking for a place to settle down or just wanting to have a bit of fun.
The mature woman smiled at Yao Yao and asked. Yao Yao's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and her pretty face showed a hint of anger, saying, you are the one looking to settle down.
The mature woman covered her mouth, giggling, look at what you're saying, isn't this my home? Just joking, come. Do the two guests want to go to the elegant seating upstairs or stay downstairs? Let's go upstairs. Alright, please follow me.
Saying this, the mature woman twisted her peach-shaped hips and walked upstairs. Su Yang and Yao Yao exchanged glances, then stepped up to follow. Upon reaching the upper floor, the mature woman led Su Yang and Yao Yao into a room. The room was very big, with elegant decorations, but in the southwest corner, a bed hung with several red cloth strips, and next to the bedside table were a few unused candles.
Su Yang was curious about what those cloth strips and candles were for.
Noticing Su Yang's gaze on the cloth strips and candles, Yao Yao's pretty face turned red, while the mature woman laughed, sir.
Our best lady here is Qing Shui, would you like to have Qing Shui entertain you?
Su Yang shifted his gaze from the cloth strips and candles and then smiled, nodding, alright. Then please wait a moment, sir.
Oh, by the way, should this lady also call for another girl? The mature woman looked at Yao Yao. Yao Yao coldly replied, no need.
The mature woman smiled but did not say anything else, instead turning to walk outside. As soon as she stepped out, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and a serious look appeared in her eyes as she hurriedly left the entrance.
Inside the room,
Su Yang walked over to the table and sat down, while Yao Yao picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Yang. After pouring the tea, Yao Yao hesitated for a moment, then said, this boss lady is not right. Su Yang smiled and said, she must have recognized you and wants to obtain the skills and dragon bones of your Yao family. Yao Yao pursed her lips and said, she must be from the 100 Flower Building.
100 Flower Building? Curiosity appeared on Su Yang's face.
Yao Yao looked at Su Yang in surprise, she felt Su Yang was very strange. Even though he was so strong, everything about him seemed like he wasn't from this world, and he was unaware of many basic things.
He didn't know about their Yao family. He even didn't know about the 100 Flower Building.
You must know that practically all martial artists in the world know about the 100 Flower Building and the Yao family.
Unless they are ancient monsters from hundreds of years ago. Thinking of this, Yao Yao's gaze towards Su Yang became strange.
After spending such a long time with Su Yang, he had always worn a black robe and a black hood, making it impossible to see his appearance. Although his voice was that of a young man, there are many ways to change one's voice. The Su Yang before her might very well be an ancient monster who had been in seclusion for centuries. The more she thought, the more Yao Yao felt her guess was right. She took a deep breath, her tone slightly respectful, and said, Senior, the 100 Flower Building is a power that was just established 300 years ago. The leader is Fu Baihua, who is a second-grade martial artist and currently the strongest in the world.
Fu Baihua?
Su Yang muttered to himself. He had previously checked this planet and knew that the strongest martial artist on this planet was a second-grade evolver.
So this evolver should be Fu Baihua. Thinking of this, Su Yang asked, will Fu Baihua be coming later?
Yao Yao showed a thoughtful expression and then shook her head, saying, I don't know. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside, followed by the door opening, and two young women dressed in lightweight long dresses with colorful hair decorations walked in.
I am Qing Shui. I am Hua. We greet the two guests.
The two said in unison with a bow and a clear voice.
Su Yang looked at the two. They were also evolvers, but their strength was not strong, only at the 6th grade. However, the girl named Xingshui was very beautiful. She was more beautiful than any woman Su Yang had seen, especially her temperament, giving a feeling of delicate beauty. Sit down. Su Yang nodded and said to the two. The two responded and then walked to the table, sitting on either side of Su Yang. After sitting down, the two intertwined their arms with Su Yang's. And their faces revealed a hint of shy crimson. This shy appearance would be hard for most men to resist. Although Su Yang felt a bit touched, he was only here out of curiosity, not actually seeking out girls for drinks. This sir is so mysterious. Could you please take off your hat? At that moment, the girl named Xingshui said in a clear voice. After speaking, she reached out to take off Su Yang's hood. Su Yang dodged to the side, smiling and said, "No need, you two go sit across from me, let's chat for a while." Chat for a while? Xingshui and Hahua exchanged glances and then stood up to sit across from them. Once the two were seated, Su Yang began to ask them some questions about this world, such as the classification of martial artists, the distribution of various powers, and some rumors about this world, etc. Actually, Su Yang could have asked Yao Yao these questions, but this woman, Yao Yao, had a voice that was ice cold, and she only asked and answered questions with a single sentence. But Xingshui and Hihua were different. The two of them had crisp voices that carried a hint of coquettishness, and in this place, the brothel was known for its gossip. No one knew more news than the women working here. So, in the following time, Su Yang learned about this world from the mouths of Xingshui and Hihua. After about half an hour, Su Yang understood most of what was going on in this world. He glanced at the sky outside, and it was already afternoon. "Alright, that's it for today, let's go," Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao, who had already been impatiently waiting, immediately stood up and stepped towards the door. "Wait a moment," Su Yang said. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao stopped in her tracks. Then she heard Su Yang say, "You haven't paid, help me pay the bill." Yao Yao. Chapter 102, A Familiar Scene. 5 minutes later. Su Yang and Yao Yao left the Spring Breeze Tower one after the other. Then the two of them directly exited the city and headed towards the distant forest. On the way, Yao Yao followed behind Su Yang, looking at his back with a strange expression. The more time she spent with Su Yang, the less she understood him. To be honest, she still hadn't seen what Su Yang looked like. Soon, the two entered the forest. At the same time, not long after they entered the forest, a dozen figures quickly approached from not far away, chasing in the direction Su Yang and Yao Yao had gone. By nightfall, Su Yang and Yao Yao found a place to rest. The campfire was lit, casting light on Su Yang's face beneath the hood. Yao Yao pretended to casually glance at Su Yang before looking away. After a few seconds, Yao Yao suddenly asked, "Why do you always wear that hood?" Su Yang was taken aback. Then he realized, smiling as he lifted his hand to take off his hood. When Su Yang removed his hood, Yao Yao saw his incredibly handsome face, along with his golden pupils, the dragon-like pattern on his forehead, and the pair of dragon horns on his head. Yao Yao was left stunned. After several seconds, Yao Yao snapped back to reality, her eyes wide as she pointed at Su Yang, her voice trembling. You. Su Yang smiled and put his hood back on. Once Su Yang put it on, Yao Yao stepped back, still shocked in her eyes. A long while later, with a hint of astonishment in her voice, Yao Yao asked, You are a dragon?" Su Yang smiled and nodded. Seeing Su Yang nod, the next moment, a familiar scene appeared in Su Yang's view. Yao Yao suddenly knelt down before him, then began to bow her head. Su Yang. Looking at Yao Yao, Su Yang thought of Li Ning Ning and Xian Pan. He raised his hand gently. Yao Yao stood up uncontrollably. "Alright, stop kneeling, sit down." Su Yang gestured towards the side. "Understood." After saying that, Yao Yao walked over and knelt beside Su Yang. As soon as Yao Yao knelt down, rustling sounds came from not far away. Moments later, a dozen figures emerged from deep within the forest nearby. The leader was none other than that older woman from the Spring Breeze Tower. Looking at Su Yang and Yao Yao sitting by the campfire, the older woman's face broke into a smile. "Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. How did you two guests end up here? Are you not satisfied with the girls from my Spring Breeze Tower?" Hearing the older woman's words, before Su Yang could respond, Yao Yao immediately stood up, turning her back to Su Yang, blocking him, and coldly staring at the older woman. "Stop pretending, you are from the Baihua Tower." The older woman laughed behind her hand. "Now that you know, I'll give you a chance, Yao Yao. Be smart and tell us where your clan's skills and the dragon bones are hidden, otherwise I'll send you to my Spring Breeze Tower, letting you entertain several guests daily." Looking for death. Yao Yao's face revealed an expression of anger. He pulled out the long sword at his waist, and the sword turned into a shadow that swiftly stabbed towards the voluptuous woman. Attack! With her command, over a dozen warriors charged towards the demon girl, while the voluptuous woman stood still, looking at Su Yang, who was sitting behind the demon girl. She walked over, twisting her slim waist, a smile spreading across her face as she approached Su Yang. As she reached Su Yang, the voluptuous woman grinned and reached out to lift his hood. Her own rank was also third tier, making her a top powerhouse in this world, but she saw no energy from Su Yang, so she thought he was just an ordinary person. As for why she was with the demon girl, it must be because she was his mistress. Let me see what kind of little man can make the demon girl visit a brothel with you. The voluptuous woman said this as her hand touched Su Yang's hood. Just as she was about to lift it, a blade of wind appeared out of nowhere and slashed directly at the voluptuous woman's arm. Puff! Blood spurted out. In the next second, the voluptuous woman's arm fell off. Her face still wore a smile, but it quickly turned to shock and then to a hideous expression. Ah! A scream escaped from her lips. She hurriedly took 2 steps back, covering the severed part of her other arm with her palm. Quickly, the bleeding stopped at the stump, and the voluptuous woman's pretty face turned pale, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Su Yang, watching the smile forming at the corner of his mouth under the hood. Su Yang ignored the horror on the voluptuous woman's face and instead focused on the demon girl not far away. At this moment, the demon girl. With over a dozen people attacking her, the demon girl was handling them with ease. After all, her rank was also third tier, while those attacking her were all fourth tier. Although there was only a 1-tier difference, it was like heaven and earth. Soon, half of the attackers were dealt with by the demon girl. Seeing this, the voluptuous woman immediately ordered a retreat. Quickly, the voluptuous woman and the attackers fled in all directions, and Su Yang and the demon girl did not intervene to stop them. After the voluptuous woman and her people left, Su Yang looked at the several corpses on the ground and the severed arm, revealing a strange expression. He suddenly felt these attackers seemed to have no brains at all. Alright, let's go, take me to the dragon bone. Shaking his head in amusement, Su Yang said. As you wish. The demon girl replied softly. After saying that, she led Su Yang deeper into the forest. They walked almost all night. By the next morning, the demon girl brought Su Yang to the foot of a mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the demon girl opened her collar, revealing a strip of fair skin, then she reached into her chest and took out a jade pendant. Holding the jade pendant, she walked to a rock at the foot of the mountain and placed the pendant on it. In the next second, the jade pendant shone brightly. The ground and the mountain before them began to shake. As it shook, a crack appeared in the mountain, and the crack grew wider. When the crack expanded to about 10 meters, the shaking stopped. Su Yang curiously watched the scene, then he looked at the jade pendant in the demon girl's hand. Seeing Su Yang's gaze, the demon girl handed the jade pendant over with both hands. Su Yang took the pendant and examined it with curiosity. The pendant was simply designed in the shape of a dragon, made of an unknown material, warm to the touch, and Su Yang could smell a faint fragrance. Suddenly, the demon girl remembered something, her pretty face flushed and felt a bit hot. Su Yang rubbed the jade pendant with his hands, then returned it to the demon girl. After receiving the pendant, the demon girl hurriedly put it back in her pocket. Is the dragon bone inside here? Su Yang asked. The demon girl nodded. Seeing her nod, Su Yang stepped towards the crack. The demon girl quickly followed behind. The crack was deep. Su Yang and the demon girl walked nearly 1,000 meters and kept going down. As they went further down, the crack grew larger and larger. After walking about 2,000 meters, the two arrived before a huge stone door. Chapter 103 Mother Dragon? Looking at the gigantic stone door, before Su Yang could ask, Yao beside him took out a jade pendant again. Boom! The stone door opened to both sides. Once it was fully opened, Su Yang saw the scene inside the stone door. Inside, there lay a massive dragon bone, intact, just like the dragon bone in Su Yang's wooden carving. It was golden, clearly the bone of an adult dragon. The dragon bone was very long, measuring several thousand meters. It was so long that the entire bone coiled together like a snake. At this moment, Yao looked at the dragon bone with a frenzied expression in her eyes. This is the divine dragon that our Yao family discovered long ago. We have been guarding it ever since. Yao said passionately. After hearing this, Su Yang asked, why does your Yao family guard this dragon bone? Although this dragon bone could be used to make special weapons, its hardness was so high that ordinary people would find it hard to break, let alone forge it into a weapon. Yao replied, that divine dragon said long ago that we should guard its corpse, for one day it would revive and repay our Yao family. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Now he had basically understood the whole story, including the cultivation method that could only reach the 3rd level. Stepping forward, Su Yang walked towards the dragon bone. Yao followed behind. When they reached the dragon's head, Su Yang examined it, then concentrated, sending his divine sense out to explore the dragon bone. Quickly, Su Yang made a discovery. Inside the dragon's head, he found a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was dull and lackluster, but within it contained an extremely weak vitality. Sure enough, this dragon was still alive. He had definitely suffered severe injuries for some reason, forcing it to fake death, and gave the Yao family a cultivation method, using them as a medium to rely on the abilities cultivated by the Yao family to nourish itself and revive. Thinking of this, Su Yang looked at Yao Yao beside him. Her family had been deceived for 300 years, hoping the dragon would one day revive and elevate the Yao family, but in the end, they had been tricked. With his divine sense returning to his body, Su Yang raised his hand and gently scratched the center of the dragon's head. In the next second, a crack appeared in the dragon's bone. Seeing this, Yao Yao's eyes widened, and before she could speak, a pearl flew out from the crack and landed in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang rubbed the dragon pearl with his fingers, then applied slight pressure, saying, "Come out, or I will crush this pearl." As soon as he finished speaking, the pearl emitted a crisp cracking sound, with a crack appearing on its surface. "Don't crush it. I'm coming out." A voice sounded from within the dragon pearl. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Yao Yao looked at the dragon pearl in Su Yang's hand, shocked. Then a phantom flew out from the pearl. After the phantom flew out, it landed beside Su Yang, then transformed into a figure. Seeing that figure, Su Yang's face revealed a hint of surprise. It was a woman. Before him stood a woman. The woman was dressed in flowing silk, her long hair reaching her waist, her features exquisite and stunning, her skin as white as snow, with a pair of doe-like eyes, the corners adorned with red lines, giving a bewitching feeling, and on her forehead was a dragon-shaped symbol, with a pair of dragon horns on her head. But unlike Su Yang's, the woman's dragon horns were red. Mother dragon? Cough. It should be a dragon lady. Su Yang looked up and down at the dragon lady before him, and at this moment, the dragon lady was also sizing up Su Yang. Surprise appeared in her eyes, and the dragon lady exclaimed, "Are you one of my dragon clan?" Hearing the dragon lady's words, Su Yang directly took off the hood on his head, revealing his face and the pair of white dragon horns on his forehead. After taking off the hood, Su Yang nodded, "I am also of the dragon clan. My name is Su Yang, and I come from Blue Star." "You are from Blue Star?" The dragon maiden's surprised face revealed a hint of joy. Seeing the dragon maiden's expression, Su Yang asked in surprise, "Are you also from Blue Star?" The dragon maiden nodded and said, "My name is Longya, and I also come from Blue Star." After saying this, Longya thought of something and asked, "What is the current situation of the dragon clan on Blue Star? Are you the only one here? What about the other dragons?" Hearing Longya's question, Su Yang looked at her with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been out of Blue Star?" Longya was silent. After a few seconds, she finally spoke, "It's been about 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, who looked like an 18-year-old girl, she didn't seem like an ancient monster who had lived for 10,000 years at all. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, Su Yang told her about the battles of the Dragon Clan and the powerful beings on Blue Star. After Su Yang finished speaking, he saw Longya's full chest rising and falling violently, her stunning face showing anger. "These damn humans. I should have killed them all when I had the chance." Su Yang. At this moment, Longya thought of something and looked at Su Yang with a frown. "Since you say that my dragon clan has been slaughtered by those powerful human beings, then why are you still alive?" Su Yang didn't know how to answer because even now he still didn't understand why he had turned into a dragon or what that dragon-shaped wooden sculpture was. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Longya's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. After a few seconds, Longya relaxed her eyebrows and said, "Young man of the dragon clan, can you help me with something?" Su Yang replied, "I can help, but you must answer a few questions first." "Please go ahead. Why are you so badly injured? And about this cultivation method?" Saying this, Su Yang waved his hand. Then a book flew out from Yao Yao's arms and landed in Su Yang's hands. The surface of the book still retained warmth and a faint fragrance. Yao Yao's pretty face turned slightly red. Longya in front of Su Yang saw the book in his hand and then looked at Yao Yao. "Are you the one from the Yao family back then?" Yao Yao immediately knelt down. Longya gently waved her hand, "All right, get up. As you command." Yao Yao stood up. Longya said, "When I fell to this planet, I happened to meet someone from your Yao family. Over the years, thanks to your Yao family's cultivation, I have been able to survive until now. Don't worry. I will fulfill the promise I made to your Yao family. When I revive, I will definitely make your Yao family the #1 family on this planet." Listening to Longya's words, Yao Yao was first stunned, and then a look of confusion appeared on her face. "Thanks to the cultivation of the Yao family? What does that mean?" Seeing the confusion on Yao Yao's face, Su Yang explained about the cultivation method. After Yao Yao finished listening to Su Yang's explanation, she stood there dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally reacted. With a complex expression in her eyes, she looked at Longya. The doubts in her heart were finally explained, why their Yao family had been unable to advance to the second rank for so many years. It turned out that every time they cultivated, it was to supply energy to Longya. Not to mention decades, even hundreds or thousands of years could not allow them to cultivate to the second rank. Chapter 104, Lord of the Star Domain. For this cultivation method, their Yao family had been hunted down and suppressed by everyone for hundreds of years. From once being a renowned big family, now only she was left. There was anger in her heart. But upon serious reflection, the situation of the Yao family was also somewhat related to their own actions. It was like a gamble. If they won, they would gain the promise of the dragon; if they lost, it was the end of the Yao family. Thinking of this, Yao Yao fell dejectedly to the ground, her gaze blankly staring ahead. Watching Yao Yao's expression, Su Yang said lightly, "All right, according to the cultivation method you provided. Even if your demon family has no obstacles, even if your demon family has 10,000 people cultivating, the energy they cultivate probably won't be enough to completely revive you. In the end, you just treat them as tools to transport energy, so when you promise to exchange for your resurrection, it's just a big pie in the sky, because you never thought they would survive." Su Yang's words made Longya's expression change slightly. Sitting on the ground, Yao Yao's originally vacant gaze gradually changed. Her eyes fell on Longya, revealing anger. "It's all a lie. It's all a lie." Yao Yao gritted her teeth and said. Longya's expression returned to normal, looking at Yao Yao with indifferent eyes, saying nothing. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yao Yao let out an angry scream and then got up from the ground, rushing towards Longya. Longya stood still, not dodging. When Yao Yao charged in front of Longya, her body directly passed through Longya, unable to touch her at all. Yao Yao stumbled and steadied herself, then continued to rush towards Longya with red eyes. Once. Twice. 3 times. The result was still the same, unable to touch Longya. "Stop wasting your energy. You have no way to deal with me," Longya said flatly. "I'll kill you. I want to kill you," Yao Yao said angrily with red eyes. Beside, Su Yang watched Yao Yao fail time and again to do anything to Longya. He raised an eyebrow and then tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball slightly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The originally calm Longya swayed slightly, then her expression changed drastically as she looked at Su Yang. "You! What are you doing?" Longya's eyes widened, looking at Su Yang with an angry expression. Su Yang smiled and said, "You think I can do something to you?" After speaking, Su Yang tightened his fingers again. Crack! Longya's figure faded, as if she would disappear at any moment. "You dare!" Longya angrily pointed at Su Yang. But seeing Su Yang raise the Dragon Ball in his hand, she turned pale with fear and hurriedly said, "No, don't." At this moment, Yao Yao rushed towards Su Yang, reaching out to grab the Dragon Ball in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang lightly raised his arm. The next second, Yao Yao was sent flying and fell to the ground, unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Yao Yao, Su Yang shifted his gaze back to Longya. "Come on, answer my previous question, why were you so badly injured?" According to reason, Longya left Blue Star for this universe 10,000 years ago, which means she reached adulthood 10,000 years ago. And according to Yao Yao's description, Longya only appeared on this planet a few hundred years ago. So who could have caused an adult Longya, who reached adulthood 10,000 years ago, to suffer such heavy injuries? How strong is that opponent? Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya's expression changed rapidly. After a few seconds, she said coldly, "Injured while fighting the Star Domain Master." Star Domain Master? Su Yang showed a look of confusion. Longya said, "The Star Domain Master Shaman. The strongest in this star domain, also the manager of this star domain, with the strength of a Star Master of the 8th rank. Back then, to compete for the position of manager, I was injured by him and another Star Master expert working together." Star Master of the 8th rank? Su Yang's expression grew even more confused. What level is the Star Master of the 8th rank? What is the equivalent level of the Dragon family's adulthood in this universe? Su Yang asked. Hearing Su Yang's inquiry, Longya did not answer his question, but spoke, "I can tell you, but you must swear with your dragon soul to spare me." After hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Are you negotiating terms with me?" Longya said lightly, "Looking at your realm, you should have just reached adulthood. This star domain is full of dangers, and if you don't understand the things within the star domain, it's easy to die here. But if I tell you about this star domain, then I can guarantee you will survive." At this point, Longya paused her voice and continued, "Also, I have stored many treasures on one of the planets in this star region. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will tell you the location of the treasure." Su Yang tightened his grip on the Dragon Pearl slightly again. Another crack appeared on the Dragon Pearl. Long Ya's body faded a bit more, almost completely invisible. I'll say it again, as long as you let me go, I will tell you everything, including my wealth. If you don't want it, then at worst, I just die. Long Ya's face looked even paler, her tone still the same. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, then he created a few more cracks on the dragon pearl until Long Ya's figure seemed to dissipate completely. Only then did Su Yang stop, but the other party still looked that way, as if she wouldn't speak unless he agreed. Fine. This time, Su Yang had no way out. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang squeezed the dragon pearl a few more times. After nearly crushing it, Su Yang transmitted his energy into the dragon pearl before finally swallowing the dragon pearl into his belly. After doing all this, Su Yang looked at Yao Yao, who was still lying on the ground unconscious. He walked in front of Yao Yao and gently patted her face. This woman's face had a lot of elasticity. It felt just like a peeled egg. After patting her twice, Yao Yao woke up slowly, her red eyes opening as she looked around. Not seeing Long Ya, her gaze fell on Su Yang. Where is she? Yao Yao asked with a trembling voice. Su Yang didn't answer Yao Yao but said flatly, she's right. You can't do anything to her. She is currently in a spiritual state. Your attack has no effect on her. Even if I give you the dragon pearl, your strength is too low to inflict any harm on it. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao opened her mouth. Then her tears flowed down, and she sat down on the ground, crying out loud. Su Yang stood in place, watching Yao Yao cry on the ground with an expressionless face. Thinking about it, her family was also pitiful. 300 years. In 300 years, a family pursued a goal, only to have her be the only one left. In the end, what her family had been chasing for 300 years was just a dream. Chapter 105, The Water of Life. After a long time, Yao Yao stopped crying. She sat on the ground with a face full of tears, her swollen and red eyes staring blankly ahead, devoid of any brilliance. Looking at her like this, Su Yang said, "We are fated. I have a set of cultivation methods here that can allow you to advance to the first tier, even above that." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao stared blankly at him for a moment, then realized, suddenly switching from sitting to kneeling, and began to bow to Su Yang. "All right, get up." Su Yang waved his hand. Then he raised his hand and gently tapped Yao Yao's head. In the next second, Yao Yao froze in her movements, a set of cultivation methods appearing in her mind. A few seconds later, Su Yang withdrew his hand and said to Yao Yao, "Just practice this set of methods well. I see your talent isn't bad, advancing to the first tier or even higher shouldn't be a problem." Hearing Su Yang's words, Yao Yao hurriedly bowed again and said, "Thank you, my lord. If my lord doesn't mind, Yao Yao wishes to serve by your side from now on." "Serve?" Su Yang waved his hand with a faint smile. "Serving is unnecessary, but..." Su Yang changed his tone and said, "But there is one thing I need you to do." "My lord, please tell me." Then Su Yang told her what he wanted Yao Yao to do. After listening, Yao Yao nodded repeatedly. When he finished explaining, Su Yang and Yao Yao left the crack. Once they exited the crack, it closed automatically. Everything returned to normal. Su Yang said, "Let's part ways here." "Yes, my lord." Yao Yao nodded. Then Su Yang's figure flashed, directly flying towards the sky, and quickly disappearing. After Su Yang left, Yao Yao also turned and walked to the other side. Moments later, Su Yang left this planet. What he just asked Yao Yao to do was actually to establish a force like the sect set up by Li Ning Ning and Xian Pan on the Blue Star. As for the purpose of doing this, it was to test whether he could gain the power of faith on other planets. Looking at the planet beneath his feet, Su Yang flew towards the distance. Because he learned from Long Ya that this star field was not safe, Su Yang was very cautious in the upcoming exploration. After exploring for almost half a year, Su Yang landed on a deserted planet. "You kid." As soon as he landed on the surface of the planet, Long Ya's voice suddenly came from within Su Yang's body. Previously, Su Yang had nearly scared Long Ya to death, and it took a whole half year for her to recover a little, to the point where she could speak. "You can talk now, it looks like you are recovering well," Su Yang said with a smile. Within Su Yang, Long Ya gritted her teeth and said, "If you have the ability, kill me. If I ever have the chance to resurrect, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Hearing Long Ya's words, Su Yang's mind stirred. In the next moment, a scream came from within Su Yang's body. After a moment, the scream stopped, and Long Ya's weak yet angry voice came, "You damn guy." Previously, after Su Yang nearly crushed the dragon pearl to pieces, he injected a trace of his energy into the dragon pearl, and Long Ya's scream was caused by that energy. Now, with just a thought from Su Yang, the dragon pearl would explode immediately, and Long Ya's dragon soul would also scatter. "So, what do you think? Do you need to reconsider?" Su Yang said with a faint smile. Long Ya remained silent. Su Yang walked to a nearby rock and sat directly on the ground, continuing to speak to Longya inside. Tell me about the matters in this starfield. I can guarantee I won't kill you, and I will regularly give you energy to keep you alive. Humph. If you had said this during our first meeting, I might have considered it, but now I would rather die than tell you anything. Longya snorted coldly. Su Yang scratched his head. This mother dragon had quite a fiery temperament. He was pondering in his heart when suddenly he thought of something, then his figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Su Yang's body reappeared in the same spot, and he held a few drops of green liquid in his hand. Opening his mouth, he spat out the dragon pearl filled with cracks. Then Su Yang dropped a drop of green liquid onto the dragon pearl. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The cracked dragon pearl visibly began to recover very quickly, and in less than a second, a third of the cracks disappeared. This. Longya's shocked voice rang out. You. Why do you have the water of life? Water of life? Looking at the 2 remaining drops of green liquid in his hand, Su Yang finally learned the name of this thing. A smile appeared on his face as Su Yang said, this thing should be able to bring you back to life, right? What do you think? As long as you tell me everything you know, not only will I not kill you, but I can also help you fully resurrect. Do you want to consider it? Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya in the dragon pearl did not respond. Su Yang was not in a hurry but rather leisurely looked around, waiting for Longya's answer. After a long time, a shadow flew out from the dragon pearl, and when the shadow landed, Longya appeared before Su Yang. With a serious look in her eyes, she stared at Su Yang and said, "Are you telling the truth?" Su Yang smiled and shrugged. Seeing Su Yang's demeanor, Longya took a deep breath and said, "Unless you swear an oath with your dragon soul." Su Yang laughed, "Of course, but you also have to swear with your dragon soul that after being revived, you will never harm me." Longya's face flickered between shadows and light. After several more minutes, Longya finally nodded and said, "Okay." Su Yang smiled and nodded. Then he thought of something and asked, "How do you swear with dragon soul?" Longya was taken aback, then looked at Su Yang with a somewhat surprised expression. "You don't know?" Longya asked in astonishment. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it was the first time she had met a dragon who didn't know how to swear with dragon soul. Su Yang shook his head. Seeing Su Yang shake his head, Longya frowned, then explained how to swear with dragon soul. Swearing with dragon soul is like making a vow in some immortal novels. If the vow is violated, the dragon soul will be backlashed, leading to complete destruction. Afterward, Su Yang and Longya both swore with dragon soul. Once the vow was established, Su Yang felt as if a brand had been placed on his soul. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "Can you now tell me how you obtained the water of life?" Longya asked at this moment. Su Yang did not answer but rather asked, "This is called water of life? What use does it have?" Longya slightly furrowed her beautiful brows and said, "In this universe, there are 4 supreme treasures, among which the water of life is one. The water of life can heal any injury, even if only a remnant of the soul remains, it can still be revived. Besides that, the water of life contains powerful energy, even a star domain lord can enhance their strength by consuming it." "Is the water of life very rare?" Su Yang inquired. Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya looked at him with an odd expression. Chapter 106, Agreement Reached. After staring at Su Yang for several seconds, Longya finally said, "Not just rare, the water of life is produced in unknown ways, a single drop is worth a planet, and if it's a bottle, it can purchase a whole star domain." Upon hearing Longya's words, Su Yang gasped. He couldn't help but ask, if it were a pool of water of life, how much would that be worth? "A pool?" Longya furrowed her brows. After several seconds, she said, "I don't know how much it's worth, but anyone who has a pool of water of life would definitely be hunted down by all the powerhouses in the universe." Hearing this, Su Yang instinctively shrank his neck. Then he dripped 2 more drops of water of life onto the dragon pearl. When the 2 drops landed, the cracks on the surface of the dragon pearl were almost repaired by 90%, and Longya's dragon soul was nearly materialized. After doing all this, Su Yang pretended to swallow the water of life, but in reality, he hid it in the dragon-shaped wooden carving. Next to him, Longya, who felt her soul recovering, saw Su Yang putting away the remaining water of life and immediately frowned, saying, "What are you putting it away for?" "Continue. It won't be long before I can shape my body myself." Su Yang said, "Let's leave it like this for now, absorbing too much of it, I'm worried you won't be able to digest it." Longya. If it weren't for the vow, Longya promised she would kill this bastard the moment she was revived. "What was that realm of star domain lord you mentioned? How are the realms divided?" Su Yang asked his question. Longya did not hesitate or hide this time, directly answering Su Yang's question. In this universe, power is divided into 5 stages: Walker level, where our dragon-kin's adulthood and the human race's great powerhouses belong. Above Walker level is Messenger level, then Star Lord level, Universe level, and Chaos level. Each of these 5 levels is further divided into 10 small stages. Listening to Long Ye's explanation, Su Yang's expression was somewhat strange. Alright. If what Long Ye said is true, his strength is still at the lowest level. But it's not a big deal, he has a pool of water of life, and each time it's used up, it can recover automatically in just 6 months. Improving his strength is just a matter of time. What stage were you at before you got injured? Su Yang asked Long Ye. Long Ye raised her fair chin slightly. A hint of pride flashed in her eyes as she said, the Star Master is at the 8th level. Su Yang nodded after hearing this. Then he thought of something and asked, the Star Domain Master Shaman you mentioned before, is he the strongest in this Star Domain? Hearing Su Yang mention the name Shaman, Long Ye's eyes showed anger. She nodded and coldly said, she is the strongest in this Star Domain. Initially, I fought him for hundreds of years to seize this Star Domain. However, later I was ambushed by his people, joined forces, and got injured. In the end, I had no choice but to hide in that planet. When I revive, I will definitely kill that bastard shaman. As she said this, Long Ye's voice grew even colder, her beautiful face covered in frost. Su Yang then said lightly, let's talk about reviving first. Besides, even when you revive, you might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Long Ye glared at Su Yang with her doe-like eyes. Ignoring Long Ye's gaze, Su Yang asked, by the way, you said you left many treasures on a planet. Where is that planet? When we made the vow before, we only said I would tell you some things about this world, but we didn't say I would tell you where I hid my things. Long Ye replied. Su Yang smiled, Miss Long, you mentioned that this star domain is very dangerous. I have just reached adulthood. What I need now is to improve my strength. Only by improving my strength can I revive you, so the most important thing now is to enhance my power. Long Ye frowned, lost in thought. Seeing her thinking, Su Yang's tone became more respectful. Senior, we are both of the Dragon Clan, and now there is only me left of the Dragon Clan on the entire Blue Star. For the future of the Dragon Clan, please help me. After saying this, Su Yang clasped his fists and bowed to Long Ye. Long Ye rolled her eyes, completely ignoring Su Yang. Seeing her attitude, Su Yang stopped saying anything and directly swallowed the dragon pearl. At the same time, Long Ye's figure disappeared without a trace. Can you not make me get eaten? Long Ye's voice echoed from within Su Yang, but he ignored her. After resting for a while on this deserted planet, Su Yang continued his journey. Because of Long Ye's presence, Su Yang no longer wandered around recklessly as he did before. Senior, what other life-bearing planets are there over here? While flying, Su Yang asked. Long Ye's voice rang out from within him. Turn left, fly for 30 days, there is a life-bearing planet there. That planet's strength is quite strong. I remember the strongest there is a 3rd-level messenger. Upon hearing Long Ye's words, Su Yang directly turned left and flew towards that planet. After flying for half a month, Su Yang stopped midway, then entered a dragon-shaped wooden sculpture and absorbed the life water in the pool. After absorbing it, Su Yang's dragon form grew by more than 2,000 meters. According to the ranks in this universe, his strength should now be at the 2nd level of a practitioner. After absorbing the life water, Su Yang exited the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. As soon as he came out, Long Ye's voice rang in his body. What just happened? Why can I suddenly sense nothing? After saying this, Long Ye seemed to realize something and gasped in surprise, oh, has your realm increased? No. Just a second ago you were still at the 1st level of a practitioner. Why did it suddenly change to the 2nd level? What happened? Why is this? Long Ye's voice was filled with confusion and surprise. Su Yang smiled and said, maybe I have exceptional talent and accidentally broke through. Long Ye fell silent. After several seconds, Long Ye spoke, kid, how long have you been practicing? Su Yang thought for a moment and replied, less than 10 years. What? Long Ye gasped in shock. 10 years? It's simply impossible. Even the most talented practitioners. It takes at least several hundred years to reach the realm of a traveler, it's simply impossible for anyone to cultivate to that level in just 10 years. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. After saying that, Su Yang continued to fly forward. Inside him, Long Ye also remained silent. After flying for another day, Long Ye suddenly asked, did you really cultivate for 10 years? Why would I lie to you? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Ye mumbled to herself. Finally, after flying for half a month, Su Yang arrived above the planet Long Ye had spoken of. Chapter 107, The Business of All Realms. Looking at the planet before him, Su Yang's face showed shock. He saw that the planet below was more than 3 times larger than Blue Star, with energy swirling around, and many planetary-level cultivators were moving back and forth on the planet. These cultivators flew in all sorts of strange ways, some, like Su Yang, flew directly, some rode on some high-tech tools, while others rode beings Su Yang had never seen before. This scene left Su Yang standing there in a daze.
At that moment, Longya's voice rang out from within him. Once we enter the planet, you can go to the business of all realms. I have an anonymous account there, with some money and materials you can use to buy supplies. Upon hearing this, Su Yang felt a little surprised.
Why are you being so generous?
Su Yang said, puzzled. Longya was silent for a few seconds and replied, if you matured after 10 years of cultivation, then in a way, I am making an early investment, and just like you said, your strength benefits me too.
Su Yang smiled. This mother dragon was finally understanding. By the way, how much life water do you have?
At this moment, Longya thought of something and asked again.
Su Yang pretended to be confused and said, about 20 milliliters.
Upon hearing 20 milliliters, the expression of Longya inside him became strange. They had previously discussed the value of life water. This mere 20 milliliters of life water could spark a small-scale war between star domains.
How did you obtain it? Longya asked. Su Yang replied, I got it by chance. By the way, this 20 milliliters of life water should be enough to bring you back to life, right? Su Yang asked.
Longya responded, enough for me to form a new body.
Well, that's good. After chatting with Longya, Su Yang flew toward the planet. He quickly landed on the planet.
What came into view was a gigantic city. The city resembled an ancient fortress, but the building materials were what Su Yang had never seen before. As Su Yang approached the edge of the city, he reached out to touch the material, then wanted to test if he could destroy it. However, just as this thought surged in his mind, Longya's voice rang out from within him. Don't try to see if you can destroy it. As soon as you make a move, a patrol team will come to punish you.
The patrol team consists of envoy-level powerhouses that you cannot defeat with your current strength. Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang was taken aback and asked in surprise, how did you know I was going to test if I could destroy it? Longya remained silent without answering. Su Yang no longer pursued the matter but withdrew his hand and stepped into the city. As he passed by the city gate, Su Yang saw several strong figures standing on either side of the entrance, their cultivation levels indiscernible.
They looked almost identical to humans but were significantly taller, mostly over 3 meters.
When Su Yang walked past them, they didn't even glance at him. Upon entering the city,
Su Yang followed the direction Longya had given him, heading toward the business of all realms. Along the way, many pedestrians passed by, and many shops were open along the sides of the road.
Su Yang leisurely strolled and soon arrived at the business of all realms. The business of all realms was located in a tall building, or rather the entire building was the business of all realms. The building was 10,000 meters high, with an unknown number of floors. Many people were coming in and out of the business of all realms. Once you go in, you'll just go to the member reception room and say you need to open cabinet number 4950.
Longya's voice echoed.
Su Yang replied with a hum and stepped into the Wandering World merchant shop.
After entering, Su Yang looked around and directly headed towards the member reception room. When he arrived at the reception, a stunning young lady, who seemed to have no cultivation level, smiled and asked, hello, guest, how can I help you?
I want to open cabinet number 4950. Su Yang said.
The young lady nodded with a smile and said, okay, please follow me.
She then led Su Yang further inside.
The two walked one behind the other, and once they entered a room, the young lady gently waved her hand, and a cabinet appeared in the room out of thin air. After doing this, the young lady turned to leave.
Only Su Yang remained in the room. Let me out.
Longya's voice rang out.
Upon hearing this, Su Yang spat out the dragon pearl. Then Longya flew out from the dragon pearl.
She walked up to the cabinet and began speaking a strange language with a unique tone for several seconds.
After about 10 seconds,
the cabinet made a clicking sound. The cabinet door opened, but there was nothing inside. This left Su Yang, who was originally excited, feeling puzzled.
Where are the things? Go inside. Longya said at that moment. Su Yang hesitated for a moment but then stepped forward to enter the cabinet.
However, just as he was about to go in, Longya's voice sounded again, wait.
Put me away. Su Yang swallowed the dragon pearl, and Longya's figure disappeared. After doing this, Su Yang finally entered the cabinet.
Once inside, the surroundings changed instantly. He was no longer in the room but in a separate space filled with numerous items. Unknown materials, strange-shaped weapons, colorful unidentifiable creature eggs, and some luxurious clothing.
Clothing? Those clothes looked extravagant, shimmering with a faint glow.
Besides those clothes, you can choose a weapon suitable for you right now. Also, there's a card inside that contains over 40 million cosmic coins, enough for you to spend for a while.
Longya said. Su Yang, curious, asked, why can't I take those clothes?
What are those clothes for? Longya was silent for a few seconds and replied, those are just a hobby of mine, mere collectibles, of no use.
So you usually like to wear clothes like these? Su Yang pressed on. Long Ya's originally calm voice carried a hint of annoyance as she said, "Why ask so much?" "All right." Su Yang nodded. After that, he walked up to the pile of items and casually picked up a piece of clothing to examine it. "You, don't touch my clothes." Long Ya's voice sounded. Ignoring Long Ya's words, Su Yang curiously looked at the clothes in his hands. The clothing was extravagant, felt very comfortable to the touch, and the style was quite bold. The front was low-cut and partially hollowed out, and at the sight of this, Su Yang's mind conjured the image of Long Ya wearing it, causing him to display a strange expression. "You, put it down!" Long Ya exclaimed angrily. Su Yang chuckled and put the clothing down. He didn't expect that this ancient mother dragon had such a hobby. After silently complaining in his heart, Su Yang's gaze fell on the weapons nearby. There were many weapons, swords, sabers, staffs, axes, hooks, and forks all present. Su Yang casually picked up a sword and examined it before curiously asking, "What's the story behind this weapon?" Long Ya did not respond. Hey! Hey! Are you there?" Su Yang called out twice. Long Ya remained silent. It seemed she was still mad about Su Yang touching her clothes. Chapter 108, Choosing and Purchasing. Seeing Long Ya ignore him, Su Yang had no choice but to study it himself. The sword's material was very hard, crafted from unknown materials, and Su Yang couldn't break it even with all his strength. When Su Yang transmitted his energy into himself, he found that the energy he had sent in had increased his power by 10%. This was truly impressive. Now, Su Yang was at the second level of the walker class, but with the weapon, he could fight against those at the third level. He set down the sword in his hand and tested each weapon one by one. In the end, Su Yang chose a long spear. The long spear was nearly 3 meters long, silver in color, with a dragon carved spiraling along its shaft. "This weapon is the dragon spear, one of the weapons I used back then. I have a set of techniques specifically for training spear methods that I can give you to practice." Long Ya's voice came through, with a hint of complexity in it. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's heart filled with joy as he said, "Thank you, senior." Long Ya just hummed in response and fell silent. Next, Su Yang selected a few items from the pile, but because there were too many things, he finally decided to swallow everything except for the clothes in one go. After finishing this, Su Yang left the space. Upon leaving the space, Su Yang's figure appeared in the room he had been in before. Glancing at the open cabinet, Su Yang could not help but ask, "Is this box similar to a spatial treasure?" The voice of Long Ya replied from within him, "Pretty much, anyone who understands some spatial laws can create something like this." What are spatial laws? There are many kinds of laws in the universe. Basically, when one's cultivation reaches the messenger level, they will understand some laws, such as the laws of killing, the laws of time, and the laws of space, among others. Among them, our dragon clan is best at the laws of space. When I have time, I will teach you some things about spatial laws. Okay, thank you, senior. Su Yang felt himself starting to like Long Ya a bit. Just like the protagonists in books who have a grandpa with them, he now had one too, although not a grandpa, but a beautiful female dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. "If you really want to thank me, then take out a few drops of life water for me to absorb," Long Ya said. Upon hearing this, Su Yang stretched out his hand, and a few drops of life water appeared in his palm. After spitting out Long Ya's dragon pearl, Su Yang dropped a few drops of life water onto the pearl. A few seconds later, the last few shallow cracks on the dragon pearl disappeared, and the surface of the pearl was now glowing faintly. After doing this, Su Yang swallowed the dragon pearl. "By the way, Long Ya, where should I go if I want to buy some things?" Su Yang asked. Long Ya's voice was filled with some joy as she said, "The 10,000 Realms merchant has things for sale, and it is one of the most complete shops in the universe." "Is it safe to buy things here?" Su Yang asked. Long Ya replied, "Don't worry, the 10,000 Realms merchant is very safe. The owner of this merchant shop is a chaos-level powerhouse, and no one dares to offend a chaos-level powerhouse. Plus, a chaos-level powerhouse wouldn't do anything to harm their own reputation." Upon hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Then he stepped out of the room. As soon as he exited, the young lady who had let him into the room earlier greeted him with a bright smile. "Sir, do you need any more services?" Su Yang replied, "I would like to purchase some things." "Okay, please follow me." Saying this, the young lady led Su Yang to another area. Soon, she brought Su Yang to a new room. The room was decorated luxuriously, with a table in the center, where there was a display screen. "Sir, you can choose products here, and after payment, we will have them delivered to you within half an hour." Thank you." "You're welcome, sir." After the young lady finished speaking, she left. Su Yang walked over to the display beside the table and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the display in front of him projected an interface, which was quite simple, showing various kinds of products. In the search for categories like combat types, support types, materials, and so on. Looking at the items sold above, Su Yang suddenly felt a bit dazzled. There was no way, there were indeed too many things. And many things, Su Yang did not even know their uses. Senior, what are these things? Su Yang asked. After a few seconds, Long Ya's voice sounded. There are too many things to introduce, it would take years to explain. Right now, what you mainly need is a set of defensive gear, an item for exploration, or a place to live. You can buy a place to live here too? Su Yang was surprised. Long Ya said, click on the last section. Following Long Ya's instructions, Su Yang operated it and then widened his eyes. He saw that the last section was all about places to live, from small residences to entire planets, and even star regions were for sale. The price of the planet depended on the environment and the area it was located in. Telephone star, within the 75-star region, price, 23 million cosmic coins. 9-10-star region, 7th universe, price, 9.3 billion cosmic coins. Villa on Planet 1, 1st universe, price, 130 billion cosmic coins. Looking at these prices, Su Yang asked, why can a villa sell for over 130 billion, while a star region is 9 billion? Long Ya answered, the 1st universe is the strongest universe, and Planet 1 is the strongest planet within the 1st universe, inhabited by powerful beings at the cosmic level or above. Su Yang nodded in realization. But then he thought of something and asked again, is there a sale for Blue Star? Also, after buying a planet, will it be protected? Long Ya said, Blue Star belongs to Shaman, all planets in that star region belong to him. As long as he does not sell it, no one can buy Blue Star. Also, after purchasing a planet, it will be protected by the Wanjia merchants. However, this protection has a duration, about 300 years. After 300 years, if you want to seek the protection of the Wanjia merchants again, you will need to purchase their services. So it's a protection fee. You can understand it that way. Then what defensive gear should I buy now? Su Yang asked again. Long Ya said, you can decide for yourself. After hearing this, Su Yang opened the defensive category and started looking. After a moment, he found a nice set of gear. The full name of the gear was the Devouring Beast set. This set was composed of a helmet, chest armor, and leg armor, with a mysterious color on the surface and faint starry points. The introduction of the set stated that it could withstand the strongest attack of the 7th level of a planet once. In addition to this set of gear had a characteristic that it could change according to the wearer's body shape. This meant that if Su Yang transformed into a dragon body, the gear would automatically change to the most suitable form to fit on his dragon body. Seeing that Su Yang chose this set of gear, Long Ya's voice echoed, good choice, this set, although not the strongest, is the most suitable for you. By the way, have you considered buying a combat doll? The person who just attended to you, she is a combat doll. You can buy her, she can not only help you in battle but also provide any service for you. Any service? Su Yang showed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 109 A combat doll that agrees to everything. Yes, any service, including anything you can think of. Long Ya replied. Su Yang inquired, then how strong is she? Long Ya said, 5th level of messenger. Then how much is she? Long Ya replied, the price won't be high, about 20 million cosmic coins. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded, showing a thoughtful expression. Next, Su Yang continued to select the items he wanted to buy, spending over 2 hours to confirm what he wanted to buy. The Devouring Beast set. A small device worn on the wrist for communication and navigation. 10,000 gravity training rooms. This 10,000 gravity training rooms are suitable for practitioners below the traveler stage. The price is not expensive, only 5 cosmic coins for one. Su Yang purchased this gravity training room intending to return to Blue Star, for use there. In addition to the gravity training room, Su Yang also bought some other things that might be useful on Blue Star. These items added up to less than 1 million cosmic coins. The price of the Devouring Beast suit is 5 million cosmic coins. After paying the money, the total expenditure was less than 6 million. Less than 10 minutes after the payment, there was a knock at the door. Please come in. The door opened. The woman who had previously received Su Yang walked in. Sir, here are the items you purchased, please take a look. The woman handed Su Yang a box with both hands. Su Yang took the box, and with a thought, checked inside. The box, like that cabinet, had space laws, just like a storage bag. After checking the contents, Su Yang withdrew his thought and then looked at the woman and said, thank you. You are welcome, sir. We welcome you to visit the Myriad Worlds business again. The woman smiled. After speaking, the woman turned to leave. But just as she turned, Su Yang called out to her. I want to ask, how much for you? After speaking, Su Yang looked at the woman with great anticipation. The woman smiled and said, Sir, my price is 23 million cosmic coins. 25 million.
Su Yang felt a slight pain in his teeth, but recalling what Longya had said earlier, that this woman was a messenger-level powerhouse, 20-something million didn't seem too expensive. After serious consideration, Su Yang said, "I want to buy you." "All right, sir," the woman said while revealing her wrist, where there was a device on her fair wrist. "Sir, please make the payment on this device." The woman smiled. Looking at the smile on the woman's face, her expression and gaze seemed to say that all of this had nothing to do with her, which made Su Yang feel strange. This was selling oneself. Why would this woman have such a reaction? Though puzzled, Su Yang still operated the device to make the payment. After the payment, the woman directly knelt down and said to Su Yang, "Master." At the same time, she extended both hands, holding a strange orb in her palms. Su Yang took the orb, and before he could ask, the woman said, "Master, this is the source of the slave, you can dispose of the slave as you wish." Hearing this, Su Yang looked at the orb in his hand. The orb was not like a dragon ball, its surface looked like glass, with a drop of liquid inside that resembled blood. Su Yang gently squeezed the orb. Finally, the woman kneeling beside him showed an expression other than a smile, panic and fear. Seeing this woman's expression, Su Yang guessed roughly. This orb was like a dragon ball, as long as Su Yang crushed it, he could instantly kill the woman in front of him. Understanding that, Su Yang injected a strand of his energy into the orb and then swallowed it. In this way, with just a thought, the orb would shatter instantly. After swallowing the orb, Su Yang asked the woman kneeling there, "What is your name?" "Please grant me a name, master," the woman said with her head lowered. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "I will call you Long Yi." "Thank you for granting me a name, master." Long Yi immediately bowed her head. Su Yang said, "No need to call me master, just call me Su Gu." Although Su Yang didn't know how old Long Yi was, she must be older than him since those powerful beings in the universe were often measured in hundreds or thousands of years, while Su Yang was only in his 30s. "Okay, Su Gu," Long Yi replied. Looking at Long Yi's obedient appearance, Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "Long Yi, take off your clothes." As soon as the words fell, Su Yang saw Long Yi, who was kneeling there, unhesitatingly began to take off her top, and in just a moment, she had removed half of it. Su Yang hurriedly spoke to stop it. At this moment, within Su Yang's body, Long Yi said, "You can pretend I don't exist, even if you want to mate with her here, it's fine, but I suggest you choose a different species. Her bloodline is not worthy of our dragon clan." Su Yang. "I was just testing things, I didn't intend to do anything with her," Su Yang said. Long Yi said nothing, seeming to believe Su Yang's words, but also appearing not to believe. Next, Su Yang stopped experimenting and let Long Yi stand up, then took Long Yi out of the room. They exited the room and left the 10,000 Realms Trading Company. Then, Su Yang didn't linger on this planet, he directly flew away from it with Long Yi. After leaving this planet, Su Yang found a place to put on the devouring beast suit he had bought. When the suit was put on, Su Yang's aura changed. The suit was a three-piece set, divided into helmet, chest armor, and leg armor. The helmet was fully covered, with a slight lavender color and some intricate, mysterious patterns on its surface, with purple ghostly light emanating from the eyes. The colors of the chest armor and leg armor matched that of the helmet, but their surfaces were engraved with the likeness of a creature Su Yang had never seen. That creature looked like a mix between a tiger and a bull, appearing very fierce. Su Yang felt the changes of the equipment on his body, then he transformed into dragon form. In the blink of an eye, a dragon over 10,000 meters long appeared. The dragon was all golden, with a few red and green stripes on its surface, and the forehead was covered in purple metal, extending to the position of the dragon's eyes without hiding the golden vertical pupils. Additionally, the dragon's chest and four clawed limbs were also covered in purple metal. Overall, it looked incredibly majestic and slightly technological. Su Yang attempted to perform some actions, and while doing so, the equipment felt perfectly comfortable on him. Moreover, Su Yang discovered that this set of equipment could become invisible at any time, depending on his thoughts, but the effect remained. In other words, it could reveal or hide its appearance. Understanding the devouring beast suit, Su Yang made the equipment invisible, then took Long Yi and left the planet, heading towards the direction of Blue Star. Since he had bought a small device for communication and navigation, along with having Long Yi, the ancient dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, Su Yang did not take a wrong path all the way. It took him less than 3 months to reach Blue Star. Chapter 110, Daughter's Strength. At the same time, in Qingshan City, inside Su Yang's villa. Big Turtle. Don't run, Big Turtle. Su Yang's daughter, Su Linglong, was currently chasing a big turtle with her chubby short legs. The turtle was huge, but it moved extremely quickly. It ran ahead while stretching its neck to look back at the little girl chasing after it. In its somewhat silly and cute eyes, a hint of panic appeared. Seconds later, Su Linglong caught up with the big turtle. She grabbed the turtle's tail with both hands, puffing out her little cheeks, furrowing her fuzzy eyebrows, trying to pull the big turtle back.
Crack! The sound of cracking could be heard from the blue stone slab beneath her feet, and Su Linglong's cute little face turned red from the effort. Under her strength, the big turtle was actually pulled back. Seeing that she had successfully moved the big turtle, Su Linglong's face lit up with joy. She turned around and hoisted the big turtle's tail over her shoulder, dragging it back to the villa. Don't think about running. Play house with me. While dragging the big turtle, Su Linglong said. The big turtle now had a face full of despair. Who could understand what it felt like to play house with a 5-year-old human child? Especially when this little girl wanted it to call her mommy. If it didn't call, it would be beaten. The key is that this girl is also very strong. Linglong, are you bullying the big turtle again? At this time, Su Taohong's voice came from not far away. Hearing the voice, the big turtle looked at Su Taohong with tearful eyes as if it had found a savior. Su Linglong stopped her steps, looking at Su Taohong with joy on her face, then let go of the big turtle's tail and ran towards Su Taohong with open arms. Mom! Hug me! Seeing her daughter rushing over, Su Taohong's expression changed, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. There was no way, her daughter was very strong now, and even if Su Taohong wanted to catch the rushing Su Linglong, she would still suffer some impact. Seeing Su Taohong dodge, Su Linglong immediately stopped. She looked at Su Taohong, then pouted her small lips, and her big eyes filled with tears. Wow! The next second, Su Linglong started to cry. Seeing the crying Su Linglong, Su Taohong walked over with a helpless expression. Just as she was about to speak. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from above. Hey, who bullied my daughter? Hearing this voice, Su Taohong paused in surprise and looked up, while the crying Su Linglong suddenly stopped, lifting her tear-streaked face towards above. Then both of them saw Su Yang hovering in mid-air, with a woman standing beside him. Su Yang! You're back! Su Taohong exclaimed with joy. Su Yang then descended from the air, landing in front of Su Taohong. He reached out to touch Su Taohong's pretty face, smiling and saying, Yes, I'm back. After saying this, Su Yang leaned in and kissed her. MMM. Beside them, Su Linglong curiously watched Su Yang and Su Taohong. After a few seconds, she recognized who it was. Daddy! She shouted out, and then trotted over to Su Yang. Just as she was about to reach Su Yang, he waved his hand. In the next second, Su Linglong's entire body floated up, suspended in the air. Wow! Su Linglong let out an excited shout. At this time, Su Yang released Su Taohong, then said to the newly descended Long Yi, Take care of my daughter. Yes. Su Gu. Long Yi nodded. Then Su Yang picked up Su Taohong around the waist and flew towards a nearby villa. Upon entering the villa, Su Yang went straight to the room. Once inside the room, Su Taohong saw Su Yang grinning at her, her pretty face became slightly flushed, and she closed her eyes, leaning in willingly. A night without words. Until noon the next day. The two walked out of the villa. They sat down in the courtyard outside the villa, and Su Yang recounted his experiences in the universe during this time. Listening to Su Yang's story, Su Taohong's eyes were filled with surprise and longing. So this world is so big. Su Taohong couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yang smiled and said, When I was young, I thought the world was as big as the orphanage. Later, I thought the world was as big as Qingshan City, then as big as Blue Star. When everything happened, I finally realized that Blue Star is just a drop of water in the ocean. By the way, I bought some things. After speaking, Su Yang thought of something and extended his hand. A box about the size of a ring box appeared in his hand. Su Yang opened the box, and with a thought, took out a gravity training room. The gravity training room wasn't large, only about the size of a public restroom, but inside, there were some simple space rules, making the space huge enough to accommodate hundreds of people for training. What is this? Looking at the metallic rectangular box, Su Taohong asked curiously. Su Yang explained the item to her. After hearing Su Yang's explanation, Su Taohong's eyes instantly lit up. She hurried to the door of the gravity training room, opened the door, and walked inside. Su Yang didn't accompany Su Taohong into the gravity training room but looked around. Where is my daughter? Yesterday, I was lost in affection with my daughter's mother and completely forgot about this little girl. As Su Yang was searching for Su Linglong, suddenly he heard the sound of the little girl giggling from above. Su Yang looked up and saw Long Yi flying in the sky with Su Linglong. The little girl was sitting on Long Yi's shoulder, arms wide open, laughing joyfully. Su Yang raised his hand and waved to Long Yi in the sky. After seeing Su Yang wave, Long Yi flew down with Su Linglong. Once they landed, Su Linglong jumped off Long Yi's shoulder and ran towards Su Yang with open arms. Daddy! I missed you so much. Su Yang opened his arms and hugged the rushing Su Linglong. Then, surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. This girl has quite a bit of strength. Curiously, he reached out and pinched Su Linglong's arm,
which was as sturdy as a lotus stem, then poked her little belly with his finger.
Su Linglong burst into giggles from the poke.
Looking at the smiling Su Linglong in his arms, Su Yang grew more curious.
It seems like my daughter is a bit amazing. Daughter, how about we play a game? Su Yang said gently at that moment. Aha! Sure, Linglong loves playing games, what shall we play?
Su Linglong replied with excitement on her face.
Su Yang said, let's play a game to see who is stronger.
Saying this, Su Yang took out a strange device from a box containing a gravity training room. The device looked like a heavy bag from a gym, but it felt softer, almost like a sponge.
This device was specifically designed to test strength. Even powerhouses below the Star Master level could use it. Come on, daughter, give this thing your strongest punch. Su Yang encouraged. Su Linglong nodded excitedly.
Then she jumped down from Su Yang's arms, raised her small fist targeting the device in Su Yang's hand.
Ah! A cute voice came from Su Linglong. In the next second, she punched the testing device in Su Yang's hand. Bang! A deep sound echoed. The numbers on the device skyrocketed rapidly. After a few seconds, the numbers stopped. 20,000 kilograms. 40,000 pounds. 20 tons of strength. The key point is, my daughter is not even 5 years old.
Thinking about this, Su Yang looked at Su Linglong's excited face, astonished.
Daddy, what's next? What do we do now? Su Linglong asked with anticipation. Su Yang replied, we don't do anything, the game is over. Ha!
Su Linglong blinked her eyes, then her lips pouted.
That was no fun at all.
After saying that, she walked over to Long Yi, who was standing nearby.
Auntie, take me flying. Su Linglong said, hugging Long Yi's leg in excitement.
Long Yi did not respond but looked at Su Yang, and after seeing Su Yang nod, she took Su Linglong up to the sky.
Hee. The sound of Su Linglong's laughter echoed in the sky.
Su Yang smiled and then focused his gaze on the testing device in his hand.
He placed the device on the ground and took a step back.
Raising his hand, he suddenly swung his fist.
In the next second, his fist struck the testing device.
Then the numbers on the device began to soar wildly. In less than 2 seconds, it surpassed 10 million and was still rising rapidly.
After more than 10 seconds, the numbers finally settled. Looking at the numbers on it. 800 million. That's 400,000 tons of strength.
Imagining the force of 400 tons hitting a person, or using all one's strength to strike a planet with such force, the explosive power generated in an instant is truly terrifying. The more he thought, the more excited he became. However, Su Yang reminded himself that he was only a second-tier practitioner right now. How powerful must the forces of messengers and star masters be? Thinking of this, Su Yang's excitement faded significantly.
He was still too weak. Ka!
At this moment, the door to the gravity training room opened, and a sweaty Su Taohong walked in.
Su Taohong's face was filled with excitement. This training room is great. With this, the evolutionaries of Blue Star will. The growth speed will definitely improve dramatically. Su Taohong exclaimed excitedly. Su Yang smiled and was just about to speak.
At this moment, Su Taohong saw the testing device beside her.
What is this? Testing device. Su Yan replied. Hearing this, Su Taohong walked excitedly to the testing device to test her strength.
She is now the strongest on Blue Star. No testing device on this planet can measure her strength. After Su Taohong finished testing, she cuddled with Su Yang for a while and then went out.
For the next period, Su Yang stayed on Blue Star.
After about a month, during this time, Su Yang visited the ocean area to check on Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuan's 2 companions. They were very excited to see Su Yang. They all expressed a desire to follow Su Yang out.
However, having seen the outside world, Su Yang firmly refused these 2 companions.
After all, the outside world is full of travelers and messengers everywhere. These 2 hadn't even reached the traveler level, so they certainly could not go with him.
After talking about Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, Su Yang met Li Ningning and Xian Pan. After meeting with these familiar faces, the life essence in Su Yang's dragon-shaped wood carving also recovered, and Su Yang entered the dragon wood carving to absorb a pool of life essence.
Once he finished absorbing the pool of life essence, Su Yang moved from the 2nd stage of traveler to the 4th. He jumped up 2 small levels directly.
You! How did you become a 4th stage?
When Su Yang came out of the dragon wood carving, he heard Long Yi's surprised voice inside him.
Su Yang said, what do you mean by become? I have grown and improved to the 4th stage.
Hearing Su Yang's words, Long Yi was silent for a few seconds, then said, I believe you will reach adulthood in 10 years.
Su Yang laughed, of course, I am a genius. This time, Long Yi did not remain silent but actually echoed with an mm. Time passed quickly. Su Yang stayed on Blue Star for another half month and then left with Long Yi, setting off into the universe once again. After leaving Blue Star, Su Yang first visited the planet where he discovered life for the first time. Because the creatures living on that planet were similar to insectoids, Su Yang named this planet Insect Star. Upon reaching the orbit of Insect Star, Su Yang released his spirit to observe the planet. Looking at the hidden insectoids beneath the planet, Su Yang then found the strongest creature on this planet. When he saw the strongest creature, surprise appeared on Su Yang's face. When Su Yang first met this strongest creature, it was only a fourth-tier human evolutionist. Later, Su Yang gave it a set of cultivation methods. Now, only a year had passed. This guy surprisingly improved from the fourth tier to the second tier. 2 tiers in just 1 year. This cultivation speed is considered very fast. Watching the strongest creature cultivate, Su Yang showed a thoughtful expression. A few seconds later, Su Yang made a decision, and in the next moment, his spirit drilled into the strongest creature's body. The strongest creature, while cultivating, suddenly shuddered and opened its eyes wide. This state lasted for a full hour until Su Yang's spirit left its body, and it finally woke up, hurriedly standing up to look around with a shocked expression. After a long time, it retracted its gaze and then began to summon all its kind on this planet. It is worth mentioning that these creatures not only look like insectoids, but their way of communication is also similar to that of insectoids. The strongest can mobilize any kind. At the same time, it can also control its kind. A week later, all the creatures on the planet gathered together in response to its summons. There were countless of them, over 100 billion. They emitted strange sounds and then looked at the strongest one at the front. The strongest let out a screeching sound. Among these sounds, there were faintly mixed words that seemed like those of the Blue Star humans. Comrades, unity, strength. On the other side, Su Yang had not left this planet, he had been standing in the sky above, watching this scene. After seeing this, Su Yang chuckled softly. He was increasingly looking forward to how this planet would develop. The life forms on this planet are very special. At this moment, Longya, who was inside Su Yang, suddenly spoke. Su Yang responded in confusion. What is special? They communicate in their relationships with one another, so many life forms, yet they seem to act as one single life form. Longya said. Chapter 112, Longya revives. Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang first showed a puzzled expression, and after a few seconds, he finally understood what Longya meant. However, Su Yang did not care much about these matters. He shifted his gaze from the life forms on the planet and turned to fly into the distance. Soon, he arrived at the planet where Yao Yao was. Su Yang did not disturb Yao Yao but observed from above for a few days. After more than half a year, Yao Yao, having obtained the cultivation method Su Yang gave her, had made rapid progress. She had risen from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank, matching the strongest on this planet. Moreover, the scale of the dragon god sect she established was also growing rapidly, with the number of followers reaching thousands. And each one was a cultivator. After observing Yao Yao, Su Yang continued to fly into the distance. As he flew, Su Yang pondered his next plans. Currently, what he needed was to increase his power, and the way to do that was to absorb the life water within the dragon-shaped wood carving. So he could find a place to stay, wait for the life water to recover, and then absorb it. What kind of place should he look for? A planet with few people and no life forms at all? That would be much safer. Or a high-level planet, which would allow him to learn more about this universe and broaden his horizons. After a moment of thought, Su Yang decided to head to the planet of the Wanjia Merchant Association. He flew for nearly 2 months. Su Yang arrived at this planet. After landing, he went to the Wanjia Merchant Association again and then bought a house on this planet. The price of the house was over 13 million universe coins. Meanwhile, Longya's anonymous account had less than 50 million universe coins. So after buying the house, Su Yang only had over 3 million universe coins left. After purchasing the house, Su Yang moved in that same day. The house was large, nearly 1,000 square meters, and it used spatial laws. Upon entering the door, the interior space was much larger, almost like a small world. Once inside the house, Su Yang first checked everything before examining the life water in the dragon-shaped wood carving. The color of the life water in the pool had turned light green. It wouldn't be long before it returned to its original state. Stepping out of the dragon-shaped wood carving. At that moment, Longya's voice suddenly echoed within him. I haven't used the life water for over half a year. If you give me all the remaining life water now, I can reshape my physical body. Hearing Longya's words, a hint of hesitation appeared on Su Yang's face. To be honest, if Longya remained this way, Su Yang would benefit the most. If Longya reshaped her body and revived, what would happen after the revival? Su Yang could not be certain. Although they both swore an oath with the dragon soul not to harm each other, if Longya left, it would be a huge loss for Su Yang, who was just stepping into the universe. Though he was somewhat reluctant, he had promised her. Su Yang still took out the life water and the dragon pearl he had prepared from his body. When the dragon pearl was brought out, the dragon soul of Longya appeared before Su Yang. Looking at the life water in Su Yang's palm, a look of excitement appeared on Longya's face. After hundreds of years of waiting, she originally thought she would only linger on in this life, resurrecting in the form of a dragon soul, but unexpectedly, she could still have a physical body.
Did I drop it in? Su Yang looked at the excited Longya.
Longya took a deep breath, her chest expanded a size, and then nodded. Seeing Longya nod, Su Yang dropped all the life water onto her.
In the next second,
the moment the life water touched the dragon pearl, a faint light appeared on the surface of the dragon pearl, and at this moment, Longya, standing next to Su Yang, closed her eyes.
She started to glow.
I'm going to shape my body now, it might turn into an egg, so take good care of me. Longya's voice rang out.
An egg? Su Yang was taken aback for a moment.
Before he could ask carefully, he saw Longya's dragon soul dive into the dragon pearl, and then the dragon pearl began to tremble slightly.
Su Yang moved to the side, curiously watching the trembling dragon pearl. Time passed second by second.
It lasted for a full 3 days. The dragon pearl had turned into a pure white egg.
It really turned into an egg.
Su Yang showed surprise and then placed his hand on the surface of the dragon egg. Then he felt as if there was a heart beating inside the dragon egg. Curious, Su Yang knocked on the dragon egg, and after getting no response, he simply turned and left. Quickly, another month passed. The life water in the dragon-shaped wood sculpture was completely restored, and Su Yang went straight into the pool to start absorbing it. He absorbed in the wood sculpture for an entire month, but in reality, it was just a second's time. After absorbing all the life water, Su Yang's strength rose from the 4th level of the traveler to the 5th level of the traveler. Feeling the growth of his power, Su Yang stepped out of the dragon-shaped wood sculpture.
Walking out of the house,
Su Yang saw Longyi standing at the door like a statue.
What are you doing here? Su Yang asked in surprise.
Longyi said, Brother Su, I am on guard.
On guard? Su Yang was taken aback.
From buying the house to entering the house, more than a month had passed. Because of Longyi's matter in thinking about absorbing life water, Su Yang had forgotten about Longyi.
Have you been standing here for more than a month? Su Yang asked in amazement.
Yes, Brother Su.
Longyi replied.
Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but ask again, Longyi, are you a real person or?
Longyi smiled and said, Brother Su, I am a real person. A real person? Why would a real person be like this? Without any personal feelings, like a robot.
I don't need you to be on guard here, come in with me first.
Okay, Brother Su. Longyi smiled and followed Su Yang into the room.
Once in the room, Su Yang led Longyi to sit down on the sofa.
Sitting down, Su Yang asked, since you are a real person, why did you become a combat doll? Longyi smiled and said, I was born to be a combat doll. Born to be a combat doll? Su Yang blinked in confusion, not understanding what Longyi meant by this statement.
Longyi explained at this time, my parents were also combat dolls, children born from combat dolls mating are also combat dolls.
Su Yang nodded in realization. So that's it. So your parents are combat dolls? Were your parents mating voluntary or assigned? Su Yang asked curiously.
Longyi said, this is done by a special department at Biddle Corporation that is responsible for allocation.
Biddle Corporation?
Yes, Brother Su, Biddle Corporation is a company that specializes in selling combat dolls.
So the combat dolls from their company are all produced by mating other combat dolls?
In addition to combat dolls produced by mating, Biddle Corporation also sends capture teams to some unknown planets for capturing.
Hearing Longyi's answer, Su Yang's brows furrowed slightly. He instinctively hated this Biddle company. Chapter 113, Longya revived. Taking disciples? Specializing in capturing people from various planets and turning them into battle puppets. And the captured people become tools for reproduction, with all the remaining children turning into battle puppets. Unconditionally obeying any command. Even if it tells the battle puppet to act like a dog or to strip in the street, the battle puppet will do so.
Su Yang felt a bit chilled, but at the same time, he was also somewhat angry. He was not a saint, but this careless way of treating people still made Su Yang feel disgusted. After a long silence, Su Yang waved his hand and said, okay, you go ahead and be busy.
Okay, Brother Su. Longyi nodded, smiled, and left.
After Longyi left, Su Yang sat on the sofa, frowned, and fell into deep thought.
Days went by one after another.
During the next month, Su Yang stayed in the room he bought without going out.
He used a device in the house similar to a computer to learn about this universe.
This universe was like a giant blue star, and each star region was like a province of different countries, with the universe above each star region.
There were a total of 7 great universes. Among them, the first universe was the most powerful.
For example, the Wanjia Trading Company actually belonged to the first universe, and that Bedell Company, which specialized in selling battle puppets, also belonged to the first universe. The place where Su Yan was currently located was the 19th star region of the 5th universe, and the administrator of the 19th star region was the shaman who had reduced Longya to nothing but a dragon soul. In addition, there was an existence similar to a mercenary guild in this universe. Anyone could go to the guild to register and become a mercenary, then accept tasks to earn money or equipment, etc. To be honest, Su Yan was quite curious about this guild. Every novel has such an existence, and the tasks inside are full of opportunities and dangers. Su Yan wanted to take some time to check it out and register as a mercenary. Crack! Just as Su Yan was thinking, a crisp crack suddenly sounded not far away. Hearing the sound, Su Yan's face changed immediately, and he hurriedly looked toward the source. Then he saw a crack appearing on the nearby white egg. The crack was spreading and soon covered the eggshell. Su Yan hurriedly walked to the egg, nervously watching. Under his gaze, the eggshell, which was filled with cracks, suddenly dropped a piece of shattered shell. A small, plump, very cute little dragon claw stretched out from inside the egg. Seeing this scene, Su Yan tentatively called out, "Longya." However, there was no response. After a few more seconds, several more pieces of eggshell dropped down. The small dragon head peeked out from inside. The dragon head was very small and looked very cute. Su Yang reached out to touch this adorable dragon head, but remembering that this cute dragon was a tens of thousands of years old and was a Star Master level powerhouse, he could only dismiss the thought in his heart. Standing still, Su Yang quietly watched. After a moment, the little dragon crawled out from the egg. The dragon was not big, just under 1 meter long, its whole body pure white, mini and cute. At that moment, a ray of light burst forth from the dragon's body, and the next second, the tiny little dragon's body began to change. A few seconds later, the little dragon transformed into Longya. Just looking at Longya in front of him, Su Yan opened his mouth, his eyes wide open, staring at her. The Longya in front of him still looked the same as before, but this woman was not wearing any clothes. Completely exposed in front of Su Yan. "Have you looked enough?" Longya's indifferent voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Su Yan retracted his gaze, and immediately bowing respectfully, he said, "Congratulations on regaining your physical body." Looking at Su Yang's respectful demeanor, Longya lightly acknowledged with an mm. "Alright, you go to the Wanjia Trading Company and bring back the clothes I left there before." Longya commanded. "Alright, elder." Su Yang nodded and turned to leave quickly. As he walked out of the door, Su Yan unconsciously turned back to glance at Longya, who was completely naked, then swiftly faced forward and exited. After Su Yan left, the calm expression on Longya's face instantly vanished, replaced by a touch of blush and anger. Half an hour later, Su Yan returned with the clothes that Longya had previously stored at the Wanjia business. Once Longya put on the clothes, her demeanor changed dramatically. With long hair and a pair of pure white dragon horns, her skin was snow white, and her exquisite features were breathtaking, especially her aura, noble and grand. She gave off an unapproachable feeling. "Thank you." Looking at Su Yang, who stood beside her, Longya said faintly. Su Yang smiled and said, "No problem, elder. After all, we agreed earlier that I would help you revive." Longya hummed softly, then she exclaimed in surprise, "You leveled up again?" Su Yang laughed and said, "Yes, elder, I am now at the 5th level of the practitioner." Upon hearing this, Longya's expression became complicated. Since the first time she met Su Yang, he was only at the 2nd level, but now, in less than a year, he had risen by 3 levels. The key point is that during the time she stayed with him, Longya had never seen Su Yang practice. This is simply monstrous. A thought floated in her mind. Actually, this idea had appeared when she saw Su Yang rise 2 small levels in a row back then. He reached adulthood in 10 years. In such a short time, he reached the 5th level of the practitioner. Such talent can rank among the best in the 7 great universes. Ahem. Pretending to cough, Longya's stunning face revealed a hint of indifference, then she spoke, "I see your talent is good, and since you helped me revive and reshape my body, I have decided to take you as my disciple. Do you accept?" Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang was stunned. Longya actually wanted to take him as her disciple? Should he agree or not? And why did she want to take him as a disciple? He felt confused in his heart. Then Su Yang cautiously asked, "What are the benefits of being your disciple?" Hearing Su Yang's question, Longya's calm expression slightly stiffened. Then her voice became a bit colder. "By becoming my disciple, I will surely teach you well and help you avoid many detours on your path of cultivation. Also, over the years, I have several rare treasures in my possession. If you perform well in the future, these items can be yours." After speaking, Longya felt like she was begging him to become her disciple. Opening her mouth, Longya wanted to say something to regain the initiative, but the next moment, she saw Su Yang's knees give way, and he directly knelt down. I pay my respects to my master. Su Yang said respectfully. Looking at Su Yang kneeling there, Longya's lips curled into a charming arc, and she gently raised her hand, saying, "Rise." "Yes, master." Su Yang stood up. Once Su Yang stood up, Longya raised her chin slightly, taking on the attitude of an elder, saying, "Since I have just revived, we will keep things simple today. From now on, you are my disciple." "Thank you, master." Su Yang expressed his gratitude. As master and disciple, we don't need to say those formalities. Alright, you can go out now." "Okay, master." Su Yang turned around and left directly. But after taking a couple of steps, he remembered something and hesitated, saying, Master, you said you have many treasures, what are they?" Longya's mouth twitched. Chapter 114, Special Creature Bee. Watching Longya fall silent, Su Yang chuckled and turned to exit the room. After Su Yang left, Longya stared at the door, lost in thought. She was beginning to doubt if Su Yang agreed to become her disciple just because he was interested in her treasures. It wasn't because of her personal charm. Feeling quite troubled, Longya was not considering how to restore her strength, but instead began to think about how to teach Su Yang. Let Su Yang sincerely wish to take himself as his master. Soon, a week passed. On this day, Longya said to Su Yang, "Come with me for a trip." "Master, where are we going?" Su Yang asked in confusion. Longya replied, "To a place where I buried treasures." Upon hearing Longya's words, Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Then, the two prepared and directly went out. Leaving home, Su Yang, Longya, and Longyi flew away from the planet, heading northeast. They flew for about a month, and the three had already left the 19th star region. After leaving the 19th star region, they flew westward for more than a month, and finally Longya stopped on a rather dull-looking planet. Looking at the gray planet below, Su Yang was stunned. He could feel that there were many strong beings at the walker level on this planet. "You go down," Longya said to Su Yang. "Am I going alone?" Su Yang pointed at himself in surprise. Longya nodded, "Yes, just you. But I'm supposed to get your things, master?" "That's not urgent, you first clear all the creatures on this planet." "All creatures? Clear them all?" Su Yang blinked, feeling a bit confused. Longya affirmed, "Yes, kill all the creatures on this planet." "Why?" Su Yang frowned and asked. Longya explained, "Strong beings are born from slaughter, only through real combat and the test of life and death can your strength increase. Just practicing alone is merely a dead end." Su Yang's brows remained furrowed, but even so, there's no need to slaughter an entire planet, right? Seeing Su Yang's expression, Longya was surprised. "Are you concerned about the lives on this planet?" Without waiting for Su Yang to speak, he continued, "You don't need to worry about this. The creatures on this planet, called bees, are recognized as the most malicious beings in the 7 universes. These beings have no humanity or thinking, from birth, they know only slaughter. Furthermore, after they die, like some plants, they will soon regrow a batch. Many cultivators come to planets inhabited by these beings for combat training." "There are such beings?" Su Yang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. "Alright, off you go." Longya waved his hand. Su Yang nodded and directly flew toward the planet. Watching Su Yang land on the planet, Longya hovered in the air, observing him. On the planet. Su Yang landed on the ground. Just after landing, before Su Yang could observe his surroundings, he felt a gust of wind rush past him from behind. Su Yang hurriedly dodged. At the same time, one hand transformed into a dragon claw, grabbing at the creature that attacked. Puff! The dragon claw pierced directly into the creature's body, and Su Yang grasped its heart. With a hard squeeze, he heard a pop, and the creature that had been struggling instantly went still. After dropping the corpse, Su Yang then carefully examined the creature that had attacked him. This creature resembled a human form, with dark skin and many short hairs on its surface, and its lower body had 4 legs. Seeing the creature's appearance, Su Yang frowned, feeling somewhat disgusted. "Is this really the bee?" Su Yang muttered quietly in his heart. Just then, several more bees emerged from somewhere, rushing toward Su Yang. These bees were all at walker level 4, their speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Su Yang. Su Yang quickly retreated, and at the same time took out the dragon spear he had previously withdrawn from Longya's unnamed account. Holding the dragon spear in one hand, a glint of battle intent flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and he immediately charged at the several bees. Boom! With loud crashes, Su Yang became entangled with the bees. The sounds of the battle attracted other bees nearby. After seeing Su Yang, they let out strange cries and then all rushed towards him. In just a few seconds, Su Yang was surrounded by more than 10 bees. The strength of these bees was basically at the walker level, with one exceeding the 5th level. Under the attacks from the bees, Su Yang initially struggled to cope and quickly suffered significant injuries in less than a few seconds. With a thought. In an instant, Su Yang vanished. He hid inside the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Breathing deeply with lingering fear, Su Yang began to think of a strategy. The attack from the more than 10 bees had left him unable to react. Now, even if he stayed in this dragon-shaped wooden sculpture for 100 years or 1,000 years, only a second would have passed outside. Thinking carefully, Su Yang considered the positions of those bees and also devised countermeasures. After a moment, Su Yang devised a plan in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang stepped out of the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. At the moment he stepped out, Su Yang directly moved to the left, and at the instant he stepped, an attack from one bee missed its target. As Su Yang dodged the attack, he bent down, stabbing the dragon spear behind him. The reverse spear. With one thrust, he pierced a bee's throat. After piercing the bee's throat, Su Yang let go of the dragon spear and suddenly jumped up, just as a claw swept past the front of his collar. After jumping, Su Yang twisted his waist, contorting into an unbelievable arc. And this arc just happened to evade another bee's attack. He flashed to the back of the bee that had been pierced in the throat, gripped the spear's head, and pushed forcefully forward. The spear stabbed directly into a bee's eye, but it wasn't over yet. Su Yang continued to push. The spear exited the bee's eye socket and pierced into the mouth of a third bee. In an instant, 3 bees were skewered like candied hawthorns. Next, Su Yang began to move around the surrounding bees, dodging their attacks that seemed perilous but were in fact easily evaded. In the sky above the planet, Longye and Longyi watched the scene, and while Longye had already known Su Yang was a genius, seeing this moment still left her utterly shocked. Chapter 115, Battle. Where's the treasure? One second he was in dire straits, and the next he seemed like a different person. Such fighting talent is truly rare. Aside from shock, Longye felt a complex emotion arise in her heart. Our dragon clan has successors. With such a genius in hand, Longye felt she must train Su Yang well. On the planet, Su Yang continued to fight. In every battle, Su Yang would hide in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture to plan ahead before stepping out. So, every move he made, every dodge was like that of a robot. No need to think, no hesitation. Each time narrowly avoiding the opponent's attack, he would defeat them in the simplest, most direct way. Soon, the more than 10 bees were left with hardly any survivors, except for a few barely hanging on, along with the last one, also at the 5th level of Walker, fighting like Su Yang. At this moment, that bee emitted a piercing hiss and then charged at Su Yang. Su Yang, with the dragon spear in hand, directly lunged at the charging bee. When the spear tip was about to touch the bee, its 4 legs strangely wrapped around the spear body, while its 2 hands grabbed at Su Yang's lower body. Su Yang hurriedly released the dragon spear and took a step back to dodge the bee's attack. Then his right leg kicked fiercely at the bee. The power of this kick was immense. It seemed to tear through space. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Su Yang's leg struck the bee's chest. The bee was sent flying like a ball, thousands of meters away. Su Yang's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly pursuing victory. Boom! At that moment, the fight attracted the attention of other bees. They flew up one after another, rushing towards Su Yang. Here they come. Su Yang frowned. The strength of these bees was not much different from Su Yang, but due to their lack of thought, their fighting power was actually not strong. However, the trouble was that their lack of thought made them unafraid of death. One after another, more and more bees rushed in from all directions. In just a few seconds, the number of bees reached over 10 again. Seeing these rushing bees, Su Yang didn't think twice and entered the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture again. As before, ready with a combat plan, Su Yang exited the wooden sculpture. Time passed second by second. Su Yang kept fighting these bees. Every time he killed those bees, a large number of bees would rush in from other places, giving Su Yang no time to breathe. However, Su Yang was fortunate to have the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, which he could hide in whenever his physical state declined. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The battle lasted a whole week. Su Yang killed almost 1,000 bees, while above the planet, Longye watched Su Yang who had been fighting for a week. She frowned slightly at the moment. At first, she was shocked, but as time went by, she found Su Yang's fighting style too precise. Though this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. You see, she wanted Su Yang to fight here to let him experience life and death, only then could he break through. But in this week, aside from the initial struggle where he got a little hurt, he had not been hurt at all afterward. So precious of life. How can one grow being so precious of life? Thinking of this, Longye's figure flashed and flew directly downwards. Soon, she flew to Su Yang's side. I will now suppress my strength to the traveler level, you watch from the side and see how I fight. After Longye finished speaking, she rushed towards the bees. In just the blink of an eye, she closed in on the nearest bee. raising her fist. There were no fancy moves, just a simple punch, hitting the bee's abdomen. At that moment, the bee also raised its foot and kicked towards Longya. When the foot hit Longya, her body shook and her brow furrowed. But Longya's attack was even stronger. That fist directly smashed its head. Not far away, Su Yang watched this scene. He frowned in thought, not seeing any difference between his battle and Longya's. He stood in place, continuing to watch. Time passed second by second, and Su Yang kept watching Longya's battle. Gradually, he began to notice some differences. Longya's fighting was very direct, and many times she would ignore some of the opponent's attacks, allowing them to hit her while delivering the most fatal blow back. And her fighting style was faster than his. If you are afraid of getting hurt, you will never improve. Now you must change your fighting style, push yourself to the edge, only then can you enhance your power. At this moment, Longya's voice rang out. Su Yang nodded after hearing this. He also realized his mistake. Longya wanted him to fight with these bees to improve himself through combat. But with the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture by his side, he could hide inside whenever there was danger, which gave him no sense of crisis at all. Without a sense of crisis, how could he improve? You continue now. Longya flashed back behind. Su Yang nodded, then rushed at those bees. After charging in, Su Yang fought with the bees according to Longya's attacking style. Changing his fighting style made Su Yang initially feel a little uncomfortable. His movements and reactions slowed, which soon put him in a passive position. However, this time he did not enter the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Instead, he struggled to fend off the attacks. After a moment, Su Yang gradually adapted. He began to try to fight back, while distinguishing between deadly attacks and some attacks that did not need to be avoided. Soon, a day passed. Su Yang had completely adapted to the attack methods. His attacks had changed completely from before. They had become more violent and direct. 2 days. Su Yang was covered in bruises, but none were fatal injuries. And around him lay a large pile of bee corpses. Another week passed. Su Yang was still fighting. In fact, once one's strength reached the traveler stage, there was basically no concept of fatigue, so let alone fighting for half a month. Even if Su Yang had to fight for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years, he would not feel tired. In a blink, a year had passed. The planet was now covered with corpses. Su Yang, covered in blood, was now hovering above the planet. Most of the blood on him was bee blood, thickened and dried on his body, forming blood scabs, looking disgusting and terrifying. Master, this planet has been cleared. At that moment, Longya flew over, and after seeing her approach, Su Yang spoke. Longya nodded slightly. She looked at Su Yang, whose body was covered in dried blood scabs, her delicate brows furrowing, but her eyes held a satisfied sparkle. With a gentle wave of her hand, a beam of light surged around Su Yang, and when the light disappeared, all the dirt on him was gone. All right, let's go back, Longya said. Hearing this, Su Yang hurriedly said, Master, what about the treasure? Didn't you say you left a treasure on this planet? Oh, right. Follow me, Longya responded. Chapter 116, Advancement of the Devouring Beast Set. Looking at Longya, who walked ahead with a calm expression, Su Yang had some doubts in his heart about whether there really was a treasure. After all, who could forget such a thing? With a face full of suspicion, he followed behind Longya, walking for about more than an hour, and finally, Longya brought him to the foot of a mountain shaped like a lion. Longya lifted her foot and suddenly kicked the mountain in front of her. In the next second, a rumbling sound erupted. The entire mountain trembled, followed by the collapse of the mountain, with countless rocks flying up and sliding down. Dust and smoke rose up. Su Yang instinctively covered his nose. Beside him, Longya was enveloped in a glowing shield, and the dust and stones could not enter the shield at all. A few minutes later, the dust cleared. The mountain in front of them had completely collapsed. At this time, Longya also lifted her hand, and the stones flew away, revealing an egg buried under the rubble in front of Su Yang. An egg? Yet another egg. Looking at the egg, Su Yang blinked. The egg was large, its surface was pure black, with some silver spots that emitted a faint glow, resembling stars in the night, giving off a mysterious feeling. Master, what is this? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Longya said casually, it's the egg of the devouring beast. Devouring beast? Su Yang repeated, then walked up to the egg. The set of equipment he bought at the 10,000 Worlds trading house was called the Devouring Beast set. Now, display your equipment, then break the egg and pour the contents over your equipment, Longya said at this time. After hearing this, Su Yang, though puzzled, obediently complied. He displayed the Devouring Beast set, then raised his hand and tapped the egg. With a crack, a hole appeared in the eggshell. Then, a strange cry sounded from inside the egg. The sound was eerie, like the last scream before death. Su Yang looked at Longya in surprise. Longya calmly said, that is the cry of the devouring beast. When the eggshell breaks, the cub inside is about to die as well. Take the opportunity to pour the contents over your body before it dies. Su Yang nodded and hurriedly picked up the egg, then poured the liquid inside over himself. At the moment the liquid was poured on him, Su Yang could clearly feel the devouring beast set heating up on his body. And then the set changed, the surface of the armor showed stripes, and the statue of the devouring beast in the middle of the chest seemed alive, opening its big mouth and roaring. Feeling the changes happening to his armor, Su Yang showed surprise. At this moment, Longya, who was standing beside him, said, "The devouring beast set is made from the body of one of the ancient creatures of the universe, the devouring beast. However, this creature went extinct hundreds of thousands of years ago, so the devouring beast sets available for purchase are made from the bodies of those deceased devouring beasts. And the real devouring beast set must have the soul of the devouring beast. The devouring beast egg I just mentioned was something I risked my life to snatch from a chaos-level strong person. After grabbing it, I've kept it hidden here." "Wait." Su Yang interrupted Longya, his tone slightly surprised. "Master, you managed to snatch something from a chaos-level strong person?" Hearing Su Yang's astonished tone, Longya's expression became slightly unnatural. "Why ask so much? Anyway, this devouring beast set will undergo a qualitative change after being bathed in this liquid, and it will also have some special abilities. You can study it yourself," Longya said. After hearing this, Su Yang hurriedly began to examine the devouring beast set on his body out of curiosity. After a moment, Su Yang had almost figured out the changes to the devouring beast after being drenched in the liquid. First was the strength. Originally, this set of equipment was merely a traveler-level set, but now it had transformed into a messenger-level set. Whether in defense or other aspects, it had been improved. In addition, there was a new ability. This ability was to use this equipment to create a black hole. The black hole could swallow all surrounding objects, including planets, and so on. "So impressive!" Su Yang exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, Longya suddenly said, "By the way, your set of equipment now also possesses a soul. It can grow." "Grow?" "Yes, you can obtain the blood of some powerful creatures and pour it onto the equipment. Remember, it must be of a powerful creature, at least at the Stellar Lord level." "Stellar Lord level?" Su Yang frowned slightly. Longya nodded and said, "Yes, currently your set of equipment is at the messenger level, so it must be nourished with the blood of a Stellar Lord level powerhouse. Once the equipment reaches the Stellar Lord level, it will require blood of the cosmic level." Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang frowned and contemplated for a few seconds, and then a light gradually blossomed in his eyes. "According to Longya, does that mean this set of equipment can grow to the chaos level?" "Right. I wonder what would happen if I threw this set into the pool inside the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Wouldn't that pool of life water also help this set of equipment? I've been fighting on this planet for a year, the life water should have recovered, right?" Thinking of this, Su Yang's mind moved, and he appeared directly in the space of the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Entering the space, Su Yang looked at the life water that had completely recovered, considering whether he should throw the devouring beast set in to try. But after thinking for a moment, Su Yang temporarily dismissed this idea. After all, the real-world Longya was still beside him. If the devouring beast set changed significantly after being soaked in the life water, it would be troublesome to explain. Thinking of this, Su Yang took off the devouring beast set on his body and then entered the pool. At the moment he entered the pool, a massive amount of energy from the life water flowed into his body. Su Yang immediately closed his eyes and began to absorb this energy. Time passed little by little. This time, Su Yang absorbed the life water in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture for a full year. He didn't know if it was because he fought with before a year, but this time after absorbing the life water, his strength increased by 2 small levels, rising from Traveler level 5 to Traveler level 7. Feeling his body growing stronger, Su Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the wooden carving space. Only a second had passed in the real world. "Eh?" A surprised voice came from the side, "Dragonya." The next second was a familiar phrase. You have broken through again?" Looking at Dragonya's wide-open eyes in shocked expression, Su Yang chuckled and nodded his head. Seeing Su Yang nod, Dragonya's face was filled with disbelief. She reached out her hand and pinched Su Yang's arm, then prepared to take off Su Yang's clothes. "Master! Don't!" Su Yang hurriedly raised his hand to block. "Don't move!" Dragonya glared, and a golden light shot from her eyes. Su Yang felt as if his body was frozen, unable to move at all, standing there motionless as Dragonya undressed him. Chapter 117, The Freedom Legion. Life is like that. If you can't resist, then just enjoy it. And so, Su Yang was thoroughly touched all over by Dragonya's small hands. While touching, Dragonya curiously mumbled about why. And just like that, after a moment, Dragonya withdrew her hand. At the same time, Su Yang felt his body regain feeling. He quickly covered his private part and said with a face of despair, "Master, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, no. I didn't expect you to be this kind of dragon." Hearing Su Yang's words, Dragonya's pretty face turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes glared at Su Yang, saying, "Hurry and get dressed." Su Yang wore his clothes with a mournful expression. Once Su Yang was dressed, Dragonya said, "All right, let's go." After saying that, she flew directly into the sky and headed into the distance. Su Yang silently followed along. Along the way, the two of them didn't speak, and the battle puppet, Long Yi, followed them silently. As they were close to returning to the planet they lived on, Su Yang suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, have you heard of Three Eyes?" "Three Eyes?" Dragonya frowned slightly, displaying a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "I don't know, why?" Su Yang did not hide it and directly recounted what had happened on Blue Star. After listening to Su Yang's recounting, Dragonya's complexion became grim. She said coldly, "I didn't expect my dragon clan to be bullied like this. Finding this person, Three Eyes, is not difficult. After we go to the all-world merchant house, we can buy this person's location for money." Su Yang was surprised and said, "You can buy someone's location at the all-world merchant house?" Dragonya replied, "Of course. The all-world merchant house can sell anything you can think of. However, the price to buy a person's location is determined based on that person's strength. But from what you just said, that Three Eyes shouldn't be too strong, definitely below Star Master level. If he were a Star Master, I should have heard of the name Three Eyes." "Alright, then let's hurry to the all-world merchant house." Su Yang responded quickly. Dragonya said, "No rush, first you need to make some money." "Make money? Master, don't you have money?" "I have money." "Then why do you need me to make money?" "My money can't be touched, I only have one anonymous account, and all the money there has been used up by you. The other money is under my name. If I move this money, Shaman would definitely know I'm still alive. For me, it's not a problem, but your strength is still too low, it would be very dangerous for you." Dragonya explained. Su Yang nodded and then asked, "Then should I become a mercenary?" Dragonya rolled her beautiful eyes at Su Yang and said, "Can't you aspire to something better?" "Eh?" Su Yang blinked in confusion. Dragonya slightly raised her chin and had a somewhat proud expression. "How could my disciple, Longya, do such menial work?" "Then what should I do?" Su Yang asked. Dragonya said, "Form a legion, participate in the Star Domain War." "Ah?" Su Yang's expression became strange. "A legion? Form a legion? Be a mere subordinate? No. I'm only 7th stage of cultivator, can I really form a legion?" "Master. I'm only 7th stage of cultivator, is it really appropriate to form a legion now?" "I don't have much money to form a legion," Su Yang said. Longya replied calmly, "Though the Traveler Stage 7 strength isn't strong, isn't there still your master? As for forming a legion, it won't cost much. With 2 people forming pairs or 3 forming a team, you can use the money you have to buy a few low-level combat puppets. Just 10 people will be enough." Why does it feel a bit unreliable?" Su Yang hesitated. Longya glared at Su Yang and said, "Am I an unreliable person?" Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand, "No. Master is very reliable. Alright, let's go buy a few combat puppets at the Wanjie trading firm." Longya said as she flew toward the Wanjie trading firm, with Su Yang and Long Yi following behind. Soon, the three arrived at the Wanjie trading firm. Then, Su Yang spent 3 million cosmic coins to buy 10 Traveler Stage 3 combat puppets, averaging 300,000 each. These 10 combat puppets consisted of 5 men and 5 women. Su Yang named these 10 figures Long Yi to Longshire. Next, Su Yang also went to the place dedicated to registering legions and registered a legion. When registering the legion, Su Yang began to struggle with what to name it. "Let's call it the Dragon Clan." At this moment, Longya spoke. "Ha?" Su Yang was taken aback. Longya said, "Let's name it the Dragon Clan Legion." After hearing this, Su Yang's mouth twitched. This name is a bit too cliché, isn't it? Longya noticed Su Yang's expression and frowned slightly. "Forget it, you can name it yourself." Su Yang sighed in relief. He pondered for 2 seconds. "Let's call it the Freedom Legion." This time, Longya's expression became strange. After all, with her and Su Yang, the other 11 people were all combat puppets without freedom. How did naming it the Freedom Legion feel so sarcastic? "Whatever you say." Longya waved her hand, no longer entangled in the name issue. To her, forming a legion was just a way to make money for now, and once they made some money, the legion would be dispensable. "Alright, then let's call it the Freedom Legion," Su Yang said as he filled out the information. Soon, the legion was established, and Su Yang received a dozen badges. The badges were designed by him randomly, primarily red, with the word freedom in Chinese written on them, and below the text was a symbol of the number 1. 1 represents the level of the legion, with 10 being the highest. Su Yang gave the badges to all the combat puppets, letting them wear the badges on their chests, and he did the same.
Master, do you want to wear one?
Su Yang looked at Longya and asked. Longya reached out and took a badge, but she did not wear it. Instead, she put it away.
This badge contained a system similar to the internet.
The bearer could enter the Legion system through the badge, where various functions like contribution points were stored. After putting away the badge, Longya looked at Su Yang, who was wearing his badge, and said, "Let's go, it's time to take on the Star Domain War mission."
Star Domain War. Su Yang felt a surge of excitement.
At first, he was a bit nervous, as he was only at the Traveler stage, but thinking that his master Longya was a Star Lord level powerhouse.
"Let's go," Longya said.
After saying this, she walked forward.
Su Yang, along with Long Yi and the other 10 combat puppets, followed behind.
They quickly reached the task acceptance location, and before Su Yang could study it properly, Longya had already chosen and accepted the task.
"Alright, let's go, prepare to head to the battlefield," Longya said.
Su Yang opened his mouth, and before he could speak, he saw Longya already walking away. Quickly keeping up with Longya, everyone left the planet and set off toward the battlefield area.
Chapter 118 Star Domain Battlefield. Flying from the planet to the Star Domain War Zone would take 10 years of flight.
But fortunately, after leaving the planet, Longya waved her hand, and a space rift appeared.
"Enter the rift," Longya said. Su Yang looked at the rift. He exclaimed, "Space gate?" Longya replied, "You can understand it that way. Then why not use it before?" Su Yang couldn't help but ask.
Longya said, "Before it was not far, couldn't fly for long, this time the distance is very far."
Su Yang opened his mouth. "Why ask so much? Hurry up and go in,"
Longya urged.
Su Yang nodded and stepped into the crack.
The moment he entered the crack, Su Yang felt a pulling sensation. It wasn't painful, but it felt quite uncomfortable. This feeling only lasted for a few seconds, and then Su Yang felt a blur in his eyes, followed by noticing changes around him.
Surrounding him was a strange area with a huge flying machine not far away. Countless mercenaries were bustling back and forth on that flying machine.
"That over there is the transfer point. To enter the Star Domain battlefield, you need to go in from there." Longya's voice came from behind him. Hearing the voice, Su Yang turned around and saw Longya and Long Yi standing behind him, while the spatial crack had completely disappeared.
"Master, how is this space gate made?" Su Yang asked.
Longya said, "You will know when you come into contact with the laws of space."
"Then how do I come into contact with the laws of space?"
"The laws of space exist inside the Star Domain battlefield. You just need to follow me in later."
"Master, what exactly is the Star Domain battlefield? Is the Star Domain War a war between star domains? Or a war between the universes?" Su Yang asked in confusion.
Longya explained, "I mentioned before that there are a total of 7 universes, but in reality, there are 8.
The Star Domain battlefield is the 8th universe.
The 8th universe is filled with various laws, and the major universes compete to seize these laws from individual star domains."
"So, we have to submit the laws we seize?" Su Yang frowned instantly. Longya nodded, "Just 1% is fine." Su Yang nodded.
Then he saw Longya slightly raise her hand, and in the next second, a veil appeared on her face. The veil was pure white with a faint flow of light, and Su Yang realized he couldn't see Longya's features through the veil at all.
"Master, you." Su Yang pointed at Longya's face in confusion.
Longya frowned, "There are many people at the transfer point, surely many will recognize me."
"What should I tell Shaman then? Why do you have so many questions today? Is there any other question?" "No more." "Then let's go." Saying this, everyone flew toward the transfer point. Soon they arrived at the transfer point.
From a distance, the transfer point resembled a giant flying machine, but in reality, it was a large platform, nearly hundreds of thousands of square meters in area. In the center of the platform were 2 giant spatial cracks, one crack for entry and one for exit. Su Yang looked around. He saw many people on the platform, each wearing a badge of their legion on their chest.
Each badge represented a different legion.
The smallest legion had over 1,000 people, while the largest had tens of thousands. All these legions gathered together, it looked quite spectacular. However, compared to these legions, Su Yang's group stood out too much with only 13 people.
This led many to glance curiously over. Free Legion? Only 13 people? 11 combat dolls, is this actually free? It's a level 1 Legion. Is this a joke? A joke? More like a death wish.
The task distribution isn't based on how many people you have, having just 13 people means you're just providing others with battle achievements. Laughter and mockery rang out.
Listening to the mocking voices around him, Longya's exquisite face under the veil showed no change. She simply spoke calmly saying go, and then walked straight toward the crack leading to the star domain battlefield. Su Yang hurriedly followed, while the 11 combat dolls led by Longyi followed behind with blank expressions. They quickly arrived at the entrance of the crack, and Longya took the lead and stepped inside. Su Yang and Longyi were the last to enter. As before, a tearing sensation hit him, and a few seconds later, Su Yang found himself in a strange area. The area looked like the surface of a gigantic planet, boundless and completely without an end. Not far away was a super large base. On the base, it read base of the 19th star domain of the 5th universe. Looking at the base in front of him, Su Yang followed Longya towards the base. Once inside the base, Longya skillfully led Su Yang to a window, where a male cultivator of the 9th rank was looking at them expressionlessly. Then Longya took out the badge of the Free Army and handed it to the man at the window. The man took the badge, glanced at it, then operated something on a control panel and said, Area 25, stationed for half a year, someone will come to take over in 6 months. After saying that, he handed the badge back to Longya. Longya took the badge and then turned to leave directly. Su Yang, looking like a novice, followed behind him. As they walked outside, Longya introduced some basic knowledge about the battlefield of the star domain. After walking more than 500 kilometers out of the base, Longya said, now we are considered to have left the safe zone. Outside there could be enemies from other star domains at any time. These people are not like bees, be sure to be careful. Su Yang obediently nodded, then he extended his hand. The dragon spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. Holding the dragon spear, Su Yang followed behind Longya with a wary expression. Then next. On the way, nothing happened. There was no danger, and they encountered no enemies, not even a single creature or bug was seen. Thus, they smoothly arrived at Area 25. They completed the handover with the leader of the Legion responsible for Area 25. Amidst the strange expression of the other party, they finished the handover. The other party kindly reminded them as they were leaving, although the danger level of Area 25 is not high, but there are only 13 of you, why don't you give up this task? Our Legion can stay here for a while longer, until the next Legion comes over. Hearing the kindness in their words, Su Yang smiled and said, thank you, but no. Alright then, I hope you can survive. After saying that, the other party left with their Legion in a grand manner. Once the other party left, only Su Yang, Longya, and the other 13 remained in Area 25. Area 25 was very large, almost 9 million square kilometers, about the size of Xia country. The entire area was bare, without any plants or living creatures. It looked filled with deathly silence. Looking around, Su Yang couldn't help but ask another question, Master, where are the laws? Longya replied, just wait, the laws appear out of nowhere, with no regular pattern. Su Yang said oh, then he found a stone to sit on and began to wait. Chapter 119, The Appearance of the Laws. The waiting period was not boring for Su Yang. With nothing to do, he gathered Longyi and the other 10 battle dolls together for some experiments. Su Yang held a human leg bone in his hand, which he had somehow gotten. Then, with a serious face, he said to the 11 battle dolls, including Longyi, unity means, let's make a comparison, this is a leg bone, we can easily snap it. As he spoke, Su Yang gripped both ends of the leg bone and pulled with force. The leg bone didn't move an inch. Su Yang's lips twitched, showing a hint of embarrassment. He tried again with more strength, but the leg bone still showed no reaction. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Damn! Why is the leg bone so hard? Su Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with embarrassment. The battle dolls, including Longyi, looked at this scene with blank expressions. Not far away, Longya was also curiously watching. Finally, Longya couldn't help but say, do you want to break that leg bone? Su Yang looked at Longya, then quietly nodded. Seeing Su Yang nod, Longya walked in front of Su Yang, reached out to take the leg bone, then gently twisted it, and with a crack, the leg bone broke into 2 pieces. This leg bone is from a first-tier powerhouse of the Star Master level, you can't break it with your strength at all. Longya explained. Su Yang awkwardly stood up and turned to leave. After a moment, he returned with some leg bones. Then he repeated what he had said to Longyi and the others before, and after finishing, he broke the leg bone this time. A single leg bone can be easily broken, so a person's strength is limited, but if the strength of a group gathers together. As he spoke, Su Yang took out several leg bones. Then he pulled hard. Crack! Looking at the broken leg bones, Su Yang cursed and then threw the leg bones aside, turning to leave. Forget it, today's experiment is over. Behind him, Longyi and the other battle puppets watched Su Yang's back, their faces still showing no expression. Time passed little by little. In the following days, Su Yang would try to explain some words that Longyi and the others could not understand every day. Democracy, civilization, harmony, equality, justice, etc. Longya listened with great interest to Su-yang's explanations, while Longi and the other battle puppets smiled on their faces, but Su-yang could see that they completely did not understand the meanings behind the words. For these battle puppets, they had been instilled with distorted concepts since childhood, which were deeply rooted compared to the beliefs instilled by the Beidel Company, making it hard for them to understand what equality, civilization, and democracy meant. Of course, Su-yang did not truly want them to understand the meanings of democracy or civilization, he just wanted to conduct an experiment. Soon, 3 months passed, and half of the 6-month task time was gone. On this day, Su-yang spoke to Longi and the others as usual, using words they could not understand. Suddenly, a strange energy filled the air. Not far away, Longya, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone, suddenly opened her eyes and said loudly, "The laws have appeared." As soon as she finished speaking, Su-yang quickly stood up and looked into the distance. At that moment, the badge on his chest suddenly flickered, and Su-yang hurriedly picked up the badge to take a look, and then a line of text appeared on the badge. "The laws have appeared in Area 95. Let's go." Area 95. Longya also saw the information and coldly said. After speaking, she flew straight toward the distance. Su-yang and Longi hurriedly followed behind. Everyone's speed was fast, reaching full speed. In just a few seconds, they flew hundreds of kilometers. While flying, Su-yang saw many people rushing from all directions toward the same destination. As the number of flying people increased, they resembled shooting stars, forming a stunning meteor shower. After flying for half a minute, suddenly Longya said, "Prepare for battle." "What?" Before Su-yang could speak, he felt the badge on his chest getting a bit hot, and at the same time, countless lights and shadows flew over from not far away. Perhaps because of the badge, even though Su-yang did not recognize the incoming lights and shadows, he could feel that those people were enemies. Sure enough, as he had thought. In the blink of an eye, those figures rushed in front of Su-yang and his group, then without a word, directly launched an attack. In an instant, Su-yang's side engaged in battle with the opponents. Boom! The sounds of explosions, the waves of battle. The earth shook, the space twisted. This massive battlefield had thousands of people fighting together, each at the very least a practitioner-tier powerhouse, each of them capable of destroying a planet. Such a battle scene was something Su-yang had never seen before. Any little hint of battle would cause injury. So in the first moment those people rushed in, Su-yang took out the dragon spear. The dragon spear turned into shadows, causing those enemies trying to rush forward to suddenly halt their steps, and at that moment, led by Long Yi, 11 battle puppets surrounded Su-yang, facing those powerful foes. Not far away, Long Yi glanced towards Su-yang and said, "These are just the ones stalling us, quickly end the battle." After that, Long Yi's speed surged, instantly vanishing from sight. Watching Long Yi disappear, Su-yang looked at the enemies surrounding him, his golden vertical eyes flickering with fighting spirit, and then his hands transformed into dragon claws. The dragon claws grasped the dragon spear, which trembled slightly, as if a chorus of dragon roars erupted from its body. In the next second, Su-yang broke free from the protection of Long Yi and the others, charging towards the nearest enemy. That person was a 7th-tier practitioner, with 4 arms, each holding a weapon. As he saw Su-yang approaching, a cruel smile spread across his face, and simultaneously, the weapons in his 4 hands slammed down towards Su-yang. Boom! Thunderous sounds erupted, and the space seemed to twist. A dazzling light blazed forth, instantly enveloping Su-yang and that man. In the light, Su-yang's spear blocked the 4 weapons, and he suddenly pushed hard, forcing the 4 weapons away, then smashed the spear towards the man's head. The man tried to raise his hand to block. But just as he lifted his hand, Su-yang suddenly released the dragon spear, and the dragon claws became after images, directly plunging into the man's chest. Poof! The dragon claws pierced into the man's chest, gripping his beating heart in Su-yang's hand. A painful scream escaped the man's lips. A cold smile appeared on Su-yang's face as he prepared to crush the man's heart, but at that moment, he sensed a deadly feeling of crisis coming from behind him. He threw the man backward without looking back, charging forward instead. After racing over 10,000 meters, Su-yang stopped. He turned to look back at the battlefield. At the spot he had just occupied stood a muscular man in all black, wielding a large knife. Chapter 120, Seize. The black muscular man's large knife burst forth with a beam of light. Then, the knife elongated, reaching thousands of meters. At the same time, the man's body also grew taller. A kilometer. 10,000 meters. In just a few seconds, the man grew to 10,000 meters tall. He lifted his foot and kicked directly at Su-yang. That kick carried unparalleled power, causing the surrounding powerful fighters to dodge and panic. At that moment, Long Yi and the others did not retreat, instead, they charged towards that foot. Among them, Long Yi led the charge, in the messenger stage, armed with nothing but an ordinary-looking dagger, aiming directly at that foot. Boom! In the next second, the enormous foot exploded into countless pieces of meat and shattered bones.
Long Yi's figure transformed into a light invisible to the naked eye, continuing to charge upward towards the foot. Boom! Boom! The man's thigh, waist, chest, and finally his head all burst apart. The 10,000-meter-tall figure was reduced to countless bloody fragments, with blood falling like a torrential rain. Seeing Long Yi defeat this man, Su Yang's mind stirred. Then the engulfing beast suit on him flickered in and out of visibility. Next, a black hole appeared a kilometer ahead of him. The hole emitted a dark glow, slowly spinning. A strong suction force came from the hole, pulling in the flesh and blood from the exploded man, and as it absorbed, the hole grew wider, reaching a diameter of a kilometer. The nearest fourth-tier practitioner tried to escape far away. However, the suction from the hole made it impossible for him to flee, forcing him to watch helplessly as he was slowly sucked into the hole. Ah! A tragic cry resounded. At the moment that man's body was sucked into the hole, his body instantly shattered and then disappeared. This scene made the other powerful beings around change their expressions. A black hole. Even the traveler-level strong ones dare not provoke this thing. Yet a black hole appeared in this place. For a moment, everyone was in a panic. While everyone was panicking, Su Yang's body twisted, and then he transformed into a golden divine dragon over 17,000 meters long. The dragon's head, for limbs, and chest were wrapped in a dark purple devouring beast armor, with golden dragon horns surrounded by lightning. Su Yang let out a dragon roar. Then, centered on him, thick golden lightning bolts over 2 meters in diameter fell from the sky, striking those other star domain powerhouses rushing over. Although the strength of these lightning bolts was high, they couldn't harm these traveler-level strong ones, but they could produce a paralyzing effect, slowing down their speed. And because their speed slowed down, the expansion speed and pull of the black hole prevented them from escaping. One by one, other star domain powerhouses were sucked into the black hole. At the same time, the badge on Su Yang's chest rapidly increased the Legion points. Legion points can enhance the Legion's level and can even be exchanged for certain items. However, Su Yang didn't pay attention to these things. He looked at those other star domain powerhouses who couldn't approach him because of the black hole, recalling what Long Yi had said before. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang called out to Long Yi and the others, then transformed back into human form and fled the area, chasing after Long Yi's departing direction. Soon, Su Yang left the battle. Flying toward the direction Long Yi had left, Su Yang encountered many other star domain people along the way, but everyone was heading for the rules of the 95th area, so they mutually did not engage in combat. After flying for more than an hour, Su Yang finally arrived at the 95th area with Long Yi and the others. At this moment, battles were visible everywhere in the 95th area. The intensity of the battles was even more terrifying than what Su Yang had seen before. Those who arrived at the 95th area were basically elites, their strength generally at the messenger level, and some had even reached high-tier messenger. Looking around, Su Yang saw Long Yi not far away currently fighting with several messenger-level powerhouses. From Long Yi's appearance, she seemed to be suppressing her strength. After all, her true power was at the 8th tier of Star Master, and several messenger-level strong ones were just small fry to her. Master! I'm here to help you! Su Yang shouted loudly. After speaking, Su Yang rushed directly toward Long Yi. He knew Long Yi actually didn't need his help. As for why he went over, it was naturally to have Long Yi protect him. There were many messenger-level strong ones here, and he was only at the 7th tier of Traveler, so getting to Long Yi's side was certainly no trouble. In the distance, Long Yi heard Su Yang's voice, turned her head to look at him, and then calmly raised her hand to block an attack from an assailant. Boom! A huge noise. The shockwave exploded from Long Yi's position and spread for thousands of meters. Some Traveler stage strong ones were directly thrown backward by the impact. Su Yang quickly flew to Long Yi's side. Looking at Su Yang, who had come to her side, Long Yi said, "Not bad, you're quite fast. I thought you would be delayed a while longer. By the way, did you see over there?" After saying that, Long Yi pointed at a light sphere not far away. "I saw it." Not far away, there was a light sphere emitting purple light, surrounded by countless cosmic powerhouses fighting for this purple light sphere. "That's the rule. I will entangle these people, you go grab the rule, and after you grab it, escape immediately." "Understood, Master." Su Yang nodded his head. Seeing Su Yang nod, Long Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer, and then she instantly transformed into a pure white divine dragon over 100,000 meters long. Unlike Su Yang's golden dragon, which was filled with majesty and might, Long Yi's white dragon radiated mystery and elegance. After transforming into a dragon, Long Yi let out a dragon roar. This dragon roar resonated throughout the entire 95th area. Everyone who was fighting instinctively covered their ears, their faces contorting in pain. Most of the people here were powerful envoys, and only a few were at the low level of Star Masters, while Long Yi was at the 8th level of Star Masters, making her unbeatable here. Seeing everyone stunned by Long Yi's roar, Su Yang rushed towards the purple light sphere with lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Su Yang reached the side of the purple light sphere. He reached out to grab the purple light sphere. At that moment, a third-level envoy noticed the scene. He released his hands from his head, enduring the discomfort caused by the dragon roar. His right hand transformed into a giant black hand, slamming towards Su Yang. Rumble. The sky seemed to darken in response. At that moment, Su Yang had already grasped the light sphere. Without a hint of hesitation, he directly ran away with it. However, it was too late. The black hand had already come crashing down, like the hand of Buddha from Journey to the West. Su Yang hurriedly pulled out the dragon spear, pointing the tip towards the palm. Bang! In the next second, both the dragon spear and Su Yang were sent flying backwards. Pooh! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed from his mouth. Su Yang gritted his teeth against the pain in his chest, using the force to speed away towards the distance. Chapter 121, The Law of Destiny. This time, Su Yang exerted all his strength. He wished he could grow more legs. He could feel the chaos behind him, the furious shouts and the sounds of rapid flight and space shattering. Put down the law. The shouts rang out. Whoosh! At that moment, Longya flew to Su Yang's side. She grabbed Su Yang by the collar, like dragging a toy, quickly escaping. Su Yang stumbled as he was pulled. Master, you, fight with them. Su Yang exclaimed urgently. Longya glared at him upon hearing this, still fleeing as she said, I haven't regained my strength yet, there are too many of them, I can't fight them off. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. But, just now your roar was able to shock so many people. How can you not fight back? Su Yang asked, puzzled. Longya, rarely showing embarrassment, replied, that's unrelated to strength. So, that was just a bluff? Su Yang's eyes widened further. Then he thought of something. What about Long Yi and the others? He hurriedly looked around, and then saw Long Yi and the others following behind him and Longya. However, Longya's speed was fast, while Long Yi and the 11 others, aside from Long Yi being a third-level envoy, the other 10 were merely at the walker level. They were getting further away from Su Yang, and closer to those pursuing strong opponents. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's expression changed slightly. Those fighting automatons were all bought by himself. They cost dozens of thousands of cosmic coins each. The key point. Although they were fighting automatons, they were also part of his legion. Master, can you hold them off for a while? Su Yang quickly retracted his gaze and asked Longya. Longya frowned and asked, for what? Su Yang answered, hold them off for a while, let Long Yi take Long 1 and Long 10 to leave first. What about the Saint Mother at this time? Longya frowned again. Su Yang replied, money, it cost millions of cosmic coins. Longya hesitated upon hearing this, then stopped in her tracks. At the moment she stopped, Long Yi and the others also dashed to Su Yang's front. You guys retreat first, find a place to hide, I will contact you. Su Yang spoke to Long Yi and the others. The few of them did not hesitate at all, directly responding with a yes. And then quickly flew far away. At this moment, those pursuers also arrived in front of Su Yang. Looking at Su Yang and Longya, everyone's attention was focused on Longya. The roar of the dragon just now had stunned them, making them confused about Longya's strength, so for a moment they hesitated to act recklessly. Seeing the crowd staring at him with fierce looks. These people were numerous, up to hundreds. Master, shout a little to scare them, then we'll run. Su Yang said. Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya showed a bit of hesitation, but now there was no other way. Taking a deep breath, this time Longya did not transform into a divine dragon, but directly opened her cherry-like lips, and a dragon's roar erupted from her mouth. However, this time everyone was already prepared, they felt a moment of daze, but soon steadied their minds. Then, 5 messenger-level strong ones exchanged glances and rushed toward Su Yang. They could see that Su Yang's cultivation was just a beginner at the 7th level, so naturally they aimed for the soft target without hesitation, choosing Su Yang. In the blink of an eye, they charged from 1,000 meters away to Su Yang's front. Brutal power emanated from their bodies, directly impacting Su Yang. A wave of death-like feeling surged over. Su Yang instinctively wanted to enter the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. However, at this moment, Longya appeared in front of Su Yang, blocking the attacks of the 5 messenger-level strong ones. Though she blocked the attack, with all 5 messenger levels attacking at once, Longya's body still staggered, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, the attackers were first stunned, and then their faces revealed smirking grins as they swarmed toward Su Yang. Hundreds of messenger-level strong ones rushed directly toward Su Yang and Longya. Longya grabbed Su Yang by the back of his collar and fled into the distance, while the others hurriedly chased after them. After running for more than half an hour, the pursuers were getting closer and closer to Longya. Occasionally some energy attacks struck toward Longya from afar. Longya suddenly raised her hand, and a space crack appeared beside her. She jumped into the space crack with Su Yang. At this time, others also opened space cracks to continue their pursuit. When they jumped into the space crack and reappeared, those pursuers also jumped out from the space crack. Looking at the crowd that jumped out, Longya bit her teeth lightly and made a decision in her heart. I'll block them, you go first. After saying that, she exerted force with her hand that was gripping Su Yang by the back of his collar, and Su Yang flew out like a ball, instantly flying 10,000 meters away. 10,000 meters away was something that messenger-level strong ones could reach in less than a second. Many messenger-level strong ones wanted to chase after him, but Longya blocked them at this moment. Her body twisted, and then Longya transformed into a 100,000-meter-long white divine dragon. The divine dragon blocked in front of hundreds of messenger-level strong ones, and Longya let out a dragon's roar. At the moment the crowd felt a spiritual shock, Longya charged forward. Boom! The sound of explosion echoed. The two sides instantly engaged in battle. 10,000 meters away. Su Yang saw this scene. He showed anxiousness on his face, thinking of a solution. Suddenly, he thought of the purple orb he had obtained. With a thought, Su Yang took out the orb and then his figure flickered and disappeared. In the next second, Su Yang appeared inside the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Entering the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, Su Yang looked at the purple orb in his hand. The orb's surface glowed with flowing light, inside seemed to have strands of purple rays, those rays seemed to have life. How to use this thing? A doubt surged in Su Yang's mind. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Yang raised his hand and directly shattered the orb. Taking advantage of the purple light inside before it flew away, Su Yang swallowed the purple light in one gulp. The next second, Su Yang's neck muscles bulged, and his face turned crimson. At the same time, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. Su Yang closed his eyes, feeling this peculiar feeling. After several seconds, Su Yang understood what the purple light represented. The law of destiny. Destiny. Some say that destiny is a fixed number. From the moment a person is born, their future events are already arranged. And luck represents the variables, representing the events a person encounters along the way, including life and death, wealth, encounters, and more. The combination of these two words, destiny, is actually a complex and multi-dimensional concept. At this moment, Su Yang was deeply contemplating the law of destiny. As he comprehended, streams of purple light flowed around his body. Just like that, about 10 days passed. Su Yang opened his eyes. He saw the originally golden vertical pupils flicker with a hint of purple. Chapter 122, The Power of the Law of Destiny. In 10 days, Su Yang had only comprehended less than 1/10,000th of the law of destiny. After all, the law is one of the highest powers in the universe. No one can fully master a law, not even a chaotic-level powerhouse. 1/10,000th. Su Yang moved his shoulders, then sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the law of destiny. Anyway, no matter how long he stayed inside the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, only 1 second had passed in the outside world. As long as Su Yang could endure, he could completely comprehend 1%, or even 10% of the law of destiny before coming out. Time passed little by little. Su Yang was seriously contemplating the law of destiny. Destiny was like millions, even billions of rules, where each rule extended countless possibilities. Su Yang was comprehending them one by one. 1 year. 2 years. 10 years. 20 years. 100 years. Su Yang spent a full 100 years comprehending the law of destiny in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space. At the end of his 108th year, Su Yang opened his eyes, and at this moment, his demeanor had changed, his body emitted a hint of haziness and mystery. Destiny is full of mystery, just like purple. A smile appeared on his face. After 108 years, he had comprehended about 5% of the law of destiny. Now he could use the power of the law of destiny to simply change a person's luck. For example, making someone unexpectedly trip, or inadvertently dropping a weapon in their hand, or making someone's luck change for the better, and so on. This should be enough, right? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang focused his mind and directly left the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space. He returned to the real world, where only a second had passed in reality. Looking at Longya, who was fighting hundreds of envoy-level powerhouses in the distance, Su Yang's golden vertical pupils glimmered with a faint purple light. The next second, in his line of sight, lines appeared on those people's bodies, including Longya. These lines represented each person's destiny. Looking at these lines, Su Yang raised his hand, gently flicking into the void. Not far away, an envoy-level powerhouse, who was preparing to attack Longya from the side, suddenly staggered. It turned out he had stepped on the weapon of a person next to him, and that person happened to be pulling out the weapon. Taking advantage of that person's stumble, Longya suddenly thrust the weapon, resembling a dragon's horn, towards that person's forehead. Put. That person's forehead was pierced directly, and the severe pain caused them to scream. Longya withdrew the weapon, and just at that moment, someone behind attempted a sneak attack, Longya's hand that had just been drawn out. directly hit the man's head.
Such a coincidental and strange scene raised doubts in many hearts.
However, at first, they did not pay attention and continued to attack Longya.
But then, when they got closer to Longya, all kinds of accidents happened to them. Either being tripped by someone nearby, or their hands slipping, or their weapons inexplicably falling, and so on.
In short, all kinds of misfortunes happened to them. Most of the people present were powerful messengers, each capable of easily destroying a planet. But in the battle, they were actually tripped?
In fact, it wasn't just them, changes were also happening on Longya's side. She always happened to dodge attacks through various coincidences and then just happened to hit others. In short, her luck had improved.
In this situation, everyone realized something was wrong.
They looked around and saw Su Yang, whose eyes had turned purple and whose body was filled with mystery, 10,000 meters away.
Law of Destiny. Someone shouted. Hearing this voice, everyone looked at Su Yang, including Longya.
Law of Destiny. Longya's stunning face was filled with shock, mixed with complexity and excitement. While the others were in a daze, she quickly rushed to Su Yang's side and grabbed the back of his collar, flying away into the distance.
In just 1 second, the two flew out 100,000 meters.
The people behind looked at the fleeing figures and hurriedly chased after them. Seeing the pursuers catching up, Su Yang thought of a way and quickly said, "Master, you use space jump continuously." Longya was taken aback, but soon understood what Su Yang meant by space jump and hurriedly opened a space crack, then dove into it. At the moment she entered the space crack, Su Yang's eyes shone with purple light, and he manipulated the threads on the pursuers.
At this time, those pursuers also opened space cracks and without hesitation jumped in.
But after they jumped into the space, they did not see Su Yang and Longya's figures.
Damn! The space crack transmission went wrong. Someone exclaimed.
The probability of a space crack transmission going wrong was extremely low, only those who were experiencing the space law for the first time would make such a low-level mistake. Yet such a low-level mistake occurred among these messenger-level powerhouses. Law of Destiny. It's the Law of Destiny.
Someone understood the reason. Hearing this, a complex expression appeared on everyone's faces. At the same time,
thousands of kilometers away, Longya continued to flee, holding onto the back of Su Yang's collar. Even though she saw that the figures behind them had not caught up, she did not stop. Thus, after several consecutive uses of space jump, they finally stopped.
After stopping,
Longya released Su Yang's collar and fixed her gaze tightly on him.
"How did you come to possess the Law of Destiny?" Longya asked urgently.
"It's just something you learn after obtaining the law," Su Yang replied.
"The law you just obtained?" Longya exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yang nodded seriously. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Longya gasped.
From obtaining the law to now, it had been less than 10 minutes, and Su Yang had actually learned it. Even among all the geniuses in the 7 universes, no one could comprehend a law in 10 minutes, especially the most difficult to understand Law of Destiny. And judging by the state of those people just now, it was clear that Su Yang's progress in comprehending the law was not low. Longya's gaze towards Su Yang became heated, as if she wanted to devour him. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed being looked at like this.
After a long while,
Longya withdrew her heated gaze, took a deep breath, seemingly to calm herself, and said, "This is not a place to talk, contact Long Yi and the others and have them return to Zone 25.
"Oh, okay."
Su Yang nodded, then picked up the badge on his chest and used the functions within it to contact Long Yi and the others.
"Let them head to Area 25. On the other side."
After Long Yi and others received Su Yang's message, they immediately set off towards Area 25. On the way to Area 25, Long Yi's mind was filled with the scene of Su Yang and Longya telling them to go ahead. For the first time, a special glint appeared in Long Yi's eyes, but it vanished in an instant.
Chapter 123, Arbitrarily Erasing a Person. On the other side.
After contacting Long Yi, Su Yang withdrew the badge, but then felt a tearing pain in his brain. This pain was 100 times worse than any injury he had ever experienced. It felt like countless hands were crushing his brain and stirring it with a stick.
Ah! Su Yang couldn't help but let out a miserable cry.
At the same time, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as his body uncontrollably fell downward. However, Longya quickly hugged Su Yang's back end, with one hand wrapped around Su Yang's bent knee, lifted him in a princess carry.
"Master, my head hurts."
Su Yang gritted his teeth and said.
Longya replied, "This is the backlash from using the law of fate.
After all, you are only at the 7th stage, yet you used the law of fate against an envoy-level enemy, and it's your first time using it against so many, which is why it's like this."
Su Yang gritted his teeth and asked through the pain, then, what to do?
Longya thought for a moment and then gently tapped Su Yang's forehead with her finger.
In the next second, Su Yang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted.
When he fainted, the pain stopped.
Half an hour later, Longya returned to Area 25, carrying Su Yang.
At this moment, Long Yi and others were waiting in the 25th area.
Upon seeing Long Ye carry a motionless Su Yang back, they hurriedly surrounded her. Long Ye ignored Long Yi and others, walked to a large rock nearby, and placed Su Yang on it before sitting cross-legged beside him. Time passed little by little. Su Yang stayed unconscious for a whole week before finally waking up. When he woke up, he rubbed his still swollen and painful head and then looked at the intact Long Yi and others, feeling relieved. At this moment, Long Ye's voice came, "The laws are strong, they can be used to confront enemies of a higher stage, but each use will incur backlash. The intensity of the backlash depends on the number of times used and the enemies confronted." After saying this, Long Ye fell silent and looked into the distance, her eyes somewhat wandering as if she were lost in thought. "Master?" Su Yang called out. "Master?" Su Yang called again. "Ah." Long Ye came back to reality, her gaze falling on Su Yang. "Master, is Area 25 safe?" Hearing Su Yang's question, Long Ye answered, "Area 25 is relatively far back, there are more than 30 regions in front of it, making it hard for people from other star domains to reach." Su Yang frowned and asked, "Which star domain does Area 95 belong to?" "It should belong to the 32nd star domain. Why didn't I see anyone from our star domain during the contention for the laws? Also, during the dispute for the laws, were the legions not organized by star domain?" Su Yang voiced his doubts. Hearing Su Yang's words, Long Ye's expression changed, and her eyes filled with confusion. Now she recalled that during the battle earlier, she indeed had not seen anyone from her star domain, and if there were people from her star domain, their escape wouldn't have been so difficult. "Stay here, I'll check what's going on." After Long Ye said this, she disappeared directly. Su Yang was momentarily stunned, and after a few seconds, he came back to his senses and glanced at Long Yi and the others nearby, waving his hand to them. Long Yi and the others immediately walked over. "Brother Su." Just now during the fight. If such a situation occurs, Long Yi and Long Shi, your strength is at the walker level, so the first priority is to protect yourselves. "Do you understand what I mean?" Su Yang said. Su Yang's words made Long Yi and the others smile and say, "Okay, Brother Su." Seeing their formulaic smiles, Su Yang didn't take it to heart. Soon, 2 days passed. Long Ye returned to Area 25. Upon seeing Long Ye back, Su Yang immediately walked over to inquire about the situation. Long Ye's expression was very grim as she said, "The 19th star domain has been targeted." "Targeted?" Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Long Ye replied, "For some unknown reason, Shaman has offended the other masters of the star domains, and they secretly issued orders to unite and intercept the legions of the 19th star domain. That's why we didn't see any legion from the 19th star domain just now." Su Yang nodded in understanding after hearing this. At that moment, the badge on his chest suddenly flashed. Su Yang picked up the badge to take a look. "All personnel from the 19th star domain, assemble at Area 1 as a legion." Seeing this message, Su Yang turned to Long Ye and asked, "Master, should we go?" Long Ye shook her head without thinking, "No." Su Yang responded with a sound of understanding, then he remembered something and asked, "Master, how many types of laws are there?" Long Ye walked over to a stone and sat down. "There are 4 categories of laws: power, space, time, and fate. Among them, fate is the most mysterious and hardest to comprehend because it is ever-changing and not singular. Each person has countless possibilities in their fate, and how many people are in the universe? When you add them all up, how many possibilities are there? But power is different, power laws are the essence. Although power is divided into many types, it is still simpler compared to fate. Additionally." At this point, Long Ye paused, her gaze becoming more complex. Seeing Long Ye's expression, Su Yang hurriedly sat down beside her, looking like a good student, waiting expectantly for Long Ye's next words. After a few seconds of silence, Long Ye said, "When the fate law is practiced to the extreme, you can seize a person's fate." "Seize a person's fate?" Su Yang was stunned again. Long Ye acknowledged, "In other words, once you seize a person's fate. Simply put, you can annihilate a person's fate at any time." Su Yang's eyes widened. It seemed he understood, but couldn't quite believe it. To annihilate a person's fate at any time? Is it what he imagined? Seeing Su Yang's expression, Long Ye guessed what he was thinking and nodded, "Just like you thought, you can annihilate a person's fate anytime, anywhere." Listening to Long Ye's words, Su Yang wished he could immediately dive into the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture and spend 100,000 years contemplating the fate law. To annihilate a person's fate at any time and in any place, this was simply unfathomable. The other side has no means, he could use the law from the source to destroy a person's fate. But, if that's the case, is the backlash even stronger? Seeing Su Yang's excited expression, Long Ye then poured a bucket of cold water, saying, "Of course, such powerful strength comes with a price, don't forget about the backlash." Su Yang's originally excited expression instantly froze. Chapter 124, Teaching You a Game. Backlash, just thinking about that previous pain made Su Yang feel his teeth ache. "Master, is there no way to offset the backlash?" There is, unless you completely comprehend the law, or the more you understand the law, the smaller the backlash energy will be. When you completely comprehend the fate law, you will have no backlash because you will be the master of fate. Su Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as he can eliminate some backlash, that's enough. As for becoming the master of fate or something like that, Su Yang felt that as long as he could withstand the loneliness, he could completely stay in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture for 1,000,000 years. Even 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, he had thoroughly understood the laws of fate, and he did not believe he could not comprehend the laws of fate completely. Thinking of this, Su Yang directly focused his mind, and in the next second, he entered the dragon-shaped wood carving. Immediately after, Su Yang sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the laws of fate. 1 year. 2 years. 10 years. After comprehending for 100 years, Su Yang opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. The laws of fate were indeed the hardest to comprehend. Su Yang had only comprehended for 100 years, and the content within was too much for him to contain. In simple terms, Su Yang's memory couldn't temporarily hold so much, he needed to digest it thoroughly or wait until his strength increased before continuing to comprehend. However, during this 100 years, Su Yang had understood from 5% to 7%. In the first 100 years, he comprehended 5%, and in the second 100 years, he comprehended an additional 2%. There was no way around it. The further he went, the harder it became to comprehend. With a thought, Su Yang exited the dragon-shaped wood carving. As soon as he exited, he heard Longya's voice nearby, "Do not aim too high, cultivation requires taking one step at a time. It's only a little over a month until half a year, wait until the time is right, and we will return and find a place for you to thoroughly comprehend the laws of fate." Su Yang hesitated and said, "Master, aren't we supposed to earn more money?" Longya replied, "Originally, we were to earn money, but by comparison, the laws of fate are more important. Once your comprehension reaches around 15%, you will have the ability to protect yourself in front of messenger-level strong ones. My strength will also return to the Star Master level by then, and we can come back." Su Yang nodded after hearing this. And so, time quickly passed, and after a little over a month, on the last day of the 6-month guard of Area 25, the army that came to replace Su Yang arrived as promised. After the handover, Su Yang and the others directly left Area 25 and set off for the base in the 19th star domain. Upon arriving at the base, Longya and Su Yang turned in their tasks and received a reward of over 400,000 cosmic coins. At the same time, because Su Yang had previously killed many enemy personnel using the Black Hole of the Devouring Beast set, he had enough to promote the army to level 2, so Su Yang upgraded the army to level 2. After doing all this, Su Yang and Longya left the star domain battlefield and returned to the original planet. Back at their dwelling on the planet, Su Yang looked and saw that the life water in the dragon-shaped wood carving had revived, so he directly entered the pool to start his cultivation. During the 6 months inside the dragon-shaped wood carving, Su Yang absorbed the life water, and his strength increased from level 7 practitioner to level 8 practitioner. At this moment, Longya, who was passing by, noticed Su Yang's increase in strength. However, she was no longer as surprised as she used to be and merely said and casually asked, "You've increased again?" Su Yang chuckled and said, "Yes, master, I am now a level 8 practitioner." Longya fell silent and turned to leave directly. She needed to go into seclusion to restore her strength, or else she would be caught up with by her own disciple. After Longya left, Su Yang checked around and then saw Longya and the others standing there. Looking at them idling around, Su Yang focused his mind, turned, and entered the room. After a moment, Su Yang produced a few self-made playing cards. "Come on, everyone come over, I'll teach you a game, now in groups of 3. Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya and the others walked over, then grouped into 3s as Su Yang instructed. Since there were 11 of them, Su Yang was in the 4th group with Longya and Longshur, while the others were in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups. After grouping, Su Yang said, "The name of this game is Do-Bide. One person among the 3 plays the Biter Company, and the other 2 play the Battle Puppets. The Battle Puppets need to work together to defeat the Biter Company." Su Yang explained the game rules. To put it simply, Su Yang was talking about a popular card game known by everyone in the Blue Star Summer Nation. Landlord. But he changed the landlord to Baidier and the farmers to Battle Puppets. Everyone present, except for Longyi who was a messenger, were all walkers. Su Yang explained it once and everyone understood the game rules. Then Su Yang led everyone to start playing. They played like this for a whole day, and Su Yang let Longyi and her 11 companions play by themselves, while he went out to wander around the city. Days passed one by one. During this time, Su Yang didn't leave the planet. Instead, he stayed there, and when he had nothing to do, he would go out for a stroll, experiencing the culture of this planet, or enter the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture's space to comprehend the laws of fate. And so it went. A year passed. After 1 year of seclusion, Longya regained the strength of Star Master level 8. On Su Yang's side, during this year, he absorbed the life essence twice, raising his strength to Walker level 10. After coming out of seclusion, Longya saw that Su Yang had reached Walker level 10, and her perfect lips couldn't help but twitch. Prepare yourself, in 2 days, we will head to the Star Domain battlefield. Longya said calmly. Su Yang nodded after hearing this, but then he thought of something and said, Master, I want to go back to Blue Star for a trip. It had been almost 2 years since he left home, and he had spent 200 years in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. After more than 200 years without seeing Su Taohong and his daughter, how could he not miss them? Hearing Su Yang's words, Longya nodded. All right, I will accompany you. Okay, Master. After making the decision, Su Yang visited the 10,000 Realms business and bought some miscellaneous items to take back to Blue Star. The next day, Longya set off with Su Yang, and this time Long Yi and the others didn't follow. Using the spatial crack jump, Su Yang and Longya reached Blue Star in less than a day. After arriving at Blue Star, Longya said to take a look around and then disappeared, while Su Yang couldn't wait to fly towards Qingshan City in the Summer Nation. After 2 years away, Blue Star had not changed much, but because of the gravity training room and other things brought by Su Yang last time, Blue Star's technology and the strength of the evolutionaries had greatly improved. Especially in the Summer Nation, the strength enhancement was the most significant. Currently, hardly any country dared to provoke the Summer Nation. There was no choice. Whether at any time, strength represented status. The Summer Nation crushed other countries from all aspects, they couldn't complain even if they were unhappy. Chapter 125, Return to Blue Star. Upon arriving at Qingshan City, Su Yang landed in his villa's yard. As soon as he landed, the door of the villa opened, and then Li Ningning and Xian Pan came out as if facing a great enemy. The two were taken aback when they saw Su Yang, and then their faces lit up with excitement as they hurried over and respectfully said, Brother Su, you're back. Su Yang smiled and asked, What are you two doing here? Li Ningning was the first to respond, Sister Su went to attend the Global Evolutionaries meeting, we're here taking care of Linglong. Where's Linglong? Su Yang asked. Li Ningning and Xian Pan exchanged glances and then pointed towards the villa inside in unison. Su Yang stepped into the villa, and in the middle of the living room, there stood a gravity training room. The indicator light at the training room door was lit up, clearly indicating that someone was training inside. Linglong, that girl, is in the gravity training room? Su Yang showed a curious expression as he reached out to open the training room door and stepped inside. Inside the gravity training room, the space was vast, at least as large as 10 football fields, and with such a huge area. There was only a small figure there, punching alone. The last time I came back, Su Linglong was 5 years old, now, 2 years later, Su Linglong is already 7. Linglong? Su Yang called softly. Hearing Su Yang's voice, Su Linglong stopped moving, she looked at Su Yang, her big eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Then her eyes lit up, and she excitedly called out Daddy. After calling out, she ran towards Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and stretched out his arms to embrace the rushing Su Linglong. After not seeing her for 2 years, Su Linglong had grown a lot, and her baby fat had decreased a bit. Daddy, I miss you so much. Su Linglong pouted her face against Su Yang's chest, acting spoiled. Daddy misses you too, but Daddy has other things to do and can't always be by your side. It's okay, Daddy, you have your work. You go ahead and be busy, Linglong will take care of herself. Listening to Su Linglong's words, Su Yang felt a bit sad inside. Now, at 7 years old, how much time had he spent with her? Had he fulfilled his duties as a father? The more he thought, the more guilt he felt. At that moment, Su Linglong suddenly said, Daddy, can you tell me what you have experienced during this time? Su Yang smiled in response and then, holding Su Linglong, found a place to sit down and began telling her about the events that had happened in the universe over the past 2 years, including the happenings in the Star Domain battlefield. As she listened to Su Yang's story, Su Linglong's eyes sparkled with longing. Quickly, more than an hour passed. When Su Yang finished talking about how he obtained the laws of destiny, Su Taohong's voice suddenly rang out, What are you two talking about? Su Yang and Su Linglong turned to look at the source of the sound. When they saw Su Taohong not far away, Su Linglong did not climb down from Su Yang but called out, Mommy. Su Yang stood up, still holding Su Linglong, and smiled at Su Taohong. Is the meeting over? Su Yang asked with a smile. Su Taohong smiled and replied, Yes, it's over. When did you come back? Su Yang nodded, let go of Su Linglong, then opened his arms to hug Su Taohong. Su Taohong wore a smile, resting her face against Su Yang's chest. Half an hour later, the three of them came out of the gravity training room. At this time, the villa's nanny had already prepared the meals, and Xian Pan and Li Ningning were sitting at the dining table waiting for the three. When they sat down at the dining table, Su Yang and the others ate while chatting casually. Su Yang inquired about the situation on Blue Star during this time. Su Taohong looked a bit troubled and said, Blue Star has been developing quite quickly, but the Free Nation and some other countries have proposed wanting to communicate with other planets during these 2 years. Contact with other planets? Su Yang raised his eyebrows.
Su Taohong replied, since the recovery of spiritual energy, plus the gravity training room you brought back last time, our summer country has the strongest evolved ones among all countries, so the free nation naturally wants to surpass us. They have united with a few other countries to prepare to contact other planets, trying to see if they can promote Blue Star's development and the strength of evolved ones through the civilizations of other planets. In this global evolved ones meeting, apart from Summer Country and a few allies, other evolved representatives united to pressure us.
Su Yang frowned, saying, united pressure? Then let's knock them down and give them a lesson.
Su Taohong shot him a look and said, it's not that easy. Decades ago, the Free Nation was so powerful, yet they didn't dare to make a blatant move. There are too many factors to consider here, we can't just rely on force to solve it.
Su Yang asked, what do you plan to do then?
We'll see.
All right. Dinner took over an hour, and when it was time for night,
Su Yang and Su Taohong returned to the bedroom. As soon as Su Yang closed the door, Su Taohong jumped into his arms, pressing her red lips against him.
A night of silence. In the following period, Su Yang stayed with Su Taohong and Su Linglong.
As time passed for about half a month, Su Yang found time to visit Haiyu and saw Xiaoyuan and Xiaotuan, those two guys. The two were very excited to see Su Yang. Su Yang felt very happy inside and chatted with them about what had happened to him in the universe. After chatting all day, Su Yang left the sea area and returned to his villa in Qingshan City. When flying to the villa, as soon as Su Yang entered, he saw Su Taohong, Su Linglong, Xianpan, and Li Ningning standing respectfully in the living room, while across from them, a familiar figure was sitting on the sofa.
Master, why are you here?
Seeing that figure, Su Yang was a bit surprised. Sitting on the sofa, Longya turned her head to look at Su Yang and said, I took a stroll and found everything has changed, so I came to find you. Then she glanced at Su Linglong and said, your daughter looks good. Hearing Longya praise his daughter, Su Yang immediately grinned, then thought of something and said to Su Linglong, call her master. Hearing this, Su Linglong obediently called out to Longya, master. Longya smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then she lifted her hand lightly. In the next moment, a weapon resembling a dragon's horn appeared in her hand. Su Yang had seen this weapon several times before, including during the battle at the Star Domain battlefield when Longya used it.
This is a weapon from your master.
Longya handed the weapon in her hand to Su Linglong. Hearing Longya's words, everyone's expression changed. Then Su Linglong instinctively looked at Su Yang, who nodded at her. Seeing Su Yang nod, Su Linglong's face broke into a smile as she hurriedly reached out to take the weapon and said, thank you, master. Longya replied with a sound of acknowledgement.
Chapter 126, Longya's Thoughts.
In the following time, Su Yang stayed on Blue Star for another half a month. After half a month, Su Yang and Longya left Blue Star and headed to the Star Domain battlefield. On the way to the Star Domain battlefield, Su Yang contacted Longyi and others, asking them to gather at the battlefield.
One day later, everyone arrived at the Star Domain battlefield.
After meeting up with Longyi and the others at the transfer point, they directly entered the spacecraft and arrived at the Star Domain battlefield. Since Su Yang had been here before, he didn't need Longya to lead the way this time, he easily found the place to collect tasks. Upon receiving the task and seeing the content, Su Yang was stunned. The task this time was to go to Area 25 and stay there for 1 year.
Area 25.
The first task last time was also in Area 25, he didn't expect this time it was still Area 25.
This surprised Su Yang a bit.
At this moment, Longya also saw the task content through her badge, raising her eyebrows and saying, let's go. Then the group left the base and headed to Area 25. Upon arriving at Area 25 and completing the handover with the station army, Su Yang and others waited in Area 25. At this moment, Longya saw Su Yang and Longyi gathered around, holding many paper-like objects, and she walked over with some confusion.
What is this? Longya asked with a frown. Su Yang smiled and said, playing cards, a toy to pass the time. Pass the time? How do you play? Longya asked in confusion.
Su Yang explained the rules of do-bidder, or landlord, to her. After hearing Su Yang explain the rules, Longya's expression became strange. She looked at the three groups of people nearby playing do-bidder and then turned to Su Yang and asked, does Bidder Company have a grudge against you?
Su Yang shook his head.
Seeing Su Yang shake his head, Longya pointed to the playing cards and said, then why invent this way of playing?
Su Yang explained, this way of playing was not invented by me.
At this point, Su Yang paused and said, I just changed the name.
So you don't like Biddle Company?
This time, Su Yang nodded and said, yes, I dislike Biddle Company. Longya was silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a calm tone, actually, you are not the only one, there are many who dislike Biddle Company, but it still remains one of the strongest companies in the 7 universes.
Do you know why?
Su Yang nodded and said, I know, their boss is Biddle, the disciple of the Lord of Chaos of the 2nd universe, and his strength has reached the 10th level of the universe. Before, Su Yang had researched about Biddle Company. The boss of Biddle Company was indeed named Biddle, just one level short of reaching Chaos level, and his teacher was the Lord of Chaos of the Second Universe, who was at the 7th level of Chaos.
You know, that's good. So it's best that outsiders do not know about this game, and especially don't let them know that you invented it. Longya warned. Su Yang obediently nodded. Alright, when you have free time, do less of these things and focus more on your training. It's best to quickly increase your strength to the messenger level. Got it, Master. Su Yang replied. After that, Su Yang moved to the side, sat cross-legged on a stone, and began to cultivate. Watching Su Yang, Longya nodded in satisfaction. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Longi and the 11 others who were playing Fight Biddle, then turned and left directly. Time passed day by day. During this time, Su Yang trained every day. Of course, the training here was not like training in reality, but entering the dragon-shaped wooden carving space to train. Regarding realms and such, Su Yang did not care. He only needed to enter the pool to absorb the life water once every 6 months. He specifically practiced the law of fate. However, the law of fate is too difficult to comprehend. With his realm, he had to pause and take a break every 100 years of understanding. So, over the next period, Su Yang entered the dragon-shaped wooden carving every 7 days in reality and contemplated the law of fate for 100 years. In a month of real time, Su Yang would cultivate for 400 years in the dragon-shaped wooden carving. Soon, 6 months passed. During this time, Su Yang entered the dragon-shaped wooden carving 20 times, with a total training time of 2,000 years. In these 2,000 years, Su Yang penetrated the law of fate to 25%. Now, if he encountered the same situation as before, he absolutely would not let anyone fall or drop their weapon. Instead, he would make them face a fatal accident. Aside from comprehending the law of fate, the life water in the dragon-shaped wooden carving also restored after 6 months. As before, Su Yang directly entered the pool to start training. Like the previous times, Su Yang felt the energy from the life water entering his body, and a faint soft light appeared on the surface of his body. As time passed, he lost track of how long it had been. Su Yang seemed to sense a crisp sound coming from within his body. In the next second, he felt his soul had been elevated, and his strength had greatly improved. If using numbers to describe, his 10th level traveler strength was 500, but now his combat power reached 2000. After the strength increase, Su Yang opened his eyes. A purple flowing light flashed through his golden vertical pupils, which was the influence of the cultivated law of fate. Emerging from the pool, Su Yang felt the increase in his strength, his mind moved, and he left the dragon-shaped wooden carving. Returning to reality. Not far away, Longya, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Su Yang in amazement. You have reached the level of envoy? Su Yang chuckled lightly. Looking at Su Yang's smile, Longya fell silent for a few seconds, then muttered a word under her breath, freak. It had only been 5 years since Su Yang and Longya first met. In these 5 years, she had witnessed Su Yang's rise from a level 1 traveler to the envoy rank, advancing 10 small stages. And looking at the increasingly mysterious aura surrounding Su Yang, she could tell that his understanding of the laws of fate had at least reached 20%. How long has it been since he obtained the laws of fate? This can no longer be described as talent. A freak. An absolute freak. At this moment, apart from feeling excitement, she also felt a hint of jealousy. Excitement, because the dragon race had such a freakish talent, jealousy. Well, given how quickly Su Yang's power had grown, anyone would be jealous. Suddenly, an idea surged in Longya's mind. In fact, this idea had appeared a few years ago, but it had flashed away at the time. But now, this idea resurfaced and became even stronger. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and Longya's gaze fell on Su Yang, showing a bit of complexity in her eyes. After a long pause, Longya suddenly spoke, Su Yang. Master, what's wrong? Su Yang walked up to Longya and asked. Looking at Su Yang in front of her, Longya's stunningly beautiful face flushed a little. Her eyes stared at Su Yang, the expression in her gaze was quite complicated. Master? Su Yang called out again. Longya opened her mouth and said, Su Yang. We've been master and disciple for a few years, right? Su Yang nodded, yes, master, it has been a few years. Longya said, today, I have something to tell you. Su Yang nodded, his face serious as he looked at Longya. With Su Yang looking at her like this, Longya felt her face heat up. Taking a deep breath, Longya said, the thing I need to tell you is. Today, I am expelling you from the master-disciple relationship. We are no longer master and disciple. Huh? Su Yang's eyes widened in confusion. Seeing the confused look on Su Yang's face, Longya pursed her lips and said, the master-disciple relationship, if we were to do certain things, would violate ethics. Ethics? Su Yang was even more confused. Longya said, Su Yang. My dragon race has existed since ancient times, for millions of years. But now, there are only you, me, and your daughter left. For the future of our dragon race. At this point, Longya paused for a moment, then spoke with a serious tone, we should mate. Ha? Su Yang opened his mouth wide, his eyes staring at Longya. Mate? Su Yang thought he must have heard wrong, but looking at Longya's flushed face and her extremely serious gaze, Su Yang knew she was serious. Well. Master. Su Yang stammered. Longya said, call me Longya. Long. Longya, I think this might be a bit inappropriate? Su Yang said. Longya pursed her lips and said, what's inappropriate about this? You are the strongest genius of my dragon race, even in the entire universe. I've never seen a man more gifted than you, and when I was on Blue Star, I was also called a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the dragon race. If you and I mate, we will surely give birth to a dragon child with extraordinary talent. This will not only preserve the bloodline of my dragon race, but also make our strength even stronger. It sounds reasonable. Logically, it seems to make sense. But Su Yang still felt a bit strange. He couldn't help but look up and down at Longya, admiring her stunning features, her elegant aura, and her perfect figure. Su Yang felt some temptation. But then, Su Yang thought of Su Taohong's figure in his mind. He felt a bit guilty. Seeing that Su Yang seemed tempted, Longya's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, she raised her hand and pointed. In the next moment, Su Yang's body seemed frozen, unable to move at all. Longya stood up from the stone, walking toward Su Yang. She turned her head and glanced at the group of Dragonese who were fighting Doe-Biter not far away. He spoke, you all stay here, I'll go out with Su Yang for a bit. Yes. Long Yi and others hurriedly replied. Then Longya grabbed Su Yang by the collar and waved her hand, a crack in space appeared. Longya took Su Yang directly into the crack. The next second, the two appeared in an unfamiliar area. Longya looked around, and after confirming no one was there, she directly laid Su Yang down on the ground. Then she started to take off her clothes. Watching Longya's actions, Su Yang looked strange and couldn't help but say, Longya, let go of me. I don't like being passive. Longya paused for a moment, she was silent for a few seconds, then waved her hand, and Su Yang immediately regained his ability to move. He hurriedly stood up, looking at Longya, who had only removed her outer coat, leaving only a white undergarment. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Yang also began to undress. There was no other choice. Life is like that, if you can't resist, then choose to enjoy it. He loved Su Taohong, but for the future of the Dragon Clan, for the continuation of the Dragon Clan, Su Yang chose to compromise. The mother dragon of tens of thousands of years. In terms of strength and other aspects, she was extraordinary. Su Yang experienced Longya's strength. Time quickly passed for a week. Yes. The battle lasted for a week. The two finally ended the fight and opened the crack to return to the 25th area. In the 25th area, Long Yi and the others, who were still playing Doe-Biter, were stunned when they saw Longya and Su Yang return. On their faces, besides smiles, there had never been any other expression, but at this moment, it added some confusion. Brother Su, you. Long Yi pointed at Su Yang. Brother Su, you are hurt? Long Yi asked. Su Yang shook his head. Seeing Su Yang shake his head, Long Yi said, but, looking at you, it seems like you are very haggard? Hearing Long Yi's words, Su Yang awkwardly touched his nose, and Longya then expressionlessly said to Long Yi, why ask so many questions, continue playing your Doe-Biter. Yes. Long Yi answered and then continued to play. Day by day passed. In the following time, Su Yang and Longya kept working hard for the future of the Dragon Clan. Every 2 days, the two had to leave for more than a week, and after returning, Su Yang would rest well. Just like that, half a year passed. As the time for this stationing was about to end, the base sent over a new legion to take over Su Yang's tasks, while Su Yang did not leave the Star Domain battlefield but went to the 17th Star Domain base to take another stationing task. This time the garrison was in the 99 area. After receiving the task, everyone immediately headed to the 99 area. Upon arrival in the area, just like before, everyone began to busy themselves with their own affairs. Meanwhile, on Blue Star. In the sea area, dark clouds hung over the sky, and the rumble of thunder echoed. Under the dark clouds. At this moment, two giant creatures, each thousands of meters in length, coiled in the sky. These two creatures were the Little Group and Little Round. Feeling the pressure coming from the dark clouds above, Little Round and Little Group were not nervous, instead, they were quite excited. As long as they broke through this time, they could transform. Then when Su Yang comes back next time, they could have him take them away from Blue Star and go on an adventure. Little Group is so excited. Little Round too. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the next second, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting Little Group on the head. Little Group yelped. Besides her head turning black, she felt no other effects. Boom. Then another bolt of lightning struck down, this time hitting Little Round's head. Little Group also yelped. Next. Boom. Ouch. Boom. Boom. Ouch, it hurts. As one bolt of lightning after another struck down, yelps rang out. In the distance, Su Taohong, Xan Pan, Li Ningning, and other powerful individuals from various countries hovered in midair, staring at this scene. When Su Yang underwent his tribulation, the spiritual energy had not yet fully revived. The strength of everyone present was still very low. But now it's different, they can observe Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan crossing their tribulation and can gain many insights from it, even preparing for their own future tribulations. Chapter 128, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan transform. Listening to the distant cries of ouch from Xiao Yuan and Xiao Tuan, everyone's expressions were somewhat strange. Why does this sound feel so odd? It doesn't sound like crossing a tribulation at all. Time passed little by little. Soon more than half an hour went by. Finally, the thunder ceased, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. And in the sky, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were coiled in the air, motionless, as if they had lost all life. The people in the distance watched the scene and whispered among themselves. What's going on? Did they succeed? I don't know. Should we go take a look? You go try it. I'm not going, I'm not familiar with them. President Su, do you want to check the situation? Someone looked at Su Taohong. Hearing this, Su Taohong remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard anything. After another half hour passed. Just when everyone was getting a bit impatient, a cracking sound suddenly came from the direction of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Hearing this sound, everyone looked in that direction simultaneously. Then they saw a crack appear on the huge bodies of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, the crack gradually spreading, becoming larger and more numerous. Once the cracks covered their entire bodies, in the next second, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's bodies suddenly exploded. Once the exploded body parts flew out, they turned to ashes and vanished. A few seconds later, at the position where Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were, two figures stood there. These two figures were petite, looking to be about 1 meter 50 tall. They were wrapped in a layer of scales that looked like clothes. Their long hair hung down to their lower backs, their faces round and delicate, looking completely identical, as if they were a pair of twin dolls. Wow! I've turned into a human. A clear voice like silver bells came from one of the girls. Hee hee, Xiao Tuan has also turned into a human. This was naturally Xiao Tuan speaking. Hee hee, when Su comes back, it'll definitely be a surprise for him. I want to have a little baby with Su. Eh? Xiao Tuan, you. Don't you want to? Their conversation reached the ears of Su Taohong and the others in the distance. Among them, Xan Pan and Li Ningning instinctively looked at Su Taohong. They knew that the Su mentioned by Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan was Su Yang, and Su Taohong naturally knew as well. Hearing the two say they wanted to have a baby with Su Yang, Su Taohong smiled and looked at the two in the distance. After a moment, she flew straight towards Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, quickly arriving beside Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Congratulations to both of you on becoming awakened, Su Taohong said. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan both looked over, and upon seeing Su Taohong, their faces immediately lit up with smiles. They certainly recognized Su Taohong. Hello, Sister Su. Xiao Tuan called out. Xiao Yuan followed with, Hello, Sister Su. Hello. Su Taohong smiled. Then Su Taohong paused her tone and said, This is not a place to talk, should we go to my home? Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Actually, they had long wanted to go, wanting to meet little Su Su, who was Su Yang's daughter, Su Linglong. However, since they were too large before, it was inconvenient for them to enter Qingshan City, so they never went. But now that they have transformed into human form, they naturally want to take a look. Okay, let's go. After Su Taohong finished speaking, she led the way ahead, and Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan followed behind. On the other side, in the Star Domain battlefield, within Area 99, Su Yang and Longya, who had just finished their battle, walked out of the space rift. As Longya touched her little belly, a look of confusion appeared on her beautiful face. Strange. Even after so many times, why is there still no result? Longya murmured to herself. Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but he also felt a bit confused inside. Indeed. In the past half a year, the two of them had fought dozens of times, why was there still no outcome? After carefully checking his own body, Su Yang could confirm there was nothing wrong with it. Could it be Longya's problem? With this thought, Su Yang looked at Longya, but then shook his head. After all, they were both powerful beings at the Star Master level, how could there be an issue with their bodies? It must be that the number of attempts was too few. Since the probability is small, let's make up for it with frequency. Doing it a few hundred or even 1,000 times will surely achieve success. With this thought, Su Yang took a deep breath, deciding to quickly improve his own strength. With a thought, his body instantly entered the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Upon entering the space of the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, he looked at the water pool inside. The life water in the pool was just restored today, so Su Yang directly entered the pool to begin his cultivation. Time passed without him realizing how long had gone by. After absorbing the energy of the life water, Su Yang's strength rose from the first rank of envoy to the second rank of envoy. Coming out of the pool, Su Yang found a place to sit cross-legged, then began to comprehend the law of destiny. Comprehending the law of destiny was very dry and boring. One must be able to endure loneliness. So each time, Su Yang only cultivated for 100 years before stopping. It wasn't just because he couldn't take in too much, but also because he couldn't stand the solitude. Time passed little by little. After spending 100 years in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, Su Yang's comprehension of the law of destiny reached 27%. Then he exited the space. As soon as he exited, Longya's voice rang out. Another breakthrough? The voice was flat, lacking the surprise from earlier. It seemed she had already grown accustomed to it. Su Yang responded with a hum. Seeing Su Yang acknowledge her, Longya raised her eyebrows and said, "Your strength has advanced so quickly, but why can't you get pregnant?" Su Yang. Feeling a bit disdain from her words, Su Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. He directly walked up to Longya, forcefully wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said, "Come on. Let's battle 300 rounds this time." Longya looked at Su Yang with slightly surprised eyes. Then Longya raised her hand, and cracks in space appeared. The two of them entered the fissure directly. For the next period of time, Su Yang and Longya continued to work hard for the future of the Dragon Clan. Another 3 months or so passed. One day, having just finished their battle, Su Yang and Longya were preparing to return to the 99th area when suddenly, a wave came from afar. That familiar wave startled both Su Yang and Longya, then they showed expressions of joy. The laws. The laws have appeared. At the same time, the badges on their chests began to stir. Su Yang hurriedly picked up the badge to take a look. 4th Universe, 32nd Star Domain, the first area has encountered laws. Seeing this message on the badge, Su Yang and Longya exchanged a glance, then Longya immediately summoned the space fisher, and the two jumped straight in. Chapter 129, Ambush. Shaman. In the next moment after diving into the space fisher, the two entered an unfamiliar area. Since this area of the laws was located in a different universe's region, Su Yang and Longya made several space jumps consecutively. During the space jump, Su Yang contacted Long Yi, telling everyone except Long Yi not to come. Long Yi's strength is at the envoy level, she has the ability to protect herself in other areas, but Long 1 to Long 10 are all at the walker level. If a fight breaks out, they will be the ones getting harvested. Soon, around 10 minutes passed, and Su Yang and Longya arrived at the first area of the 32nd Star Domain. At this moment, in the first area, Legion members from various regions flooded the area. In the sky of the area, more than a dozen orbs of law were flashing, and over here, various forces were vying for them in units called legions. The space ripped apart. Countless violent forces echoed throughout the area. Screams and curses resounded across the entire region. Now and then, someone was killed and fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, Su Yang, who had experienced it once before, now had a surprised expression. "Master. Longya, why are there so many laws this time?" Su Yang asked. Longya's expression was puzzled, her eyes filled with confusion. She had been in this universe for thousands of years and had participated in the competition for law more than 100 times, but each time only 1 or 2 laws appeared. Something like now, with a dozen laws, was unheard of. Strange. Longya frowned and muttered to herself. At this moment, Su Yang asked, "Longya, what should we do now? Should we fight for it?" Longya showed a thoughtful expression, and after a few seconds, she shook her head and said, "Let's observe the situation first." Okay. Su Yang nodded. Then the two moved to the edge of the area, distancing themselves from the laws, and began to observe the battlefield. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle in the distance continued. Gradually, Longya discovered some clues. She noticed that the legions from other star regions seemed to be teaming up to attack the 17th star region, which was where she and Su Yang's legion was located. The other star region legions appeared to be competing for the laws, but in reality, their target was to eliminate the legion of the 17th star region. They divided the legion of the 17th star region into countless parts, then surrounded and attacked each one. "This is a problem," Longya said coldly. Su Yang looked at Longya in confusion. And just then, suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the distant sky. From the crack, a chair appeared, and on the chair sat a figure. The figure was extraordinarily tall, clad in purple armor, covering the entire body. Even the face was hidden behind a mask,
making it impossible to distinguish features or gender. At the moment Su Yang saw this figure, he noticed Longya's face instantly turned ugly.
Shaman. Longya gritted her teeth and called out this person's name. Surprise appeared on Su Yang's face as he said, "This person is Shaman?" Longya nodded coldly. Seeing Longya nod, Su Yang looked again at the distant Shaman. At this moment, Shaman sat on the chair. Although the features beneath the mask could not be seen, the slightly raised chin and the proud aura radiating from the entire body made it seem as if a king had descended, looking down on all beings. So damn pretentious. Su Yang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Just as Su Yang was internally mocking, several more cracks appeared. Following that, several figures stepped out from the cracks.
A total of 5 people came out, 4 males and 1 female, all of whom were high-ranking Star Masters. The moment they emerged, they charged directly towards Shaman. Their speed was so fast that it seemed to tear apart space. Boom! The entire space shook, and countless strong beings at the walker level fell like birds without wings, while the remaining envoy level strong rushed back in haste. Though envoys and Star Masters seemed only a rank apart, for a Star Master to kill an envoy was as easy as crushing an ant. At the very edge of the area, Su Yang watched the battle in the distance, and before he could speak, Longya said, "The 4th universe, the 2nd, 3rd, 16th, and 19th, as well as the 37th star region's masters. They are specifically targeting Shaman." Specifically targeting? Su Yang's face showed a look of surprise. Longya responded, "Although I don't know the reason, from the looks of it, they must have invested a lot this time. Those laws were collected by these Star Masters to specifically attract Shaman here. This time Shaman is in danger." As she said this, Longya couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. After hearing this, Su Yang's gaze fell back on the battle in the distance. In the midst, one female Star Master moved the fastest, her methods erratic, each movement like teleportation, leaving a shadow behind her with every dash. Those shadows charged at Shaman and even launched attacks. Surrounded by several attackers, Shaman seemed to be in control at this moment. He held a long spear in his hand, and the spear transformed into countless shadow spears, radiating destructive energy capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Just a glance from Su Yang left him feeling breathless. The battle continued. More than half an hour passed. Suddenly, Shaman stepped back, breaking free from the encirclement of 5, then raised his hand slightly. In the next second, several rifts appeared behind him. From the rifts emerged 5 figures. Each of them possessed the strength of a Star Master. Seeing these 5, Longya's expression turned grim again. Su Yang noticed Longya's face and immediately guessed that these 5 were the ones who had ambushed Longya alongside Shaman. "Humph, I knew you brought me here, this time I will kill you. Your star domain I will accept." Shaman looked at the 5 opposite him, a cold smile appearing on his face beneath his mask. After saying that, he charged directly at the 5, and the 5 behind him rushed forward as well. In an instant, the 11 of them clashed together. With 11 Star Masters fighting, the surrounding powerful messengers quickly fled. At this moment, Longya beside Su Yang showed a desire to join in. "You hide." Longya said a word to Su Yang. After that, her body transformed into a beam of light and directly charged at Shaman. In less than 0.001 seconds, Longya had already reached behind Shaman, her delicate fair hand turning into a white dragon claw. The dragon claw pierced through Shaman's back and emerged from his chest. At the center of the dragon claw, a beating heart was pulsating. This sudden attack left Shaman and the remaining 10 all stunned. Shaman's head spun 180 degrees. He looked towards the attacking Longya, his eyes filled with shock. "It's you! You're not dead!" Shaman exclaimed. Longya's face revealed a cold smile, then the dragon claw suddenly tightened. Bang! The heart within the claw was crushed. After crushing the heart, Longya showed no signs of stopping, her other hand also transforming into a dragon claw, then thrusting into Shaman's chest. Finally, Longya forcefully yanked. Rip! Shaman's body was instantly split in 2. The torn body quickly flew away, then reassembled. The wound looked intact, with no traces of injury. The surprise on Shaman's face turned to coldness as he looked at Longya, coldly stating, "Just right, since you're not dead, I'll deal with you together this time." After saying that, Shaman charged directly at Longya. In an instant, the two clashed together. The other 10 around exchanged looks, then chose their opponents and began to fight. In the distance, Su Yang watched as the crowd became a chaotic mess. He wanted to help, but seeing the aftershocks of the battle, he shrank his neck. However, staying here wasn't a solution, he had to do something. Su Yang looked around, then spotted over a dozen law orbs hovering in the air. Over a dozen law orbs? Su Yang felt a surge of desire. He stealthily approached the nearest law orb. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. When he was less than 5,000 meters away from the light orb, Su Yang suddenly accelerated, charging towards the orb at his fastest speed.
His movement naturally caught the attention of those fighting. They looked towards the rushing Su Yang, and among them, the 5 who ambushed Shaman wanted to stop him, but at that moment, Longya's voice echoed in their ears. That person is not allowed to move, the law has given us this. If you don't agree, I will leave this place right now. Hearing Longya's words, several people stopped their actions. They thought quickly for a moment, then nodded, and continued to fight against Shaman and others. No one stopped Su Yang, and he smoothly obtained the Light Sphere Law. After putting away the Light Sphere Law, Su Yang rushed toward another Light Sphere Law. At this moment, other powerful messengers hiding far away saw the scene and became unsettled. They hadn't dared to grab the Light Sphere before because they feared attacks from the Star Lords, but now seeing Su Yang obtain the sphere, it seemed those Star Lords didn't see it. Their eyes lit up, and they transformed into shadows, rushing toward other Light Sphere Laws, with many charging toward Su Yang. Seeing the crowd rushing over, most of them were messenger-level powerhouses. Su Yang remained calm, now he was also a messenger-level powerhouse, and he had comprehended the law of fate to 27%. With a thought, a purple glow spun in his golden vertical pupils. Lines representing fate appeared in his field of vision, connecting to those approaching powerhouses. Su Yang raised his hand, his fingers transformed into shadows, plucking at those fate lines. The next second, the rushing powerhouses encountered unexpected accidents. Some collided with each other unexpectedly, while others suddenly lost their breath and stopped abruptly. In addition, some walker-level powerhouses suddenly halted, their eyes turning black, suddenly perishing. The team originally rushing towards Su Yang immediately came to a stop. And those who intended to rush over also halted their steps. They stared at Su Yang in shock. The law of fate, someone exclaimed. Then, they showed no hesitation and directly changed direction, rushing toward the Light Sphere Law. Watching the crowd rush over and then turn around, Su Yang's mouth twitched, but soon a smile appeared on his face, and his figure suddenly accelerated, charging toward another light sphere. On his way to the Light Sphere Law, Su Yang quickly plucked at those fate lines. In front, those strong ones rushing toward the sphere stumbled and stopped in their tracks, allowing Su Yang to catch up and grab the Light Sphere Law ahead of them. Putting away the Light Sphere Law, Su Yang immediately sped toward another light sphere. Just like that. Using the same method, Su Yang quickly collected 4 more Light Sphere Laws, bringing the total to 6 with the previous 2. Obtaining the Light Sphere Laws so easily didn't mean others were weak, but rather the law of fate was too strong. Anyone wanting to attack Su Yang would face unexpected incidents preventing their attacks. After all, no one could escape from fate. After obtaining 6 Light Sphere Laws, Su Yang prepared to seize other Light Sphere Laws, but at that moment, a scream suddenly came from afar. Hearing the sound, Su Yang looked over. Not far from Longya, among the 5 attacking shaman, one woman had her body severed at the waist. At the same time, her head was also cut off. Boom! A purple flame appeared out of nowhere, burning the woman's head. A tragic scream echoed from the mouth of the head. Not far away, Longya and Shaman were entangled in a fierce battle. The remaining 4 attackers on Shaman were being pressured and beaten by several helpers called by Shaman. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's expression immediately darkened. With such strength, they actually thought about ambushing Shaman? Moreover, not only did they lack that strength, but they also didn't seem very smart, as their planned ambush was turned against them. Sighing inwardly, purple light suddenly appeared in Su Yang's eyes. The next second, Longya, including Shaman and others' fate lines appeared in Su Yang's vision. Unlike those messenger-level strong ones, Shaman and Longya's lifelines seemed a bit uncertain in Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang felt it was difficult to touch their fate lines. However, Su Yang had to give it a try. Carefully focusing on the fate lines within his sight, Su Yang tentatively tried to pull at those fate lines. When his finger touched the lines, his hand passed right through, as if the lines were illusory. Su Yang's face changed, his brow furrowed, and the purple light in his eyes intensified. At the same time, Su Yang felt as if his head was about to explode. And at that moment, the fate lines in his eyes gradually became solid. Su Yang reached out to pull at the solid fate lines. The next second, Shaman, who was battling Longya, suddenly froze. Put! A strange sound came from him. Just now, during his sudden exertion, he actually let out a fart. In the distance, Su Yang looked at this scene, his face filled with sorrow and anger. He had just exhausted all his energy to manipulate the laws of fate to move Shaman's fate line, but unexpectedly it only made him fart. It seemed there was a huge gap between the messenger and the Star Master. Damn it! Realizing that understanding 27% was not enough, he decided to continue comprehending. Looking at Shaman, who continued to fight Longya, Su Yang's figure flickered and entered the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture. Upon entering the wooden sculpture space, Su Yang sat cross-legged and began to comprehend directly. Year after year passed by. Quickly, 100 years had gone by. Upon reaching 100 years, Su Yang opened his eyes, shaking his somewhat swollen head. Then, Su Yang did not leave the space but rested for a moment, waiting for the discomfort in his head to ease a bit, before closing his eyes again and continuing to comprehend. Chapter 131, Being Hit by a Bunch. Some say loneliness is the true freedom. Only then can you have the free time to think about your own matters. To read, sleep, or do anything you want to do. But what if you had to be alone for 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, or even 1,000 years? Su Yang stayed in the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space for a whole 1,000 years. In a full 1,000 years, Su Yang divided it into 10 periods, resting for a while every 100 years to digest the swollen head after comprehension, then continuing to comprehend. The laws are the foundation of the universe. Su Yang spent thousands of years, yet only understood 27% to 45%. Moreover, the further he went, the longer the time needed, and the slower the comprehension speed became. Next. Was 45% enough? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang decided to comprehend to 50%. He sat cross-legged and continued his comprehension. For the remaining 5%, Su Yang spent another 1,000 years. After bringing the laws of fate to 50%, Su Yang directly exited the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space. After coming out, Su Yang looked at Longya and the others who were still fighting in the distance, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. To them, time hadn't even reached a second, but for Su Yang, it had been a full 2,000 years. In his eyes, the purple light flowed, as if there were stars twinkling within. At the same time, a purple aura surrounded him, enveloping his entire body, making it impossible for others to see his figure clearly. This was a phenomenon that only appeared when the laws of fate reached a certain level of comprehension. As the laws of fate operated, Su Yang looked at the fate lines in his sight. He noticed that those fate lines were noticeably much more solid than before. With a thought, Su Yang lifted his hand and reached for the fate line that belonged to Shaman. At the moment his finger touched Shaman's fate line. Shaman, who was fighting with Longya, seemed to sense a sense of crisis. He suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Su Yang, and then his gaze became penetrating, shouting in anger, "You dare!" The next second, Su Yang's finger touched the line of fate. A ripple spread from his finger, entering the line, and that line suddenly shook. Immediately. In the distance, Shaman felt a wave of pain in his abdomen. That pain was something he had never experienced before. It felt as if something was about to burst out from below. At this moment, Longya delivered a whip kick directly at him. Shaman raised his hand to block. Boom! When the kick struck Shaman's arm, an extremely powerful shockwave tore apart the surrounding space. Put! Following that, a strange sound came from Shaman's body. As the sound came out, it was accompanied by a pungent stench. Everyone present, all of whom were Star Master level experts, could sense any wind or grass nearby, so they naturally noticed the sudden foul smell coming from Shaman. Among them, Longya instinctively stepped back one step after catching the smell. Her expression then became strange. Others, including a woman who was left with only her head, which was still burning in purple flames, also stopped screaming. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shaman, then she exclaimed, "You pooped!" As soon as the words fell, Shaman's face under the mask visibly turned red. The entire area, including those experts at Walker and Messenger levels, all looked at Shaman. Damn, the Lord of Sand just got knocked into pooping by that guy. Shaman actually pooped it this time. So smelly. Hearing the voices around, Shaman's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Su Yang in the distance. Su Yang was also a bit dumbfounded. He actually just wanted Shaman to have an accident, not to poop. Before, he had risked his life just to make Shaman pass gas, and now after comprehending the law of fate to 50%, he only managed to make him poop. It seems the law of fate isn't that invincible after all. You will die. At this moment, Shaman let out an angry shout and transformed into a shadow rushing towards Su Yang. Seeing Shaman charging over, Su Yang wanted to dodge, but the opponent's speed was too fast. He couldn't evade in time, so he could only summon the devouring beast set and then called forth a black hole, blocking in front of himself. The moment the black hole appeared, Shaman was restrained for a second. However, in just a second, Shaman broke free from the black hole's control and continued to charge at Su Yang. But in that 1 second, Su Yang had already fled 10,000 meters back. In the distance, Longya flew over and stood in front of Shaman. Her pair of vertical eyes shone with light, and then the space around Longya seemed to shatter like a mirror, cracks appearing everywhere. After the cracks appeared, Shaman's entire body suddenly stiffened. After a few seconds, Shaman began to flail around like a headless fly. Upon seeing this, Su Yang immediately activated the law of fate again. Shaman, I can hold him off for a while, you go help the others. Longya's voice rang out. Hearing Longya's words, Su Yang immediately looked towards the others. Shaman had called 5 helpers, each at the Star Master level, but they were only 5th stage Star Masters, which was somewhat weaker than Shaman. As Su Yang tweaked their lines of fate, the impact became significantly stronger. Those who were fighting began to encounter various unexpected incidents. And the ones they were fighting were also Star Master level experts, so just a small accident could be fatal.
So with Su Yang's assistance from a distance, the situation quickly changed. Shaman's 5 helpers gradually fell into a disadvantage. Moments later, one of the members on Shaman's side suddenly turned to try to escape. However, just as he was about to escape, Su Yang once again manipulated the threads of fate, and the fleeing person stumbled, then was caught by the pursuer behind. A flash of a knife came down from above, striking directly on that person's head. That person's body split in two. The body did not pause at all, continuing to flee forward. Suddenly, the person behind made a strange gesture, and in the next second, a barrier surrounded the area. The fleeing person slammed into the barrier and was bounced back. Die! A furious shout echoed. Then countless purple lines appeared around, piercing through that person's body, breaking it apart into countless small pieces, and finally turning it into residue. In the end, flames appeared out of nowhere, burning that residue completely clean. At this moment, a phantom figure materialized out of thin air. It was the soul of the person who had just been attacked. At this moment, a look of terror and panic appeared on his soul's face, and he opened his mouth, wanting to speak. But before he could say anything, the other person opened their mouth wide as if to consume something, sucking the soul into their mouth.
Chapter 132, Annihilation of Shaman.
After doing all this, the person did not stop and attacked another helper of Shaman together with another person.
Just like that. The helpers of Shaman were killed one by one.
In the distance, Shaman, who had been like a headless fly, suddenly stopped. He looked around at the mirrored space and then closed his eyes, flying toward one of the cracks. Then he came out from another crack and flew into another crack. Just like this, again and again. In the distance, Longya watched the scene, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. She took a deep breath and transformed into a dragon body thousands of meters long, wrapping the entire space.
A dragon roar erupted from her mouth. The entire space trembled. In the next second,
something astonishing happened. The space began to twist and shrink. The area of the space became smaller and smaller.
The area where Shaman could move became less and less. His face under the mask became ugly.
At this moment, the area of space was still shrinking. In just a few seconds, the space was compressed to the size of a room.
The area where Shaman could move became even smaller.
His spear stabbed forward with all his strength, but the spear tip seemed to encounter some resistance, unable to advance even a bit.
If it weren't for you teaming up with others to sneak attack back then, did you really think you could defeat me?
Longya's cold voice echoed. Immediately afterward, Longya's tail began to lash at the space where Shaman was. The space shook as it was struck, while Shaman's body trembled violently within that space. Blood seeped out from his purple armor, and blood also flowed from under his mask. Seeing the blood oozing from Shaman's body, excitement appeared in Longya's eyes. She continued to whip the space. As Longya's strikes continued, the shaking of the space intensified, and then there was a crisp cracking sound.
The space actually fractured. That's right. It was a real fracture, like a perfect bottle being smashed to pieces. The body within the space was instantly split in two, and then split into 4, then 8. Just like this, Shaman's body was broken down into countless pieces, finally turning into a speck of dust invisible to the naked eye. 1 second later, Shaman's soul appeared.
The moment he appeared, his soul tried to escape, but Longya, adept at the laws of space, gave him no chance to run away. Instantly sealing off the surrounding space, Longya's dragon claw grasped Shaman's soul directly. In his terrified gaze, his soul was crushed by Longya.
But just a few seconds later, Shaman's soul reappeared, though it was slightly fainter than before.
Longya continued to repeat her previous actions. She crushed Shaman's soul over and over again.
Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times.
Just like this, it repeated over 100 times, and Shaman's soul became so weak that it could hardly see, as if even a gust of wind could scatter it.
Please, don't kill me, Shaman pleaded.
His voice was filled with terror and desperation. The stronger the person, the more they fear death. He had ascended from a traveler to a star master for tens of thousands of years. Longya seemed to have not heard him. Her dragon claw moved once again. The next second, Shaman's soul dissipated again, but this time it could not reassemble. After dealing with Shaman, Longya looked into the distance. At this moment, the others, with Su Yang's assistance in the law of fate, were also killing the remaining few on Shaman's side. Once everyone was dealt with, they did not relax but instead watched each other warily. Among them, the 5 who ambushed Shaman formed a group, while Longya and Su Yang stood together. At this time, Longya transformed into human form and was the first to speak. I have taken over the 17th star domain. Upon hearing Longya's words, the few people opposite frowned, their expressions somewhat unpleasant. Longya ignored their expressions and spoke calmly. You ambushed Shaman. If it weren't for me and Su Yang, you would not only have failed but also would have been counter-killed. In fact, we saved your lives.
And you should have also seen this person beside me, he has comprehended the law of fate. If you ever need help, you can find us.
Longya's words made the five display contemplative expressions.
After a moment,
one of them said, "The 17th star domain can be given to you, but we can't take nothing in return, give us 1/3 of the star domain."
1/5. Longya replied calmly. All right. The speaker immediately nodded. Su Yang. Longya.
The following matters did not concern Su Yang at all, it was all a negotiation between Longya and those people. Longya let Su Yang return to the 99th area. After Su Yang returned to the 99th area, Longya started to busy herself taking over the 17th star domain. Of course, this takeover of the 17th star domain was not just a matter of signing a record, Longya would be busy running around in the following time.
On Su Yang's side in the 99th area, after he returned, he immediately entered the space of the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture.
Upon entering the space, Su Yang opened his mouth, and 6 balls of Law's light flew out from his mouth. Looking at the 6 balls of light hovering in front of him, Su Yang reached out to touch one of the light balls. Feeling the Law's energy contained within the light ball, Su Yang immediately understood that this ball was the Power Law ball. Next, he sensed the other light balls. The remaining 5 were 4 Power Law balls and 1 Space Law ball.
Su Yang looked at the Space Law ball, showing a hesitant expression.
During this time with Longya, Su Yang had always envied Longya's ability to jump through space.
Should he absorb it and comprehend it?
Su Yang showed uncertainty on his face, he was not sure if a person could comprehend 2 laws.
He had already comprehended the law of fate, what if comprehending the law of space caused some trouble? Thinking of this, Su Yang left the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space and returned to reality.
At this time, Longyi flew over from a distance.
Seeing Longyi flying over, Su Yang called out to her and asked, Longyi, do you know if a person can comprehend 2 kinds of laws? Upon hearing Su Yang's question, Longyi immediately replied, yes, Sugu.
Actually, many people cultivate 2 kinds of laws, one is the main law for comprehension and the other as a subordinate law. After all, a person's time is limited, and it is impossible to dedicate time to 2 laws, so most people will only focus on one. After listening to Longyi's explanation, Su Yang nodded, then returned to the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture space once again. Entering the space, Su Yang looked at the 6 light balls.